Jiang Lihua knew about the competition within the team. Healthy competition didn't bother her. Even if there were some small schemes, she could tolerate them. But she couldn't accept such mean tricks. During this time, Qin Yuqing went to the bathroom again and took a sip of the condensed spiritual spring water. Her sore throat completely disappeared. She tried to move her throat and felt no abnormality. Jiang Lihua ordered the guards to lock all the cups. Since the leaders were present, stopping the show now would be embarrassing, and there were other groups afterward. If she called a halt, she might offend someone. Jiang Lihua wasn't stupid. It was obvious this was targeted by someone familiar. Out of 4 or 5 performance groups, only theirs had trouble. The front was filled with applause and laughter, but behind the scenes, the atmosphere was tense, and the team members were nervous. When the time was right, Jiang Lihua approached Qin Yuqing and asked, "How's your throat?" Qin Yuqing had mostly recovered and replied, "I'm fine. I can hold on until the end of the performance. I'll take care of it afterward. Don't push yourself. If it gets worse, you can skip this performance. There will be other chances." She still needed Qin Yuqing's voice. Her voice couldn't have any issues. There was also a part of her concern in her words. Such a talented person. If her voice was ruined, she would be truly upset. She understood how important a good voice was for an artist. She still remembered the regret of not being able to perform on stage back then, and she kept it in her heart. "Captain Jiang, only I can perform normally. If someone sabotages me, it will show. I'll trouble you then." Jiang Lihua looked into Qin Yuqing's eyes and pulled her aside. "You suspect someone?" Qin Yuqing nodded. "Captain Jiang, I have a plan that I need your help with." She whispered a few words into Jiang Lihua's ear. After hearing her out, Jiang Lihua said, "Leave this to me." Jiang Lihua quickly left and soon returned with 2 cups, deliberately gathering everyone together. "Qin Yuqing, drink this medicine quickly to heal your throat." Qin Yuqing picked up the cup, drank the 2 sips of water inside, and then spoke with a surprised look. "Captain Jiang, my throat is really better. This medicine is amazing." Jiang Lihua kept a serious face. "Of course, this medicine is effective. That's all it does. I wouldn't even dare to use it myself. Anyone who makes this medicine has already passed away. This is only temporary. After you finish on stage and drink the remaining half, you will feel completely better. In the future, don't eat random foods." Qin Yuqing nodded to show she understood. The happiest people were the 6 performers who heard she could speak. The water was placed in the front lounge. When she finished performing, she should drink it. They were told to go prepare for their turn. Jiang Lihua dismissed the others who had finished performing and took the water into the lounge. She stayed inside for a little while, then someone called her. She hurriedly left. After Jiang Lihua left, a figure quietly slipped into the lounge. When Jiang Lihua arrived, the performance of the 7 flowers was almost over. Qin Yuqing's voice sounded normal. Hearing the thunderous applause and seeing the leaders sitting in the front rows talking, Jiang Lihua felt relieved. If she didn't get first place, at least she would be in the top 3 and have a chance. When Qin Yuqing finished her performance and stepped down, her 6 teammates hurried to her. "Yuqing, go drink the medicine quickly. Your voice must stay safe." Qin Yuqing smiled. Yes, she had to drink the medicine, or she wouldn't be able to keep her voice. The 6 teammates also heard the applause and knew the performance was successful. At least, they might get a raise next year. Before reaching the lounge, they heard someone shouting inside. "Let me go. All of you, let me go, or I'll report you for harassment." Zhou Yan's voice was a little shaky. I think I hear someone inside. That sounds so familiar." Chun Xiaoying's hand slowly clenched her clothes. "It sounds like Hu Ping's voice." The other 4 looked at each other, confused and unsure. Yes, they recognized it. It was hard to accept at first. Jiang Lihua also hurried from another direction. She looked at Qin Yuqing and strode inside. She saw Hu Ping being held down by 2 guards, half kneeling on the ground. There were some white powder scattered around the water cup, and oil paper used for wrapping medicine was on the ground. Everything was exposed. The 6 behind her understood. Hu Ping was the one who poisoned. Jiang Lihua angrily stepped forward and slapped her. "How could you be so cruel? Don't you know you almost ruined the others in the group? They're your teammates. Hu Ping, caught, brushed her hair away from her mouth and looked at Jiang Lihua with a side glance. I am so mean. Clearly, Qin Yuqing took my things. She only has a good voice and you favor her. Stop pretending to be a good person. You only care about those who can benefit you. Have you ever cared about us? Jiang Lihua was so angry she couldn't speak, her heart pounding painfully. Qin Yuqing is the real troublemaker. She stole my man. How can I not seek revenge? Ha ha ha, I ruined the medicine. What will you do now? How will you sing? Ha ha ha. The 6 young women were hugging each other. They usually argued, but never like Hu Ping, who was acting wildly. It wasn't just wild, it was crazy. Qin Yuqing, you can't sing. Do you think Comrade Shen will still like you? I'm telling you, I won't let you get what I can't have. Hu Ping laughed wildly, still threatening. You meddled in my relationship. Your behavior isn't proper. The arts troupe won't keep you. I will report you. I've ruined everything. Don't think you'll be safe. At this moment, Jiang Lihua looked at Qin Yuqing, and the other 6 team members also looked at her. Qin Yuqing sighed deeply, squatted down, and looked directly into Hu Ping's red eyes. Hu Ping, I didn't expect your paranoia to be so serious. We are already married to Comrade Shen. It's you who interfered in our relationship. Qin Yuqing casually dropped a bombshell. Only the 2 guards remained calm. Even Jiang Lihua looked at her. When Qin Yuqing joined the group, she was clearly unmarried. It hadn't been long since they married, and no one had heard any rumors. Hu Ping stared at Qin Yuqing in madness, her fingertips digging into her palms, leaving crescent-shaped red marks on her skin. Impossible. You must be lying to me. You just don't want me to be happy. The hatred from past and present lives, Qin Yuqing wanted to take revenge for all of it, killing and hurting her heart. What do I have to lie to you about? Do you know why he appeared when you twisted your ankle? Hu Ping asked foolishly. Why? She thought it was fate, a prince sent by heaven, appearing just to save her. He was passing by chance. Hu Ping suddenly remembered what Qin Yuqing had said at that time. Qin Yuqing slowly stood up, looked down at Hu Ping, and said, he was coming to discuss marriage with me. He just happened to see you all get into trouble and took you to the hospital. If it weren't for your accident, maybe we could have gotten our marriage license a few days earlier. Hu Ping's eyes were bloodshot and looked like a spider web. She was frantic and said, impossible. How could he like you? He's mine. Why do good things always happen to Qin Yuqing? She didn't want to hurt Qin Yuqing at first. It was her who forced her. She went for a checkup at the hospital, but her recovery was poor. She might not be able to do difficult moves in the future and could get injured often. Her voice was already not good, and now her leg was also hurt. It seemed she would have to leave the art troupe. Qin Yuqing was getting better, and even singing with the group leader. Hu Ping couldn't stand it anymore. Qin Yuqing looked at the irrational Hu Ping. This kind of person was terrifyingly stubborn. She didn't bother to talk to her and said, I don't need to answer such stupid questions. Hu Ping, I tell you now, you not only poisoned someone but also spread false rumors about me. I won't let you get away with it. I will be responsible for everything I say. We are legally married and everything can be checked. Qin Yuqing turned to Jiang Lihua and said, Group leader Jiang, call the police. Jiang Lihua nodded and went to a nearby table with a phone on it. Hu Ping was no longer suitable to stay in the art troupe. She had gone crazy. When Hu Ping heard Jiang Lihua calling the police, she made choking sounds, her eyes unfocused, then suddenly focused again. Qin Yuqing, you must be lying to me. You never got a marriage license. You just want to hurt me. Qin Yuqing turned and left, feeling a bit angry. She thought she should have punched her earlier, but now wasn't the right time. 6 teammates came out with her, unsure how to comfort Qin Yuqing. They all had many questions, but didn't dare to ask. They decided to go back and process everything first. Qin Yuqing looked at the 6 of them and said, Don't go back yet. The police will ask for statements when they arrive. She was familiar with this process. The 6 looked at each other and lined up, leaning against the wall. Inside, there were angry shouts from Jiang Lihua and Hu Ping's frantic curses. Use a rope to tie her up. 2 security guards couldn't hold Hu Ping forever. One went to find some rope. There were footsteps in the corridor. Another instructor from the troop, unaware of what had happened, was panicked and shouting, "Hurry, call group leader Jiang. The leaders want to see her. She might be awarded." Jiang Lihua had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Their troop had waited long enough. Qin Yuqing understood the importance and walked to the door. "Captain Jiang, what's ahead is very important. You should go quickly. I'll watch here." Jiang Lihua quickly tidied her clothes and hurried out, glancing at the 6 people. "Qin Yuqing, stay here. The others follow me. In case the leader wants to see someone, no one should be missing." "What are you doing?" Qin Yuqing looked inside and didn't expect Hu Ping to be so crazy. She was and kept hitting her head against the wall. Blood slowly dripped down. Hu Ping, showing her teeth, looked at Qin Yuqing as if to say she wouldn't be caught, then slowly closed her eyes. Qin Yuqing's eyes flickered. "Hurry up and call someone. I'll stay here." The 2 guards didn't expect Hu Ping to do this. One went to report, the other went to find a car. After they left, Qin Yuqing took out some water Hu Ping had given her from her space and gently opened her mouth to pour it in. It was half of what she had poured out earlier, kept as a sample. The sample isn't necessary, but she returned it to the wrongdoer, letting her face the consequences. After doing all this, Qin Yuqing quickly squatted down and used oil paper to collect the powder on the ground. This way, the sample would be more accurate. She checked and saw she wasn't seriously hurt, just knocked out. When the people came in, they saw Qin Yuqing carefully laying the person on the ground, her face tense as she looked outside the door. 2 police officers entered. On the way, they had already learned the general situation from the guards. One of them squatted down to check her breath. "She's alive. Take her to the hospital first." The other took the cup and the scattered powder and looked at Qin Yuqing. "Later, you'll give a statement." Seeing Qin Yuqing's still shaken appearance, he couldn't help but comfort her. "It's okay. It's simple. You don't need to be afraid." Qin Yuqing had kept her head down since they entered, looking scared and overwhelmed, as if she had been deeply shocked. It's understandable to be nervous. She had been given a strong drug, and if she hesitated even a little longer, she might have been caught in the act. Seeing Hu Ping being carried away, Qin Yuqing spoke up. I want to say hello to our team leader before I go." Knowing Qin Yuqing was the victim, young and probably very scared, they didn't make things difficult for her. "Okay, we'll wait for you at the door. But hurry." Qin Yuqing turned around to find Jiang Lihua. She wanted to say something, but when she saw Jiang Lihua, she was smiling so brightly that her smile couldn't be hidden. There weren't many people, and not many leaders had come. Since others were busy with performances, Jiang Lihua was alone at that moment. Jiang Lihua also saw Qin Yuqing. The 2 of them walked toward each other. "How is everything going?" "Captain Jiang, I need to go with the police to give a statement. Just wanted to let you know." "Okay, go ahead." Qin Yuqing turned to leave. Jiang Lihua didn't stay idle either. She needed to inform the leaders about this matter. After such a serious incident, there would definitely be an investigation. The evidence was clear. Hu Ping was definitely involved. But since the incident happened under her supervision, she might also bear some responsibility. Thinking this way, she felt less happy about the progress made today. Qin Yuqing got into the police car. It was quiet during the ride, and they headed straight to the hospital. There was a previous case where she had escaped from the hospital. This time, they arranged a separate room, with 2 people guarding the door. They simply asked Qin Yuqing about her condition at the hospital entrance. "Alright, that's all for now. We might go to the cultural troupe in the next couple of days to find out more."
"Got it."
"I go to work every day. Then you can go back now." Qin Yuqing nodded, but didn't rush home. She went directly to get a checkup, feeling reassured because of the nourishing water she drank, so her throat wasn't a big problem. But she needed to follow the proper procedures. A professional doctor needed to examine her, and she wanted to be sure. She also wanted to give Jiang Lihua a clear explanation. The doctor checked her and prescribed some medicine. "Your problem isn't serious. Luckily, you didn't swallow anything harmful. Take this medicine and avoid spicy or irritating foods for a while. Come back for a checkup in a week."
"Thank you, doctor."
Qin Yuqing almost put on a tearful, grateful expression, making the doctor remember her even more.
Stop talking.
Qin Yuqing nodded seriously. After she left, the doctor sighed. She was both unlucky and lucky. Her situation could have been much worse. She didn't know who was selling such harmful medicine. Qin Yuqing went to get her medicine and then sighed at the hospital entrance. She didn't have a bicycle, it was at the cultural troupe. They all traveled together in a collective vehicle for the performance. Tomorrow morning, I'll have to walk again. Qin Yuqing slowly walked back, taking a deep breath in the darkness. Hu Ping also brought this on herself. Her actions were her own responsibility. Her mind wandered, and she didn't pay attention to her surroundings. Suddenly, someone rushed out from behind and tightly grabbed her, covering her mouth and nose with a cloth. They dragged her into an alley nearby. Qin Yuqing held her breath, closing her mouth and nose, and smelled a faint medicinal scent. At this moment, she didn't care whether she was exposed or not. She was sure the cloth had been soaked with a sleeping drug. She had already inhaled some, and soon she wouldn't be able to hold on. In her hand, she suddenly found a small knife. She stabbed it fiercely into the thigh of the person behind her, repeatedly inserting and pulling it out. The man let go of her and let out a scream, then pressed her head against the wall and started hitting her. Despicable person. Go to. Qin Yuqing instinctively used one hand to cushion her forehead, feeling a sharp pain. She couldn't tell if it was the drug or the impact against the wall, but she was already feeling dizzy. She reached out and grabbed a loose stone from the wall, pulling it and smashing it behind her. She took out some sleeping powder and sprinkled it behind her, not caring about the distance anymore, holding her breath. Gao Xianghua didn't expect this little troublemaker to carry a knife with her, and her attack was so fierce. The screams attracted patrolling guards, and their flashlights approached. Gao Xianghua, limping, ran away, throwing off her mask as she fled. Qin Yuqing entered her space, feeling her dizziness intensify. Following her memory, she headed toward the spiritual spring water. When she was close, her body suddenly collapsed to the ground. The cloth probably contained not only a sleeping drug but something else as well. Qin Yuqing desperately crawled on the ground, her vision blurry. She seemed to touch water with her fingertips. With her last strength, she crawled into the spiritual spring water, burying her entire head in it. She drank repeatedly, not knowing how much she had consumed. She pushed herself up, feeling the water's coldness all over her hands. She shifted her body slightly and fell into the water. Even with her consciousness fading, she saw that half of her body was submerged in the spring water. She moved slightly and pulled herself out of the water. She sat by the spring, water droplets slowly dripping from her body. She stayed there for a while before finally standing up. Looking at the time, it was already past 7 o'clock. When she left the hospital yesterday, it was just after 9. She stood up feeling weak all over, with no strength. Qin Yuqing supported her trembling body, walked to the stone platform, and took a sip of the concentrated spiritual spring water she had saved. It was a hard-earned cup, and it was almost gone in these few days. She leaned against the stone platform and rested for a long time before regaining some strength. Then she changed into clean clothes. After leaving the space, she looked in the mirror. She wasn't sure if she had touched her face with her hand or if it was because of soaking in the spiritual spring water, but her face had no injuries or bruises. She already knew who did it. His voice was too familiar. Gao Xianghua. She hadn't had time to deal with that scumbag, and he had already made a move on her. She would make him regret bothering her. Qin Yuqing didn't have much strength left, feeling like she was recovering from a serious illness, her head heavy and her legs weak as she left her home. Even greeting people on the street made her feel tired. A car stopped by the roadside, and someone paid to send her to the arts troupe. "Miss, you should go to the hospital first. Your face looks so pale," said an elderly man who was riding in the car, showing some concern for a young person. "Thank you, sir. I already went to the hospital yesterday. I have important matters today and can't delay," she replied. "All right, then rest for a bit. I'll call you when we arrive," he said. Qin Yuqing was too lazy to speak, so she closed her eyes. But she wasn't resting. After what happened last night, she became more alert. She listened to the sounds outside the car, wary that the kind-looking old man might have a bad heart, so she moved to another place. But she wasn't resting. After what happened last night, she became more alert. She listened to the sounds outside the car, wary that the kind-looking old man might have a bad heart, so she moved to another place. The familiar shouts along the road were on the way to the Qin Yuqing paid and got out of the car. She had been overthinking. The road that felt short before now seemed unusually long. She didn't even have the strength to change clothes. Inside the training hall, many people were watching her, openly or secretly. Qin Yuqing was too tired to guess their thoughts. It was probably about two things. 1, Hu Ping giving her a drug to make her mute, and 2, the news of her marriage. She was too exhausted to care. She sat heavily on a bench to rest, closed her eyes, and leaned against the wall. She let whoever wanted to train do so. The noise around her was loud, and the 6 people who were supposed to coordinate had arrived early. They didn't dare to disturb Qin Yuqing now. Silently practicing, Captain Jiang said that if they train well, this show will be performed in the countryside later, and it will also be included in the New Year performance. This means they will have more chances to appear on stage. Especially for Chen Xiaoying and Lu Guixiang, who were previously threatened by Qin Yuqing, they are even more afraid to confront her. She really keeps her promises. She can make them famous or replace them. Only one instructor came, and the training hall instantly became quiet. Qin Yuqing opened her eyes. Usually, this means the instructor has arrived. She was the only one not warming up and sitting in the corner. Easy to spot. Captain Jiang asked you to go to the front office. The police have arrived. Okay, I'll go right now. Qin Yuqing wasn't feeling well today and didn't plan to come, only staying to wait for the police. When she saw the police at the door, she went straight over. Comrade, I am here to cooperate with the investigation. Inside, she saw Zhou Ong too. Without greeting, their eyes briefly met and then quickly looked away, showing mutual understanding. This is the victim, and she was the one who found the poison in the water, Jiang Lihua said first. Qin Yuqing didn't want to talk much, which saved her effort. She spoke less when asked questions. After recording everything, Zhou Ong suddenly asked, Hu Ping kept emphasizing at the police station that you interfered in their relationship, claiming your marriage was fake to deliberately provoke her. Do you have anything to say? Qin Yuqing knew this was to help her stop rumors in the art troupe. Yesterday, she didn't show her marriage certificate. The 6 people might not be truthful, and false stories could be possible. Qin Yuqing was prepared. She brought her bag with her. Comrade police, I think Hu Ping has mental issues. Here is our marriage certificate. You can investigate. There's no need to say more. The more she explained, the more confusing it became. Claiming Hu Ping interfered in their relationship was wishful thinking and could affect Qin Yuqing. Okay, I understand. We will deal with Hu Ping's false accusations. Zhou Ong also showed the marriage certificate for review, not just for himself to see. Jiang Lihua was the last to get the marriage certificate. She was doubtful yesterday, but today, after seeing it, she believed it completely. No wonder she always rushed home after work. She was busy dating. Jiang Lihua returned the marriage certificate to Qin Yuqing and looked at her condition. She was really in poor shape. Are you okay? I took some medicine yesterday and feel very weak. Jiang Lihua didn't speak, but the senior leader sitting nearby said, Comrade Qin, it's normal to be upset after such an incident. I'll give you 3 days off to rest and recover. Thank you, leader. Qin Yuqing sincerely bowed her head. She had been planning to ask Jiang Lihua for leave, so now she didn't need to. 3 days would be enough to do many things. In the office, there was no longer any news about Qin Yuqing. The remaining work was for them to discuss together. Qin Yuqing first went back to change her clothes, then pushed her bike to the bike shed. When she reached the gate, she saw Zhou Ong standing there. Zhou Ong saw her through the rearview mirror, got out of his car, and said, Girl, I'll take you back. When Qin Yuqing left, he asked someone to watch over her. He thought, what could possibly happen? Sure enough, only someone who knows his wife well would understand. His sister-in-law was unlucky. She was so outstanding that she attracted jealousy, even at work. Are you able to ride your bike in this state? Anyone who looked could see how bad Qin Yuqing felt. How can I take my bike back? Here's an idea. You take the car and I'll ride your bike. Qin Yuqing was indeed tired. She looked ahead and saw a jeep parked in front. They probably arrived by car. Zhou walked over to the car, said a few words, and a police officer got out from the back seat and sat in the front passenger seat. Zhou waved at Qin Yuqing. Girl, come on up. Qin Yuqing sat in the back seat. The two police officers sat in the front, and she nodded politely in greeting, feeling sleepy and exhausted. The jeep couldn't go into the alley, so it stopped at the entrance. Qin Yuqing thanked him and got out. A few minutes later, Zhou rode his bike to catch up. Why be so formal? Can you go back alone? Or, do you want me to give you a ride? Zhou was worried. If something else happened, Qin Yuqing definitely wouldn't let him off easily. Qin Yuqing gave a faint smile. Why don't you come knocking on my door tomorrow afternoon and see if I'm still alive? That's not something you should say lightly. Thinking about other things, he added. I'll come to see you tomorrow afternoon. You should go home now. When Zhou was about to get into the car, Qin Yuqing suddenly asked, Did Hu Ping mention where that medicine came from? How did she get it? She replied. She said she just happened to meet someone while shopping and is now asking about that person's features. Qin Yuqing nodded, pushed her bicycle home, feeling very tired and too lazy to think. Once inside, she collapsed onto the bed and immediately fell asleep. She really falls asleep the moment her head touches the pillow. When she opened her eyes, everything outside was dark, and after a while, she fell back asleep. When Qin Yuqing fully woke up and checked the time, it was almost 2 p.m. She had slept long enough. She stretched her body, feeling her stomach growling. She took out the prepared food from her space and ate until she was full before starting to think. Is it just a coincidence lately? Hu Ping got the medicine for a sore throat, and Gao Xianghua brought some anesthetic. If she could find the person selling the medicine, maybe she would have the recipe she needs. She plans to settle Gao Xianghua's account later, but right now, her main interest is in the seller of the medicine. She hopes to find that person before the police do. Qin Yuqing went into her space and set up a temporary isolated area using wood, furniture, black cloth, and stones. After finishing, she heard the chicks call. Oh no, she forgot to feed them these past 2 days. The ducks are fine. They are kept in a separate pond with a net cover, and she threw in plenty of green leaves, enough for 3 to 5 days. In a hurry, she prepared some chicken feed. The tiny chicks, about the size of a fist, eagerly rushed into the food.
Sorry about that.
Next time, I'll leave more food. Qin Yuqing decided to go to the field to pick some greens to add to their food, ensuring the chicks get enough nutrients. When she arrived at the field, she was surprised. She turned toward the place where goose eggs were hatching. Only 2 had hatched, and the rest showed no signs of movement. She found some tools and gently cracked open one goose egg, but a foul smell hit her. She was determined and cracked all the remaining eggs, but they were all rotten. Now, only 2 fertilized eggs remained. Qin Yuqing temporarily ignored the 2 little geese in the vegetable patch. She quickly chose a spot and set up a fence, just like she did for the ducks. She used a net to cover and secure it, filled it with some spiritual spring water mixed with water she brought from outside. Finally, she went to catch the geese, threw the 2 little ones into the enclosure, and they struggled to get out, unwilling to stay inside. Qin Yuqing threw a handful of vegetables, to be honest, but she pulled out all the vegetables that had been bitten, threw them into the fence, and then found some wheat to put into a basin. She was about to start making feed and planned to buy some cheap coarse grains at the market. Her space planting was not yet mature. She decided to do it right away. After leaving her space, she hadn't finished tidying up when she heard a knock on the door. Who is it? Girl, I am Zhou. Qin Yuqing opened the door and Zhou was still holding something. To help you regain strength, I won't come in. Just want to say a few words. Last time Zhou came to handle some matters, she understood how people here behaved, so she didn't want any rumors to spread. Come in and talk. No, it's safer outside. You first take the things inside. He looked at Qin Yuqing and noticed she was much better than a few days ago, probably recovered. Qin Yuqing was not polite. She didn't want to refuse people like him and casually accepted the gift. Last time, Qin Yuqing asked me to find out about jobs. actually encountered some opportunities these past 2 days. Qin Yuqing thought he was talking about job selling, but Zhou said it wasn't about selling her work. Actually, there are two positions. One is a clerk at a department store and another at a cotton spinning factory. The clerk position is urgent, only 400 yuan, and the spinning factory is a bit more expensive, about 500 yuan. Qin Yuqing remembered that she had wanted to find a job with Zhang Yufei some time ago, but she was busy and hadn't had time. Zhang Yufei hadn't come to find her either, probably too busy. Tell me more about these two jobs. What are their responsibilities? Do you know anything about these companies? Thank you. I will reply to you as soon as possible. They needed to sell these jobs quickly, as they were very popular now. Qin Yuqing didn't dare to delay.
Zhou smiled.
No need to be so polite. Later, Qin Yuqing can invite me to dinner. It's not easy to get a meal with Qin Yuqing, but this time he really wanted to eat. Okay, I'll tell him when he comes back. Qin Yuqing didn't dare to delay. She had planned to go out, and now she was even more determined. She rode her bike. It was still early. She went to the market to look at coarse grains and poultry feed, then went out to learn more. After wandering around, she looked for Zhang Yufei and Granny Wu. Although she finished work long ago, the door was still tightly shut. Qin Yuqing rode her bike to their workplace, which was dimly lit and filled with clothes. She knocked on the door and asked, "Is anyone there?" A middle-aged man came out and asked, "What do you want?" "I'm here to find someone." "When do you finish work?" "Not yet. We have to work overtime tonight, at least 3 or 4 more hours. Hurry up and leave." Qin Yuqing couldn't wait. She changed her expression, took a pack of cigarettes from her pocket, and said, "Big brother, I have an urgent matter. Please help me. I'm looking for Zhang Yufei." The middle-aged man smiled, took the cigarettes, and said, "All right, wait here. I'll go call someone." When Zhang Yufei came out, Qin Yuqing almost didn't recognize her. Her hair was messy, her eyes dull, and her injured leg looked like it was limping. Zhang Yufei crossed her arms and walked out. In just a few steps, Qin Yuqing saw the Zhang Yufei who was close to death in her previous life. Qin Yuqing stepped forward to support her, glanced inside at the man, and then helped her sit down a little farther away. Zhang Yufei didn't care about being dirty and sat directly on a stone. "How did you end up like this?" Zhang Yufei's voice was very weak. "I've been working overtime lately. I'm sorry. I said I would come find you, but I never had time." Qin Yuqing didn't care about small talk now. She interrupted, "You can't keep working like this. Your face looks terrible. After I finish this batch of work, I will look for a new job. No, look inside. The next batch of work is already prepared. When I last visited you, you said the same thing." Just as Zhang Yufei was about to speak, Qin Yuqing cut her off. "Listen to me. I found out about 2 jobs. Qin Yuqing briefly summarized what Zhou had told her. "Consider these 2 jobs. Which one do you want to do?" Knowing what Zhang Yufei was worried about, Qin Yuqing had already thought it through before coming. "I'll lend you the money first. When you get a job, you can pay me back. It's less than 2 years' worth of salary, and it's much better than wasting away here." Tears streamed down Zhang Yufei's face. She really couldn't take it anymore these past 2 days. "Thank you, Yuqing." Qin Yuqing hugged her to comfort her and asked, "First tell me, do they pay you a salary here?" Zhang Yufei sniffed and said, "I worked for 21 days and earned 8 yuan. I wasn't skilled back then. This month, I've worked 13 days." Qin Yuqing felt that she probably wouldn't get paid for these 13 days. "Just do as I say." Qin Yuqing whispered a few words into Zhang Yufei's ear. Zhang Yufei shakily got up, while a middle-aged man kept watching and was about to open the door when someone returned. When Zhang Yufei was near the door, she wobbled and fell, lying on the ground for a while without moving. Qin Yuqing shouted, "Yufei, what's wrong?" She also yelled at the middle-aged man inside, "Uncle, she fainted. Hurry and think of a way to send her to the hospital." The middle-aged man, hearing that she fainted, immediately closed the door. "Hurry up and go. She fainted outside, not in the factory. I told you, don't try to blame me." Qin Yuqing deliberately pushed a few times and shouted loudly. The man had already hidden inside, secretly watching. Qin Yuqing pretended to struggle and helped Zhang Yufei up, supporting her as they left. Once out of the man's sight, Qin Yuqing released her hold. Wait here. I'll go get the bike. Fearing Qin Yuqing might reveal something, Zhang Yufei quickly said, Aunt Wu is no longer working here, no need to notify her. Qin Yuqing nodded and went to ride her bicycle. She didn't know about this matter. Fearing the middle-aged man might notice something suspicious, Qin Yuqing immediately mounted her bike and said, Hurry up. Zhang Yufei grabbed Qin Yuqing's clothes and sat on the back seat, then pedaled far away. They stopped at a flat spot near the community and sat down. Tell me what's going on. Where is Aunt Wu? You saw the job. It's too tiring. A while ago, Aunt Wu fainted and was resting at home. Then a man came and took her away, saying he was her son-in-law. Her daughter stayed in the countryside with a grandson. They met when she went to the countryside. Over the years, that man has been looking for Aunt Wu's daughter, not knowing she had passed away. Qin Yuqing said directly. So, Aunt Wu just left with him, leaving you here alone. What does she plan to do? Zhang Yufei took a deep breath. I don't know. Today is the 8th day. I'm worried that Aunt Wu might regret giving me up and ask for the money she paid for adoption. That's also why she dared not leave the factory. She planned to hold on a little longer and save enough money for a new place. These matters are not urgent. Take your time to think. First, tell me which job you prefer. Qin Yuqing prefers the sales assistant position. The other person is eager to leave, so there will be no future worries. Although the textile factory job is an office job and currently in demand, the family still stays local. They have other children, and since they urgently need money, they are willing to take the job. But they worry that even after getting the job, it might not be peaceful. Before Qin Yuqing could speak, Zhang Yufei directly gave her answer. I want to go to the department store. It's cheaper and she can't handle heavy work now. She's also afraid of complicated relationships. The sales assistant position she took involves selling daily necessities. It's a bit tedious, but the environment is good and there's no competition between the products. The most she might face is being scolded by the supervisor if sales are poor. It's better than dealing with a large crowd. Okay, I will go find Zhou now to help you settle the job. Yuqing, thank you. Without you, I wouldn't know what to do. Qin Yuqing pulled Zhang Yufei aside. Don't be sentimental. I help you only if there are conditions. Tell me, I will help you face any danger. It's not that serious. We'll talk about it later. I need to secure the job first. Also, don't ask for the money from the clothing factory anymore. Just consider it paying for your troubles. Zhang Yufei nodded. She had been working there for over a month and had learned some things. Although she was reluctant, she understood what Qin Yuqing said. She knew that asking for money directly would likely cause trouble because she was weak. Yuqing, I want to go with you. Qin Yuqing smiled slightly. You should go back and tidy yourself up first. As a sales assistant, you need to maintain a good appearance. Get ready. I'm just going back to deliver a message. I probably won't see anyone. Tomorrow morning at 8, meet me at the state-run restaurant. Zhang Yufei knew she must look terrible now and was at a loss. She quickly said, I'll go back and get ready. Qin Yuqing didn't delay and headed straight to the Public Security Bureau. She had conditions for helping Zhang Yufei. After moving to the countryside, the house would be vacant. She wanted Teacher Yu to move in. Since Teacher Yu's health isn't good, she needs someone to check on her regularly. If Zhang Yufei gets a good job and has free time, she can help a lot. Zhou immediately called the person selling the job. They hadn't found a suitable buyer yet. When they heard this, they quickly agreed to pay and promised to meet tomorrow to handle the paperwork. Thank you. You're welcome. I'm just passing along a message. Since Qin Yuqing came, she had to ask something. Did you find the person selling medicine? No, they're very sneaky. We caught 2 people on the street, but they weren't the right ones. Qin Yuqing thought, could it be that bad people are attracted to each other? You can recognize each other just by looking. She said a few more things mostly related to Shen Yuqing. Qin Yuqing said goodbye to Zhou and rode her bike home. On the way, she bought some things and started working on them when she got home. After more than 2 hours of knocking and hammering, she finally finished a special weapon with nails all over it. She swung it a few times to test the feel. With one hit, there were at least a dozen holes in the target. Gao Xianghua hopes you like the gift I gave you. After tidying up, Qin Yuqing pushed her bike out the door. This time, she was the one going to confront Gao Xianghua. Qin Yuqing still knew Gao Xianghua's daily routine. To be safe, she first went near Gao's house to check things out. She saw Gao's mother sitting in front of a stone mill, chatting quietly with someone in the dark, so she knew Gao wasn't home. If Gao was home, she wouldn't come out. She would have gone back to take care of her son. Qin Yuqing took a turn, disguised herself a little, and took out a pole, pretending to be a street vendor walking around. She sat on a stone to rest, and no one suspected her. The pedestrians on the street gradually became fewer. Qin Yuqing was getting anxious. Gao hadn't appeared yet. She looked at the time. It's already past 9:40. I don't believe I won't see him. Qin Yuqing only had a couple of days before she had to start work. Once she started, she would be busy with training, and Qin Yuqing wouldn't have time either. Finally, around 11 o'clock, Qin Yuqing saw Gao limping home. Afraid of catching the wrong person, she and her people approached carefully to confirm it was Gao. Suddenly, someone jumped out in the dark. Gao was startled and took a few steps back. His injured leg was unsteady, and he almost fell. Gao only felt like something was thrown at him. Qin Yuqing quickly threw the person into a space, then followed inside herself. Gao only saw a flash, as if he was seeing daylight. He was lying on the ground, unconscious. Qin Yuqing put on gloves, took out the prepared rope, and tied him up. She dragged him into her makeshift quarantine room and blindfolded Gao's eyes with a black cloth. He took out a silver needle and poked at the person a few times, then went outside to fetch a bucket of water. He poured the water over the person, who slowly woke up and moved, realizing they were.
Who are you?
Let me go right now. Qin Yuqing said nothing and swung a stick at Gao Xianghua's leg, hitting her in the previous wound. She let out a loud scream after another. Stop, don't hit me, what do you want? Qin Yuqing adjusted her voice slightly. Where did you buy this sleeping drug? I don't know, what are you talking about? Qin Yuqing hit her twice more, this time on her arm. Help save me? Yelling won't help. No one here will hear you. Gao Xianghua seemed to hear chickens and ducks, and she was confused. She realized she was in the countryside. Now she was too scared to resist and begged through tears. What do you want? Where did you get the sleeping drug? Who did you buy it from? It wasn't bought. Someone gave it to me. Qin Yuqing hit her again, just to vent her anger, and Gao Xianghua wailed loudly. It was really given to me. I didn't buy it. I just happened to meet that person and exchanged it, really. Gao Xianghua was terrified and in pain all over. She wasn't stupid. She had been shouting for a while, and no one responded. She still didn't know where she was. Tell the truth, Gao Xianghua was truly scared and started to speak. I will tell you, I'll tell you. After hearing Gao Xianghua's story, Qin Yuqing realized she was right. She met the person at a lamb soup shop. The person boasted that he bought some rat poison that was good, and someone asked if there was a drug that could make people faint when they smelled it. He drank a little wine and boasted that he could make any drug he wanted. Everyone thought he was just bragging, but Gao Xianghua listened carefully. After the crowd left, she followed him. She exchanged a bottle of wine for a packet of medicine. At first, she was skeptical, but then she mixed some into her food and gave it to the dishonest team leader. He slept from noon until the end of the workday and didn't wake up. What does this person look like? Qin Yuqing asked for details so she could recognize him next time. Now she had two clues. First, the person who sold the rat poison, and second, someone who often appeared at the lamb soup shop. I already told you, just let me go. Qin Yuqing sneered coldly. This was the beginning. Letting her go was impossible. To have fun hitting him, Qin Yuqing kicked Gao Xianghua down and swung a stick at his backside. His thick skin could take a few hits. At first, Gao Xianghua could scream, but his voice grew quieter over time. Qin Yuqing stepped on Gao Xianghua's waist. The person under her groaned softly, still alive. Qin Yuqing let out a deep breath, feeling satisfied. She had wanted to hit him for a long time. She didn't have time before, but he forced her to act early. Wouldn't it be better to let him live a few more days? Qin Yuqing untied the rope and dragged the barely conscious person out of the room. Finally, she removed the cloth covering his eyes and threw him on the ground. She rode her bike and left quickly. At this time, Hardly anyone was around, so Qin Yuqing returned home smoothly. Once inside and the door closed, she felt quite relieved after the fight. She was still considerate and didn't damage Gao Xianghua's face, hoping it would still be useful. Qin Yuqing drank a lot of plain water when she got home. Doing this was a bit exciting. She set an alarm and lay on the bed for a long time to calm down. Early in the morning, she waited outside the state-run restaurant for someone. From afar, she saw Zhang Yufei already standing at the door. After glancing at her, Qin Yuqing turned into a nearby alley and took out a new outfit from her bag. Yufei, you're here. Zhang Yufei looked a bit better than yesterday, probably because she rested well. It's still early. Let's go inside and get something to eat. Qin Yuqing didn't let Zhang Yufei pay. You can treat me when you have money. Zhang Yufei nodded. She was really short on money now, only having about 8 yuan from last month, and a few days ago, she bought some things, so she had less than 3 yuan left. Qin Yuqing ordered 2 meat buns, 4 tea eggs, and each of them a bowl of 8 treasure porridge. Hurry up and eat. You'll need to perform well later. Zhang Yufei nodded and started eating quickly. When she took a bite of the meat bun, tears almost came out. Since going to Grandma Wu's house, she had only eaten a few pieces of meat and had been full until now. Usually, she was so frugal with cooking that she didn't even use oil. Grandma Wu was used to saving, and Zhang Yufei, having no money, didn't dare to use much. Qin Yuqing noticed something was wrong and peeled an egg, handing it to her. Eat an egg. Better days are coming. After finishing their meal, Qin Yuqing pulled Zhang Yufei aside and took out some clothes from her bag. Although Zhang Yufei's clothes were clean, they had faded from washing.
Don't refuse.
Do you still want the job? Zhang Yufei went into the bathroom to change clothes. Qin Yuqing's size was a bit big for her, but luckily, in this era, tight-fitting clothes weren't popular. Qin Yuqing pulled her to the park. There weren't many people there. She took out some sewing tools and quickly adjusted her waistline. Much better, it looks more decent. She also took out some snow cream to lightly touch up her skin, making it look less dry. The two of them arrived in front of the 100 Flowers building, chatted for a while, and then Zhou rode his bike up to them. Girl, you came so early. Let's go inside quickly. Zhou headed straight to the counter. The woman there was very familiar with him. Seeing him bring someone, and noticing no one else at the counter, she came out directly. Brother Zhou, you're here. She turned to another clerk nearby and called out, Sister Wang, watch the counter for me. I'll go find the manager. Zhang Yufei glanced at her and felt a bit insecure. Her appearance was far from good enough. Qin Yuqing gently squeezed Zhang Yufei's hand and whispered, Be more confident. Zhang Yufei straightened her chest. Yuqing had run around for her, so she wanted to do her best too. While the clerk was busy talking to Zhou, they didn't notice their small gestures. Zhou Li turned to look at Qin Yuqing. Are you the one buying my job? Qin Yuqing smiled and nudged Zhang Yufei. No, it's my sister. In reality, Zhang Yufei was older than her, but she had to lie in this situation. Zhou Li nodded after a quick look. Zhang Yufei's appearance was just okay. She was worried the manager might not agree. With Zhou there, it wasn't a big problem. No matter who it was, once she sold the job, she wouldn't have to worry anymore. She was about to leave this place soon. Getting the money and leaving quickly was the most important thing. The manager recognized Zhang Yufei and looked disappointed. He liked Qin Yuqing, she was pretty and had a good image. Zhou immediately understood the situation and said, My sister just came from the countryside. She'll get used to it in 2 months. She's hardworking and capable. You won't regret it. Zhou Li also wanted to sell the job quickly and help speak well of her. Qin Yuqing stayed silent at this moment. She gently pushed Zhang Yufei, who then mustered her courage and stepped forward. Even if it was embarrassing, it was better than working at that clothing factory until exhaustion. She was just trying to be polite. All right, you can sign here. The handover process is complete. Xiao Zhou will take him later to get familiar with the procedures. Don't worry, Zhou Li quickly signed her name and Zhang Yufei also signed, submitting her identification documents. With Zhou acting as guarantor, everything was done smoothly. When they left the office, Zhou spoke. I'm going back now. Contact me if you need anything. Zhou Li and Qin Yuqing briefly said goodbye to Zhou. As he left, Zhou Li's smile disappeared from her face. Let's go. Come with me to see the place. Qin Yuqing didn't pay immediately. She went to the counter, and with a witness nearby, she handed over the prepared 400 yuan. Count it. Zhou Li picked up the money and started counting. Perfect. From now on, you'll be responsible for this counter. There are 4 counters in total. Zhang Yufei nodded, but Qin Yuqing thought it wasn't enough. She immediately interrupted and pulled Zhou Li aside, whispering, Sister Zhou, there's 10 yuan here. Please teach my sister carefully. She's never worked here before and has many things to learn. Please take a day to guide her. This money is for your hard work today. Don't worry, I will teach her everything I know. Zhou Li was happy to receive the 10 yuan, feeling it was worth 10 days' wages. She didn't refuse and simply put the money in her pocket, ready to work a few more hours. When Zhang Yufei and the others returned, they noticed a clear change and realized Qin Yuqing must have said something. Since Zhou Li was willing to teach, she tried her best to learn so she wouldn't be completely clueless tomorrow. During their break, Qin Yuqing whispered a few words to Zhang Yufei. Learn well. She will take you for a day. If you don't understand something, ask quickly. I have to go now. I'll come back in the afternoon to find you. Zhang Yufei knew this was a rare opportunity. If it weren't for Qin Yuqing, Zhou Li was about to leave just now. Qin Yuqing only had today. Thanks to Gao Xianghua, her first day was spent sleeping through it. Taking advantage of the free time, she bought some alcohol and food to visit Teacher Yu, secretly mixing some spiritual spring water into the drinks. When she entered with her things, Teacher Yu was busy working at the table. Teacher Yu, I'm here. Teacher Yu pushed up his glasses. Sit quickly. Teacher Yu, you rest. I'll take over. Qin Yuqing's main purpose this time is to find out Teacher Yu's attitude. If Teacher Yu doesn't plan to stay in the house, she wants to prepare early. She knows very well that if the house remains empty for too long, someone might take the opportunity to claim it. After checking the situation, Qin Yuqing went to pick up Zhang Yufei after work. When Zhang Yufei came out, she saw Qin Yuqing and immediately ran forward. She took a few steps but had to stop because her legs weren't cooperating. Yuqing, have you been waiting here all this time? Qin Yuqing looked away. No, I just arrived a few minutes ago. Come on, I'll take you to meet my teacher. Zhang Yufei's legs were already quite serious, and Qin Yuqing just happened to have her tools with her. Zhang Yufei didn't mind. Instead, she felt happy to be able to help, which made her feel a bit better inside. Xiao Renji knew the previous situation. Seeing Qin Yuqing bring the person over, he checked her quickly, frowning so deeply it looked like he could catch flies. Taking medicine on time shouldn't cause this. Zhang Yufei kept her head down and didn't speak. Grandma Wu had boiled the medicine twice, but the neighbors disliked the smell and complained, so the last 2 packs of medicine weren't boiled. When Zhang Yufei went to take the medicine, she didn't dare argue and just endured it. Qin Yuqing didn't know about this situation. She guessed it was caused by work. How should we treat her condition? Qin Yuqing had already thought of a treatment plan. After finishing, she asked Xiao Renji, Teacher, do you think this plan is okay? Xiao Renji thought for a moment. There are no other options. Qin Yuqing considered again and added, If you can't think of anything, just teach me. Zhang Yufei was holding her cup, sipping tea, looking very envious. Yuqing was really different from before. She was truly trying to live and seeking the lifestyle she talked about. Grandma Xiao stood nearby, smiling happily. Looks like we need to prepare more food tonight. Since today's discussion was so intense, dinner definitely couldn't be too light. Under Xiao Renji's guidance, Qin Yuqing started the injections. She used to be quick and confident when giving shots. But this was her first time treating a patient, and her hands trembled a little. Xiao Renji asked, Why are your hands shaking? Zhang Yufei was amused. After one injection, Qin Yuqing was so nervous, she was sweating all over. She was even more nervous than her. Finally, they decided on a treatment plan, injections every 3 days. This time, in addition to taking medicine, she also needed to apply medicine externally. Xiao Renji did not have many medicines at home. He wrote a prescription. Go to the pharmacy and get it. Thank you, teacher. I'll come back when I have free time. When he learned that Zhang Yufei lived far away, he didn't dare to invite Qin Yuqing to stay for dinner. Go home early and be careful on the way. After leaving, Zhang Yufei finally spoke slowly. Yuqing, can you lend me some more money? I know it's a bit embarrassing. No problem. Just think of it as you saving money for me. Are you worried that Grandma will regret it? Qin Yuqing already guessed. From the way Grandma Wu left her family, it was clear she cared a lot about her grandson from the countryside. Zhang Yufei nodded. Actually, I noticed she wavered when she heard about having a grandson. I was adopted by her, but I don't want to be a burden or raise her children. Zhang Yufei saw through it. If Grandma Wu brought the boy home, she wouldn't just kick her out. She not only had to work but also take care of Grandma Wu, especially with her son-in-law's suspicious attitude about the house. Even if she was adopted, she was still an outsider. She didn't want to be drained anymore. It's better to leave early, just like Qin Yuqing, and live seriously. Especially after hearing Xiao Lao scold her for risking her health and Grandma Zhao's comforting words. She must live for herself once. Not for anything else, but to be worthy of Qin Yuqing. She must become stronger. How much money do you need? Qin Yuqing remembered that Grandma Wu had taken 160 yuan before.
Just 100 is enough.
The industrial ticket you gave me earlier, plus helping me change my household registration, I can't just do nothing. Zhang Yufei had thought carefully. Even without Grandma Wu, she could manage well and solve her family's problems. Grandma Wu was a poor person. She wasn't the only one. If Grandma Wu acted like she usually did, maybe Zhang Yufei would just put up with it. But no, after hearing about the grandson, she started to act strange and cold. When she decided to visit the countryside to see the child, that night she knocked and pounded on the door, knowing she had no money. When leaving, she locked all the food cabinets. That was clearly forcing her to leave. All right, I'll give you 100 first. If it's not enough or if there's danger, you can always find an excuse to come back to me. Okay, I'll give you the money tomorrow, and we can have dinner together then. During this time, Shen Yuqing was not at home. She had some free time and took the opportunity to inform her that her mother had recently been sent away for half a month of education. Zhang Yufei couldn't persuade Qin Yuqing and was sent back home in darkness. It seemed that Grandma Wu still hadn't returned. This place is too far from the department store building. Don't skip breakfast in the morning. Remember to take the bus. Your legs can't be overexerted anymore. I understand, Yuqing. I've thought it through. Thank you. I will never forget your kindness in my life. After these events, she finally understood what Qin Yuqing had meant earlier. Don't say such silly things. I told you, I also need your help. Zhang Yufei was worried about Qin Yuqing. You should go back quickly. After work tomorrow, I'll wait for you in front of the department store. Qin Yuqing waved goodbye. She needed to see Qin Shuyao and deal with Gao Shenghua. Qin Shuyao wouldn't let her go easily. When she arrived, Qin Shuyao's rented house was completely dark. Qin Yuqing deliberately changed into a coat. Just as she was about to get her car, she heard movement at the front door. She looked back and saw Qin Shuyao had hired a car and just got out. Qin Yuqing quickly put on her hood and hid in the shadows. Qin Shuyao returned angrily, cursing poverty and shamelessness. Her grandmother Gao Xianghua was in the hospital. She had spent a lot of money on this trip and felt heartbroken. The old woman only cared about money when she needed it. Her money didn't grow on trees. She planned to find someone to teach the old woman a lesson. Qin Yuqing observed Qin Shuyao's walking pattern and, as she approached, she sprinkled sleeping powder. Qin Shuyao spat twice and waved her hand to disperse the powder, but the familiar dizziness hit her again. She knew things weren't good. This time, she thought she saw a woman's figure. Qin Yuqing caught her as she fell, half supporting and half dragging her to the door. She took the key from Qin Shuyao's pocket and opened the door. As soon as she entered, she threw her onto the ground. After searching inside, she found over 80 yuan on Qin Shuyao. Thought keeping it on you would be safe? Qin Yuqing grabbed the money and ran. This time, she didn't take much, only about 170 yuan in total, and not much to eat, only half of what she took last time. Next time, she might as well go fishing for work. After returning home and changing clothes, Qin Yuqing wore a red floral dress that Gao Tingting liked to wear. She deliberately exposed herself in the light, hoping Qin Shuyao wouldn't let her down. In the early morning, Qin Yuqing got out of bed and stretched lazily. It was time to go to work. This time, she specially brought chili sauce for Lu Jigang and also checked on the situation. She arrived a little earlier than usual and saw Lu Jigang happily jumping out of his car at the door. "Uncle, good morning." Seeing Qin Yuqing looking lively again, Lu Jigang was also very happy. They exchanged a few words, and Qin Yuqing confidently went inside. The people in the training hall looked at Qin Yuqing with different expressions, but no one said anything. Smart people had already figured out that since Qin Yuqing arrived, whether it was Wu Shanshan, Hu Ping, or even Wang Ken at the beginning, their departures were related to her. Now Qin Yuqing was also the focus of Captain Jiang, so anyone with a bit of sense wouldn't dare to target her. The most afraid were Zhang Tian and a few others. They had previously tried to harm Qin Yuqing, but failed. Hu Ping's incident had warned them. Now they didn't even dare to look at Qin Yuqing. She glanced at them. She remembered what Zhang Tian and the others had done, but she planned to take revenge at the right time. If something happened now, Captain Jiang and the others would investigate thoroughly, even if they couldn't find anything on her. Training was intense, and she didn't want to make herself unhappy. Jiang Lihua saw Qin Yuqing come and went to her, asking directly, "Qin Yuqing, are you sure you're okay now?" Qin Yuqing smiled and nodded, showing her hospital diagnosis paper. "Captain Jiang, the doctor said I'm fine. I've been taking my medicine on time." She had gone to the hospital yesterday to get it. After reading it, Jiang Lihua sighed in relief. "That's good. You must pay more attention and take care of your voice." After a morning of training, Qin Yuqing felt more enthusiastic than ever. Several people approached her to talk. She wasn't sure why, but responded with a smile. During lunch, Zhou Xiaolan approached Qin Yuqing, and she finally understood why everyone was suddenly so friendly. "Are you saying Hu Ping gave medicine to others too?" Zhou Xiaolan nodded heavily.
Yes.
"Luckily, you had Captain Jiang collect all the cups. Those who sing well knew about it, and they were all scared to death. They were all scolding Hu Ping. You don't know, now everyone in the group licks their water cup with their tongue before drinking." Qin Yuqing realized why Hu Ping had been staying in the training hall. She had been planning this for a while. "Also, yesterday, Hu Ping's family came to our group and caused trouble, saying they wanted to pay compensation." Qin Yuqing heard about this from Lu Jigang. It seemed they hoped Hu Ping would marry well and get more bride price, but it all fell apart. Training was over, and Qin Yuqing was the first to run away because she had many things to do. She had a simple meal outside with Zhang Yufei, then they parted ways, as Zhang Yufei asked to go alone. Zhang Yufei wanted to practice independence. She started asking around about rental houses. She learned from Zhou Li that Qin Yuqing had paid 10 yuan to have her teach her, which moved her, but also made her feel useless. If she had performed better before, Qin Yuqing wouldn't have spent that money. She kept track of all the money she owed and planned to pay it back when she had enough. Qin Yuqing rode her bike to wait near the mutton soup shop. Even if she couldn't get the recipe, buying some medicine was fine. The mutton soup shop was full of men. Although Qin Yuqing tried to disguise herself, it wasn't suitable for a woman to go inside, so she went to the next door small shop and ordered a bowl of noodles. Noodles usually take time to prepare. Qin Yuqing kept her eyes on the outside, even while eating. She watched the passers-by, but none matched the person she was looking for. Just when she was about to give up, she saw someone who fit the description, carrying a basket, slightly bent over, walking along the wall. Qin Yuqing hurried to stand up and run outside, but was stopped. "Not paid yet," said the sturdy shop owner, grabbing her hand. She had been suspicious of Qin Yuqing for a while, watching her look around, trying to eat without paying. "Let go, I'll pay," Qin Yuqing said, taking out 2 mao, small coins, and giving them to her, refusing change. She quickly chased after the man with the basket. He was very alert, turning to look at Qin Yuqing. "You're following me," he said. Qin Yuqing waved her hands. "No, I just noticed your basket has a flag on it. Are you selling rat poison? I want to buy some because we have too many mice at home. I saw you eating over there earlier, so I hurried over, he replied. Qin Yuqing deliberately started talking to him to see if he was the person Gao Xianghua mentioned. She noticed a mole on the lower right side of his mouth, which matched. He also had a slight hunchback, which fit. The man with the triangular eyes turned and said, I mistook you for someone else. I don't sell rat poison. Qin Yuqing looked regretful and said, sorry about that. I thought everyone carrying small flags was selling rat poison. After saying this, she was about to turn away. She was pretty sure that the person was the one mentioned by Gao Xianghua. Why wouldn't he sell her poison? Did she reveal a flaw? Qin Yuqing didn't dare look back. She could feel his gaze constantly on her. Zheng Kaixing's eyes darted around. He put down his basket, took the flags inside, and tucked them into his pocket. Then he turned and followed Qin Yuqing quietly. Earlier, they had been drinking lamb soup. She heard that the young man with the white face had gone to the hospital and almost got into a fight. The police hadn't found out what happened. People said it was just bad luck or a robbery, but he felt it was related to his medicine. That young man with the white face didn't seem to be a good person. When he exchanged alcohol for medicine, his sneaky attitude made it clear he was involved in the same line of work. Today, a woman suddenly appeared, chasing him to buy rat poison. He didn't believe it was just a coincidence. Her eyes were too sharp. She wasn't someone suffering who could be easily fooled. Over the years, he had been hiding and was naturally alert to danger. Qin Yuqing felt the gaze behind her. That scoundrel was actually following her. There weren't many pedestrians on the street. She quickened her pace and turned into an alley. She knocked on a door randomly and quickly slipped into a space. Zheng Kaixing reached the alley and heard the door slam shut. Qin Yuqing changed her clothes in the space and made a quick disguise. She took a deep breath, pushed her bicycle, and appeared in the alley. Luckily, the cold weather kept everyone inside, so no one saw her. It was getting dark. She rode her bike out of the alley, looked around, and decided to switch places with Zheng Kaixing this time. To avoid being noticed, she took several detours and changed her clothes. Sometimes she was in front, sometimes behind. Sometimes she rode, sometimes she walked, just to stay close. They walked and stopped several times until they reached a fork in the road. Qin Yuqing was in front and had to choose a path at random. She carried a basket and walked for a long time without seeing anyone follow. She pretended to look casually and saw Zheng Kaixing taking a different route. Qin Yuqing's pursuit was too obvious. She pretended to be scared and quickened her steps. Behind a large stone in the field, Qin Yuqing pulled off her scarf, took her bicycle from the space, and headed back. Today, this was her only option. She had been following him for 3 days and had roughly figured out the area. Over the past 3 days, Qin Yuqing fully realized how clever Zheng Kaixing was. She only had one thought. This person is not simple. He is probably not a good person either. Since she asked if he was selling rat poison, he changed his behavior the next day, going out to fix things instead. If she didn't have her special space, she might have discovered his plans several times. On a day off, Qin Yuqing woke up early and deliberately avoided Zheng Kaixing, going to the alley where he lived. Every time Zheng Kaixing left or returned, there were dogs barking. Qin Yuqing carried a basket and walked inside, where 6 families lived. Sometimes she could hear voices from the yards. After a few visits, she found that only one household kept a dog and had their door locked. Qin Yuqing tiptoed to peek at the quiet yard. The dog was barking loudly. She made a bold decision. She took a piece of cooked pork from her space, applied medicine to it, and threw it near the dog. Nowadays, people can't afford meat, so she didn't believe the dog would refuse. She looked for another spot to hide and waited for a while. Some villagers curiously glanced her way, but outsiders rarely came. Whenever she encountered this situation, Qin Yuqing would lower her head and pretend to be tired, taking a short break before leaving. Carrying her basket, she returned home without hearing the dog bark. She took out her lockpicking tools, sweating nervously. Usually, she practiced in her space. Since deciding to seek revenge, Qin Yuqing had practiced everything she could. She opened the door and wiped the sweat from her forehead. The dog was sleeping soundly on the ground. Qin Yuqing first looked around the yard, which had some drying herbs. Nothing unusual was found, so she hurried inside. She stopped at the doorway. There was fine dust on the threshold, deliberately sprinkled there. Qin Yuqing believed this person must have a big secret. The door was also locked. Based on her previous experience, she opened it quickly this time. She gently pushed the door open, careful not to make noise. As soon as she entered, she smelled a strong medicinal scent. There were some ground herbs on the table. Qin Yuqing started searching quickly. She found a few sheets of paper with prescriptions on them. Under the bed, she discovered a box. She looked inside and saw a knife, some books, and money, quite a lot. She roughly estimated the amount to be around 500 or 600. She put the books away and didn't touch anything else, wanting to leave some evidence for the police. She then went to another room, which only had a cabinet and a table, with nothing else inside. Qin Yuqing, having previous experience searching a Hua's house, felt that placing the table against the wall seemed suspicious. She knocked gently and discovered a hidden room. Inside, she saw at a glance that the person was extremely wicked. There were boxes of gold bars, stacks of cash, and valuable jade objects. What she found most unbearable were the piles of old, tattered clothes in the corner, many stained with blood. Among them were some jewelry and decorations, mostly belonging to women. These were likely items stolen from victims, collected as trophies. Next to the wall, there was a row of holes with over 10 porcelain bottles, each labeled with its purpose. Qin Yuqing focused on one bottle with 2 characters written on it, mind and spirit. She picked it up and shook it, then poured out its contents, leaving only 2 pellets inside. Apart from the sleeping drug and the medicine that almost damaged her voice, Qin Yuqing took everything else, leaving a little for the police. Finally, she found 2 old medical books under a small shelf. She opened them and saw many prescriptions. She happily threw them into her space. Qin Yuqing quickly climbed out, knowing this place had to be reported. Before leaving, she didn't forget to pry open the dog's mouth and pour half a glass of spiritual spring water inside. She was relieved that in the countryside, people were busy working and didn't notice her. She rode away on her bicycle, leaving the village in a rush, stopping briefly on the road. She took out paper and a pen, drew and wrote, trying to change her handwriting. When she left, she took a blood-stained piece of clothing, wrapped a stone inside, and placed the note inside. She wrapped her head with a scarf, blackened her face, wore a mask, and put on a man's coat. Then she rode her bicycle toward the police station. Coincidentally, Zhou Wang and 2 companions came out. Qin Yuqing threw the bundle directly into Zhou Eng's arms. Inside was a stone. Zhou Wang was hit and slightly hurt, but he snorted dismissively. The 2 people nearby shouted, "Stop!" They immediately chased after her. Attacking police officers in broad daylight was too bold. Qin Yuqing desperately pedaled her bike, sped into an alley, and quickly slipped into her space. Zhou Wang rubbed his chest, opened the bag, and immediately knew something was wrong after just a quick look. He quickly called someone and put on gloves to check. When he saw the writing on it, he realized it was deliberately hidden by someone, but the message was very important. Whether true or false, they had to go there. Qin Yuqing was busy in the space, unable to straighten her back. The little chick was growing and eating more each day. The first batch of vegetables they planted was ready to be harvested, so Qin Yuqing hurried to gather them. Cucumbers and loofahs also needed to be trellised. After finishing, she left the space. Outside, it was completely dark. Qin Yuqing didn't dare to look at the police station and walked along the alley. There was a reason no one used this alley. 2 houses in the middle had expanded their property, blocking the road, making it impossible for even a slightly larger person to pass. Qin Yuqing squeezed through the narrow alley and finally found a quiet spot to take out her bicycle and go home. When she arrived, the door was still locked tight, showing Qin Yuqing hadn't returned yet. Counting the days, he should be back soon. After washing up, she eagerly started studying the book she found. Qin Yuqing didn't know that Zhou Wang led a team to arrest Zheng Kaixing, and there was enough evidence inside to sentence him to death. She found the medicinal formula she had been longing for, but she didn't know if it had the same effect as the one she found. Not all the formulas were harmful. Many were good, including those for women's health and common remedies for children. This person wasn't necessarily evil. Perhaps they were a doctor who saved lives. But they chose to do evil. The medical books she obtained were very useful to Qin Yuqing. She confirmed which herbs she still needed, made a list, and planned to buy some tomorrow to start refining and making medicines. In recent days, Qin Yuqing was busy and didn't pay attention to Qin Shuyao. Little did she know, Qin Shuyao had also done something big. She found someone to beat up Gao Tingting and Gao Xianghua's mother, stealing all their money. Qin Shuyao looked at the over 30 yuan she had taken, her chest rising and falling with anger. Only 30 yuan, less than what she had taken from her. This family was so poor. Gao Xianghua was constantly crying in the hospital, making it hard to sleep, as he kept hitting his injuries no matter how he tried. Qin Yuqing took care of him from all angles, except for his face. Gao Xianghua originally had his mother to care for him, but unexpectedly, both her and his sister had also been beaten. Even a family that is slow to understand knows when they have offended someone. Knowing doesn't help much. No one cares about anyone else. Gao Xianghua was lying on the hospital bed, crying loudly. At first, he still had the strength to curse, but eventually, he was so hungry he could only breathe. When Qin Shuyao was called over, Gao Xianghua looked disheveled, with dry lips and a beard, tears streaming down his face. "Oh my, what happened to you?" Qin Shuyao asked exaggeratedly, feeling disgusted and not wanting to get too close because he smelled bad. "Yao hungry. I'll go get you some water." Qin Shuyao rolled her eyes. She was hungry too. That person told her to go to the arts troupe to find him. She came right after work. Family members, wait. This is the unpaid bill. If you don't pay, you'll be asked to leave. Qin Shuyao looked at the medical bill and immediately became worried. She knew that calling her here usually meant trouble. She asked suspiciously, "Didn't you pay first before treatment last time? Why is it different now?" Last time she came, they clearly forced her to pay before giving Gao Xianghua medicine. The young nurse looked at Qin Shuyao and said, "Isn't it because your man looked so pitiful?" Without medication, Gao Xianghua kept groaning, disturbing the others in the ward. Seeing his plight, people felt sorry for him and pleaded on his behalf. Qin Shuyao's face changed instantly. Seeing Gao Xianghua like that, she felt especially disgusted. Before she even got started, her reputation was already being damaged. "What are you talking about? I'm still single. Last time, it was her mother who asked me to come." The young nurse was stunned. The man's mother kept calling her daughter-in-law and asking for money. Turns out, she was tricked. She hadn't even married into their family. "Just pay the bill. I'll go to her house and call someone." Qin Shuyao slipped away quickly. She couldn't spend the money. Recently, she had started to waver about Gao Xianghua. Actually, she could wait until things got better to be with Gao Xianghua, instead of supporting the Gao family now. Now Qin Yuqing had already registered her marriage. If it weren't for the performers group telling her, she wouldn't have known. Getting married was good, but Qin Yuqing wouldn't have a good life afterward. Thinking of this, Qin Shuyao felt the air around her become more pleasant. Gao Xianghua hadn't finished speaking when Qin Shuyao disappeared. What about his food? Water? That despicable person. An unforgivable villain. Qin Shuyao didn't care how Gao Xianghua felt. She went to the Gao family to deliver a message and clarify things. As she approached the Gao family, she overheard people talking about their affairs. "Why is our family so unlucky? Old Gao is the only healthy person at home, and he still doesn't come back." Qin Shuyao was suddenly awakened, realizing that the old man was still hiding outside. They have money, but don't spend it on their son. Why should she give them any? Since she was there, she went to the Gao family's door, but didn't go inside. She called out, "Auntie, Gao Xianghua's medical bills haven't been paid. The hospital might kick him out." After shouting, she didn't care if anyone inside heard her and turned to leave. Gao Xianghua's mother, lying inside, heard her and called out, "Yao Yao, don't go." Hearing the voice, Qin Shuyao ran even faster. The people standing around, chatting, all looked at her. "Miss, what's your relationship with her family?" "No relationship, just a kind passerby." Qin Xiao ran quickly. Her family was lazy, greedy, and always scheming. She didn't have much money left and had to save it. She needed to think of ways to earn money. Meanwhile, Qin Yuqing was busy too. She bought herbs and started making medicine. To avoid being noticed, she bought the ingredients separately. She realized that simplifying things didn't work well and understood why the family selling rat poison only had 2 pills left. She was so focused on the medicine that she forgot about Qin Yuqing's return time. It wasn't until Zhou Ong came to visit that Qin Yuqing sensed something was wrong. Could something have happened? This time, Zhou Ong asked to come into the yard. Qin Yuqing quickly moved aside to let him in. "There was a small incident, but it's nothing serious. He asked me to tell you he might be back a few days late." "What happened? Is anyone hurt?" Zhou Ong cleared his throat. "Probably not hurt." He didn't say. Qin Yuqing knew it wasn't good news. Would he delay coming back? "Where is he?" Zhou Ong explained. "I don't know exactly. He just made a call and asked me to pass on a message." "Where's the call?" Qin Yuqing felt anxious. She should have asked Zhou Ong for more details earlier. "It's no longer reachable." Qin Yuqing suddenly stood up. She wanted to go to the military district to find out what was going on and why the mission was taking so long. Zhou Ong was worried she might act impulsively. "I've already asked someone to find out." Qin Yuqing had her own ideas. The task time had already passed, and since she was a family member, it was okay for her to ask questions without anyone saying anything. Zhou Ong wondered how long it would take to find out about Commander Song. It might be better for her to go directly. Seeing that Qin Yuqing had made up her mind, Zhou Ong said, "All right, I'll take you there." Qin Yuqing shook her head. "No, I must go alone." Zhou Ong thought for a moment and then said, "Okay, if you need anything, contact me." Qin Yuqing had her own plan. If Zhou Ong went with her, it would be a different situation. As a family member, she was worried and just wanted to ask, but others wouldn't be able to tell her much. Qin Yuqing rode her bike and arrived at the military area when it was already dark. "Comrade, may I ask if Commissar Song has left?" She waited outside for a long time before being allowed in. Qin Yuqing steadied her mind and tried to look as normal as possible. She knocked on the door. Song Jianghua cleared his throat. "Come in. Sorry to bother you so late, Commissar Song. Qin Yuqing hasn't come home yet. I want to ask if something has happened." Qin Yuqing didn't want to waste time. It had already been 4 days since Qin Yuqing's last message. She knew Qin Yuqing well enough to guess that he might have told her more than he should, to prevent her from worrying. Song Jianghua didn't know how to answer. He hadn't expected things to develop this way. Because it was a secret mission, he couldn't tell Qin Yuqing the details. They had lost contact. Life or death was uncertain. Another team had been sent to help with the search. There was no news yet, and he didn't dare speak carelessly. He could only hope for a miracle. Well, due to some special reasons, there was a delay. "It's nothing serious. They should be back in 3 or 5 days." He believed the search team would find out something within that time, and it wouldn't be late to inform her then. "Really? Comrade Xiao Qin, you must trust the organization." Qin Yuqing knew she couldn't get much information from Song Jianghua. After a few simple words, she left. Far outside the military area, she saw Zhou Ong in a car. Zhou Ong rolled down the window. "You walk ahead, I'll light the way for you." Qin Yuqing didn't say much. The road here was indeed a bit difficult to travel. When they reached the neighborhood, Qin Yuqing pulled over to the side, and Zhou Ong also got out of the car. "I couldn't find out anything. Commissar Song only said there was a delay. They should have news in 3 or 5 days. Recently, Zhou Ong received news that the military district sent out another small team in a hurry. He thought it was probably related to Qin Yuqing. He didn't dare tell Qin Yuqing because he was worried she might worry unnecessarily. "Since you say that, just relax. When we carry out missions, sometimes we lose contact with signals. You don't trust others easily, but you trust Qin Yuqing, right? He's very skilled in the military district, so there should be no problem." Qin Yuqing nodded reluctantly. "If there's any news, tell me. I'm going back now." Qin Yuqing didn't feel at ease. In her previous life, Qin Yuqing had never been here, So none of this had happened. Because she had changed, she worried about what might go wrong, but she could only do what she was able to. She thought for a long time and then knocked on Xiaorenji's door in the middle of the night. The old lady opened the door and was surprised to see Qin Yuqing. "Girl, is something wrong? I want to see the teacher. He's in the house. Come in quickly." As she closed the door, the old lady looked outside to make sure no one was following. She thought to herself, this girl is too bold. The night road isn't safe. Xiaorenji heard the noise and came out. Running over in the middle of the night means something's wrong. "Yes, teacher. I got some bad medicine and want to ask you about it." She was studying it herself, hoping to succeed, but she didn't have much time. "What medicine?" Qin Yuqing briefly explained about the medicine that almost damaged her voice, and then she talked about the confusing drug, making up many false stories inside. Xiaorenji's face turned pale after hearing this. His lips trembled as he said, "You mean someone has caught them?" "Yes, I heard they might be executed." Qin Yuqing had just checked with Zhou and learned that the person selling rat poison had indeed been caught. It was said to be a fugitive from more than 10 cases. "Do you know what he looks like?" Qin Yuqing saw that Xiaorenji looked a bit off. "I've only seen him once at the police station. I can only give a rough idea." After hearing the description, Xiaorenji sighed deeply. His energy seemed to drain away. "What a sin! Teacher, can you teach me about that kind of drug, the one that makes people lose their senses? Is there any way to quickly ease it?" He was asking about drugs that control the mind and spirit, which Xiaorenji definitely wouldn't reveal. But asking in a different way might get a different answer. Xiaorenji sighed heavily and began to speak slowly. "It depends on whether the medicine is a pill, powder, or a refined liquid. Does the effectiveness differ?" Qin Yuqing didn't expect that a single prescription could produce different effects. She took out her small notebook to start recording, hoping to find the reason for her failed medicine. The old man and the young man talked for about 3 hours. "Thank you, teacher. I will go home and prepare the medicine, then visit my colleague." "Girl, are you sure you're okay?" "I didn't drink it. When I saw the powder, I kept a cautious eye." "That's good. Girl, don't go back tonight." It was indeed too late, so Qin Yuqing agreed and stayed to chat. "Teacher, do you know the person who sells medicine?" Xiaorenji nodded. "His name is Zheng Kaixing. He's my second apprentice. His family is very poor, but he's smart. Unfortunately, he's not honest." At that time, Zheng Kaixing didn't have a proper name. People called him Dog Leftover. A child once knelt in front of his pharmacy, begging him to take him in. Moved by compassion, Xiaorenji later found him to be quick and eager to learn. He started as a helper, couldn't tell herbs apart at first, but eventually became skilled at precise medicine preparation. Xiaorenji took him in because of his talent. But when Zheng Kaixing went down the wrong path, it was already too late. He relied on addictive drugs and shady medicines to make a lot of money. Xiaorenji would never forget the day Zheng Kaixing was forced to kneel before him, smirking and saying, "It's just about making money. Selling medicine, not killing anyone. Honest work can earn some money, right?" He knew then that Zheng Kaixing was no good. Before he could report him to the authorities, Zheng Kaixing used sleeping powder at midnight to knock out the guards, stole all the money from the pharmacy, and disappeared without a trace. After that, Xiaorenji closed his pharmacy and moved away. He never expected to hear about him again, and it was under such circumstances that he almost caused Qin Yuqing to lose her voice. Qin Yuqing was surprised by this past event and softly comforted him. "Teacher, I checked. Zheng Kaixing said he learned on his own and didn't mention you." Curious, Qin Yuqing asked Zhouang. Zhouang said Zheng Kaixing only mentioned that he worked at a pharmacy for a few days when he was young, then became interested in learning on his own. He had long forgotten the pharmacy's name. Zhouang and others also believed Zheng Kaixing had some talent. Xiaorenji waved his hand. "You can go rest now." "I'll stay here for a while," Qin Yuqing responded with a sigh, knowing some feelings needed time to settle, and others couldn't be helped. Qin Yuqing had her own tasks to do. The medicine she needed would soon be ready. She felt more anxious after hearing that Qin Yuqing had gone missing. Time was running out, and she had to find out something from Qin Shuyao. "Teacher, I'm leaving." Qin Yuqing said goodbye to the old man. Grandma Xiao looked tired and unwell. She thought she shouldn't have said anything earlier and decided to send some spiritual spring water later. The two elders could have lived peacefully, but she had disturbed them. She felt a little guilty. On her way to the art troupe, Qin Yuqing ate a quick snack. Before reaching the gate, she saw Qin Shuyao walking on the street. Qin Yuqing got out of her car, pushed her bicycle, and started a casual chat. "Nobody's here to pick you up today? What about your little boyfriend?" Gao Xianghua managed to stand up. She was planning to go and give him a good beating tonight. Qin Shuyao didn't even turn her head, knowing it was Qin Yuqing. She ignored her and kept walking forward. Qin Yuqing was surprised that she had become smarter. "Qin Shuyao, are you fighting again?" Qin Shuyao was annoyed. She was thinking about moving somewhere else because yesterday Gao Tingting, that shameless girl, dared to come to her door and ask her to take care of Gao Xianghua. She had beaten him lightly, but he still got up. "None of your business," she snapped. "That's a big deal now. We've been dating for a month and even got the marriage license." "You probably got dumped," Qin Yuqing said proudly. Qin Shuyao couldn't help but speak. "You think you have many days left of happiness. I'm waiting to see you cry," Qin Yuqing said. She thought Qin Shuyao knew a lot. "I think you're just jealous of me. Your parents planned all this for so long, but in the end it was all for nothing. Shut up. Do you think Shin's family?" Qin Shuyao immediately shut her mouth. She couldn't say, "Getting married isn't a big deal. It's just like becoming an old woman 2 years earlier." Afraid she might say too much, she quickly ran into the art troupe. She had no money, so she decided to take a few days off. While those people hadn't yet discovered Shen's hidden wealth, she planned to get some spending money first. A few gold bars would be enough for her to spend for a long time. Once she had them, she would write a report. How had she forgotten about this? She was going to ask for leave and get rich. Qin Yuqing just waited to cry. "Mrs. Guan? Impossible. Just wait to go to the countryside and live in a leaky shed. All the wealth and status belonged to her." Qin Yuqing thought it was really hard to fool her. Living longer, her mind is just a bit sharper. Since there was no news from Qin Yuqing focused all her energy on making medicine, with Xiaorenji's explanation. This time, Qin Yuqing only tried twice and managed to make a pill exactly like the one she stole. The best effect comes from the extracted liquid, but it takes a long time, about 4 or 5 days, to produce a small bottle. She didn't have enough herbs. Qin Yuqing couldn't wait. She looked at the time, clenched her teeth, and went out in the middle of the night. She quietly went to Qin Shuyao's place. Surprisingly, the light was still on inside. There was no one in the corridor. Qin Yuqing went straight to Qin Shuyao's door, faintly hearing her humming a tune. Qin Yuqing remembered the powder she stole. Knowing Zheng Kaixing's skills, she hesitated no longer. She found a bamboo tube outside and slipped it through the door. The smoke slowly spread inside. Qin Yuqing felt it was enough, then turned off the power. Annoying, so irritating. The circuit breaker keeps tripping. Qin Shuyao came out, shook her head, feeling a bit dizzy. It was probably too late and she was a little sleepy. She went out, turned off the power, packed her things, and went to sleep. Qin Yuqing was wrapped up tightly, only her eyes showing. She silently checked the time. If Qin Shuyao didn't open the door, she would find another way to break in. There was a rustling sound at the door. Surprisingly, Qin Shuyao was still conscious. The door was pulled open, and she muttered, "Why am I suddenly so sleepy?" Qin Yuqing covered Qin Shuyao from behind, dragged her inside, closed the door, and led her into the space. Qin Shuyao felt like someone had stuffed something into her mouth and struggled desperately. Qin Yuqing had prepared everything in advance. She put a piece of clothing over her head, and the sleeping powder made Qin Shuyao too weak to resist much. Qin Yuqing carried her into the makeshift quarantine room, sitting behind her and taking a small bottle. She touched Qin Shuyao's nose, placed the bottle under it, and then pulled it back once she felt it was enough. After the medicine's effect wore off, Qin Shuyao's strength returned significantly.
Who are you?
I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request. The Shun family's property will soon be discovered. Not only does Qin Yuqing's mother's notebook contain clues, but others are also helping to spread the information. Qin Yuqing is unsure if people already know about the report, so she quickly makes Qin Shuyao faint. After bringing her out of the space and giving her medicine, Qin Shuyao will sleep for 2 days. She erases all traces of her presence and makes sure to turn off the power switch. When Qin Yuqing returns home, she begins packing her things. She plans to go to Beijing. She leaves a note on the table so that Qin Yuqing won't be left clueless when he comes back. The fastest way for Qin Yuqing to get to Beijing is by train. But she hasn't bought a ticket, and her only contact is Zhou. Early in the morning, she goes to find Zhou. She doesn't care about the art troupe anymore. Zhou, because of Qin Yuqing's situation, also gets up early. "Girl, you came so early. Do you have some news?" "No, I just need to go to Beijing." "Can you help me get a ticket? Or suggest another way?" "I want to leave today." Zhou asks, "Something happened?" Qin Yuqing naturally doesn't say, "I just want to see for myself." "I'm a bit worried." Zhou wants to advise her not to go now, but seeing her determined, he knows she might find another way if he refuses. "Wait a moment, I'll call and ask." Qin Yuqing nods and waits outside anxiously for news. Zhou quickly responds, "Girl, there's a train at 9 o'clock. Only standing tickets left, no sleeper. It's okay, let me take you there." Qin Yuqing checks the time. "All right, that works." She throws her bicycle at the police station, thinking it's safer here than elsewhere. "If it's convenient, can you ask the art troupe to give me leave?" Zhou agrees immediately. With her urgency, there must be something important. Not saying anything would be inconvenient. Qin Yuqing gets her ticket and boards the train. It's her first time taking a train since her rebirth. Besides the crowding, she finds it hard to breathe. Next to her is a plump woman holding a child. Opposite are a big man and a thin stick figure, both carrying large bags. They look like laborers, but they seem kind. Qin Yuqing stays alert. She is squeezed inside, taking deep breaths. She doesn't want trouble and just hopes to arrive early. The train seems to be working against her, making loud noises, click, 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 so slow. Qin Yuqing didn't bring much stuff, just a change of clothes and a few baked cakes as a disguise. She thought a quick nap might help, so she hugged her bundle and closed her eyes to sleep. Suddenly, she felt someone pulling on her bundle. Qin Yuqing grabbed it tightly. When she pulled back, she saw a chubby woman holding a little boy who was tightly pulling on the other end of her bundle. "Ma'am, please watch your child." "Sorry, he's just being playful." "Don't mind him, miss." Qin Yuqing quickly pulled her bundle away. The little boy looked about 7 or 8 years old. She was annoyed and didn't want to deal with the child right now. As soon as she pulled her bundle back, the boy started crying loudly. The train carriage was already crowded, and with the crying, many people looked over. Qin Yuqing closed her eyes again, wanting to rest. Let him cry if he wants. The chubby woman poked Qin Yuqing with her hand, making her instantly cold. "What do you want?" The woman quickly withdrew her hand, looking a bit guilty. She thought a young girl like her would be easy to talk to. She believed her son knew best and probably smelled food inside the bundle. Qin Yuqing kept thinking about what Qin Shuyao had said. The gold bricks were originally hidden because the house had been abandoned and not maintained. Some neighbors had taken advantage of this. Gold bricks were expensive, so someone pried them out to build a stove. That's how the gold bricks were exposed, coinciding with a drawing in Qin Yuqing's mother's notebook. Her grandfather had carefully hidden his wealth, and now it had been found. She didn't know if someone had already gone to pry the bricks. According to Qin Shuyao, it might happen in the next few days. Qin Yuqing seemed to be sleeping, but she was actually wide awake, thinking about what to do if she encountered trouble. How should she handle it? If she managed to get this wealth, the Qin family might not face as serious a situation as in her past life. When she was hungry, she opened her bundle and took out a cake. Inside, there was pickled vegetables rolled up, and she peeled a boiled egg, crushing it and wrapping it inside. Before she could roll it up, the little boy's dirty hand reached out and took a piece of the egg white. Qin Yuqing couldn't bear it anymore and slapped the boy's hand. "Wow, you hit him." Qin Yuqing first ate to fill her stomach. She knew life was hard in this era, but that wasn't a reason to give up. There were many children on this train. Why are you so unreasonable? What's wrong with a kid eating a little? Qin Yuqing ignored him. The more she talked to such a person, the more arrogant she became. The little boy didn't care if it was dirty. He picked up a broken egg white from the ground and put it in his mouth. Son, you can't eat that. Big sister, look, the kid is hungry. No, I don't have enough to eat myself. If you want to eat, I'll sell you this for 5 cents. The chubby woman stopped talking. Who would buy a broken egg for 5 cents? Such a cruel girl. Qin Yuqing glanced coldly at the two people opposite her. Don't think she didn't notice they wanted to help. Qin Yuqing pretended to be indifferent and sleepy, swaying for almost 2 days before reaching her destination. As soon as she got off the car, she looked for a vehicle to pull her, gave a rough idea of her destination. Miss, you're going pretty far. That'll be $2. That price wasn't low, but Qin Yuqing didn't care about money right now. Okay, hurry up. Big brother, do you know that area? I do, but miss, what are you going there for? It's a quiet place, not safe for a girl alone. Really? I'm going to visit relatives. My aunt lives there. I've already written a letter. On the way, Qin Yuqing acted curious, asking many questions to get familiar with the environment. Miss, I can only take you this far. If you follow this road up, there's a sign that shows you the way. Qin Yuqing paid and carried her bag forward. Miss, walk faster. It's not safe after dark. Thank you, big brother. I understand. Darkness is actually good. It makes things easier. There weren't many people on the road, only a few scattered houses. In 20 or 30 years, this place will be crowded. Things change quickly. If Qin Yuqing's grandfather's land hadn't been taken away, this land alone could make him a millionaire. It was her first time here, so she could only find a house based on descriptions. As she walked, she saw a middle-aged man pushing a tricycle with a woman supporting him. The tricycle was covered with stones. They looked sneaky, making Qin Yuqing's heart skip a beat. Could it be just a coincidence? Boss, hurry up and go. Don't let anyone see us. Huazi is still over there tearing down the house. Tearing down someone's home isn't a good thing. They wouldn't dare come during the day. The woman felt uneasy inside. The man pushed the cart, sweat pouring down his face. Hold the basket steady. This rope isn't strong enough. I should have taken 2 ropes, but I only grabbed a broken one. The couple was whispering and complaining quietly. There's a saying, it's better to be cautious than to regret. Qin Yuqing turned to the side, put on a mask, and took some sleeping powder. She walked straight toward the couple. With a flick of her hand, she sprayed the powder toward their faces. Hey, watch your step, master. Qin Yuqing pulled the woman aside. She was checking the situation, not trying to cause serious harm. If that basket of bricks fell, someone would get hurt. The two fell to the ground. Without checking, they revealed gold bars among the broken bricks. Qin Yuqing regretted it. She wished she hadn't acted so quickly. She should have followed them to their home. How much had she dug up? Qin Yuqing stood still, thinking. She collected all the gold bars and headed toward the house, which was the main target. Following the way they came should be safe. She glanced at the couple. No one else was around. She temporarily stored the people in her space. With her experience, she kept her mask on and moved faster. The area became more deserted. She heard faint sounds and saw a dim light. She stared at the lonely house. Behind it, there were some fruit trees. Based on Qin Yuqing's description, this was probably the place.
No mistake.
She took a deep breath and slowed her steps to approach. She could hear people talking inside. Huazi, you're the one with ideas. We saved a lot of money this way. I've been watching this house for a long time. No one comes here often, but the quality is good. I think these tiles are just enough for both our families. Your family can build a stove, and I'll build a pig pen. We can also fix the wall. Qin Yuqing held her breath, slowly moving along the weathered wall. Her footsteps crushed some dry branches, making soft cracking sounds. Who's there? A cautious male voice called from inside. Qin Yuqing decided not to hide anymore. She knew there were only 2 people inside, and had a plan. She kicked open the slightly ajar courtyard door.
Stop.
Who gave you permission to damage my yard? While they were stunned, Qin Yuqing released the sleeping powder. She entered her space. The two men were startled by her sudden appearance and disappearance, standing frozen in place. After taking only a few steps, she suddenly collapsed. When Qin Yuqing re-entered the space, she accidentally stepped on someone's thigh. Qin Yuqing took 2 steps back, looked at the yard, and saw half of the paving stones had been lifted. She remembered the stone bricks she had previously stored in her space. She looked again and saw that the yard was almost covered with stone bricks. "Grandpa, you really made me work hard. This is truly a golden path under her feet." To prevent anyone from waking up, Qin Yuqing carefully used some sleeping powder on the person, confident they would sleep for 2 days. The paving stones were a small project. According to Qin Shuyao, the big project was in the wasteland at the back of the yard. Qin Yuqing shined her flashlight at the dry well and saw a pool of stagnant water inside, filled with leaves and various debris. She took a quick look and guessed the water had started to smell. Taking a deep breath, she thought, who would have guessed that the secret underground room door was inside this dry well? She threw a stone in to test the depth. The water was deep enough to drown someone. Since the secret room had an entrance, there must be an exit. Surprisingly, another exit was in the bathroom. Either way, neither place was safe. Qin Yuqing hesitated for a moment and went to the bathroom, which was a dry toilet at the corner of the backyard. It hadn't been used for years, so it wasn't too dirty, but now there were 2 fresh piles of something on top. Without guessing, she knew it was left by the thieves who stole bricks. For the treasure below, Qin Yuqing was determined. She took out her iron shovel and started working. She dug nearly a meter deep before hitting an iron plate. In the open field, under the dark night, it really felt like a scene from a thief story. Qin Yuqing was a little scared inside. She muttered, "Grandpa, I am your granddaughter-in-law.
Please bless me."
I'm doing this to save you." She was worried someone might find out. She had been outside for a long time, and if anyone from her family found out, they would be worried. That's why Qin Yuqing didn't dare leave the person on the road. If she sent them to the police, it would be like delivering them directly to the authorities. Finally, she dug out the entrance and wiped the sweat from her forehead. "Grandpa, you are really skilled." Qin Yuqing threw a burning piece of paper inside to check if there was air. When she confirmed it was safe, she held her flashlight and went down. After walking about 10 meters, she saw a wooden door. She didn't dare open it immediately, fearing there might be a trap. She used a stick to push the door open and took a quick look inside. It was filled with boxes. When Qin Yuqing entered, she saw a large space filled with countless boxes, silent and still. "When did you start preparing for this? With this size, it will probably take 3 or 4 years to finish." Seeing these things, Qin Yuqing finally felt it was normal. "Grandpa, I accept it. I will make sure your daughter and my mother stays safe through this disaster." The boxes were all locked. Qin Yuqing took out an axe and broke open one lock. Inside, she saw only gold. Once she confirmed it was real gold, she didn't care about the keys and quickly took everything. After collecting the items, she looked at the bare ground. Qin Yuqing bent down and started breaking the tiles. Inside, she found ordinary tiles, so she relaxed. If they had been gold bricks, she would have had to dig for a long time. Qin Yuqing looked around for a while, making sure there was nothing underground. Then she followed the ventilation opening to a stone wall. She saw water seeping in. This side was probably a dry well. After hesitating, Qin Yuqing decided to check it out. Based on her experience, she felt there was something inside that dry well. It was dirty, but no one minded dirty money. She found a mechanism and opened the stone wall. Suddenly, a lot of dirty water rushed in. Once it reached a certain level, the water stopped flowing. Qin Yuqing used a stick to poke at the water. After a few hits, the stick hit something hard. Sure enough, there was something. Qin Yuqing realized it was still water, so it was easier to handle. Using tools from her space, she moved some of the stagnant water away, revealing an iron box. She stored it in her space and diverted the remaining water back into the dry well. Then she closed the stone wall and returned the way she came. Her pants and shoes were wet, but she didn't bother changing. She needed to block the entrance. Fortunately, destroying it was easier than digging. Qin Yuqing tamped the dirt down, poured some water over it. Then she used some chicken and duck manure from her space to cover the area, along with some fallen leaves and dry branches. She thought she could hide it for a while. Since the space was empty underneath, even if someone searched, they would only find a secret room. The only remaining thing was the stone bricks in the yard, which Qin Yuqing collected all. The once neat yard suddenly looked ugly. Ugly, but better than risking my life, she thought. To be safe, Qin Yuqing dismantled some wall bricks and felt more at ease once everything looked normal. Otherwise, she might have started tearing down the walls, and if she kept going, the whole house could be ruined. Qin Yuqing glanced at the two people still sleeping, then finally went inside. The first thing she saw was a red brick wall. Though it was a partition with a few vases on top, it still looked striking and out of place. Qin Yuqing gently tapped the red brick with a shovel. It was a thin layer, and inside it was all gold. The vase was bought casually and wasn't valuable. The real treasure was the wall. Qin Yuqing searched the house again. She noticed that Qin Yuqing's grandfather liked to put things in obvious places and often covered them with simple shells. Inside the house, there was a statue of Guangong. At first glance, it looked like a rough ceramic, but inside it was filled with gold. All of this was thanks to Qin Shuyao's reminder. The rest is to recover the stolen gold bricks. Qin Yuqing first entered her space, changed into clean pants and shoes. She took one of the men to the side. It was almost dawn, and there wasn't much time. She injected a silver needle and took out a stimulant. The man opened his eyes to see a masked face. "Tell me, who sent you to steal the bricks? How many did you steal? And where is your home?" Wang Jianhua was not afraid at first, but when he realized he couldn't use his strength, he panicked. Qin Yuqing threatened him and got the address. She then made him faint again. Qin Yuqing knew the address wouldn't help much because she was unfamiliar with the area. She looked back at the house and made a difficult decision to destroy it. She had no experience building houses, but she knew how to destroy things. She pushed down the outer wall near the bathroom with little effort, as it was old and dilapidated. As for the house, Qin Yuqing stood there, looking at it again and again.
I'm sorry, Grandma.
This is also for you. Grandpa, you should understand. If there's a chance in the future, I will build a better house. Qin Yuqing took a small bucket of gasoline from her space. She had bought it at a high price, originally to keep for protection. She had never been willing to use it, but now it was useful. She confirmed that the furniture inside was just ordinary old furniture. She lit a fire. Watching the flames burn, she thought that only this way could destroy the evidence. Even if someone investigated, it would take effort. She took the unconscious person and left with the others. They found a quiet place and left the four of them there. By morning, someone would see them. Following Wang Jianhua's rough directions, Qin Yuqing finally found two neighboring houses. Using the faint light, she looked into the yard and saw a pile of bricks. She then turned and went to the other house. This house doesn't have bricks, but there are signs of construction. It seems like half a bag of cement is on the ground. After walking around the wall, she saw the hole that had been filled. Qin Yuqing turned and went to another house, first collecting the bricks in the yard to make sure none were missing. "Mom, did you and Dad come back?" Inside, a little girl's voice was heard. Qin Yuqing turned and quickly walked to the place where the hole was filled, pressing her hand down hard. There was a big hole in the wall. The noise woke everyone inside, and the lights turned on. "Who's there? How dare you damage my wall?" "I just fixed it." Qin Yuqing ran quickly. She knew she had done something wrong, but they were the ones who started it. She was just trying to stay alive. Everyone was having a hard time, so no one should blame anyone. Qin Yuqing didn't know how long she ran. She was sure no one was chasing her anymore, and she didn't know where she had ended up. She sat on the road, took off her mask, and rested. She could go back now that this matter was done, but she couldn't do anything else to help. Qin Yuqing waited until morning. When she saw people, she asked about her location and bought a train ticket. She didn't dare to stay anywhere for long because the trouble she caused was quite loud. Smart people would suspect her if they looked into it. She didn't want to take the train, but she had no other options. She thought about taking a freight truck, but she wasn't sure if it was reliable. Qin Yuqing managed to buy a sleeper ticket. The inside of the sleeper was still not very clean, but at least there were fewer people. She took out her bed sheet and spread it out. The past 3 days had been exhausting and stressful. She didn't mind the poor conditions and just lay down to sleep. When she opened her eyes again, it was bright outside. Qin Yuqing turned over. The lady on the lower bunk saw her wake up and said enviously, "Girl, you sleep so well." Qin Yuqing thought to herself. She didn't know what she had been through before, but she smiled and said, "My mom also says I'm carefree. I eat and sleep all day." It was just her identity, all based on her words. Qin Yuqing took out a scallion pancake from her bag and started to eat to regain her strength. "Ma'am, I have another pancake here. Would you like to have a little?" Qin Yuqing noticed the lady didn't look well, leaning weakly against the train wall. "No, I can't eat anymore. Girl, talk to me for a while." "All right." They chatted casually. Qin Yuqing ate her pancake and understood what the lady was planning. It was convenient, but they wouldn't get off at the same stop. There was a ticket check during that time. Qin Yuqing asked about the time, and she estimated she would arrive at the station in about 4 hours. When Qin Yuqing went to get water, she saw that the older woman's face was very pale. She didn't want to interfere, but she couldn't bear to see the woman have an accident on the way, especially since she was crossing half the country to see her son. Her son was also in the military, so Qin Yuqing thought it might bring some good luck for Qin Yuqing. "Ma'am, lie down, and I will massage you to help you feel better." Qin Yuqing didn't mention her medical skills, but she could tell what was wrong by feeling the woman's pulse. Thinking of the techniques her teacher Xiao had taught her, she gently pressed on some acupuncture points. After half an hour, the woman's face looked a little better. "Thank you, young lady. Ma'am, I will get some water for you and bring back a little." While getting water, Qin Yuqing also added a bit of spiritual spring water. "Ma'am, remember to bring medicine next time you go out. I forgot in a rush." Who knew I would feel unwell as soon as I got in the car? Being at home for a few days without eating was fine, but going out made her seem delicate. "Drink this water slowly, ma'am. When you feel uncomfortable, just take a sip. I will get off the train soon. If you feel unwell, remember to call the conductor." Qin Yuqing finished speaking and didn't wait for her response. She picked up her bag and left, having done all she could. She arrived early at the train door, having been busy for 5 days. She didn't know if Qin Yuqing had returned home. As soon as she got off the train, she couldn't wait to go out. She then took a car to the police station. When she went to pick up her car, Zhou wasn't there. Qin Yuqing rode back home and frowned when she saw the locked door. She entered the house and saw the note still there. Qin Yuqing hadn't come back yet. This was not as simple as Song Jianghua had said. She changed into a different outfit and went to the door, but then turned back. She changed her mind temporarily. Last time, Song Jianghua hadn't told the truth, and this time might be the same. Qin Yuqing had been away for a few days, and the house had gathered some dust. She silently cleaned the house. In the evening, someone knocked on the door. Qin Yuqing opened it. "Come in." Zhou looked into the garage and saw that the bicycle was gone, so he knew Qin Yuqing had returned. "But is there news about Qin Yuqing?" Zhou came immediately after hearing the news.
Where is he?
"Is he still alive? I'm not sure about the details, but he must be alive. The information I heard is that he has been sent to the military hospital." Hearing that someone was taken to the hospital, Qin Yuqing remained calm. "How about us here?" she asked. "Thank you, I understand," replied Zhou. "If someone is seriously injured, they will definitely get time off to rest. It's better to stay at home and recover rather than risk going out on missions." Zhou thought Qin Yuqing was upset and said, "Don't worry, the military will inform you soon." Qin Yuqing nodded. "I'll wait." At this moment, she needed to stay calm. Zhou left the room and sighed. He was worried. Whether he said it or not, he was worried. He hoped Qin Yuqing wasn't badly hurt. In the military district, Song Jianghua and a group of leaders sat together discussing. This time, Qin Yuqing made a big contribution. He should be awarded a certificate of honor. He saved several lives. If he hadn't noticed something was wrong and had tried to stop it, and if he hadn't led the injured people to escape through another route, those people might have died. Instead of lying in the hospital, they could have been in the morgue. I disagree. I doubt his identity. What if he's staging everything himself? You're talking nonsense. Song Jianghua slammed the table and pointed at the speaker, scolding him. The discussion about rewards and punishments for this mission was very heated. As the person involved, Shen Yuqing was lying in the hospital and asked the doctor, "When can I leave?" The doctor looked at Shen Yuqing, who was covered in injuries. Although he didn't have any fatal wounds, he had many cuts and bruises. "It's best to observe you for a few more days before discharging you." Shen Yuqing frowned. "How many days exactly?" "About 5 days. Your wounds are still bleeding, and some are infected. It's better to wait until they heal." "Where's the phone?" Zhou was pulled out of the duty room by Shen Yuqing in the middle of the night. "Can't you stop bothering people?" "If I don't bother, I might die," Shen Yuqing replied. "Well, if I'm not dead, I'll bother you." Zhou was annoyed but didn't argue. "What's the matter? Is Qingqing okay?" "She's fine, probably better than you. Since she was in the hospital, how good could she be?" Thinking about how he had questioned Zheng Kaixing earlier, some things caught his attention, but he chose not to say anything now. They exchanged a few words briefly, but it wasn't convenient to say more. Shen Yuqing felt like he was being watched, making it hard to ask questions. "All right, I understand. I'll tell my sister-in-law. You just focus on resting." Shen Yuqing took a deep breath, still annoyed by Zhou Ang's attitude. Qin Yuqing saw Zhou Ang at the alley entrance early in the morning and knew something was wrong. "Someone's been giving you messages again. Last night he called me and said he would be back within 5 days. Don't worry, he's fine. I understand." 5 days? Still no sign of trouble? That's a lie. But right now, she couldn't focus on Shen Yuqing. The performance was coming up soon, and she would be away for a few days. Jiang Lihua was probably going crazy at the arts troupe. As Qin Yuqing expected, Jiang Lihua immediately started scolding her. "The performance is almost here. How can you just take leave like that? Is this a joke? Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have a good voice." Qin Yuqing listened quietly, feeling a bit annoyed but mostly relieved that she had handled a big problem. At least she had gained countless riches. What more could she want? She was just curious about what Qin Shuyao had been doing these days. Did she still hope to catch the train after missing it? If she went, how would she feel seeing the burned house? If she didn't go, what was she busy with these days? Her big worry was finally gone, and now she could focus on dealing with her. Her basic usefulness was gone. "Captain Jiang, I won't do it again. This was an accident." Jiang Lihua saw that Qin Yuqing was genuinely sorry and was performing well in training, so she finally calmed down. But her anger only lasted half a day. In the afternoon, a military vehicle arrived. "Who is Qin Yuqing?" Qin Yuqing stopped her training, sensing something was wrong. "I'm here. May I ask who you are? To cooperate with the investigation, come with us." Qin Yuqing was taken away in front of her teammates and Jiang Lihua. If she hadn't been cooperating all along, she might have suspected they were treating her like a criminal. Qin Yuqing followed the car into the military headquarters. From the moment she got in, she kept her head down, pretending to be nervous. In Song Jianghua's office, she saw 2 people. Qin Yuqing glanced at them and asked, "Commissar Song, is there something you want to see me about?" Song Jianghua cleared his throat and said, "I called you here to verify some information." After hearing their questions, Qin Yuqing realized that Shen Yuqing and Zhou Ang's conversations had been monitored. Fortunately, she was cautious and didn't ask about Shen Yuqing's situation. If her answers had been inconsistent, it could have caused trouble for Shen Yuqing. Qin Yuqing guessed that someone was trying to use this chance to cause trouble for the Shen family. "Commander Song, he never talks to me about work at home. Just like this time, I don't know what he's doing. He only asked a friend to check in on me. I don't even know where he is now. I just want to know when my husband will come home. He's been gone for more than half a month, and I haven't heard anything. I'm almost worried to death." Song Jianghua felt a bit awkward. His friend was newly married, and he had sent him away, got injured, and almost lost his life.
No one would feel good about that.
Now, to suspect the person was unfair. He glared at the person beside him.
"See?
The so-called sharing of information was just genuine concern for family. She saw that he looked thinner. Qin Yuqing naturally understood their deeper meaning, but she only responded on the surface. She looked up and asked, "Commander Song, does my husband's actions count as a kind of merit?" It was what they said. If Qin Yuqing hadn't protected his teammates, there would have been many casualties. Song Jianghua looked a bit uncomfortable. Because of this question, they had argued fiercely and hadn't reached a final conclusion. "We're still discussing it. Some details need to be confirmed." "Thank you for your answer, Commander Song," Qin Yuqing said with little emotion, but inside, she felt cold. She looked up at the other two leaders. "Do you have anything else you'd like to know?" They exchanged glances and couldn't find any more questions. "All right, you can go back for now. We'll contact you if there's any new information." Qin Yuqing wasn't without temper. She couldn't be tough with these people, so she had to be gentle. She stood still, head lowered. Song Jianghua looked at her and asked, "Do you have something to say?" Qin Yuqing looked upset and said, "I was taken out of the training hall. Everyone thinks something happened that might affect my performance. Could the commissar send someone to talk to our Captain Jiang? My car is still with the cultural troupe, and I can't go back." It was their people acting recklessly. Even if Qin Yuqing really had a problem, it wouldn't involve his family. He glanced at Lao Wu, who had brought people, and thought he was a bit too impatient. "Don't worry, I'll have someone take you back." She raised her voice and shouted toward the door. "Xiao Lu, take Comrade Qin back and tell their team leader that we care about the families and won't let anyone be wronged." Qin Yuqing finally thanked them and left. As she walked out, she could still hear the argument between Song Jianghua and others. "Old Wu, you can't think about the consequences when you do things. Asking someone to come isn't the same as arresting them. The people under me misunderstood. What can I do?" "You asked for an explanation." Qin Yuqing paid no attention to the argument inside. She knew there was a problem, but she couldn't do anything about it. She felt small and powerless. Without orders, how could her subordinates act? The usual way for those in power is to pressure others and make them afraid. All she could do was wait for Qin Yuqing to return safely. Jiang Lihua was relieved to hear that Qin Yuqing was taken away suddenly because her husband was injured on a mission. Fortunately, it wasn't a big issue. She was ready to cancel her program, just in case. "Maybe you should go back and rest for a day." Qin Yuqing's eyes were red from crying. She spoke with a trembling voice. "Thank you, Captain Jiang." This was something Qin Yuqing had already planned. From the moment she left the office, she had been holding back tears and crying all the way in the car. Her security guard would definitely report the news, so she played her part by appearing weak. She only needed to act panicked and helpless, which was beneficial for Qin Yuqing. The higher-ups wouldn't keep their eyes on her all the time. Qin Yuqing silently went home. When she closed the door, her expression changed. Back in her room, she sat at the table and recalled Song Jianghua's words, which were only prompted by Qin Yuqing's one sentence. "Don't worry about safety, but be prepared to be questioned." Overreacting showed that someone was deliberately trying to cause trouble. She didn't understand the complicated ways of official circles, but she knew that no matter what Qin Yuqing did now, even if he achieved many merits, there would always be doubts. Even if he sacrificed himself, he probably wouldn't get a good reputation. She didn't know if Qin Yuqing was under investigation now. Qin Yuqing decided to stay low for the next couple of days. She was afraid someone was watching her. As for Qin Shuyao, she could only put that aside for now. The next day, Qin Yuqing didn't go to work as usual. Instead, she felt the presence of someone following her. It was brief, but enough to make her feel absurd again. She went about her day as usual, then went to the market to buy some vegetables for the winter. 3 days later, the feeling of being watched wasn't as strong anymore. The dance troupe was entering the busiest rehearsal period. Qin Yuqing could only block Qin Shuyao at the troupe. Yes, Qin Shuyao was at work, but she looked very gloomy. When Qin Yuqing was getting food, she deliberately stood in front of her. "Your face looks so bad. Did you get dumped? Or are you out of ideas for your script?" "Qin Yuqing, don't be too proud." Qin Shuyao gritted her teeth in anger. Who knew the pain in her heart? She had slept for more than 2 days for no reason and missed her train. After finally finding a way to go to Beijing, she discovered her wealth had turned to ashes. There wasn't a single brick on the ground, and she was almost suspected. If she hadn't said she was a stranger lost and met a dishonest car dealer, she might not have come back. In her previous life, none of this had happened. She suspected it was those brick thieves who set the house on fire to hide something. She wanted to find the brick thieves, but the police took her straight to the train station. Who could understand such frustration? What am I proud of? I genuinely care about you. Don't you see what you look like now? I remember your boyfriend cares a lot about looks. Are you afraid of losing him? Qin Shuyao snorted and leaned close to Qin Yuqing's ear. Are you craving more? Is Shen Yuqing not enough for you? Qin Yuqing remained calm and also leaned close to Qin Shuyao's ear. Jealous of me? Do you want to try? Good looking but useless. I wouldn't want it even if you gave it to me. Qin Shuyao carried her lunchbox and left the cafeteria proudly. Qin Yuqing's eyes were dark and unclear. Shen Yuqing isn't good enough? Does it seem that way? Is there some misunderstanding? No, she really hadn't slept with Shen Yuqing. Was Qin Shuyao telling the truth? When Shen Yuqing returned, she planned to find a chance to check his pulse. At the military hospital, Shen Yuqing sneezed, probably missing his wife. Since he finished the call, someone came to ask casually about him. He knew he shouldn't make any more calls. The nurse checking his room looked at Shen Yuqing, who was holding a photo. Looking at your wife again, since he was hospitalized, he looked at the photo several times a day. The picture was almost worn out from being looked at so often. Such love was truly enviable. Yes. Shen Yuqing put away the photo. When can I get out of here? Wait a little longer, until Dr. Zhang comes to evaluate. Shen Yuqing nodded silently, not continuing to speak. This was a kind of indirect house arrest, being placed in a separate hospital room. Since he wasn't seriously injured, this treatment was quite unusual. After the young nurse finished changing the dressing and left, Shen Yuqing took out a photo, probably feeling angry. Meanwhile, Qin Yuqing was already preparing to perform on stage. She was a bit annoyed, thinking she was supposed to have 4 or 5 days off, but almost 2 days had passed with no change, and the weather was getting colder. Qin Yuqing had developed the habit of buying some groceries after work every day, no matter how much, and bringing them home. She was checking less often, sensing that her surveillance was becoming less effective. It was almost impossible to notice anything unless she paid close attention. Of course, it was also possible that the other person had improved their skills, making her even more cautious. Qin Yuqing originally wanted to visit Zhang Yufei, but held back to avoid causing trouble. Feeling frustrated, Qin Yuqing could only take it out on Qin Shuyao. At first, Qin Shuyao could argue back a little, but later she just ran away whenever she saw Qin Yuqing, perhaps annoyed, guilty, or just cautious. One day, when Qin Yuqing returned home, she saw the lock on the door was open and knew someone was back. She hurriedly pushed the door open, and Shen Yuqing came out of the kitchen with a smile. "You're back." It seemed as if he had never left. Qin Yuqing's eyes immediately welled up with tears. She hadn't even put her bike away. "You still remember to come back." Shen Yuqing hugged her comfortingly. "I'm back. Sorry to have made you worry." They had agreed on a week, but after all the fuss, more than 20 days had passed. Shen Yuqing released Qin Yuqing, closed the courtyard door, but Qin Yuqing rushed inside without closing it. Just now, he saw someone outside through the door. Qin Yuqing suppressed her emotions. What more could she hope for now that he was alive and back? In the kitchen, she saw boiling water and bok choy on the cutting board. "I just got back a little while ago." Qin Yuqing pulled him inside. "Zhou Ong said you were hurt." "Let me see. It's almost healed." He said it wasn't serious, but he cooperated quite well. If he refused to show it, Qin Yuqing would worry even more. He took off his jacket, revealing a more serious wound on his shoulder, which was bandaged. Luckily, it was on his left shoulder. The other knife wounds were shallow and had already healed with scars. "It must have hurt a lot at the time, right?" Shen Yuqing held Qin Yuqing's hand. "It didn't hurt. It's all in the past. At that moment, I didn't realize I was escaping for my life. Only afterward did I realize how much it hurt. You gave me really effective medicine. If those powders hadn't stopped the bleeding quickly, they would have been overwhelmed by the blood loss. The sleeping drug also slowed down the pursuers, giving us more time to escape. Shen Yuqing poured out the spiritual spring water from the bottle before help arrived, and they were taken to the hospital. I'd rather you not need those medicines. Without danger, those things wouldn't be necessary. I had prepared them just in case, but I didn't expect to actually use them. Shen Yuqing put on his clothes and started to shift Qin Yuqing's mood. Honey, I want to eat your cooking. Don't worry, let me check your pulse first. Qin Yuqing was still thinking about what Qin Shuyao said. Shen Yuqing reached out his hand. Then I'll trouble Dr. Qin. You're so unserious. That depends on who the doctor is. Qin Yuqing finished checking his pulse and confirmed Shen Yuqing was fine. The misunderstanding with Qin Shuyao probably came from last life, when Shen Yuqing heard some rumors but didn't tell Qin Shuyao, causing trouble. Once she understood what was going on, she relaxed. Seeing Qin Yuqing's serious face, Shen Yuqing couldn't help but lean in and kiss her. Qin Yuqing rolled her eyes. Comrade Shen, please behave. You're harassing the doctor. Shen Yuqing smiled and pulled her into his arms, whispering, Dr. Qin, what do you plan to do? I'm a patient. Qin Yuqing had been worried and scared these days, but now she saw him joking around, feeling both angry and annoyed. Patients must follow the doctor's orders, understand? Shen Yuqing lowered his head to coax her. Just one kiss, I miss you. Qin Yuqing blushed at Shen Yuqing's straightforwardness. She also had some feelings. Just one. Shen Yuqing leaned in, starting with a gentle kiss that deepened over time. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. Qin Yuqing felt like she couldn't breathe, weakly leaning against Shen Yuqing's chest. That bad man, he promised just one kiss, but he lost control. Feeling his hand tighten around her waist from behind, Qin Yuqing pushed Shen Yuqing away. Stop pushing your luck. I'm going to cook. Shen Yuqing wasn't upset when pushed away. He found her blushing face quite adorable and followed her out. Qin Yuqing was still in the kitchen, not yet recovered, when the water on the stove started boiling before she could handle it. Shen Yuqing quickly stepped in and stopped her hand. Qin Yuqing thought for a moment and went outside to bring in the meat. Luckily, she had bought both meat and bones today. Shen Yuqing needed to recover well, so she washed the large bones and put them in the pot to simmer first. I'll help you. Just rest, wait until you're better. Come talk to me. Qin Yuqing thought to herself, maybe he doesn't know yet. I burned down your family's ancestral home. She wasn't sure if Shen Yuqing was upset, but she believed his mother-in-law would be sad for a while. She also didn't know what was happening in Beijing. How long will you rest this time? Shen Yuqing looked at Qin Yuqing. Commissar Song gave me 3 days off. Qin Yuqing suddenly slammed her knife on the cutting board and turned around.
What did you say?
3 days. Shen Yuqing rubbed his nose. His wife's angry look was quite scary. Yes, 3 days, then back to report. Qin Yuqing took a deep breath. If her injury wasn't healed, why send her back? To do what? Keep working hard? Keep risking her life? Shen Yuqing waited a long time, but didn't see Qin Yuqing speak again. He softly called, Qing Qing, shut up. Let me calm down for a bit. Shen Yuqing stopped talking and silently watched Qin Yuqing. Qin Yuqing picked up the knife and silently cut the meat, chopping fiercely again and again. Shen Yuqing felt like she wasn't just chopping meat, but was hurting his heart. He didn't know what to do. After finishing, she wiped her hands. Shen Yuqing, we need to have a serious talk. Finally willing to speak, Shen Yuqing let out a sigh. Venting his anger was better than holding it inside. Qin Yuqing didn't hide anything. She told Shen Yuqing about going to the military camp to find Commissar Song, including being taken away from the arts troupe, the recent surveillance, what she heard, and her guesses. Now they were one, and Qin Yuqing wouldn't hide anything. She also didn't want Shen Yuqing to take risks. She was selfish. After hearing this, Shen Yuqing's face darkened. He really didn't want to involve Qin Yuqing. He thought at most it was just investigating Zhou. He wasn't worried about Zhou. Qin Yuqing looked at Shen Yuqing. I don't know what you're thinking. If there's another mission this time, would you still go? Do you think your current efforts are useful? Shen Yuqing was silent. He had thought about continuing to take on tasks before, but now he was unsure. Qin Yuqing looked at Shen Yuqing and said, I'm not that great. I already lost my father and my mother couldn't handle the shock and passed away too. I don't want to lose my husband as well. You think working hard to earn military merit is for my sake, but I just want you to be safe. Even if you have nothing, as long as you're alive, that's enough. Qin Yuqing understood what the future might hold. Even if Shin Yuqing did nothing now, as long as he endured these few years, he would surely stand up again later. His current wealth was enough for them to live comfortably. Shin Yuqing was moved. Ching, let me think about it. Qin Yuqing nodded. Go and think about it. I want to stay alone for a while. Supporting the country? If recent events hadn't happened, Qin Yuqing would support it. Shin Yuqing was naturally meant to shine in his role. But the truth was, even if he opened his heart, he couldn't prove his innocence, and no one believed him. Commissioner Song was indeed defending him now. But was that enough to change anything? What about next time? Could they still defend him then? How many people still stood by the Shin family? How many believed in Shin Yuqing? She was more afraid that Shin Yuqing would lose confidence after repeated setbacks. Once the bitterness takes root, it's not easy to recover. In her past life, she lost herself after the of losing her parents. Did Shin Yuqing in that life also lose his passion for life after losing his parents? In her previous life, when Shin Yuqing returned, she saw his photo in the newspaper, gloomy, cold, with dead eyes, and frighteningly thin. She liked the current Shin Yuqing, liked seeing the light in his eyes, watching him think seriously, and seeing the confident look on his face. Shin Yuqing inside the house had never been so serious before. His previous plans might have to be overturned. Qin Yuqing slowly adjusted her emotions. She added spiritual spring water to the meal, hoping that if nothing else, it could improve Shin Yuqing's condition. Eat first. Shin Yuqing was so absorbed in his thoughts that he didn't notice Qin Yuqing had already brought the food to the table. Okay. He looked up at Qin Yuqing. I'm sorry for making you suffer. Qin Yuqing smiled and said, No, as long as you're okay, I'm fine. Try the dishes I specially made for you today. Each dish was made with spiritual spring water, something she didn't have before. You're still the one who cares for me the most. At the dinner table, they didn't talk about anything unpleasant. Shin Yuqing asked about Qin Yuqing's work. When is your performance? In about 2 weeks. After the show, we should get a break. Then we can go home to visit. Or not going home is fine too. Shin Yuqing thought that with so many things happening now, going back might be more trouble. Qin Yuqing teased, You really forget your family after marrying your wife. This time I might get scolded by others. Even if I get scolded, it's my fault. I encouraged it. Qin Yuqing chuckled softly. You really know yourself well. Your wife taught me well. The meal was peaceful, and even when Shin Yuqing offered to wash the dishes afterward, Qin Yuqing stopped him. Shin Yuqing stood at the kitchen door and said, Washing a few dishes isn't a problem. It makes me look useless. Qin Yuqing looked up and said, I can support a useless person. Not just Shin Yuqing alone. She could support 10 of him easily, since it was their family's wealth. She didn't feel she was losing out. It was a good deal. She looked him over from head to toe. Supporting someone like you, I don't feel like I'm losing. This is just initial investment. Later, I plan to get back everything with interest. Shin Yuqing smiled, finding his wife's confident attitude quite adorable. He's a grown man with hands and feet. How could he let his wife support him? But he liked hearing it. Then I'll just be a useless person. Qin Yuqing pretended to be very satisfied. That's more like it. Hurry up and wash up, then go to sleep. Shin Yuqing didn't have many thick clothes, so Qin Yuqing thought it was necessary to buy a few more. Since she was using their money, she felt it was only fair to treat him well. The next morning, Shin Yuqing woke up feeling refreshed. Was this the magic of being home? He seemed full of energy. Wife, let me take you to work. No need. Stay home and rest well. His arm wound was deep, and even spiritual spring water would take about a week to heal. She controlled the amount of spiritual spring water used, worried that if it worked too well, Shin Yuqing might become suspicious. But I want to. Don't even think about it. Ride the bike with your arms, rest, and remember, you're not allowed to do any chores at home. Shin Yuqing kept persuading Qin Yuqing to go out, promising to see her safely to the alley entrance. Qin Yuqing couldn't resist anymore and had to go along with him. Now, everyone in the alley was used to seeing this. They knew Qin Yuqing was officially married, so no one said anything. Most people thought Qin Yuqing was very smart. A girl quietly choosing a military officer as her partner showed she was capable. No wonder others had refused to introduce her to anyone before. She must have had someone better. Just see her off here. Hurry home. It's cold outside. Qin Yuqing, rarely obedient, turned back because he also noticed someone watching them. They weren't thugs, but trained professionals. He silently went home, analyzing the situation. After a long while, he chuckled at himself. Maybe he really needed to act useless for a while. Luckily, his wife didn't mind. For the past 2 days, Qin Yuqing would take Qin Yuqing to the alley entrance in the morning and pick her up in the afternoon when he was free. On the 3rd day, seeing he was free, Qin Yuqing asked him to buy some meat since it was close to the new year, and meat was in short supply. When Qin Yuqing returned from work, there was hardly any good meat left. Any kind of meat is fine as long as it's meat. Qin Yuqing didn't mind. Usually, women bought groceries, and when he appeared, he was the most noticeable. But this also gave him a chance to figure out where the investigators were and how many there were. Young man, let us answer first. The kids at home are too young to watch. Annie, I can't. My wife is waiting for me to buy meat to bring home. Qin Yuqing asked him to buy meat because he kept coming back empty-handed. If he wasn't being watched, he even thought about going to the black market. He couldn't let his wife go without meat. I say, young man. Qin Yuqing was dressed casually, smiling rarely. Auntie, I waited in line all morning. If I go back late, my wife will be angry. You're a young man and you're afraid of your wife? Your family status isn't good enough. Someone teased from the crowd, and a few suppressed laughs followed. Qin Yuqing nodded. My wife earns money and supports me. I listened to her. The crowd instantly quieted down. No one else stepped forward to argue. Mostly, they looked down on him, an able-bodied young man, yet he was just freeloading. Qin Yuqing brought enough money and tickets, given to him that morning by Qin Yuqing. It seems my wife likes to eat ribs. Without hesitation, I took all the leftovers and also bought the best pork belly. In the end, I didn't leave out the 4 pigs trotters either. Seeing that Qin Yuqing bought so much meat, the people behind him were anxious and worried, afraid they wouldn't get any. You're a young man who spends money freely. Be careful you don't get scolded at home. If I buy less, I'll get scolded when I go back. It's been a long time since we had a good meal at home. Qin Yuqing happily carried the meat home. As he passed by the person watching him, he remembered he had said quite a few things earlier. He planned to analyze it later. Really doesn't know how to live properly. Can you finish so much food at once? Being young just isn't enough. When Qin Yuqing got home, she still saw someone at the alley entrance. She said, "Didn't I tell you to wait at home? It's okay. I wanted to see you sooner." Qin Yuqing pushed her bicycle and went home with Qin Yuqing. On the way, they whispered to each other. Qin Yuqing could also respond easily when someone greeted him. This feeling was very strange, very different from his previous life. Qin Yuqing saw the meat in the kitchen and exclaimed, "Yuqing, you bought such good meat. Impressive." All the meat Qin Yuqing wanted was there. She had been thinking about ribs for a long time. Although most people preferred fatty meat, after work, she usually only left some large bone pieces. Hearing his wife's compliment, Qin Yuqing felt happier than if he had achieved a military victory. Do you want sweet and sour ribs or braised ribs tonight? Either is fine. Do whatever is easiest for you. Then let's do sweet and sour ribs today. Since they've been eating braised ribs often lately, Qin Yuqing smiled and said, "I'll listen to my wife." Qin Yuqing happily went to cook. Meanwhile, the person watching them went back to report. Song Jianghua and Wu Tianhai sat in the office, silent after hearing the report. Song Jianghua snorted and asked, "Are you satisfied now?" Wu Tianhai still had some doubts. Did he really not meet anyone? Or see anyone? No, except for taking his wife to the alley entrance every day and buying meat once. They seemed very affectionate. The person assigned to watch them also felt helpless. They watched them exchange love words every day. They didn't have partners themselves, and watching made them want to get married too. So, what did his wife do? I didn't do much, just went to work every day. On the first day after work, I bought a few men's clothes. On the second day, I went to sell meat but couldn't find any, which seemed to make me unhappy. On the third morning, Comrade Shin Yuching went to line up for meat and then said the words I just mentioned. Song Jangwo pounded the table and said, "You should stop now. You care too much about the feelings of the young couple. Everyone has been called back, and the investigation shows that the injured also confirmed it. If it weren't for Shin Yuching, they might have gotten into trouble long ago." Wu Tianhai was not convinced and said, "But we can't rule out suspicion. Why would he carry those things? Maybe he knew something all along. Everyone on a mission usually carries some supplies." That just shows Shin Yuching is experienced and strategic. The office of the military district was still arguing loudly, but at home, Shin Yuching's family was very warm. "Is it delicious?" "Yes, it is. Next time, teach me, and I'll cook it for you." It was tasty, but his wife was working too hard. Neither of them mentioned going to the military headquarters the next day. During the 3 days Shin Yuching was resting at home, he felt his wound healed faster than it did during the week in the hospital. In the morning, Shin Yuching cooked noodles and asked Shin Yuching, "How will you go to the military headquarters?" "Let's walk there." For future plans, Shin Yuching thought walking was the safest way. Shin Yuching looked at Shin Yuching and asked, "Are you sure? You're not trying to trick me, right? No one dares to lie to my wife." "I'll go now." Shin Yuching watched Shin Yuching leave without even riding his bike. She wondered if he was really that obedient. She waited at home for more than 10 minutes, then opened the door and looked outside. Shin Yuching was nowhere to be seen. Shin Yuching even went outside to check around the house, looking for any hiding spots. There was no one. It seemed he had listened carefully these past couple of days. Meanwhile, Shin Yuching was walking silently, his expression colder than before. He took a deep breath at the military district gate and calmly walked in. Song Jangwo looked up and saw him, quickly greeting, "You're here.
We were just talking about you."
There's a task waiting for you," Song Jiang calmly said. "Luckily, your quick judgment helped with the last mission. This one is easier than the last." Shin Yuching looked at the 3 people inside the room and said quietly, "Commissar, I am not in good shape to go out on missions right now." Originally, Song Jiang wanted to show Shin Yuching some documents, but he suddenly stopped. He looked up at Shin Yuching and asked, "Comrade Shin, is there a health problem?" Shin Yuching didn't answer. Instead, he asked, "Commissar Song, I want to know how the organization evaluated my last mission." He wanted a reason to keep trying and hoped to move forward. Song Jiang leaned back in his chair and looked at Wu Tianhai. "Old Wu, you go ahead and say it." Since he had strong opinions, he decided to give him a chance to speak openly. Shin Yuching's eyelids kept twitching since training started, and she felt uneasy inside. Soon, she saw Lu Jigang leading a leader to call Jiang Lihua outside. Not long after, Jiang Lihua came in and found Shin Yuching, looking sympathetic and reluctant. "Go change your clothes. There are people from the military headquarters at the door. They want to see your partner." Shin Yuching hesitated but didn't say anything, afraid she might say the wrong thing if she spoke too much.
"Don't be sad.
As long as you're alive, that's what matters. You can rest at home tomorrow." Shin Yuching nodded, knowing that the military probably used Shin Yuching's injury as an excuse again. She really didn't know what they would say. After changing clothes, she went out and saw Lu Jigang. "Uncle, are you waiting for me?" Lu Jigang nodded. "Shin girl, did something happen? Or did something happen to your partner?" In the past few days, people from the military kept appearing and kept looking for Shin Yuching. It didn't seem like a good sign. Their excuses might fool others, but since he came from the army, he could see through some of it. "No, a few days ago, my man went on a mission and got hurt. It's serious, probably because of that." Shin Yuching didn't care whether Lu Jigang believed her or not. Since they all said the same thing, she just followed along. Lu Jigang nodded, but didn't ask further. Shin Yuching no longer trusted anyone. Shin Yuching just went to the military headquarters, and now he's here. Something must have happened. She followed the car to the military headquarters. As soon as she entered, she felt something was wrong. She looked at Shin Yuching. In just one glance, she saw the broken light in his eyes, sadness shattered like broken glass. The two of them didn't say a word, yet it felt like they had spoken 1,000 words. Qin Yuqing looked at Song Jiangwo and asked, "Comrade Song, what do you want to talk to me about?" Song Jiangwo looked serious. "Comrade Qin, I called you here to understand the situation. Comrade Shin said the medicine you brought was yours." Qin Yuqing looked directly at everyone. "Yes, it's all my doing. As a family member of a soldier, I can't be on the front lines, but I try to do what I can." She spoke kindly, knowing that people like to hear kind words, so she said more. "Comrade Song, my medical teacher was introduced to me by you." Song Jiangwo nodded. He had already told Wu Tianhai about this earlier. Wu Tianhai couldn't find fault, but he felt uncomfortable. "Are you talking about the 100-year-old ginseng?" Most families couldn't afford it, and even if they wanted to buy it, they wouldn't have the connections. A young girl like her wouldn't have such access. That's suspicious. Qin Yuqing had been questioned for a while and noticed that the person was targeting her on purpose. She wouldn't just stay silent. "Yes, there's a little left. If the military needs it, I will donate it to the military for free." Wu Tianhai was suddenly speechless. That wasn't what he meant. He looked angrily at Qin Yuqing. This girl was quite clever, and now she was trying to drag him into it. If he really took the ginseng, what would happen? Even if he donated it to the military, people would think he forced her to do it. He would be in trouble both inside and outside. "Who asked for your ginseng?" "I'm asking where you got it from." Qin Yuqing's tone suddenly turned sad. "It was bought with my father's sacrifice." "My father," Qin Weiqian, brought it back from a kind person at his funeral. "It was originally for my mother to improve her health, but she didn't get the chance to use it, so I kept it." Her words changed the atmosphere in the office instantly. Even Wu Tianhai looked upset. He had attended Qin Weiqian's funeral and didn't expect that the person in front of him was Qin Weiqian's daughter. If they investigated further, it might involve higher authorities. Song Jiangwo had deliberately not revealed Qin Yuqing's identity earlier, especially since Wu Tianhai had been obsessively questioning Shan Yuqing these days. Wu Tianhai also realized he had asked too much. He cleared his throat to hide his awkwardness. "All right, I understand. I've asked enough. Old Song, you handle the rest," he said slowly. This time, Song Jiangwo spoke calmly. "Comrade Qin, there's one more thing. You should advise Comrade Shin." "Commander Song, what do you think?" Comrade Shin might have misunderstood the organization and refused to take on the task. "Give him 2 more days off, and you can stay at home to persuade him." Qin Yuqing turned her head to glance at Shin Yuqing, a hint of a smile in her eyes. Shan Yuqing didn't understand what she meant yet, but Qin Yuqing turned away and silently thought, "Sorry, Mom and Dad. Commander Song, actually, that's my idea. If possible, it would be best to suspend him from his duties now." Song Jiangwo was shocked. "You mean this was even more serious than Shin Yuqing's words?" Shin only refused the task, but this is a direct suspension. Does she understand what she's saying? Shin Yuqing isn't the type to follow orders blindly. Even Wu Tianhai and the person sitting nearby looked at Qin Yuqing. Qin Yuqing calmly accepted this, clearing her throat. "That's what I think. Restoring health and adjusting is better than dragging on with an injured body and acting recklessly. Gathering strength will help us move forward better." I remember the leader once said. A faint light appeared in Shin Yuqing's eyes. He didn't expect his wife to be so eloquent. If the situation weren't so serious, he would want to applaud her. Finally, Qin Yuqing felt a bit shy. "Actually, I have some personal reasons." At this moment, Song Jiangwo's thoughts were distracted by Qin Yuqing and blurted out, "What personal reasons?" Qin Yuqing's voice was not as loud as before. She deliberately lowered her eyes and eyebrows while speaking. "You should know, I am now like an orphan girl. This isn't just about getting married. Since my husband was injured, I can't bear it. I'm afraid of being a young widow." Qin Yuqing deliberately looked at the 3 people sitting in front of her, then quickly looked away, appearing shy. "I thought I should at least leave a descendant. First, to give me something to think about. Second, in case something happens, when the child grows up, they can also serve the country like their father." After she finished speaking, the room fell silent. The 3 leaders were speechless, overwhelmed by her words. Only Shin Yuqing's eyes shifted from shock to joy. All the previous unhappiness and sadness disappeared in that moment. The 3 looked at each other, exchanging glances. unsure who should speak first. How did she come up with such words? But they also felt it was reasonable. Song Jianghua fell into deep thought. Others' opinions of him, I don't know. He clearly knew that Shin Yuqing was the only son of the Shin family. Qin Yuqing's request was a bit much, but not entirely unreasonable. Qin Yuqing thought, since her face was already lost, she might as well go all out. Commissar Song, I know I shouldn't say this, but I can't hide things from the organization. I believe the organization will understand me. After making her point, there was a long silence. Seeing his wife go this far, Shin Yuqing felt he had to speak up. If he didn't say anything now, he would seem irresponsible. Commissar Song, I know the organization has helped me a lot, but I really am not suitable for this mission. The Shin family is still under investigation. My identity might cause my teammates to worry, which could affect the mission and the team's unity. Everyone knew about this matter. Wu Tianhai's aggressive attitude was also because of this. Qin Yuqing didn't say anything, perhaps she was holding back for the sake of appearances. But since his wife was willing to risk her reputation for him, he saw no reason to hide anything. The Shin family was indeed under investigation. If he spoke out, everyone would feel better, and there would be no need for constant suspicion and pretending. They could investigate as they pleased, without doing it in front of him or behind his back. Since everything was out in the open, Song Jianghua found it easier to handle. He looked at the other two and said, You two go out first. We'll discuss this later. Qin Yuqing and Shin Yuqing left the office, walking a bit farther away. Qin Yuqing glanced at the guards at the door and whispered, Are you okay? Shin Yuqing responded with a soft sniffle. He didn't dare say much, afraid he might lose control of his emotions. How could he have married such a wife? Qin Yuqing thought Shin Yuqing was sad. It's okay. Rest well at home. When you're better, you'll still be the brightest star. Shin Yuqing looked at his wife, who was trying to encourage him. His heart was full of strong feelings. He wished no one was around so he could hold her in his arms. Shin Yuqing, are you listening to me? Shin Yuqing nodded. I'm listening. It didn't take long before they were called back inside. Song Jianghua looked at Shin Yuqing. That's it for now. Until the investigation is complete, you'll be suspended. Take this time to rest and recover. He didn't say more, as it was his own responsibility to handle. Thank you, Commissar Song. Shin Yuqing rarely expressed sincere gratitude. Song Jiang felt a mix of emotions inside, probably the first person to be happy about being suspended from his job. Shin Yuqing nodded slightly to the other two leaders. He hadn't been here long and hadn't built strong relationships. He had only said a few words in total. Can we go now? After getting permission, the two of them left the military area. At the door, Qin Yuqing reached out her hand. Let me hold your hand. Shin Yuqing's stiff face showed a small smile as he raised his hand to hold Qin Yuqing's. Do you want to look back a few more times? Shin Yuqing wouldn't be back here for a while. He shook his head, knowing deep down that maybe this was his only chance. Not seeing it didn't matter. It's really good to have you. Shin Yuqing didn't feel embarrassed and said it openly. Qin Yuqing looked up at Shin Yuqing. Since you came here for me, I should be the one saying that. If Shin Yuqing hadn't come, his situation might not be so bad. I'm the one who's useless, and I let you go ahead. Qin Yuqing looked at Shin Yuqing. You don't understand. Good officials find it hard to judge family matters. They can show you their attitude, but I'm a woman. If they don't make sense, they can't do anything to me. Qin Yuqing also had a temper. She was just expressing her reasonable demands. Sometimes, what she wanted was just people's conscience. She knew they wouldn't make things too difficult for her. Shin Yuqing smiled. His wife was very wise. Are you tired? The road was quite long and usually no cars passed by. Qin Yuqing shook her head. Being with you isn't tiring. Not having to train feels pretty good. To perform on stage, they almost became robots, repeating the same actions countless times every day. Sometimes she even dreamed about training. After my performance, I'll sell my job. Then we can be together every day. In the past, Shin Yuqing would definitely have advised Qin Yuqing that it wasn't necessary. But now he wouldn't. At worst, once he was stable, he would help Qin Yuqing find a better job. Okay, I'll talk to Zhoang in a couple of days.
No rules.
I have a goal I want to try here. Whatever you say. Qin Yuqing thought Qin Shuyao wouldn't let go of this job and wanted to drain her of money. Once she really went to the countryside, she wouldn't have a chance to trick Qin Shuyao anymore. The two of them talked and walked at the same time, and they didn't feel tired. Qin Yuqing thought it was really good that Shin Yuqing could stay at home. Although it might be unfair to Shin Yuqing, she felt satisfied and wanted to be a little selfish. Will you tell Dad about this? No need. He knows and can't do anything about it. It would only add more worries for them. Probably his parents are also overwhelmed. Qin Yuqing nodded, feeling that the house fire incident would likely reach their ears. And she was right. Shin Bin-gwen had already received the news. His wife was crying so hard she fainted, hadn't eaten or drunk anything for 2 days, and her eyes were swollen like walnuts. Shin Bin-gwen gently wiped his wife's face with a damp towel. When you get better, I'll cover you again. Hyo Yunjiao was suffering silently. The memories with her father were gone. All turned to dust. Everything was lost. The bricks on the ground were gone, like a timed bomb, making her unable to sleep at night. Shin Bin-gwen continued to comfort her. Didn't the investigations say? Some people nearby stole things from our house. They probably set the fire to hide it. I will make it up to you later. Drink some soup. I specially bought it for you. Seeing his wife remain still, Shin Bin-gwen sighed. Even if you starve yourself now, it won't solve the problem. Finish eating and I'll go with you to see. Hearing this, He Yunjiao finally moved. In the city, Shin Yuqing immediately found a car. He was fine but worried that Qin Yuqing might be tired. Should we go home now? Or should I take you back first? Shin Yuqing asked Qin Yuqing. She had been hurriedly taken from the cultural troupe to the military headquarters. Just taking leave, going home. Shin Yuqing smiled. I'll go buy some groceries later. Qin Yuqing didn't refuse. It's better to have a little more supplies, so they can be better prepared in the future. When Shin Yuqing returned home, Qin Yuqing's meals continued to be of high quality, with meat at every meal. At night, the two of them lay in bed. Shin Yuqing held Qin Yuqing's hand. He leaned closer to her, and Qin Yuqing guessed what he was about to do. Don't even think about it until your injury heals. It's okay. The scar has formed. Qin Yuqing was just trying to shut him up today. He remembered and kept it in his mind. She noticed his eyes had been off since the afternoon. At night, she was busy bringing water to wash her feet, rushing back and forth. She wondered why he was so active today, thinking he was waiting here for her. Shin Yuqing pulled her into his arms and whispered softly, "It's really nothing. No, your wound is still fragile. Wait a couple more days." Shin Yuqing exhaled warm air near Qin Yuqing's ear. "I can't wait." Qin Yuqing chuckled angrily. "You're so useless. Being brave in front of your wife doesn't help. Take it easy." Having received permission, Shin Yuqing held her close and kept fussing all night. Qin Yuqing regretted being too soft. The healing spring water had nourished her well, giving her too much strength, which she used on herself. The next morning, Shin Yuqing got up early, a smile on his face that he couldn't hide. He tiptoed to make soup for his wife. Qin Yuqing opened her eyes, stretched, feeling a bit sore. Shin Yuqing heard the noise and came in with a cup. "Wife, drink some water to soothe your throat." His gaze flickered, and he cleared his throat. "Do you want me to ask for a day off for you?" Qin Yuqing deliberately looked serious. "It's too late now. Who made you fuss so long yesterday?" After saying that, Qin Yuqing blushed. Men shouldn't be spoiled too much. Cough cough, I lost control. "Are you feeling uncomfortable, wife?" He was addicted to how beautiful and delicate his wife was. "Give me the water cup. Eat something yourself. I'll sleep a bit more. Commander Jiang gave me leave." Shin Yuqing felt relieved. Then rest a little longer. He took this chance to go buy a hen and come back to help his wife nourish herself. Once Shin Yuqing left, Qin Yuqing switched to drinking water from her space. After finishing, she continued sleeping because she was indeed a bit tired. When she woke up again, the yard was quiet. Qin Yuqing dressed up and found Shin Yuqing was not at home. Looking at the time, it was less than 10 o'clock. After thinking for a moment, she started to knead dough. Soon, Shan Yuqing returned, carrying a cleaned chicken. Qin Yuqing smiled. Perfect timing. Just in time for lunch. Their days together were sweet and smooth, and a day passed in the blink of an eye. I'll take you there. Qin Yuqing didn't refuse. Her bicycle was left at the cultural troupe. I'll come pick you up this afternoon. No need. Maybe a bit later these days. Shan Yuqing nodded. I'll go back first. He is sure to come, and he wouldn't feel comfortable leaving her alone late at night. After Qin Yuqing went inside, she started paying attention to Qin Shuyao. The performance was happening in the next few days, so she needed to find a way to raise money for Qin Shuyao. At noon, Qin Yuqing blocked Qin Shuyao's way at the cafeteria. Move aside. Recently, Qin Shuyao was very afraid of seeing Qin Yuqing. She felt annoyed because the shameless Gao family had been bothering her these days. Gao Tingting even refused to leave her place. She planned to find someone to teach Gao Tingting a lesson in the next few days and had already found a new house to move to. I have something to talk to you about. Are you sure you don't want to listen? Don't come crying to me later if you regret it. Qin Shuyao took a few steps but then stepped back.
What do you want to say?
Qin Yuqing signaled for her to sit at a table nearby to talk while eating. Qin Shuyao looked carefully. If you have something to say, just say it quickly. I'm in a hurry to go back. She needed to submit a new script before the new year, and the deadline was tight. Qin Yuqing spoke straightforwardly.
I want to sell my job. Do you want it?
Qin Shuyao was stunned. Of course, she wanted the job, but would Qin Yuqing give it to her so easily? Are you lying to me? Qin Yuqing smiled. Yuqing is taking me back to Beijing.
I don't need this job anymore.
Seeing how pitiful you look, I decided to help you just this once. Her attitude was clearly showing off, which made people feel annoyed. Qin Shuyao wanted to throw her food at Qin Yuqing's face. Only someone foolish would show off like that. Stupid. Going back wouldn't bring good days. But she would never tell Qin Yuqing that she was eager for her to leave quickly. Are you really so kind to give me your job? Qin Yuqing snorted softly. What are you thinking? I said I want to sell it. If you don't have money, don't dream. Many people want this job. Qin Shuyao's eyes flickered. Then, how much do you want for it? You're crazy if you think this job is worth that much. Qin Yuqing looked at her with disdain. Just because you don't have money doesn't mean others don't. Forget it, I'll look for someone else. Qin Shuyao really needed this job, permanent employment. Then no one would look down on her. Wait a moment. Let's talk more. Your price is too high. Qin Yuqing sneered. High? What are you joking? Look at how many people have been hiring in the past 2 years. Do you think I don't see all those eyes watching? Qin Shuyao knew very well. She was determined to get this job. Not only to help herself, but also to cut off Qin Yuqing's future options. When Qin Yuqing has no job, she will either get divorced or be sent to the countryside. However, she is a well-respected screenwriter and a full-time employee. The more she thought about it, the more she imagined her future life. 500, this job pays at most 500. Qin Yuqing said nothing and just picked up her food to leave. Poor girl, wait a moment. Qin Shuyao grabbed Qin Yuqing's arm, smiling flatteringly. Cousin, you want too much. For the sake of our family ties, could you lower it a bit? Later, you'll be the envy of everyone as a high-ranking wife. Just consider this poor relative of mine. Cousin, please. Qin Shuyao deliberately said sweet words, not knowing who would be arrogant next. The tide turns. Qin Yuqing showed her smug attitude clearly and spoke generously, as if giving charity. All right, since your parents are suffering, I'll reduce it by 200 yuan. Qin Shuyao was so angry she trembled and tried to beg through her clenched teeth. Cousin, that's too high. I really can't afford that much. Then forget it. I'll find someone else. I happen to know someone in the police system in Yuqing. They need help. Qin Shuyao panicked. She knew Qin Yuqing had connections. Those people had strong backgrounds. If they helped her children, not to mention 1,000 yuan, even 2,000 yuan would be easy to spend. Qin Shuyao quickly grabbed her. Cousin, just 800 yuan. I want this job. Don't give it to others. Qin Yuqing looked at her. Give you 3 days. If not, I'll sell it to someone else. After saying that, she went to another table with her food. Qin Shuyao didn't eat and just took her lunchbox, heading outside, her mind full of plans to raise money. She only had half the money in her hand. Where could she get the rest? Qin Yuqing didn't expect Qin Shuyao to really agree. She had just spoken casually. If she had known, she would have asked for a higher price. She really was a naive girl. Based on her estimate, Qin Shuyao probably couldn't come up with 800 yuan. She was worried she might try to cheat others, but she didn't care. As long as she got the money, that was enough. As expected, she practiced twice more. When she left, it was completely dark. Qin Yuqing pushed her bicycle out of the gate and saw Shen Yuqing waiting outside. "Didn't I tell you not to come?" Shen Yuqing looked unhappy. It was very dark, and Qin Yuqing didn't notice, saying, "I'm worried about you." His mind kept thinking about what Zhou Wang said earlier that afternoon. He didn't know that something so dangerous had happened while he was on a mission. On the way home, Shen Yuqing wanted to ask something several times but never spoke. Qin Yuqing's attention was on the road. It was cold and she didn't want to talk, just wanting to get home quickly. Once home, she went straight to the kitchen, which was warmer because of the stove. Shen Yuqing closed the door, parked his bike, and followed her inside. "Is the performance just these days?" "Yes, it's at the city hall. The military district might also send people." Shen Yuqing took the potatoes from Qin Yuqing and washed and peeled them. He was good at that. "Have you found someone suitable to buy your work?" Qin Yuqing thought for a moment. "Maybe, in about 3 days, I should have someone." Qin Shuyao definitely wanted a job, probably to raise money. Shen Yuqing nodded. Qin Yuqing finally sensed something was wrong. "What's wrong?" Shen Yuqing finished peeling the potatoes and placed them on the cutting board. "I should be the one asking. This afternoon I met Zhou Wang. He said they caught someone who was poisoning people recently." Qin Yuqing smiled. "That, I haven't told you yet." "I'm fine, really." Shen Yuqing thought to himself that this wasn't just a matter of being okay or not. It was about danger. He didn't know that a job could be more dangerous than a mission. "Don't worry, I'm fine." The person who poisoned others was someone Shen Yuqing knew. He was the one who took her to the hospital. Isn't that like repaying evil with good?
I'm useless.
"I can't be with you when you're in danger." It seemed everything bad that happened to Qin Yuqing was related to him, especially Zhou Eng's words about the evil medicine. He felt both fear and guilt. "This has nothing to do with you. She has her own mental illness." Shen Yuqing only learned about her illness after Zhou Wang told him. During her detention, Hu Ping would curse Qin Yuqing whenever she was awake, even shouting until her throat was hoarse. Now she spoke in a hoarse, unpleasant voice. If she didn't have a conscience, he really wanted to give her something to make her silent. Zhou Eng's words carried real emotion. "But it's also because of me." Shen Yuqing almost went to see Hu Ping. During this time, Zhou Wang exaggerated the details, implying that Shen Yuqing should be careful not to be a good person who causes trouble. Qin Yuqing pulled Shen Yuqing's hand. "This has nothing to do with you. Don't take all the blame on yourself. There's no need to argue with the crazy person." "I'm fine now." Shen Yuqing's brow did not relax at Qin Yuqing's words. "Did you notice anything strange later? Like being followed or something?" Zhou Wang mentioned the matter of buying medicine. According to their investigation, Gao Xianghua was the one who changed the medicine. He was mysteriously beaten and hospitalized. They also investigated Gao Xianghua. He was clever and refused to admit anything, only saying he was drunk at the time and threw the medicine into the river. He denied everything else. The police had no evidence to arrest him. Gao Xianghua claimed he was innocent. They hadn't found out who beat him. Shen Yuqing didn't believe Gao Xianghua. He knew what kind of person he was, especially since his wife's eyes looked suspicious. If he didn't know his wife was weak, he might even suspect she was the one who did it. Qin Yuqing felt a warning in her heart. "No, after the poisoning incident, I rested at home for 2 days. I also helped my friend find a job. I haven't noticed anything unusual. When people feel guilty, they tend to talk a lot." Qin Yuqing was no exception. Zhou Wang told him that during his absence, his wife did many things. Shen Yuqing couldn't help but remind him. Zhou Wang investigated the medicine buyer. He said he had dealings with Gao Xianghua before. Be careful when you see him. Qin Yuqing thought carefully to reassure Shen Yuqing. Actually, he did approach me a while ago, but Qin Shuyao called him away. I haven't seen him lately. Shen Yuqing responded with a hum. Maybe he hadn't acted yet and was already facing consequences. Qin Yuqing was worried Shen Yuqing would investigate further and send someone to jail. She still hoped Gao Xianghua could keep Qin Shuyao busy, so she wanted him to stay outside for now. Help me bring the cured meat. Qin Yuqing directed Shen Yuqing to do some chores and changed the subject. Go find Zhou. Will he be called in for questioning? He will, but he's used to it. It's normal for him to be questioned, so it's not a big deal. Even if Shen Yuqing went to find Zhou would come to him. He's already suspended from his job, so what is there to fear? At night, Shen Yuqing helped Qin Yuqing massage her legs because she was tired from training. Qin Yuqing slept peacefully. In the morning, Shen Yuqing insisted on sending her to work because he was very worried about her. On normal days, when Qin Yuqing went to work, Shen Yuqing would just tidy up at home and go to the market every day. Jiang Lihua nervously gave instructions. Tomorrow is the final performance day. Go home early and rest today. Qin Yuqing didn't listen much. Her mind was full of wanting to finish quickly because she needed to find Qin Shuyao. Qin Shuyao didn't have money. She wanted to buy a job and asked Shen Yuqing for help. A few days ago, she had already talked to Jiang Lihua about buying the job. Although Jiang Lihua felt a bit regretful, she agreed quickly considering her future plans. She also promised to help Qin Yuqing communicate with the higher-ups later. After an early dismissal, Qin Yuqing went to find Qin Shuyao. To her surprise, Qin Shuyao came to her first. It seemed that using bait really worked. In fact, Jiang Lihua went to Qin Shuyao's office in the afternoon to ask for the script. She accidentally let slip that someone wanted to buy a job. She didn't mention names, but Qin Shuyao knew it was definitely Qin Yuqing. As soon as Jiang Lihua left, their office exploded with activity. There were 2 temporary workers and others trying to gather information for their families. Qin Shuyao didn't dare wait any longer. She wasn't sure if the 2 temporary workers could pay, but she was sure the people gathering information for their families could. Have you thought this through? Qin Shuyao grabbed Qin Yuqing and pulled her to a corner. This is 200 yuan just as a deposit. I'll get the rest of the money to you as soon as possible. Qin Yuqing didn't accept it. No, that's not good. Who knows when you'll have the full amount? Either pay in full or I'll sell it to someone else. Qin Shuyao got anxious. Don't worry, I'll gather the money by tomorrow. I promise I won't lie to you. Qin Shuyao decided to sell her belongings on the black market tonight. Qin Yuqing still didn't accept. Then wait until tomorrow to give it all at once. Do you know where to find me? Qin Shuyao clenched her teeth and put the money into her pocket. All right, I'll come to your house tomorrow. She knew there was a performance tomorrow. Now was the time to quickly exchange those items for money. The job could only belong to her. After Qin Yuqing left, a smile appeared at the corner of her lips. She had caught her bait. When Shen Yuqing was picking someone up, he noticed Qin Yuqing's happiness and asked, "Why are you so happy? Sold my work for a good price." Shen Yuqing smiled and said, "Qingqing is really impressive." Qin Yuqing calmly accepted the compliment and said, "Of course. Just look at who I am." As long as Qin Shuyao bought the work, the next step was to make her team up with Gao Xianghua. I wonder how Gao Xianghua is doing. Did he get out of bed? Did he recover? The 2 of them went home one after the other. Shen Yuqing kept the house very tidy. Did you buy fish today? Yes, there was some at the market. Qin Yuqing looked at the 2 fat fish and said, "It's getting cold. I'll salt one and hang it up. Next time, there will be an excuse to eat fish." You said I should cook it? There's also a performance tomorrow. Shen Yuqing had been counting the days carefully these past few days. He was more eager than anyone for his wife to finish the performance soon. Okay, then let's do it. It's simple and easy, and it's good to have some fish soup in this cold weather. Qin Yuqing directed from the side. Shen Yuqing watched her handle the fish skillfully and quickly learned. Comrade Shen, you have a real talent. Qin Yuqing didn't hold back her praise. Proper compliments from a man can boost their confidence. Shin Yuching watched Qin Yuching drink 2 bowls of fish soup and felt very happy. Although he was following his wife's instructions, he was genuinely the one cooking. With previous experience, Qin Yuching didn't ride her bike this time. Shin Yuching took her to the door and said, "I'll come pick you up tonight." After Qin Yuching went inside, Shin Yuching rode his bike to find Zhou Ong. Qin Yuching had already changed into her dance costume. She was quite nervous this time. The performers were carefully selected and very talented. For the show, the 7 Golden Flowers dance was cut. Jiang Lihua had her own reasons. She wanted to leave. The 7 Golden Flowers were good, but she preferred to perform herself. This time, only 2 acts were left, and the large media performance couldn't be removed. When she found out, Qin Yuching felt a little sad, but it was only for a moment. She just wanted to finish early and rest. Zhou Ong and Shin Yuching stood among the crowd. Shin Yuching looked at Zhou Ong and said, "Stay away from me. It's okay. If they want to ask questions, let them." Shin Yuching shifted his position, annoyed that Zhou Ong was blocking his view and affecting his photography. If the camera hadn't been borrowed, he would have kicked the person away long ago. Qin Yuching didn't know Shin Yuching was coming. She was being watched closely by Jiang Lihua, who was worried about a repeat of the last accident. This performance had to go perfectly. "Now it's our turn to perform. Get ready." Qin Yuching nodded and, without meaning to, glanced around. She saw a few people looking disappointed. They had been practicing very hard recently. Not being able to perform at the last moment was really upsetting. At this point, they could understand Hu Ping's feelings. Jiang Lihua pulled Qin Yuching back from her thoughts. The 2 of them moved to the stage entrance. The applause started. Jiang Lihua looked even more nervous than Qin Yuching. "Are you ready?" Qin Yuching was performing in such a big hall for the first time. She took a quick look and then focused her mind. When the applause grew louder, her chest rose and fell quickly. No one wasn't nervous. Jiang Lihua couldn't hide her excitement either. She grabbed Qin Yuching's hand, and they went on stage. "Director Jiang, how do you think our performance went this time?" "Better than last time." Jiang Lihua was so excited she couldn't put it into words. Qin Yuching didn't want to steal the spotlight or cause trouble. Their team wasn't even qualified to perform. She softly reminded Jiang Lihua, "Director Jiang, there are still performances from our team coming up." "Oh, right. I'll go check." Qin Yuching let out a sigh of relief and rested in a corner, not wanting to disturb others or join in. She knew she would leave soon, and any friendships would fade away. Shin Yuching put his camera down and developed all the photos. Zhou Ong looked at Shin Yuching with a bit of jealousy. He knew Shin Yuching was good at choosing a wife. "Where are you going?"
Zhou Ong grabbed Shin Yuching.
Taking photos was fine, but now that it was done, he should be honest. "I'm going to find my wife." Zhou Ong held him back. "The backstage is busy with performances. You can't go in just like that." "I won't go in." He could ask someone to call her, but after what happened last time with the poisoning, he was very worried about his wife. "You should stop. The performance will be over soon, and there's not much time left." "It's different." His wife said there was only one performance. The other was cancelled because there wasn't enough time. Zhou Ong hesitated for a moment, but decided to follow Shin Yuching, worried he might cause trouble. Qin Yuching was surprised when she was told someone was looking for her outside. When she went out, she saw Shin Yuching. She was happy but also saw Zhou Ong nearby. "Why are you both here?" It was awkward for them to see each other after the recent performance. "Girl, you did a great job on stage just now." As expected, Qin Yuching smiled shyly. "Let's go talk somewhere else." This was backstage, and there were too many people coming and going. Zhou Ong was considerate and went back to watch the show, leaving space for the 2 of them. "Why didn't you tell me you were coming?" Shin Yuching's eyes were full of smiles. "We weren't sure before, so I wanted to surprise you." Qin Yuching playfully scolded. That was almost a shock. Luckily, she didn't know he was below during her performance, or she would have been too nervous. "Qing, you look so beautiful on stage." It seemed she was born for the stage. Watching her shine, it was clear why some people might be jealous of her. Being too dazzling might make others only focus on her. Qin Yuching cleared her throat. "Not really. Let's go see the front." They stood in a corner, holding hands in the dark, as applause echoed around them. The performance is almost over. I'll go backstage and talk to director Jiang. Qin Yuqing found Jiang Lihua and briefly explained. Although the final evaluation was at the end, she wouldn't compete with Jiang Lihua for the stage spot. Jiang Lihua happily agreed to Qin Yuqing's early departure. By the way, we have a day off tomorrow. The day after, we need to plan the year-end tour. Got it, Director Jiang. The year-end tour sounded fancy, but it was mostly performances at nearby units. She might not even be part of it. Qin Yuqing didn't ride his own bike. He borrowed Zhou. Since the police were responsible for security checks this time, they sat openly in the car on their way back. Zhou turned back and said, "You can't go through the alley, so I'll take you to this point." Qin Yuqing first got out of the car to open the door for Qin Yuqing, then told Zhou, "Print out the photos for me." He planned to pay 5 yuan per picture and have a good meal afterward. Before they reached the door, they saw someone crouched outside. Qin Shuyao approached in the dark, wrapped up tightly to avoid recognition. Qin Yuqing just pulled Qin Yuqing behind him. Qin Yuqing patted Qin Yuqing's shoulder and said, "Don't be afraid, I came to give money." Qin Shuyao saw the figure and stood up cautiously. When she saw Qin Yuqing return, she wanted to complain a little, but when she saw Qin Yuqing beside her, she swallowed her words. "Come in," Qin Yuqing said to Qin Shuyao at the door. Qin Yuqing was the first to go inside and turn on the light. He poured 2 bowls of water. Qin Shuyao had been squatting outside for almost 2 hours. She was already frozen and numb, but didn't care. She picked up her bowl and drank. She finished drinking in one go and wiped her mouth. She took a handkerchief from her pocket, which was full of money, but her hand clenched tightly around it. "This is 800. But you need to write me a proof," she said. Qin Shuyao has social experience. Since Shen's family hasn't been sent away yet, she still has some authority. She wants her work to go smoothly. Qin Yuqing was surprised to hear 800. He looked at Qin Shuyao, thinking that if his wife hadn't noticed anything unusual, maybe she wouldn't get this job at all. Qin Yuqing was eager to get rid of this job quickly. "All right, tomorrow morning you follow me and we'll do the handover directly." Qin Shuyao took out a piece of paper from her bag. "I've already written it. Just stamp and sign." This time she was the boss because she was paying. Qin Yuqing took the paper, looked at it twice, and found no problem. She signed quickly. Even if Qin Shuyao changed her mind now, she couldn't escape from this yard. Qin Shuyao gritted her teeth and pushed the money back to Qin Yuqing. She was reluctant inside. Once she gave the money, she really had no money left. She could only rely on her small salary to get by. But without a job, she was anxious. After thinking it over, she decided to accept the high price. In the future, she would step on Qin Yuqing. Qin Yuqing quickly counted the money. "Perfect, you can leave now." They hadn't eaten yet, so they couldn't delay. Qin Shuyao looked around at the furnishings inside the house, snorted, turned around, and left. She was also thinking about where to get money. She wasn't someone who relied on others. Qin Yuqing closed the door happily and tidied up the money.
She was really happy.
The sooner she sold her job, the sooner she could leave. If she delayed 2 more days, she would have to go to the performance with her. Qin Yuqing went back inside and saw Qin Yuqing, who was smiling brightly. Her eyes softened. Qin Yuqing looked up happily and said, "I'm going to cook. Today, let's have a good meal." "Okay, I'll help you." The two of them busy in the kitchen. Qin Yuqing was a bit confused and wondered why Qin Shuyao was given the job. Based on Qin Yuqing's temper, she probably hated the Qin family very much. Thinking about it, he asked, "Did you sell the job to her because she paid more?" "No, this job is a stable one for others, but for Qin Shuyao, it's a trap that will keep her stuck." The more money she spent, the more she didn't want to lose the job. Qin Yuqing was a little puzzled and asked, "Isn't a job the same for everyone?" Qin Yuqing started to subtly guide Qin Yuqing, explaining the relationship between Gao Xianghua and Qin Shuyao, and also mentioning her uncle's past schemes. Hearing that his wife almost married Gao Xianghua, Qin Yuqing felt uncomfortable. So Gao Xianghua must marry Qin Shuyao, no matter what means he uses. They have to be tied together. Qin Yuqing specifically reminded him, before they get married, Gao Xianghua can't be caught. Shen Yuqing understood, and his mind turned quickly. So, he really robbed you. Qin Yuqing didn't expect Shen Yuqing to be so sharp. Her words just now had a bit of emotional fluctuation, which was noticed. People like this are really wasted staying at home. I sensed it early and didn't let him succeed. Shen Yuqing was silent. When his wife was in danger, what was he doing? Where was he? It's funny. He risked his life to protect others, but couldn't protect his wife, and she had to rely on herself to get out. Will you blame me? Qin Yuqing sighed, stopped cooking, and pulled Shen Yuqing over. Why would I blame you? I think marrying you was the best decision I ever made. Shen Yuqing hadn't been doing well lately. After a series of setbacks, he seemed outwardly fine, but was probably feeling unsettled inside. The pressure he faced was not small. Sometimes at home, Qin Yuqing could see Shen Yuqing zoning out. She knew that mental torment often broke a person. Shen Yuqing didn't say anything because he didn't want her to feel sad. She pretended not to understand, but she wouldn't really act like nothing was wrong. Smiling at Shen Yuqing, she said, "You have to trust your judgment. Your wife is very capable. If she can't handle something, she'll definitely come to you. That young man is not worth my attention. I carry sleeping medicine from my ancestors, and my teacher is very skilled, an imperial doctor. Rounding up, I am also an imperial doctor." How could I be fooled? Shen Yuqing knew his wife was teasing him, but a small smile appeared on his face. My Qing is the best. The sleeping medicine and the hemostatic drugs helped him a lot. Shen Yuqing has no doubts about his medical skills. Once I finish the handover at work, let's go to the mountains. Qin Yuqing has already planned it. She knows Shen Yuqing would feel uncomfortable staying at home all the time. The best way is to shift his attention and go outside more. Since going out now is inconvenient, they can't go far. The mountains are the best place. Shen Yuqing now agrees to whatever Qin Yuqing says. When I pick herbs, you can help carry them. Maybe we'll get lucky and find some wild birds. Then we won't lack fresh meat. The two of them happily imagine their future days. Shen Yuqing gradually relaxes and feels that spending time with his wife like this is quite nice. Talking about game in the mountains, Shen Yuqing's desire to hunt was growing, and he had some plans. Early the next morning, Qin Yuqing tidied up. After today, she would be unemployed again. I'll take you there. At the door, Shen Yuqing didn't leave. I'll wait outside for you. Okay, it might take a while. No problem. Shen Yuqing now has plenty of time. Qin Shuyao was already waiting at the gate. When she saw someone arriving, she relaxed. Seeing them, she hurriedly said, "Let's go find the leader first." "No, let's find Captain Jiang first." Qin Shuyao looked displeased. "Are you trying some tricks again? Do you think everyone is like you?" Qin Yuqing looked at Qin Shuyao with disdain and explained, "Don't forget, I am now a key figure. If I leave, the leaders definitely won't agree." Qin Shuyao didn't reply. Qin Yuqing was telling the truth. In the past few days, their office had been talking about this. Qin Yuqing has been in the spotlight these days, and everyone praises her. Just looking for your team leader is enough. People are selfish. Jiang Lihua became famous by singing with her. The judging results are out, and she won first place. The last thing she wants is for her to take the spotlight, and she definitely doesn't want any accidents to ruin her hopes of returning home. This time, taking advantage of Shen Yuqing's situation and Jiang Lihua's involvement, she managed to walk away unscathed. When Qin Yuqing found Jiang Lihua, she was surprised. Already so soon? I thought it would last until after the new year. Before the holiday, she went to the unit's performance and hoped Qin Yuqing would participate to boost her reputation. Qin Yuqing leaned close and whispered, "I'm just worried about causing trouble for our team. Things are fine now, but if something happens, it could bring problems to our group. I don't want to be the one blamed." Qin Yuqing's words hit the point, which Jiang Lihua also worried about. Qin Yuqing continued, "Captain Jiang, there are many performances before the new year. It's a good time to train new people. After the new year, no one will pay attention." She suggested they find a reason to say someone was transferred so no one would insist. Personnel changes are common before and after the new year. Qin Yuqing had clearly caught on to this. Jiang Lihua frowned and thought for a moment. What Qin Yuqing said was true. They couldn't afford to be dragged down again. If more problems happen, even good results would be overshadowed. It was all because Qin Yuqing quietly got married without checking her partner's background, which led to her being involved. "All right, I'll go talk to the leaders and get some information," Zhang Lihua said. Qin Yuqing obediently followed behind. When she saw Qin Shuyao at the door, she asked, "Are you planning to sell your work to her?" If they could find someone talented in singing and dancing, it would make things easier. Talents like that are hard to find. But Zhang Lihua, being a screenwriter, felt a bit uncomfortable. Screenwriters don't have much influence over her. Good screenwriters can write good scripts, but without good actors to perform, it's useless. Seeing Zhang Lihua's furrowed brow, Qin Yuqing pretended to stay quiet, understanding that Zhang Lihua was upset, but it wasn't her fault. Qin Shuyao wanted to step forward and introduce herself, but Zhang Lihua snorted and quickly walked ahead. Qin Shuyao glared fiercely from behind. Zhang Lihua suddenly turned around, startling her. If she didn't need her help right now, who would bother with this old witch? Always wearing a stern face for everyone to see, yet she owed nothing to her. If she had the ability, she wouldn't need their scripts. "Wait outside," Zhang Lihua said impatiently. Qin Shuyao wisely stayed outside this time. Just one last step remains. As soon as the leaders inside approve and she signs the document, she will become a full-time employee. Zhang Lihua stayed inside for over an hour before frowning and calling someone to let 2 people in. Qin Shuyao couldn't wait and went in ahead of Qin Yuqing. "Qin Yuqing, are you sure about this? Once she signs, she can't change her mind." The two of them hesitated inside for a long time. Qin Yuqing is a good candidate, but their team has had too many problems recently. After thinking it over, they decided they couldn't risk more issues. They also called the military district earlier to confirm that Qin Yuqing's husband has been suspended from his duties. What does this mean? Both of them understood very well. "I'm sure." Zhang Lihua looked at Qin Shuyao. "You go out first. We need to talk to Qin Yuqing alone." Qin Shuyao looked reluctant but finally left, muttering inside about Zhang Lihua's many questions. Only 3 people remained in the room. Qin Yuqing took the initiative to ask, "May I ask what the leaders want to know?" Zhang Lihua cleared her throat and said, "There are a few performances before the new year. I hope you can participate." Qin Yuqing frowned. She usually avoids performances. If she had time, she would do other things. She has many tasks. Right now, Qin Yuqing didn't dare to insist because she hadn't signed yet. "Leader Jiang, isn't this inappropriate? What will the team members think?" Zhang Lihua looked at Qin Yuqing. "Here's the situation. We've discussed it. Usually you don't need to come, but when there's a performance, you can return. Your pay will be based on temporary worker wages." If Qin Yuqing hadn't seen that she hadn't signed yet, she would be ready to curse. Such scheming, calling her a temporary worker? She feels like she has to be on call at home all the time. Qin Yuqing lowered her head to calm her emotions. "Minister Wang, Leader Jiang, I also want to participate, but I might not have time then. I've been cooperating with the investigation these days. If there's a schedule conflict, it will be hard to handle. If it gets out and damages my reputation, I won't take responsibility. I will cooperate if needed." Zhang Lihua choked. Qin Yuqing had indeed been taken away twice. Minister Wang looked at Qin Yuqing but didn't insist further. "All right then, that's it." Qin Yuqing felt the weight in her heart lift after signing. As expected, when her interests are involved, she becomes more obedient. She took the document and went straight to the finance office to collect her money. It seems they approved the money quickly to clearly separate the issues, so there was no need for another visit. Qin Shuyao finally received her official confirmation letter and went to the finance department. Only after reporting her salary would it be adjusted. The accountant looked at it and quickly calculated. Total is 72 yuan and 8 cents for 48 days' wages. "If everything looks good, just sign." Qin Yuqing asked, "Is there no bonus?" Since the New Year's performance was well received, Zhang Lihua mentioned there would be a bonus, which wouldn't be just a few dozen yuan. "It's not listed here. Maybe you should ask about it." Qin Yuqing sneered. Truly, people change when they leave. She hasn't even left yet. There's no need to ask. Let's just leave it at that. She wasn't short of money and didn't want to cause trouble now. She also didn't want to help her anymore. Dream on. Qin Shuyao felt happy inside. After Qin Yuqing signed, she immediately placed the confirmation letter on the table. I'm now a full employee. You should note that. The accountant looked at Qin Shuyao and added her name to the official staff list. After taking the money, Qin Yuqing turned to leave, feeling that everything here was no longer her concern. But after just a few steps, Qin Shuyao caught up. With a proud look, she said, Qin Yuqing, don't blame me for not telling you. Being a wife of an official isn't easy. Qin Yuqing sneered, better than having no one to marry. You think just having a job means everything is fine. Qin Shuyao was lost in her joy of becoming a full employee and didn't care at all. You're just jealous. You think you married a rich guy, but at most, he's covered in gold on the outside. She couldn't wait to see Qin Yuqing get into trouble. Qin Yuqing wanted to see Shin Yuqing sooner. She guessed he was waiting outside and was anxious. When she stepped out, she saw Shin Yuqing standing by the road, not chatting with Lu Jigang. He probably wanted to avoid involving others and deliberately kept his distance, which made her feel even more sympathetic. Thinking of the chili sauce in her bag, Qin Yuqing took it out and handed it to Lu Jigang. Uncle, I'm leaving now. I won't come back. Lu Jigang felt a bit regretful. He had sensed something was wrong these days. All right, take care wherever you go. I will, Uncle. I'll visit you when I have time. Qin Yuqing waved goodbye and pushed her bicycle toward Shin Yuqing. She smiled and said, Yuqing, you can go now. It's so cold. Why not go inside and wait? Shin Yuqing was influenced by the smile on Qin Yuqing's face. I'll wait for you.
Not cold, right?
Did you finish everything? I'm free now. No more work from tomorrow. Shin Yuqing smiled, and Qin Yuqing continued. Let's go home and have hot pot to celebrate my freedom. Sure, we can stop by the market to buy some ingredients. Qin Yuqing praised him. Comrade Shun, you're getting better at this. Let's split up later. I'll buy the meat. Whatever you say. Lu Jigang stood by the door holding 2 jars of chili sauce, watching them. They looked happy together. It was nice to see. Halfway down the road, Qin Yuqing whispered to Shin Yuqing, Do you think someone's following us? Shin Yuqing nodded. They've been following us for a while. Qin Yuqing found it ridiculous. They treat us like spies instead of doing real work. Let's go into the mountains tomorrow? She suggested. If they wanted to follow, let them. Qin Yuqing didn't mind giving them something to do. Shin Yuqing thought for a moment.
All right.
He needed to prepare some things. You couldn't go into the mountains empty-handed. Then we should have a good meal tonight, Qin Yuqing said. We'll need energy tomorrow. I'll steam some buns to take with us. After buying the meat, Shin Yuqing handed it to her. I'll get a few more things. You go home first. Qin Yuqing was happy to head home early and quietly took out some vegetables she had stored away. By the time Shin Yuqing returned, the table was already full. Wash your hands. Dinner's ready. The buns will be done soon. So fast? Shin Yuqing was surprised. He thought he'd hurried, but she was still quicker. Qin Yuqing didn't tell him that most of the food was half prepared and only needed a little work. It's just washing some vegetables. Doesn't take long. She brought out a jar of wine. Want a drink? They say a little wine can ease worries, and Shin Yuqing could use that right now. He smiled.
Sure.
How well can you handle alcohol?
She asked.
Shin Yuqing had always been disciplined. In the army, he needed to stay alert, so he rarely drank. At home, life had been hard. There was barely enough to eat, let alone drink. When he did drink outside, it was only a cup or 2. He never dared to have more, and his position had protected him from being pressured to drink. Then just a little, Qin Yuqing said gently. Qin Yuqing quickly regretted her decision. As they drank, they both got more intoxicated. While talking, Shin Yuqing's gaze changed, and his gentle demeanor turned hot and intense. In the middle of the day, they ended up on the bed. Shin Yuqing was probably drunk or had been holding back too long these past few days. He really wanted to tear her apart and get inside her. Qin Yuqing forgot how long they had been messing around. Recently, she was very nervous because of the upcoming performance. She also wanted to comfort Shin Yuqing, so she let herself go. Now that she was relaxed, she was dizzy and sleeping deeply. When Qin Yuqing woke up, it was a little dark outside. She thought it was night. Hearing sounds, Shun Yuqing came in from outside, holding a glass of water. Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere? After sobering up, she felt a bit annoyed. Maybe she went too far yesterday, and her husband might be angry. But she was mostly happy. Qin Yuqing's clothes were dry, probably cleaned.
She felt a little shy.
She changed the subject. What time is it now? It's not even 6 o'clock. It's so late? No wonder it's dark. Shun Yuqing looked a bit guilty, touching his nose. That's morning.
Huh?
Qin Yuqing's mind exploded. Shun Yuqing nodded, speaking softly. I made some porridge. Do you want to have a little? She had slept all afternoon and into the evening. Drinking alcohol really shouldn't be taken lightly. No, I want to rest a bit longer. Qin Yuqing pointed at the water. Keep the water. You can go out. Shun Yuqing held back a smile, put down the ceramic cup, and stood still. Qin Yuqing was so angry she wanted to kick him. She took a deep breath, thinking she had sacrificed enough. At least Shun Yuqing was in a good mood now, so it was worth it. Go out and cook. Shun Yuqing obediently left. Qin Yuqing changed her clothes, took some spiritual spring water, and rested a little more. When she felt better, she got dressed. She didn't forget that she had to go into the mountains today. Shun Yuqing saw her get up and put down what he was holding.
Do
you want to rest a little longer? Qin Yuqing glared at the culprit. How could he be so shameless to say that? No, after breakfast, we're going into the mountains. Maybe. We don't have to go today. We can go another day, he suggested. Qin Yuqing chuckled. No, we're going. We have to go. Qin Yuqing finished her noodles and fried an egg. Going into the mountains is not easy. You must eat well to have enough energy. Let's just ride one bike. We can leave it at the local villager's house. If her space hadn't been restricted, Qin Yuqing would definitely carry it with her. The two of them found the nearest villager's house and stored the bike there before heading into the mountains together. Since she brought Shun Yuqing, Qin Yuqing didn't waste time at the foot of the mountain and went straight inside. Qin Yuqing chose a safe spot and said to Shun Yuqing, go catch some mountain chickens. I've been here before with the teacher, so it's safe. No, the situation up there is uncertain. I'll go with you. Qin Yuqing's goal was to make Shun Yuqing happy. She knew he was worried about her, so she agreed. All right, you help me dig for herbs first. I'll show you how. Shun Yuqing followed Qin Yuqing as she dug up a few plants. After recognizing some, he started searching nearby. While digging, Qin Yuqing moved farther away from him. Shun Yuqing gave up what he was holding and followed her. During this time, Qin Yuqing took a quick sip of water and said, I just saw a wild rabbit. Yeah. Shun Yuqing also saw it. You set up a trap net, right? Go ahead. I'll wait here. Shun Yuqing had bought trap tools and a net, and Qin Yuqing wouldn't let him work in vain. She deliberately sat on a big rock to rest, giving Shun Yuqing a chance to vent. Shun Yuqing wanted to go, but was worried about Qin Yuqing. He was really tired and started a small fire, telling her, don't run around. Stay here and wait for me. Okay, you go quickly. I'll wait for you. Shun Yuqing kept looking back every few steps. Qin Yuqing sat smiling on the rock, waving her hand. When he was far enough away, she jumped down from the rock, just in time to think about what to eat for lunch and prepare the herbs. It took Shun Yuqing nearly 2 hours for his round trip. When he returned, he was carrying a half-dead wild chicken. Qin Yuqing gave a thumbs up. Great. Tonight, we'll have chicken stew with mushrooms. Shun Yuqing happily tied the chicken and put it into the basket. His wife was someone who was easily satisfied. Wash your hands. The buns are ready. Qin Yuqing handed Shun Yuqing a damp towel, which she had prepared in advance. Freshly baked meat-filled buns are hot, crispy on the outside, and fragrant inside. Even in the deep mountains, they taste special. The trap is set. I'll come check in a couple of days. I'll come too, since she is free now, and if someone comes looking for her at home, she might as well come to the mountains to play, pick some herbs, wild vegetables, and hunt for game. In the afternoon, Shun Yuqing went out again and brought back a rabbit caught in a trap. Qin Yuqing also gathered some edible wild vegetables. Seeing the still-living rabbit, she started to think about it. The space also has a single man, so she wondered if they could match. Don't kill it yet. Take it home and raise it. If it survives, we'll have endless rabbits to eat. Shen Yuqing paused, then smiled again. All right, next time I'll catch a few more alive. With 4 or 5 traps, they should be able to catch a few alive. Seeing that it was getting late, the two headed down the mountain together. They saw a fleeting shadow below. Qin Yuqing asked, "Was that a person just now?" Now they were close to the foot of the mountain and there shouldn't be any bears or the like. They had never heard of such things in this area. A cold light flashed in Shen Yuqing's eyes, but he turned to smile at Qin Yuqing. It was probably a local from down the mountain. Qin Yuqing pretended to be scared. "I thought it was a bear. Next time, I'll bring some sleeping powder." "You're right." Qin Yuqing suddenly turned her head. "Teach me some self-defense skills." Shen Yuqing didn't expect his wife to say that, but he thought it was very necessary. He also felt a bit guilty. It's his fault. If he had done better, his wife wouldn't have these ideas. "Okay, I'll teach you when I have time. I've hired a personal coach." "I feel so lucky." Shen Yuqing was amused by Qin Yuqing. His wife always made him happy. They went down the mountain chatting and laughing. A detective hiding in the dark let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, they weren't discovered. It had been a whole day.
He was almost starving. Who knew they would go up the mountain?
Back home, Shen Yuqing processed the chicken, and Qin Yuqing put the injured rabbit in a cage, applied some medicine, and checked its condition. It was free, so he didn't mind if it died. That night, they ate warm food. Shen Yuqing thought that in the future, he should go to the mountains more often, so his wife wouldn't miss out on meat. Qin Yuqing entered the house and looked around. "It's getting cold. Let's buy some charcoal these days. Tomorrow I'll go. You stay at home." "No, I want to visit Teacher Xiao and show him the herbs I collected." Qin Yuqing needs to make good use of this time, prepare supplies, and once they leave, it will be easier to visit Teacher Yu. In the evening, she cooked a pot of chicken. Shen Yuqing hesitated and asked, "Qing, do you still have that sleeping potion?" "Yes, I do."
Do you need it? Yes.
I want to catch a rabbit alive, so I need to borrow that medicine." Qin Yuqing suddenly understood. "I have plenty. Since the path is clear now, she's not worried." Shen Yuqing smiled and suddenly thought he could change careers and sell wild game. That night, Qin Yuqing took out all her money and told Shen Yuqing her plan. Of course, it was only the official legal money. When she counted it, she was surprised. Including miscellaneous funds, it was over 20,000 yuan, mostly provided by the Shen family. They are already wealthy, not counting gold bars. "Yuqing, our money is enough. You can rest assured and take a break." Showing their savings was to reassure Shen Yuqing. They could just live off their savings for 3 to 5 years without any problem. Shen Yuqing understood Qin Yuqing's idea and felt warm inside. He knew what his wife was thinking. Qin Yuqing then took out 200 yuan and handed it to Shen Yuqing. "This is your pocket money. If it runs out, just ask me for more." Shen Yuqing couldn't help but laugh. His wife was really generous. Who has this much pocket money? He kept 50 yuan, enough for buying charcoal tomorrow, and the rest he could use to buy other things for his wife. "This is enough. You keep the rest." He looked at Qin Yuqing and said, "I like asking my wife for money." Qin Yuqing smiled warmly. "All right, I'll wait for you to ask." In the morning, Qin Yuqing didn't go to work. She finally had a good reason to sleep in, since Shen Yuqing needed to get up early to buy charcoal. She warmed up the leftovers and soup, ate a little, then pushed her cart out. Buying charcoal requires going early, and in cold weather, there are many people lining up. When Qin Yuqing got up, she took out 2 fish from the space. She remembered Shen Yuqing liked boiled fish that night, so she planned to cook it again at noon. He was all prepared but kept waiting for Shen Yuqing to return. Just as they were about to go out, Shen Yuqing came back, covered in dirt. Qin Yuqing wanted to help, but Shen Yuqing stopped her. "Don't touch it. I can handle it." Qin Yuqing moved aside, and Shen Yuqing pushed the coal into the yard. "Why did you come back so late? Did something happen?" Shen Yuqing carried a basket. There were many people in line. Some started lining up as early as 4 or 5 in the morning. Shen Yuqing usually didn't worry about these things and didn't know much about daily life routines. Not only was there a long line, but I heard there will be a purchase limit in a few days. He didn't waste the whole morning in line. He heard a lot of gossip, mostly tips for daily life. Qin Yuqing felt relieved after hearing there was no problem. Tomorrow, I'll go early again and buy some more. No need. These are enough. Qin Yuqing still had some at home. If she bought them for Teacher Yu, she planned to use the remaining tickets for rural trips. It's all up to you. Qin Yuqing turned and went into the kitchen. You clean up, I'll start cooking. Qin Yuqing had been outside all afternoon and was quite hungry. Seeing the boiled fish, he paused in surprise. Went to the market again. Yes, and I bought some other vegetables too. Qin Yuqing changed into clean clothes. He originally wanted to wash clothes before eating, but changed his mind. Seeing Qin Yuqing eating happily, Qin Yuqing also felt content. Life like this was pretty good. After dinner, Qin Yuqing didn't need to worry. Qin Yuqing took the initiative to wash the dishes and do the laundry. In the afternoon, Qin Yuqing visited old Zhao's house. Qin Yuqing took the opportunity to go out and visit the hospital. When they came out, they had already learned about Gao Xianghua's condition. She was almost ready to be discharged. He also went to the market and bought some rice noodles. He had learned to restock supplies and could tell at a glance what was missing at home. He checked the time and went to pick up Qin Yuqing again. When Qin Yuqing saw him, she smiled and said, I won't come tomorrow. Let's go up the mountain. Okay. I met Zhou on the way. He said Gao Xianghua will be discharged soon. Qin Yuqing nodded. The day after tomorrow, I'll ask Yufei to help spread the news. Gao Xianghua had probably been through a tough time recently. If she even hinted at Qin Xiao's recent situation, she would go crazy. For the next plan, Qin Yuqing worked overtime again at night. Qin Yuqing slept peacefully and felt proud that she had helped Qin Yuqing recover his strength by going hunting on the mountain. This time, Qin Yuqing replaced the steamed buns with meat pies and also brought some dried meat. I'll dig for herbs downstairs first, you go check the traps, she said. Qin Yuqing agreed, and when he returned, Qin Yuqing thought they should change their plan a bit. Since they hadn't been there all day, they found many different animals. Qin Yuqing didn't expect so many prey on the mountain. Maybe no one usually hunted here, which made it easier for them. They caught 5 rabbits, 2 of which were still alive, 7 wild chickens, most still alive, and also a medium-sized wild boar. Leave the wild boar, Qin Yuqing said, looking at the piglet. Its meat is tender, and right now meat is hard to buy. Qin Yuqing nodded. She could handle wild boar meat, and this size probably wouldn't be tough. She checked the animals, kept 1 live rabbit, and although another was still alive, it seemed unlikely to survive, so she left it. She also kept 1 wild chicken. Looking up at Qin Yuqing, she asked, what do you plan to do with the rest? Qin Yuqing already had a plan. I'll sell them. Recently, meat has been scarce, so these animals should sell well. Qin Yuqing was worried about how this might affect Qin Yuqing. Will it affect you? No, I won't sell on the black market, he replied. While collecting the prey on the mountain, Qin Yuqing had already thought about where to sell them. He asked Zhou to help him contact places like restaurants or other buyers. That's fine. If it affects you, I can handle these animals too, Qin Yuqing said. At worst, she could preserve the meat by salting it, and even a half-dead wild chicken could be raised again. It's okay. Come down the mountain with me, Qin Yuqing said. The prey's value is highest while still alive, so Qin Yuqing wanted to find Zhou. He didn't want Qin Yuqing to be alone here. All right, I'll go to my teacher's house, she agreed. Qin Yuqing didn't want Qin Yuqing to worry. She went up the mountain to help Qin Yuqing burn off some energy and distract him. When they arrived at the door, Qin Yuqing handed Qin Yuqing a wild chicken.
Give this to your teacher.
I'll handle the stuff in the car, he said. After running around and checking the traps on the mountain, Qin Yuqing went back down in the evening to pick up Qin Yuqing and return home. When Qin Yuqing arrived home, she saw that the wild boar had already been processed. This really saves me a lot of work. Qin Yuqing took Qin Yuqing's bag into the house and put it down. You just tell me what to do for the rest. But you should eat first. Wild boar meat isn't farm-raised. Its taste and texture are different from domesticated pork. Qin Yuqing was thinking about how to cook the wild boar and what to eat. During dinner, Qin Yuqing said, I plan to visit Yufei tomorrow and also see Teacher Yu. You should check the train tickets in advance. We're going back home. Qin Yuqing was worried about the house fire and didn't know what was happening there. Recently, with this kind of situation, Shen Yuqing also couldn't make calls. Actually, we don't have to go home. Shen Yuqing thought about how messy the house would be, and going back might just cause trouble for his wife. His father would understand.
But I want to go.
I don't want to be blamed. Shen Yuqing was silent for a moment. All right, I'll buy the train tickets. Which day do you think is best to go back? Definitely before the 28th of the lunar month. We need to prepare for the new year. You said your parents can't cook, so we should buy some things in advance. Okay, I understand. Shen Yuqing was thinking about the timing. Considering the travel time, that day was the best to leave. Qin Yuqing insisted on spending the new year in Beijing. She had another reason. Qin Shuyao had mentioned that many foreign books were found in the Shen family, and they had been accused at the time. Many of those books were collected by Shen Yuqing's mother and were very valuable for research, but no one believed it. She wondered if she could replace some of them. Luckily, she had collected many books from the scrap yard, all sorted out. The next day, the two of them went their separate ways. Qin Yuqing pretended to be a customer browsing around and saw Zhang Yufei busy, so she didn't disturb her. She turned around and bought some food to visit Teacher Yu. Teacher Yu, I'm here again. Come whenever you want. Why are you bringing things again? Seeing what Qin Yuqing was holding, Yu Tianhai couldn't help but say, You're saving your salary. It didn't cost much. How is Teacher Yu's health lately? Getting better. Qin Yuqing helped organize the files. Yu Tianhai sighed. How have things been recently? Any news from above? The last time Qin Yuqing visited, she hinted at some information. She heard that Qin Yuqing was quite happy about her marriage, but the next moment, she was shocked by Qin Yuqing's news and couldn't speak for a long time. It should be going to the countryside, so I need your help to check on the house, Teacher Yu. Yu Tianhai was silent for a moment. Bring the person over someday, and I'll take a look. Okay. Yuqing also wants to see you. He's just worried that it might be inconvenient for him to come. I'm an old man. What am I afraid of? If you want to investigate, just do it.
All right.
Teacher Yu, when are you free? Maybe you can come to my house and take a look together. Yu Tianhai thought about it. If Qin Yuqing's partner came to see him, it might cause trouble. But if he went, that was a different matter.
Here's the plan.
I finish work early tomorrow afternoon, so I'll come to your house then. Qin Yuqing smiled. All right. I'll wait for Teacher Yu to come to my place. After confirming with Teacher Yu, Qin Yuqing went to find Zhang Yufei. When Zhang Yufei saw her, she immediately stepped forward. The last time I saw you in the morning, and then you disappeared so quickly. Qin Yuqing smiled. You're working now. You're doing well. Zhang Yufei shyly tucked her hair behind her ear. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have this job. How's your leg? Are you taking your medicine on time? Where are you living now? Zhang Yufei quickly replied. My leg is much better. I've been getting treatment on time. I've moved out of Grandma's house. Her grandson and son-in-law moved in. They didn't say I had to leave, but I felt awkward staying there. Everyone had moved in, so it was obvious. Zhang Yufei wasn't stupid. Do you still have money? Yes. Grandma Wu asked me for 80 yuan. The money you gave me is still enough. Next week, I'll go get my household registration. From now on, I'll be independent. Zhang Yufei felt a bit emotional. In a short time, she had become alone, but she also felt it was okay and comfortable. Qin Yuqing guessed it was Grandma Wu's idea. She probably worried Zhang Yufei would share her house later. Is your rented house far from here? Is it safe? Not far. It should be safe. The neighbors are very friendly. Qin Yuqing gave a few more instructions before getting to the main point. After listening, Zhang Yufei patted her chest confidently. I'll handle this. I'll make sure it's done. I'll go after work. We'll wait for your good news. Don't worry. It was just passing a message. This task was very simple. She was sure she could make Gao Xianghua believe it completely. To play her part well, Zhang Yufei even spent money to hire someone. The person was very beautiful, and she borrowed her water bottle. Standing by the window in Gao Xianghua's hospital room, the two of them practiced their lines. Fei Fei, what are you doing here? Where do you work now? Zhang Yufei saw Gao Xianghua being attracted by a beautiful woman. As they talked, they mentioned Qin Shuyao. We can't compare. Yao Yao has been very lucky. Are you talking about the Xu Yao who recently joined the arts troupe? Zhang Yufei glanced at Gao Xianghua, who was raising his head, and deliberately raised her voice. Yes, her. I heard she got a permanent position, and someone is trying to introduce her to a good match. She's a full-time member of the arts troupe, talented and pretty. Of course, many people are chasing her. Seeing the right moment, Zhang Yufei said, "Oh, I have to go deliver water now." They parted ways, each going in different directions. Gao Xianghua was shocked. No wonder she hadn't visited him these days. She had become a permanent employee. That's not good. Qin Shuyao belongs to her, and her salary as a permanent worker is quite good.
Nurse.
Nurse. I want to leave the hospital. Gao Xianghua couldn't stay any longer. He was waiting for Qin Shuyao to apologize to him. If he waited any longer, everyone would be married. Qin Yuqing didn't know how Yufei managed it. She was busy tidying up at home. Shen Yuqing returned from outside. He had gone to the mountains again, and caught some game. These 2 rabbits aren't hurt. They're alive. Qin Yuqing happily put the rabbits into a cage. When she left, she planned to store them in her space. You went to the mountains again? Yeah, just to check on things. By the way, I bought the train tickets. They're for 8 days from now. Qin Yuqing calculated it was about a week.
Got it.
I also have something to tell you. Teacher, you will come in the afternoon.
He wants to see you.
Shen Yuqing knew who this person was. His wife had mentioned him. When they leave, the house will be left in his care. From Qin Yuqing's tone, it seemed this person was kind to her, so it was good to meet him. Shen Yuqing no longer needed Qin Yuqing to accompany him. He was either busy at home or taking a walk in the mountains every day. Qin Yuqing also enjoyed her freedom, sticking to her routine of studying medicine without fail. When they were at home, they avoided trouble. Jiang Lihua even came knocking, noticing the lock on the door. She asked the neighbors around, who all shook their heads. Jiang Lihua asked with a serious tone, "And your neighbors? How come you don't know where she went?" Since refusing the pickled vegetables, Aunt Lu has not had the courage to see Qin Yuqing. Now, seeing Jiang Lihua acting so proud, she feels a bit annoyed. We are neighbors, not her parents. If they're not home, how would we know? Jiang Lihua feels anxious. In a few days, there will be a military district gathering, and they want to see the 7 flowers. Recently, she has been practicing, but whenever the lead dancer changes, the performance is not as good. In simple words, it lacks soul. When will they come back? Do you know? We don't know either. They should be back tonight. Hey, her husband is back. Ask her. From afar, Jiang Lihua sees a tall man carrying 2 fish and 2 cabbages, with another hand holding some miscellaneous things. Some brave folks in the alley are already familiar with Shen Yuqing. He's giving Qing some health supplements again. Shen Yuqing smiles. Annie, I'm eating too. He really is nourishing his wife, but he eats more than her. Based on past experience with Uncle Qin, he won't let his wife be known for being greedy. Someone is looking for Qing. You should go check. Shen Yuqing saw the person early on. He recognizes Jiang Lihua, who performed on stage with his wife. Hello, Qing isn't home. If you have something to say, just tell me. Jiang Lihua initially wanted to act aloof, but seeing Shen Yuqing's cold, commanding look, her attitude immediately softened. No wonder Qin Yuqing quietly got married. This man looks so pleasing to the eye. She's into arts, and ordinary people wouldn't catch her eye. If Shen Yuqing's status weren't an issue now, Qin Yuqing would have truly found a treasure. Jiang Lihua quickly realized, actually, there's a military district event coming up and they want Qin Yuqing to perform. Shen Yuqing frowned slightly. It's true that his wife was right. No, we're leaving tomorrow. We've already bought train tickets. His wife has been focused on studying these days, with no time for dancing. Besides, she said she doesn't want to get too involved with the art troupe again. It's only a few days away, but Shen Yuqing won't let Qin Yuqing go. First, he's worried about how others might see his wife suddenly appearing, and the performance itself would take at least half a day to prepare and travel. According to his wife, they are now not short of money and some earnings are not worth their effort. Shen Yuqing clearly said, "My wife won't attend. We don't have time. Please go back." We've invited people tonight, so it's not convenient to keep you. Zhang Lihua watched the door open and close again in front of her, feeling furious but speechless. Why is this person so arrogant? There are only a few days left of good days. She really doesn't know how to appreciate kindness and thinks that just because Qin Yuqing is gone, she will be fine. Zhang Lihua considers herself superior and leaves the alley. Fat Lu Auntie looked at her and found it funny. It's like a rooster trying to crow. Others also looked over, and it really did look like that, sticking out her neck as if she could crow at any moment. Zhang Lihua naturally heard the noise, got angry, and quickened her steps to leave. She thought, what a rude person. From now on, she would never come here again. Qin Yuqing hurried back home today because she was invited to dinner by Teacher Yu. When she arrived, she saw Shin Yuqing had prepared all the dishes and bought 2 fish. Yu Tianhai had a good impression of Shin Yuqing and thought Qin Yuqing was right. This person is patient and treats Qingqing well. Sooner or later, he would get through this difficult time. After dinner, Shin Yuqing offered to see her off. Yu Tianhai waved his hand. No need. It's still early. I just want to take a walk. Shin Yuqing still saw her out to the alley entrance, found a police officer, explained a few words, then turned back home. After closing the door, Shin Yuqing told Qin Yuqing, today, the folk art troupe came to see you, but I was turned down. Qin Yuqing didn't ask what it was about and only said, good to refuse. Shin Yuqing smiled and went to wash the dirty clothes in the basin. Don't be fooled by Shin Yuqing washing clothes. He was holding back a lot of anger inside. Today, he saw Gao Xianghua on the street and almost lost control. He really wanted to go out and cover Gao Xianghua with a sack. This matter must not be known to his wife. He didn't want his dark side to be revealed to Qin Yuqing. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Yuqing was also planning something against Gao Xianghua. Today, when she returned, she specifically asked Zhang Yufei. Zhang Yufei had been watching Gao Xianghua these past 2 days. Her rented house was very close to Qin Shuyao's. She heard that Gao Xianghua had been very punctual, guarding her every day, which annoyed Qin Shuyao a lot. Qin Yuqing decided she needed to take strong action and decided to help Gao Xianghua. The married couple both kept secrets and wondered how to hide them from each other. That night, they didn't talk and each went to bed alone. The next morning, Qin Yuqing told Shin Yuqing, I'm going to see Yufei. Don't send me off. Shin Yuqing also had his own plan. Qin Yuqing took a detour to a quiet place. Thanks to Zhang Yufei's information, she easily waited for Gao Xianghua. Qin Yuqing spent some money to hire a few women to chat about Gao Xianghua. They talked about how his wife was eager to climb higher and didn't want a poor man. Gao Xianghua felt worse the more he listened. These stories didn't need Qin Yuqing to tell him. The women started to imagine more and more, talking about how rich men like to sit and chat. Such good gossip was hard to find. What one person didn't mean, another person might take seriously. Gao Xianghua couldn't stay anymore. He went to talk to his mother, planning to make things happen quickly. By then, Qin Shuyao wouldn't have anywhere to run. At first, he didn't think much of Qin Shuyao, but after looking around, he realized no one was better than her. Qin Yuqing saw Gao Xianghua leave, and the women kept chatting happily. Time to finish work, ladies. How did we do, big sister? Qin Yuqing nodded. Pretty good. I think my idle brother-in-law will reflect on himself. The women who took money to help had long been annoyed. A grown man who did nothing all day. What kind of person was that? If we can help, that's good. That young man doesn't seem to want to work. We should give him a little lesson. Men can be so lazy. Qin Yuqing agreed repeatedly. After paying the bill, the women kept chatting. Qin Yuqing shook her head and left. She then went to find Gao Xianghua's mother. She changed into a different outfit and carried a basket on her back, walking through the streets. She wandered near Gao Xianghua's house. As expected, Gao Xianghua's mother was sitting in a corner, sunbathing. Qin Yuqing approached and asked, Are you sunbathing, ma'am? Her sharp eyes looked at Qin Yuqing. Go away, go away. We don't have mice here, ma'am. I'm not selling mice poison. This is medicine for injuries and bruises. Would you like to try some? Gao Xianghua's mother was interested. A few days ago, she had been beaten for no reason, and her body hurt all over. She thought for a moment. Free? Qin Yuqing sneered inwardly. She really was as stingy and eager to save a penny as always. All right, ma'am. You're my first customer today. I'll let you try it for free. As soon as she finished speaking, an arm reached out in front of her. My wrist hurts. Just put a little on it and I'll try. Qin Yuqing had specially prepared this medicine to sell, adding spiritual spring water to it. When she touched the cool, refreshing ointment, her wrist quickly felt warm. Ma'am, this medicine takes at least half an hour to work. I have nowhere to go, so let's chat. Gao Xianghua's mother loved gossip, always talking about neighbors and relatives. There was nothing she didn't comment on. People nearby avoided her, knowing her reputation. Today, someone started a conversation with her, and Gao Xianghua's mother opened up. Qin Yuqing often introduced her medicine and pretended to be mysterious, saying, "Ma'am, I actually have a special kind of medicine." What kind? Qin Yuqing deliberately acted secretive, looking around and then whispering, "The medicine to help you have a son." Gao Xianghua's mother's eyes changed, and she also whispered, "Really? Of course I wouldn't lie. My ancestors were imperial doctors, and my grandfather used to treat the empress. I don't tell everyone, but since we're chatting comfortably, I'll share." "Did you use it yourself?" At this moment, Qin Yuqing appeared to be a woman in her 40s. She looked down on Gao Xianghua's mother with disdainful eyes but spoke proudly. "Who do you think you're talking about? My grandfather has been treating me since I was young. I tell you, I've had 5 sons. If it weren't for those little rascals, I wouldn't be out here working so hard selling medicine." Qin Yuqing spun her story, and Gao Xianghua's mother bought 2 kinds of medicine for 5 yuan, plus a free ointment for injuries. The effect wasn't as good as the real product, but it still worked somewhat. Qin Yuqing quickly sold her medicine and left in a hurry, changing into disguise in a quiet place before riding her bike to teacher Zhao's house. Gao Xianghua wandered outside, unable to think of a way, and sheepishly returned home. Qin Shuyao was no longer outside. Earlier, she had gone to the cultural troupe but was turned away at the door, which made him furious. As expected, the people outside looked down on him, thinking they were better than him and looking down from their high positions. Hai Shenghua's mother bought medicine and hurried home happily. "Son, I got something good for you. This is the medicine to help you have a baby boy. You give it to Yao Yao, and as long as it works, she won't be able to escape." Hai Shenghua was so angry, he jumped. "Mom, Yao Yao won't let me get close now. She hides whenever she sees me." Now, Qin Shuyao was very cautious around the Gao family. She would hide from a distance whenever she saw anyone. Even if there was medicine to help have a baby boy, it wouldn't matter. He couldn't even touch her hand. Why be afraid? Mom already thought of a plan. "I bought something good a few days ago. Since Hai Shenghua's son was discharged from the hospital and learned that Qin Shuyao had become a full-time worker, she started planning this." Hai Shenghua's mother looked at the gold bracelet and paused. "Mom, when did you buy this?" "Don't be afraid of the wolf, Mom. Just take the gift and go. Buy some good wine and food and put a little something inside. She'll come around." Hai Shenghua's mother winked, and Hai Shenghua understood immediately. Mom has a way. It's because you guys are useless. Now that she's a full-time worker, I checked. Her salary is quite good. Even if she doesn't work later, you can have your sister take over or sell it. It will be a good amount of money. Got it. Hai Shenghua took the bracelet and ran outside. "Wait. Did you bring the money?" "I haven't finished talking. Take the medicine too." Hai Shenghua chuckled and turned around. "Mom will give the money." "I knew you wouldn't." Hai Shenghua's mother rolled her eyes and reluctantly took out 3 yuan from her cloth bag. Hai Shenghua grabbed her arm. "Mom, stop counting. Just give me everything." "Mom, does this medicine work?" "Definitely. As long as you give it to her, she will do whatever you want." Hai Shenghua smiled slyly and put the medicine away. Last time, he wasted a bottle of wine, and Qin Yuqing didn't fall for it. Unknowingly, the powder in his hand was also from that person. Qin Yuqing hadn't had time to make those shady medicines. He took the one she had stolen back then. To trap Qin Shuyao, Hai Shenghua spent a lot. He bought everything Qin Yuqing wanted to eat. Meanwhile, Shun Yuqing was not idle. He carried a wild boar weighing over 200 jin down the mountain, with 3 rabbits and a dove hanging from his waist, walking steadily down. The person watching him couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Was this the third wild boar? Treating hunting as work, Shun Yuqing directly took the guests to the back kitchen, finished weighing the game, took the money, and was about to leave. Xiao Shen, wait a moment. Uncle Wang, is there something? You've brought quite a few things these days. Shun Yuqing looked up and asked, are you not accepting them anymore? We're not accepting wild boar for now, but we still accept rabbits, pheasants, and these doves. Small animals are still welcome. With the new year approaching, rabbits and pheasants are especially popular, especially roasted pheasants. Giving these as gifts or hosting guests shows good manners. All right, I understand. Shun Yuqing also knew that hundreds of pounds of meat couldn't be processed all at once. Next time, he would find a different place. Within half a day, Song Jianghua also received news that the scouts were innocently staring at the ground. Shun Yuqing's life was very simple, either hunting, shopping for groceries, or driving his wife around. Every time he was with his wife, they talked and laughed happily. His mental state was improving so much that others looked at him with envy. Song Jianghua glanced at Lao Wu and said, why aren't you watching anymore? Keep going. Song Jianghua looked at his old friend, who was silent, and snorted. Now, their previously easy tasks had become complicated because they had to send people home, and they couldn't say anything about their busy schedule. Shun Yuqing was free and wasting his talent. Wu Tianhai didn't expect Shun Yuqing to accept his new identity so calmly. From the report, he seemed to be having a comfortable few days. But now, he didn't want to admit mistakes and forced himself to make up excuses. Maybe he's just trying to confuse us. Song Jianghua didn't want to say another word. Meanwhile, Shun Yuqing, besides going up the mountain, was also finding time to keep an eye on Gao Xianghua. He felt that the surveillance on him had loosened in the past few days, and he guessed they might withdraw soon. But to act before they leave, he had to plan ahead. Zhang Yufei, who was entrusted with an important task by Qin Yuqing for the first time, was very dedicated. When she saw Gao Xianghua packing up after work, she secretly watched from a distance. When she saw the two arguing, and Qin Shuyao accepting something from Gao Xianghua and opening the door to let him in, she sensed something big was about to happen. Looking at the sky, she hurried to Qin Yuqing's house. The person opening the door was Shun Yuqing. Zhang Yufei was startled and thought she had knocked on the wrong door at first. However, Shun Yuqing responded calmly, are you here to see Qingqing? Come in. Zhang Yufei looked at Shun Yuqing several times. Yuqing is impressive. This man is very handsome and tall. Qin Yuqing heard the noise, put down her book, and came out. Seeing Zhang Yufei, she asked, Yufei, why are you here? Zhang Yufei remembered her main reason for coming and said, Gao Xianghua bought a lot of things and went into Qin Xiao's house. I waited outside for a while, but they didn't come out. Qin Yuqing didn't expect Gao Xianghua to be so quick. She turned to Shun Yuqing and said, I'll go check on them. I'll be back soon. Shun Yuqing nodded and said, you go ahead. I'll follow later. It was very dark outside, and he was worried. Qin Yuqing didn't object. She pushed her bike and left, while Shun Yuqing chose to walk behind her. On the way, Zhang Yufei finally couldn't hold back and asked, Yuqing, is he your boyfriend? Do you live together now? Nowadays, people are very careful about relationships, worried that Yuqing might be tricked or that there could be bad rumors. Qin Yuqing didn't tell Zhang Yufei about registering their marriage before. She only mentioned briefly that she had a partner. He is now my husband. We've registered our marriage. If Zhang Yufei hadn't been holding on to Qin Yuqing's waist, she might have fallen off her bike. Are you serious? Of course. It's true. We didn't hold a wedding banquet, but he's a good person. Zhang Yufei still couldn't believe her good friend. She had secretly registered her marriage, and if she hadn't seen her today, she wouldn't have known when she would have told anyone. Thinking about how Qin Yuqing had been helping her during that time, she guessed it was around then. Suddenly, she remembered something and asked, the industrial ticket you gave me back then, was that from him? For ordinary people like them, it's usually hard to get industrial tickets. Most of the time, they only exchange industrial tickets for big purchases during weddings or festivals. Qin Yuqing probably asked this man for it, right? Yes, he gave it to me. Qin Yuqing didn't hide it. The industrial ticket was indeed given to her by Shun Yuqing. Zhang Yufei suddenly became anxious and speechless. So, isn't that your bride price? If I give it to you, what will you do? Did he make things difficult for you? Qin Yuqing's laughter came from ahead. No, he listens to me. Zhang Yufei gently hit Qin Yuqing from behind and said, Why didn't you tell me? I didn't even get a chance to congratulate you, and I only caused trouble. That's nonsense. My parents can't hold a wedding banquet, and I got married for myself, so no one will bother me. Throughout the walk, Zhang Yufei kept asking about Qin Yuqing, only feeling reassured once she knew Yuqing was doing well. Qin Yuqing hid her bicycle to the side and quietly tiptoed with Zhang Yufei near the window of Qin Shuyao's rented house. They had been there twice, and were quite familiar with the place. When Qin Yuqing arrived, he only saw the bicycle. His wife was nowhere in sight. Recently, he had been following Gao Xianghua and noticed some clues. After thinking for a moment, he circled around and finally found his wife outside, near the wall. They were both crouched down, listening secretly from behind the corner. Zhang Yufei whispered, There's no movement inside. Maybe she left. Qin Yuqing felt a bit disappointed. Gao Xianghua was just like that. She had praised him extravagantly in front of her mother. Wait a little longer. Inside, Gao Xianghua was obediently massaging Qin Shuyao's legs, smiling as she watched her eat the food on the table, but inside, he kept muttering, Eat more, eat more. He had bought wine and soda. Qin Shuyao took a piece of beef, poured herself a small glass of wine, and looked at the gold bracelet on her wrist with disdain, glancing at Gao Xianghua.
Haha.
Men are just so cheap. Gao Xianghua was working hard to massage her legs. Yao, does it feel comfortable? It's okay. To make Qin Shuyao eat more, Gao Xianghua shamelessly said, Yao, I didn't mean to ignore you. I was hospitalized recently, as you know. Starting tomorrow, I'll continue to take you to and from work. Is that okay? Qin Shuyao didn't have a bicycle before. Gao Xianghua used to drive her to work for convenience. But now she had changed her mind. She was a full-time worker and could just take a taxi if she had money. Gao Xianghua looked good, but after a while, she got tired of him. Mainly, he was lazy and only had a good appearance. Everything else was unimpressive. She felt a bit embarrassed for him to come pick her up. No need. I have meetings with the department head recently, so you won't find me. Qin Shuyao impatiently kicked Gao Xianghua. Gao Xianghua snapped back to his senses and, waiting for the medicine's effect, immediately performed a quick change of expression. Yao, I miss you, please say yes. Qin Shuyao was focused on her food when she heard Gao Xianghua impatiently kick her again. Be quiet. I'll check my schedule for work tomorrow and tell you later. She wanted to think, set down her glass, and, feeling a bit tipsy, started to tell him to leave. Go away, I want to sleep. Gao Xianghua looked at Qin Shuyao, whose eyes were blurry, then suddenly sat beside her and hugged her. Yao, let's get married. Even in this situation, hearing about marriage made Qin Shuyao's mind clear a little. What are you thinking? I won't marry you. Gao Xianghua's hands started to act up. You said your sister got engaged after a month. Why can't we? Even though her head was spinning, Qin Shuyao knew something was wrong. Qin Shuyao desperately tried to push Gao Xianghua away, but found she couldn't use her strength. Gao Xianghua, did you drug me? Realizing something was wrong, she started grabbing things on the table. Her vision was blurry, and the wine glasses on the table looked doubled in her eyes. She struggled to break free from him. Gao Xianghua tightly held onto Qin Shuyao. Yao, just stay with me. I promise I'll make your life better. Let me go. I'm calling for help. Gao Xianghua wouldn't let her shout for help at this critical moment. He covered her mouth with one hand. Yao, who else cares for you like I do? Qin Shuyao bit her tongue, feeling the sharp pain of the blood, which made her momentarily alert. Gao Xianghua, how dare you? Yao, stop struggling. The drug's effect will kick in soon. Qin Shuyao suddenly used her elbow to hit him hard from behind. The force was small but enough to make Gao Xianghua loosen his grip. She bit his hand fiercely, causing him pain and making him let go. At this point, he no longer pretended to be a gentleman and cursed loudly. You little brat. I've been taking care of you with good food and drink and you're ungrateful. Help.
Someone. Wah.
Help. Hearing Qin Shuyao call for help, Gao Xianghua quickly covered her mouth again. The soundproofing here wasn't good, and he hadn't succeeded yet. A slap landed on Qin Shiyao's face. What are you pretending to be so proud for? Relying on you is my good fortune. After being slapped and with the medicine's effect, Qin Shiyao's consciousness was already hazy. Her head throbbed loudly, and the food on the table was knocked to the ground. You, Gao Xianghua, you're so sneaky, such a villain. Qin Shiyao couldn't fight back or see clearly, but she still managed to curse. You dare to touch me? I will make sure you suffer. Watch me kill you. Gao Xianghua hated being insulted. You? Trying to find someone better? Now that you're mine, who else would want you? As he spoke, Gao Xianghua hurriedly started to take off his clothes. Outside, Zhang Yufei covered her mouth in shock. Qin Yuqing quickly pulled her away. If she didn't leave now, Shen Yuqing would also have to drag her out. Zhang Yufei hadn't yet reacted to what she had heard. She stammered, they should. Qin Yuqing knew Zhang Yufei hadn't experienced something like this before. Her dislike for Qin Shiyao was just words. But she still held some kindness in her heart. Go back first. We'll handle the rest. No matter who asks, you didn't come here tonight. Zhang Yufei stared blankly at Qin Yuqing. Yufei, this isn't your fault. Even if you weren't here, this would have happened sooner or later. This time, Zhang Yufei snapped out of it. I'll go back right away. She hurried back, not knowing how much this incident had affected her. When she looked back, Shen Yuqing was gone. He was there just a moment ago. Where did he go? Qin Yuqing regretted bringing Zhang Yufei to listen in. If she had sneaked over alone, maybe she could have added fuel to the fire. Now things were getting complicated. She was about to turn back to eavesdrop when Shen Yuqing suddenly appeared. Let's go. Someone has already found out. Already? If Gao Xianghua hadn't succeeded yet, that wouldn't do. Gao Xianghua heard the knocking at the door. He tore Qin Shiyao's clothes in anger. Today, even if the heavens came, he wouldn't delay his plans. He took her gold bracelet, which was his promise to her. He had already planned his strategy before coming. Even if the police arrived, he wasn't afraid. He would marry Qin Shiyao. Many people knew they were a couple. By now, Qin Shiyao was completely weak, her mind foggy and unable to do anything. Are we going to kick the door down if it doesn't open? The two of them made quite a noise, banging and knocking. Get lost. I don't care what you do with my wife. Qin Shiyao instinctively wanted to reply, saying they weren't like that. At this moment, the medicine's effect was kicking in, but she had no strength at all. The sounds outside the door quieted a bit. Qin Shiyao was usually single, but Gao Xianghua had been visiting more often lately. She had seen them together before, and wasn't sure what to think. Help! Help! Qin Shiyao's voice was faint like a fly. Qin Yuqing thought for a moment. The timing was just right. We can't leave. Let's go see what's happening. Shen Yuqing asked. What do you want to do? Gao Xianghua's family was like a stubborn dog. Once they got involved, they wouldn't let go. Now, with so many people watching, it was likely Gao's family would definitely cling to Qin Shiyao in the future. Qin Yuqing mainly worried about leaving Zhang Yufei with a psychological shadow. Things are almost settled now. Shen Yuqing thought for a moment and said, Wait here. I'll go handle it. Soon they heard someone shouting that there was a fire. Gao Xianghua grabbed his pants and ran outside. When he opened the door, he was splashed with cold water. Qin Shiyao was lying inside, her clothes messy. The fire wasn't big. It was just a wine bottle on the table that had fallen over. No one knew how it had been ignited. Qin Yuqing didn't have time to join the chaos before Shen Yuqing returned. Qin Yuqing asked curiously, What did you do? I shot the wine bottle with a slingshot. He also added some water to put out the fire, so it wouldn't burn the furniture. The table's fate was uncertain. Shen Yuqing didn't want his wife to see Gao Xianghua's son's look, as it would dirty her eyes. Now, Gao Xianghua was held down by residents. Two women went inside and dragged Qin Shiyao out. The fire was already extinguished with 2 buckets of water. Someone must have called the police, and chaos broke out. I'll go check on Yufei and handle some things, Shen Yuqing said. He nodded and pushed his bicycle behind, following. Qin Yuqing followed the address and found Zhang Yufei, who was still in shock, looking frightened. Yuqing, why are you here? Qin Yuqing looked around. Her living conditions were decent. I'm here to tell you that everything is settled. Someone called the police, and Gao Xianghua didn't succeed. Qin Yuqing took the opportunity to give Zhang Yufei some eye drops. As you can see, you can't trust others easily in the future, and you shouldn't let people enter your house casually. Zhang Yufei nodded seriously. Qin Yuqing's main concern was that someone might see them and ask why they were there. Qin Yuqing was not afraid alone. Now, since someone was watching Qin Yuqing, it was better to explain things clearly and be cautious. Don't worry. If anyone asks, I will say you sent me back, and I just happened to pass by, Zhang Yufei added. I came to see you because I needed to borrow money. She had indeed borrowed money from Qin Yuqing, and no one could say anything about it. The two discussed some details, and Qin Yuqing left feeling reassured. Zhang Yufei no longer needed to worry about Qin Shuyao. After this, Qin Yuqing believed the Gao family would definitely not let Qin Shuyao go easily. If they didn't agree to marry Gao Xianghua, they would surely cause trouble at work. The conflict had already escalated, so there was no need for further action. Although it was a bit different from what she had imagined, it was enough. Qin Yuqing walked out, and Qin Yuqing was still standing by the car. She went over and said, "Let's go home." Qin Yuqing was riding his bike, with Qin Yuqing holding onto his waist from behind. Do you think I'm especially bad? Qin Yuqing was too busy watching the scene and forgot to avoid Qin Yuqing. No, they brought it on themselves. If Qin Shuyao had kept herself pure, she wouldn't have provoked someone like Gao Xianghua. Both of them were equally guilty. They just had their own secrets. Qin Yuqing thought he might check with Zhouang tomorrow and prepare some bags, just in case. Qin Yuqing chuckled softly. Aren't you afraid I'm a bad person? If you're bad, then I am too. Qin Yuqing thought to himself that his wife could be just as mischievous as he was. Just now, he was worried about Qin Shuyao, but even though she said she hated her, she couldn't really do anything serious. Compared to him, his wife was as innocent as a little white rabbit. Qin Yuqing felt a huge weight lift off her shoulders. As for the progress with Qin Shuyao and Gao Xianghua, they would wait until after the new year to see what happens. In the next 2 days, Qin Yuqing focused on studying and made rapid progress. Old Xiao was happy and even wanted to teach her all his skills. Qin Yuqing was especially busy. Even at home, she was reading medical books, pulling Qin Yuqing to find acupoints, and memorizing prescriptions while cooking. Now Qin Yuqing is no longer worried and is fully focused on studying. Qin Yuqing keeps the house very well. If anything is missing, he will fix it immediately. Except for cooking complicated dishes, Qin Yuqing doesn't get involved. Qin Yuqing completely trusts him in everything else. Qin Yuqing has mostly adapted to life and feels much better. He always goes up the mountain as usual, sticking to his daily routine. After studying for 4 or 5 days in a row, Qin Yuqing rarely comes home early. She is about to leave soon. Qin Yuqing also wants to cook a nice meal and buy some discreet gifts to take to Beijing. Halfway down the alley, she saw someone at the door. Qin Yuqing quickly turned into another alley. Why is Jiang Lihua here again? Jiang Lihua looked at the tightly locked door and frowned again and again. Why is she never at home? Is she so busy even without a job? Qin Yuqing turned and arrived at Zhang Yufei's house. The door was slightly open, and she heard crying and shouting inside. Zhang Yufei's mother was sitting on the ground, hitting her thighs and crying out loud. Why is my life so hard? It's exhausting me. I work hard from dawn to dusk for the family, and they still complain my cooking is bad. Are they trying to push me to the limit? Qin Yuqing peeked through the door and saw a young woman holding a bowl, eating and watching. She sneered and turned away. Fortunately, Zhang Yufei had left. When she used to do these chores, she never complained. As she turned onto the main road, she saw Qin Yuqing riding his bicycle back. Qin Yuqing immediately followed the sound and found Qin Yuqing. Why are you here? He thought his wife wouldn't usually come this way. Captain Jiang came looking for me again. I came out to hide. Qin Yuqing understood. He still knew a bit about the art troupe. He wanted to give a perfect farewell performance before the new year, and now he thought of his wife. What do you plan to do? Qin Yuqing smiled and said, How about we eat out today? They had been eating at home lately. It's good to change things up sometimes. Whatever you want, they went into a state-run restaurant together. Finally, Qin Yuqing had a chance to ask Shin Yuqing, "Do you still go up the mountain every day?" Shin Yuqing wanted to say no, but didn't want his wife to know what he was doing. He nodded and replied, "Yes, when I can't catch anything, I go to exercise on the mountain. That's good." After releasing some energy, he sleeps peacefully. Shin Yuqing was thinking about tomorrow's plans. "By the way, I might be home late tomorrow. I want to say goodbye to Zhou and the others since they finish work late." Using Zhou as an excuse is quite useful now. Qin Yuqing didn't think much about it. They're about to go to Jing City. Zhou has helped them a lot, so they should thank him properly. Does he not go back home for the new year? Qin Yuqing remembered Shin Yuqing saying that Zhou is also from Jing City. He will go back after the new year, but can't leave before. Qin Yuqing nodded, understanding that they are busy with work. No need to bring much stuff. There might be checks at the door. Shin Yuqing had already told her in advance, so she wouldn't need to prepare too much. Qin Yuqing nodded. "I understand. She should bring a little something, or it will be hard to explain when cooking." After dinner, they went outside to relax. Because it was very cold, Shin Yuqing was worried about getting frozen. "Let's go home. They had been out for a while, and Jiang Lihua should have left. Let's walk a bit longer. It's not cold, and I want to take a walk with you." For safety, Qin Yuqing preferred to endure a little hardship rather than deal with Jiang Lihua. What? To see her mood? She had just had a few peaceful days, and Shin Yuqing's mood had only just improved. What if Jiang Lihua said something inappropriate and affected his mood? When Shin Yuqing heard it was his wife's idea, he immediately took back what he was about to say. Qin Yuqing looked up. "You should gather the traps on the mountain these days. Rest at home for a bit. You still need to squeeze onto the train." Shin Yuqing also planned that. After all, it would take at least half a month to finish the work. He wasn't that cruel. He could still sell the last batch of fish tomorrow when he set the traps. They walked around for a while longer, and Qin Yuqing decided it was time to go back. When they returned home, there was no one in sight. Shin Yuqing immediately boiled water. Qin Yuqing washed her face with hot water from the thermos and hurried inside. She had her own plans. Tomorrow, she needed to prepare a gift for Teacher Xiao. Since she was leaving, she would return before the new year. Shin Yuqing carried in the foot bath water and saw his wife preparing things. "Who are you going to visit?" "Preparing a gift for Teacher Xiao." Shin Yuqing looked at the items. "Do I need to buy more? These are enough." Shin Yuqing put down the foot bath water and said, "Let's soak your feet first. You should rest early." "Okay." Qin Yuqing has been very tired these days, mentally exhausted, studying intensively every day. Shin Yuqing sealed the window with plastic, making the room warmer. But there was no heater, so it was still cold inside. Qin Yuqing was worried about carbon monoxide poisoning. Since there was a heater nearby, she thought it was safer than a stove. All the other chores were done by Shin Yuqing. When he finished and returned to the room, Qin Yuqing was already asleep. Shin Yuqing smiled helplessly and tiptoed onto the bed. Qin Yuqing, rarely lazy for a day, slept in and finished the breakfast Shin Yuqing left for her. It was boiled eggs, rice porridge, and some homemade pickled vegetables. She ate happily. Shin Yuqing guessed he went to set traps in the mountains. It was quite a trip. After finishing breakfast and tidying up, just as he was about to leave with his things, he saw Jiang Lihua and his mouth twitched. She still wasn't giving up. Finally seeing someone, Jiang Lihua called out loudly, "Qin Yuqing." Qin Yuqing locked the door, calmly turned around and asked, "Captain Jiang, why are you here?" Jiang Lihua finally saw a living person and shouted loudly, "I've come several times but couldn't find you." If her performance hadn't declined recently and been questioned, she wouldn't have come here so many times. Qin Yuqing pretended not to know and said, "Really? The new year is coming soon. Busy visiting relatives." She just wanted to chase her away quickly. "Captain Jiang, what do you want?" "I'm busy delivering gifts." Jiang Lihua wanted to ask if she still had relatives here, but seeing what Qin Yuqing was carrying, she realized it was indeed for giving as gifts. "Well, there's a performance in 3 days. You should participate. It's to honor retired officials with military merits. This is a rare opportunity." Jiang Lihua finished speaking in one breath. emphasizing the military merits of the retirees. Although they are all retired, they still hold significant power. If they approve, her transfer plans will definitely succeed. Qin Yuqing put away her smile. Captain Jiang, I won't participate. She disliked this commanding tone. She had already made her position clear. She also hated Zhang Lihua's presumptuous attitude, as if the entire cultural troupe existed only to serve her. Everyone was expected to cooperate and be grateful just because she asked. Zhang Lihua didn't expect to be rejected like this. How can that be? Opportunities like this are rare, and I fought hard to get it for you. One performance won't take up much of your time. Before coming, she thought it was almost certain. Even if Qin Yuqing did it for her husband, she would agree. Thank you, Leader Jiang, for your kindness. First, I am just an ordinary person now. Second, we have an early train tomorrow, so there's no time. They're almost in Beijing in 3 days. What a joke. Don't you want to think about your husband's situation? Those old officials have influence. Zhang Lihua threw out another big temptation. Qin Yuqing completely lost patience. Was she stupid? Even Zhou Ang's father said it was difficult to handle this matter for now. The higher-ups had already made a decision. The trouble with the Shin family was inevitable. It was just a matter of degree. Leader Jiang, my husband is very good. We're eager to go home and celebrate the new year together. Please, you can leave now. Zhang Lihua got anxious. She grabbed Qin Yuqing quickly. If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have approved her resignation so soon. She didn't expect to arrange such an important performance in the end. She wanted to perform on stage, but needed someone to cooperate. Over the past 2 days, she looked for people in the cultural troupe to try singing, but no one met her standards. Can't you recognize a good opportunity? As long as you can talk to those officials, your husband can go back easily. Zhang Lihua thought that Qin Yuqing being suspended at home must be a big. If she couldn't solve the big problem, she could still manage to get him back to the military headquarters temporarily. Nowadays, everyone considers their own family first. Qin Yuqing pushed her bicycle forward. She couldn't explain to someone like this. She used to follow Zhang Lihua's arrangements with a purpose. Now, she just wanted to cut all ties cleanly. She didn't want to argue in the alley and be watched by others. Leader Jiang, I don't need you to worry about my affairs. I have my own plans. Seeing many people peeking into the alley, Qin Yuqing quickened her pace. Qin Yuqing, if you miss this chance, it won't come again. I don't care. Whoever you want to give it to, go ahead. Qin Yuqing got on her bike, but found she couldn't pedal. When she looked back, she saw Zhang Lihua holding onto the rear seat. She could only jump off. Forcing herself to ride would probably hurt someone, and that would be her fault. Qin Yuqing also turned cold. Leader Jiang, you're forcing this. I think your harassment is not over the top. Don't pretend to be so noble. You're only interested in yourself. If I had no use for you, would you still come to see me? If Qin Yuqing had no strength, Zhang Lihua certainly wouldn't. Zhang Lihua couldn't hold back her words. Even if it's for your man, think about him. Why are you so selfish? Don't you know your man is? Shut up, enough. Qin Yuqing sharply interrupted. No one in the alley knew about Qin Yuqing's situation. She didn't want to be the last to leave and have others gossip about Qin Yuqing. My man is very good. I think he needs some time to settle down. This is a good chance. Qin Yuqing looked at Zhang Lihua without mercy. She had initially wanted to keep up appearances to avoid awkwardness if they met again, but she was the one who broke the balance. You're just trying to show off in front of the leader. What does that have to do with me? Do you really think I'm stupid? You took the bonus and you got the honor. She knew Zhang Lihua was pretending not to know. She didn't receive the bonus herself, but it was definitely being kept by Zhang Lihua. Good things are yours, bad things are everyone else's. Zhang Lihua was too selfish. She never thought about truly nurturing people, only about who met her standards. No one is perfect. Zhang Lihua's behavior wasn't wrong. She said she wasn't qualified to judge others. But she shouldn't have come to disturb her life. Everything you do is for yourself. If you had no selfish motives, the arts troupe wouldn't be the way it is now. Do you know why you haven't achieved anything in the arts troupe all these years? From start to finish, you only cared about yourself and never truly looked at the people in the team. Zhang Lihua didn't expect Qin Yuqing to say such things. Usually, she was very easy to talk to, but now she seemed like a different person. What made her angrier was that Qin Yuqing had hit her true feelings. Qin Yuqing knew she would definitely have a confrontation this time, so she didn't hold back. She lowered her voice and said, "Director Jiang, I hope that after you leave today, no rumors spread in this alley. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind reporting you. You won't be able to return to the military headquarters in your life." Zhang Lihua was stunned. She didn't expect Qin Yuqing to say such things and to know her purpose. Qin Yuqing continued, "That song you submitted was credited to you as the creator. I have proof of that. From now on, don't bother me and don't spread rumors. I'll pretend I don't know anything." Zhang Lihua was completely stunned in place, as Qin Yuqing had already ridden away on her bicycle. Just as Qin Yuqing left, and Zhang couldn't help but step forward to ask, "What happened with the young lady? I saw you arguing with Qingqing." Zhang Lihua's face stiffened. "Nothing." She quickly left, her mind full of thoughts about how Qin Yuqing knew about her reporting the matter. Qin Yuqing's approach was definitely not going to work. She was very firm in her attitude. Zhang Lihua hated Qin Yuqing even more for her ungratefulness. Qin Yuqing's good mood was half ruined by this, and she was most worried about rumors spreading in the alley. Tonight, she planned to inform Qin Yuqing in advance. When she arrived at Xiao Laosher's house, she took a deep breath to calm her emotions and knocked on the door. "Grandma Xiao, I'm here." Qin Yuqing was very busy. First, he took all the prey he caught to sell. Then, he went to the mountain to gather all the traps and bring them back home. Finally, he changed into different clothes and went out to set up a net. Zhuang said that Gao Xianghua was released after only 2 days. Originally, he was supposed to be sentenced for hooliganism, but he insisted that the two were just in a relationship, and that day Qin Shuyao was drunk and acting crazy. They took his gold bracelet, and both of them would definitely get married. Even if Qin Shuyao wanted to sue him, she had no reason. She did take the bracelet, and there was evidence that Gao Xianghua often picked her up and dropped her off. If Qin Shuyao denied it, it would be seen as her deceiving feelings and acting like a hooligan. Qin Yuqing guarded the road that Gao Xianghua often passed, and if he didn't give Gao Xianghua a beating before leaving, he wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully. Gao Xianghua had been very arrogant these past 2 days. Qin Shuyao had to agree, whether she wanted to or not. Unless Qin Shuyao wanted to ruin her reputation, which was already damaged, as Gao Xianghua kept bothering her every day. He would tell everyone that Qin Shuyao was his wife, making her so angry she would hit people whenever she saw them. Gao Xianghua shamelessly said, "Spanking is love, scolding is love. The harder I hit, the more I love me." Qin Shuyao regretted getting involved with Gao Xianghua's family. What kind of rich family is this? They are not even related by blood. She finally managed to get a formal job, but if he kept interfering, her work would be ruined. Gao Xianghua hummed a little tune as he went home. His mother's idea was really effective. Everyone in the neighborhood knew about it. Qin Shuyao had to accept it, whether she wanted to or not. When Qin Yuqing saw someone approaching, he clenched his fists. Finally, the moment he had been waiting for arrived. Holding his breath, he suddenly jumped out from the shadows. Gao Xianghua didn't even have time to react before Qin Yuqing pulled a sack over his head and punched him hard in the stomach.
"Who are you?"
Gao Xianghua shouted from inside the sack, struggling wildly. But most of his body was trapped, his sight and breathing restricted. His movements became clumsy and weak, twisting helplessly on the ground. "You know who I am? You're asking for trouble." "Ah." Qin Yuqing didn't answer. He just kept hitting him until Gao Xianghua curled up in pain, his voice growing weaker and weaker. When Gao Xianghua finally stopped moving much, Qin Yuqing tied the sack tightly with a rope and set it by the wall. "Let me go," came a muffled cry. Seeing that the man could still move, Qin Yuqing kicked the sack a few more times before quickly disappearing into the alley. Gao Xianghua no longer dared to shout. After a long while, when everything outside seemed quiet, anger filled his heart. He blamed Qin Shiyu for everything. That woman. She must have done this. He tried to get out, but the sack was tied too tightly. He began to call for help, but it was late at night, and his voice was weak from the beating. After the fight, Shen Yuqing felt much calmer. He wandered around for a bit before heading home. When he got back, he saw his wife sitting under the warm light, reading quietly. The soft glow made her look gentle and peaceful. Sensing his return, Shen Yuqing looked up. "You're back. How did the talk go?" Shen Yuqing lied without changing his expression. "Didn't see him. He had something come up. We'll talk another time." He hadn't told Zhou about what happened, afraid he might accidentally reveal something. "That's fine. After the new year, we can invite him over for dinner or send him something nice." Shen Yuqing agreed to everything she said, planning to deal with it later. "I'll make you some food," Shen Yuqing said, standing up. She hadn't kept any dinner for him, thinking he'd already eaten outside. "No need, I can do it myself." "That won't do. You still have to carry the luggage tomorrow," she said with a smile, heading to the kitchen. That night, Shen Yuqing reached into his pocket. "Here, this is the money from selling the game these past few days." Shen Yuqing looked at the thick stack of money and paused, then counted it. There was over 600 yuan. "Why so much?" "Thanks to your sleeping potion, we caught 3 wild boars, and the meat sells well at the end of the year. Throughout the year, whether poor or rich, people are willing to spend more on food." Shen Yuqing knew Shen Yuqing had been going out early and returning late in recent days. She thought he would only sell 1 or 200 yuan worth of meat and didn't pay much attention. She wanted Shen Yuqing to relax, but she didn't expect him to become a hunter. Indeed, talented people are good at everything they do. "You're really impressive." Seeing her smile, Shen Yuqing felt that these days had been worth it. "From now on, all the money I earn will go to you." Shen Yuqing gave a thumbs up. "Comrade Shen, you're really dedicated. I've started to love you a bit more." Hearing this, Shen Yuqing felt a warm sensation in his stomach. Recently, his wife had been studying hard, and he hadn't dared to bother her. He leaned down and whispered in her ear, "Tonight, is that okay?" Shen Yuqing didn't expect her casual words to stir such thoughts in him. Thinking about it, she realized she hadn't gone out much since arriving in Jing City, and she shouldn't be reckless. If she stayed cooped up too long, she'd be the one to suffer. She nodded slightly. Seeing her agree, Shen Yuqing's tender feelings for her deepened. The next day, Shen Yuqing woke up naturally. Their train was in the afternoon, so there was no rush. Their luggage was already packed. After making dumplings, they left the house after eating. Shen Yuqing had prepared the dumplings the day before, so they wouldn't spoil in the cold. Shen Yuqing said they didn't need to bring much, but in the end, they packed 2 large bags, and Shen Yuqing carried 2 small ones. "Go out first and take a look around the street. Try to catch a ride." Shen Yuqing didn't suspect anything. After she left, Shen Yuqing quickly stored the household items, especially the rabbits and wild chickens, which she took with her. During the new year, the house couldn't stay empty for too long, or it might attract trouble. Although Shen Yuqing had already informed Zhou in advance, he still went to the alley entrance early to check. Their train was in the afternoon, so Shen Yuqing chose the busiest morning hours to leave. People in the alley were curious. "Qing, where are you going?" "Back to my parents' house." Many only then realized Shen Yuqing was married and that she would be visiting her family for the new year. "No wonder she's packing big bags and small luggage." "Aunt Zhang, this is my first visit, so I want to make a good impression." Shen Yuqing saw that everything was almost in place and quickly caught up with Shen Yuqing. Shen Yuqing was already waiting by the car, with Zhou parked on the roadside. Seeing Zhou, she finally understood why Shen Yuqing had said in the morning that he wanted to leave his bicycle at the police station. It turns out he had arranged for a car in advance. Zhou greeted her as soon as he saw her. "Hey, girl. Why are you out so early?" Right now, she would have to wait at the train station for over 2 hours. Better to go early and feel at ease. Shen Yuqing was still testing the attitude of the people in the alley. So far, she hadn't seen anything unusual. When they got off the car, Zhou realized one of the bundles was for him. He was surprised. "Girl, I really don't need this. I don't know how to cook." "Knowing you don't cook, everything is ready-made." The sauce inside was made by Yuqing himself. "Would you like to try it?" Zhou immediately changed his expression. "If my brother-in-law made it, I have to taste how salty or bland it is. Shin Yuching didn't want to bother with Shoang anymore. Even though he had brought them to the train station, he didn't feel grateful at all. With one less bundle, they felt much lighter and entered the train station together. The crowd was huge, no exaggeration. No matter the era, during the new year, the station always had the most people. Shin Yuching found a quiet spot, sit and rest for a while. In the past, he could use special privileges, even as a military family member, to get some priority. But now, his wife had advised him to stay low-key. Seeing his wife suffering made it hard for him to stay calm, but Shin Yuching could tell. She pulled him to sit down. Come over here. Eat something first. We still have to wait a long time. Shin Yuching had no appetite. I'm not hungry. You eat. Shin Yuching held his arm. We have time now. Tell me, what do your parents like to eat? Anything you cook, they love it. People who eat at the cafeteria all day have no right to complain. Don't you know their tastes? Shin Yuching was right. Shin Yuching nodded. A little. Our family has always eaten at the cafeteria. Shin Yuching understood. She decided to start from their preferences. They chatted casually, and time flew by quickly. It's time to get on the train. You go ahead of me. Shin Yuching was worried that Shin Yuching might get separated in the crowd. He remembered taking trains on previous missions, and back then, he only needed to take care of himself. Shin Yuching calmly accepted Shin Yuching's protection. Their tickets were for a sleeper car, with upper and lower beds. Rest here. I'll pack up, Shin Yuching said. The carriage was crowded. Knowing Shin Yuching liked cleanliness, he suggested, you sleep upstairs. Although the upper bed was a bit cramped, at least no one would bother her. The lower bed was less safe with people coming and going, so Shin Yuching didn't want her there. Okay, Shin Yuching agreed. She didn't want to stay downstairs either, since her shoes and luggage were bulky and smelled strange. Trains nowadays weren't as clean as in the past. All the trouble on the way was handled by Shin Yuching, so Shin Yuching felt much more relaxed. Besides the unpleasant smell in the carriage, the trip went smoothly. After getting off the train and walking out of the station, Shin Yuching took a deep breath of fresh air. Finally, I'm alive. Shin Yuching felt guilty. Sorry for making you suffer. If the Shin family hadn't had problems, he could have arranged for a car. Shin Yuching turned to look at Shin Yuching, her face a bit rougher. What are you saying? I should thank you. Coming to the big city has opened my eyes. Shin Yuching smiled bitterly. His wife always seemed cheerful and never complained about life. He couldn't imagine what he would be like now if it weren't for Shin Yuching. Shin Yuching thought of the most important thing. We didn't even say hello to our parents. Do you think they can accept that? Shin Yuching just didn't want to notify them. Now that they were being watched, saying too much might cause unnecessary trouble. Shin Yuching was worried that the elderly might find out they came and then go out shopping again. She didn't want to cause trouble at this moment. Only after arriving did Shin Yuching consider this issue. It's fine. They've seen bigger storms, Shin Yuching said. Shin Yuching agreed. It was just her daughter-in-law visiting home. Not a big deal. It's already afternoon.
Let's hurry, she said.
Shin Yuching nodded. You wait here. I'll find a car. Shin Yuching stayed where she was, feeling a bit uneasy despite his words. They were staying in a military unit's house, and usually, outsiders couldn't enter. This is as far as I can take you, the driver said, turning to them. Shin Yuching paid for the ride, and they both got out of the car. Shin Yuching did not rush inside. She turned to Shin Yuching and asked, Is there a market nearby? Let's buy some vegetables. Since they didn't cook at home, they still needed to eat when they returned. They couldn't just make another trip out. Shin Yuching understood her meaning and said, You wait here. I'll go buy some. Because entry required registration, they might even be checked when they entered the house this time. Shin Yuching was quick. In half an hour, he brought back 2 cabbages, some common vegetables, and a piece of pork belly. When they reached the front door, Shin Yuching showed his ID and was not troubled. But just before entering, he was stopped. Shin Yuching and Shin Yuching both stopped and looked at the person approaching. Shin Yuching asked, Is there a problem? Are you the owners of this house? Yes, I am Shin Bingwen's son. Shin Yuching stayed silent and looked at the people behind. The leader glanced and asked, What did you bring? Some New Year goods bought from home. Open it and let us see. Shen Yuqing clenched his fists. If this continued, his parents might be checked every time they went out. Knowing life was hard, he didn't expect it to be this tough. Qin Yuqing pulled Shen Yuqing's hand and bent down to open the bag. She said politely, "Comrade, you can check." Inside, there were only 2 pieces of clothing, 2 bottles of milk powder, a pack of noodles, and 2 bottles of pickles. The vegetables they just bought were clearly visible. Someone in the back stepped forward, opened the clothes, and felt around thoroughly. They shook their head to indicate nothing was inside. "All right, you can go in now." Qin Yuqing folded the clothes neatly and repacked them.
Done.
"We're going home now." Shen Yuqing took the cardboard box and Qin Yuqing knocked on the door. It took a while before there was any movement inside. Shen Bingwen slowly came out to open the door. Usually their new year was not lively, and this year seemed even harder. He opened the door and was stunned to see the visitors. Shen Yuqing said, "Not welcome." Qin Yuqing nudged Shen Yuqing with her arm, silently telling him to speak nicely. "Qing is here. Come in quickly, come in." Qin Yuqing smiled and greeted, "Dad, we're back for the new year." Good, good. Coming back is good." Shen Bingwen's eyes welled up with tears. He turned around and followed them back inside, completely ignoring Shen Yuqing. He closed the door with a serious face and looked outside briefly. Shen Bingwen hurried into the house, still not having told his wife anything. "My daughter-in-law has come, so how can the mother-in-law just lie in bed and do nothing?" Qin Yuqing saw her hurried appearance and understood. She didn't say anything, stood in the living room, and looked around to find the kitchen. As she expected, the stove was cold and unused. When she opened the pot, it was rusty on top. Another pot held 2 cold steamed buns, and the stove had already been turned off. Shen Yuqing came in behind her. Having lived with his wife at home, he suddenly found their family very unpleasing to look at. There's no charcoal or coal balls here. Most homes here use coal ball stoves, and there's no mention of burning firewood. Qin Yuqing prepared everything, but didn't expect that they couldn't start a fire at home. She has coal balls in her space, but if they suddenly appeared here, it would be hard to explain. Shen Yuqing also didn't expect his father to be so useless. There's no coal here, and he doesn't know where to buy some. In a few days, the New Year holiday, all shops will close. Are they planning to starve at home? He completely forgot that he used to not care about these things. "I'll go buy some," he said. "Do you have enough money?" "The coal factory is probably closed now. You can check the coal shop on the street, or if not, try the black market," she suggested. Qin Yuqing could tell that Shen Yuqing lacked some basic life knowledge. At the end of the year, coal is very hard to buy.
Got it.
"I have money and tickets. I'll go and come back quickly," he said. Shen Yuqing quickly left the house. Qin Yuqing first took out some things. The kitchen was empty and dirty. While no one was around, she took out a dozen eggs and some seasonings. She started cleaning the place so that when Shen Yuqing returned with the coal, they could cook. Hearing her son's silence, He Yunjiao brought her daughter-in-law home. She wanted to be angry but was afraid Qin Yuqing might hear outside, so she hurriedly got up and tidied her hair. Shen Bingwen watched his wife get up from the bed and thought that his daughter-in-law was more useful. She got up right away. No matter how much he tried to persuade her before, it didn't work. Seeing her changing clothes and combing her hair again, he urged, almost ready. "Hurry up and go out." He Yunjiao paused while changing clothes, then turned to look at the man who looked like a wooden post. She glared fiercely at Shen Bingwen. "I'll go out after I finish tidying up. You hurry and go out too. What are you hiding in the house for?" I don't know what to say." Shen Bingwen didn't realize his son would be so sneaky, not giving any warning or time to prepare. Right now, he really didn't know what to say, especially to his daughter-in-law. His son was only 1, and it was the first time his daughter-in-law came to visit. He had no experience. Just give money if you don't know what to say. He Yunjiao thought for a moment, opened a cabinet, took out a small box, and looked inside. Whenever money was mentioned, Shen Bingwen still had no idea. "I don't have any money." His bank account only had 200 or 300 yuan left, but he hadn't withdrawn it yet and couldn't give his passbook to his daughter-in-law. He Yunjiao glanced at her husband, who was hiding inside the house, looking anxious. After so many years, his nature hadn't changed. He acted well outside but was always so panicked when facing problems at home. All right, I'll go out with you. Do I look that bad? He Yunjiao rolled her eyes. This man always said those two words, asking if he looked good. When Shen Bingwen came out, he was stunned. His son was gone, and his daughter-in-law was also missing. He heard faint sounds from the kitchen and hurried over. He saw Qin Yuqing rolling up her sleeves and working. His eyes darkened. This was so embarrassing. Qing, come out quickly. How can you do this work? He Yunjiao almost blurted out. Why don't you do it? If she knew how, they wouldn't be eating plain bread every day. She cleared her throat. Qing, right? Don't bother, let your dad go out, and buy some later. Yes, I'll go buy it right away. Shen Bingwen forgot about the previous issue. They could manage. Since his daughter-in-law was visiting for the first time, even if the situation wasn't great now, they should still treat her well. Qin Yuqing wrung out the towel and smiled as she greeted. Mom, it's okay. I've almost finished cleaning. Just sit outside, you two. He Yunjiao felt her face heat up from being called, quickly pushed Shen Bingwen aside and said, You stay out of it, I'll handle it. Qin Yuqing smiled and said, You probably can't manage it either. Let me do it. Yucheng went out to buy coal balls and will be back soon. Shen Bingwen's face also turned red. He had forgotten about this in the past 2 days. He had been thinking about it earlier. He Yunjiao's smile also froze. She looked at the dishes on the stove and awkwardly kept silent. It seemed she really couldn't get involved. Mom and Dad, you can wait in the living room. I've almost finished tidying up. I know what to do. First, let's set aside the mother-in-law's attitude. Just taking her family's property and acting as a caregiver shows she is responsible and diligent. He Yunjiao didn't know how to respond at this moment. The couple stood at the kitchen door, looking at each other and at her. Qin Yuqing saw their awkwardness and laughed. Mom and Dad, it's really fine. I have nothing to do anyway. The place is dirty. You standing here just gets in the way. Shen Bingwen finally found his voice and said, Well then, we'll go outside and wait. He Yunjiao also stammered, That's enough. Don't tire yourselves out. Mom and Dad, I understand. The elderly couple, feeling unsure, retreated to the living room, looking at each other. Although it was their own home, they suddenly felt uncomfortable everywhere. Their hands felt restless. Qin Yuqing didn't think too much. She finished cleaning the kitchen and started preparing vegetables. When Shen Yuqing bought coal balls, she still needed to light the fire. There was still a lot to do. She had just picked up the thermos and saw only a cup of hot water left inside. She guessed she would finish it before realizing there were no more coal balls at home. All the vegetables were prepared, but Shen Yuqing hadn't returned yet. She was about to go out and check. Suddenly, there was a noise at the door. Shen Bingwen hurried outside. Finally, some activity. He could find something to do. He opened the door and saw his son pushing a cart of coal balls inside. Shen Yuqing didn't buy too many, just 100 yuan's worth for now. After the new year, anything could happen. Once they left, his parents might not cook anymore. I'll help. Don't touch it. You'll get your clothes dirty and have to wash them. No one is here to serve you. Shen Yuqing was clearly annoyed with his father. He and Zhao stood by the window looking outside, and Qin Yuqing peeked through the kitchen. She turned to start the stove. The best idea was to borrow some already burned coal balls from the neighbors, but given Shen's situation, that wasn't suitable now. As Qin Yuqing expected, Shen Yuqing moved a basket of coal balls inside. It contained some flammable straw, dry grass, and small twigs. Wait for me to come back and light the fire. Shen Yuqing used a cart to bring the coal balls home and planned to return them later. Okay. Qin Yuqing agreed happily. Once he left, she did whatever she wanted. Shen Bingwen wanted to help, but his son excluded him. He watched helplessly as Shen Yuqing pushed the cart out again. As soon as he left, Qin Yuqing immediately closed the kitchen door, opened the window, and started the fire. She took out matches from her space and skillfully struck a match to light it. Shen Bingwen and He Yunjiao looked at each other in the living room as if they were the ones just arriving. Shen Bingwen felt uncomfortable and picked up the kettle to pour water. He found it was empty and remembered there was another kettle in the kitchen, but He didn't dare go there now. He looked at the glowing coal and added another piece. Turning to get water, he placed the kettle on the stove and sorted out the things he brought. When Shen Yuqing came home, he glanced at his parents sitting in the living room and went straight to the kitchen. He knew his wife probably hadn't waited for him. The water was already warm even before boiling. Shen Yuqing quickly said, "Go get a basin. I'll pour some hot water for you. You can wash up." Shen Yuqing turned and quickly brought back a wash basin. Shen Yuqing poured half a basin of water. Watching their son come and go, washing dishes and cleaning the table more skillfully than him, Shen Bingwen started to doubt himself. Shen Yuqing first cooked some meat. It was clear that the two elders didn't have a good diet at home. Their cheeks were sunken, and they looked very tired. Shen Bingwen remembered that the last time he saw Shen Yuqing's father, he didn't look like this. When Shen Bingwen smelled the meat from outside, he swallowed nervously. How long had it been since they last ate meat? To be precise, how long since they had a proper meal? The kitchen wasn't very big. Shen Yuqing stood at the door, watching Shen Yuqing because going in might slow things down. Shen Yuqing turned around and said, "Go chat with your parents." Shen Yuqing looked back at the living room. There's nothing much to talk about. Their usual way of getting along was like this, each busy with their own thing when they got home. Most of the time, the three of them rarely all sat together. If he went over now, he would feel a bit awkward. Shen Yuqing seemed to realize that their family wasn't very close. She didn't force Shen Yuqing anymore. "Then you can serve the dishes now. The noodles will be ready soon." "It's so late. Your parents must be hungry too." Shen Yuqing snorted through his nose. "We weren't here, so they didn't starve." Shen Yuqing had thought the house was messy, but he didn't expect it to be this chaotic. His wife came home and immediately started cleaning and cooking. He rarely let her do chores at home. Not being able to eat at home was one thing, but they didn't even have hot water. Shen Yuqing softly said, "You've had enough. Stop talking so much. Your parents will be upset if they hear. Just serve the dishes quickly. I'll start on the noodles now. I originally wanted to cook some rice porridge, but there was no rice at home." The person just now was rummaging through the boxes, and Shen Yuqing kept watching but didn't find any rice. It's all her fault. She thought it was too heavy, so she kept it in the storage space. Even if she took out a little, she would have an excuse. She took the eggs because she found eggshells in the kitchen trash bin. She guessed they had bought eggs before, so even if she asked, it would be easy to explain. Shen Yuqing is a sharp person. Shen Yuqing didn't dare to take any risks, so she could only wait until tomorrow to find an excuse to buy some. This time, Shen Yuqing moved and carried out the dishes. He looked at his parents sitting properly inside the house. He really disliked it. He didn't understand why they didn't come over to help. Shen Bingwen saw his son's look and whispered to his wife, "Do you think we are the outsiders here?" He Yunjiao also felt the same way, mainly because they really couldn't help much. When Shen Yuqing came out with chopsticks, he finally couldn't hold back and asked, "Why are you sitting over there?" Waiting for him to serve the food to their mouths. "Don't they wash their hands before eating?" He Yunjie reacted first and pushed her husband, "Go wash your hands after getting some water." Shen Bingwen was awakened by his son's disappointed look. Shen Yuqing first served each person a bowl of noodles, then poured the rest into a porcelain basin. Finally, she remembered to boil water. When she turned around, she saw Shen Yuqing come in and carry out the last porcelain basin. "Eat first, then clean up." Shen Yuqing nodded. She was also hungry. She didn't eat well on the train, mainly because she had no appetite. Shen Yuqing smiled and said, "Mom and Dad, come over and eat. Try my cooking." The family sat down. Shen Yuqing initially thought she would feel very awkward, but after arriving, she realized it wasn't that bad. Shen Yuqing didn't seem very familiar with the family. Sitting with people he didn't know well was actually less awkward. Time was limited, and conditions were simple. Shen Yuqing made braised pork with vermicelli and cabbage, a stir-fried potato strips, and a big bowl of steamed eggs. Shen Bingwen dryly said, "Ching Ching, you have good cooking skills." After saying that, he regretted it and secretly glanced at his wife, relieved to see she wasn't angry. Shen Yuqing looked at her mother-in-law, who wasn't eating much, and spoke softly, "Mom, try it." If you like anything, tell me and I'll make it for you later. No need, this is fine. She then lowered her head to eat. Shin Yuching looked at her, but said nothing. He turned and scooped a piece of braised pork for his wife. Shin Yuching cleared her throat softly to remind Shin Yuching not to go too far. Mom and Dad are here. Is it so hard to behave a little? No one spoke at the dinner table. Everyone was busy eating. The two elders had been eating poorly lately, so when they finally had tasty food, they naturally ate happily. Shin Yuching and Qin Yuching were just hungry. Seeing the noodles on the table cleaned out, Qin Yuching ate a little less. She had already served herself more, thinking there might be leftovers, but it was clear they were very hungry. After dinner, Shin Yuching took the initiative to wash the dishes, and Qin Yuching didn't join in. Shun Bingwen's expression changed instantly. His son wasn't like this before. Hyo Yunjiao took the opportunity to bring out a wooden box. That Qingqing, this is for you. Sorry we didn't prepare it earlier since you came. Qin Yuching thought to herself, no need to prepare, she already had many things. Now she could only open the wooden box, which contained a jade bracelet. It was of excellent quality, with a beautiful spring color. Mom, this is too expensive.
Just take it.
It's a style for young girls like the one I used to wear. If you don't mind, please accept it. At this point, Qin Yuching couldn't refuse. This bracelet might even help with future house upgrades. Indeed, wealthy mothers-in-law don't hold back when giving gifts. Shin Bingwen looked at the bracelet for a long time, without speaking. He knew how precious this bracelet was to his wife, especially after their old house burned down, and she had looked at it several times. Now that it was given away, his daughter-in-law deserved it. But what about her future? Shun Yuching came out of the kitchen, carrying a thermos. He looked at his parents. The water is ready. Let's rest early tonight. Shin Bingwen didn't say anything. When they returned, they could chat. They must be tired after traveling all day. Qingqing, we haven't tidied up the room. You can sleep in the same room as a Chung. Later, I'll ask your mom to bring you a bed and quilt. His son only came home a few days each year, but he had cleaned that room a couple days ago. Every year around the new year, his son would come home. That was all they could do. Qin Yuching had no complaints. Okay. If not for this, Shun Bingwen would have already applied for a house for his son, so they could have a small home. For now, they could only squeeze together. Mom and Dad, we're going back to our room now. Shun Yuching took Qin Yuching back home. Qin Yuching looked around at the empty, spacious house, which reflected Shun Yuching's style. There were only 3 sets of clothes in the wardrobe. On a desk, everything was very clean, and on the bed, there was only a thin quilt, neatly folded. There were 2 nails on the wall, hanging an old backpack and nothing else. It didn't feel like a home, more like a temporary place to stay. Sit for a while. I'll go get some water, Shun Yuching said. Worried they might feel uncomfortable, Shun Yuching told Qin Yuching to stay in her room. Soon, he brought back a basin of foot-washing water. Wash your feet first. The conditions here are limited. There's a bathhouse nearby if you want to go. You can go tomorrow. Qin Yuching didn't really want to go. She could wash in her space. Bathhouses in this era are hard to maintain, and by the end of the year, the water often becomes murky. No, I washed before I came. I'll just wash my clothes later, she replied. While soaking her feet, Qin Yuching looked up and asked, why is there nothing in your house? Shun Yuching was silent for a moment. When I was a kid, I threw away all the unnecessary stuff when we moved. Later, I spent most of my time in the military, so I didn't have many personal belongings. He used to have some childhood clothes and small trinkets, but when they moved, his parents gave most of them to neighbors. At first, he was reluctant, but he had no say back then. Over time, it became a habit. Wearing just 2 sets of clothes was enough. There was no need for more. Hearing this, Qin Yuching felt a pang of sympathy. She had thought Shin Yuching's childhood lacked parental love, but at least his material life should have been good. It seemed not. Life was really hard for him. From now on, with me here, you can decorate however you like. I'll keep your things safe. Shin Yuching felt uneasy inside. All those forgotten memories suddenly came flooding back. Just as he was about to speak, there was a knock on the door. Shin Yuching went to open it, and Qin Yuqing quickly wiped her feet. When He Yunjiao saw Shin Yuqing, her gaze involuntarily shifted away. "Here's the quilt I brought for you." Qin Yuqing hurried forward. "Thank you, Mom." He Yunjiao responded a bit awkwardly. "You two should rest early." After saying that, she hurriedly turned and left. Qin Yuqing looked at her hurried retreat and sighed. Shin Yuqing calmly placed the quilt on the desk, then took a blanket from the wardrobe and spread it out. He doesn't mind sleeping on a harder bed, but his wife isn't comfortable. Qin Yuqing closed the door and asked, "Have you always been like this with Mom?" "Yes, we don't talk much usually." Qin Yuqing thought, "Not just little talk, it's almost like they are strangers." "I feel like Mom actually cares about you." Shin Yuqing paused while making the bed.
I don't feel that way.
"Actually, it's okay this way." When he was young, he hoped for maternal love. As he grew older, he stopped hoping and stopped being disappointed. Qin Yuqing thought for a moment. "Actually, I think Mom feels guilty. She's afraid of involving you, and is pretending not to care." Qin Yuqing could see that her mother-in-law still cared about her son, at least missed him. Otherwise, she wouldn't sneak a look through the window. Maybe she's been troubled by her status, and afraid to get close or know how to face it. Shin Yuqing turned around. "I've thought about what you said. I tried talking to her, but she always makes excuses to avoid it. Maybe it's better this way." Qin Yuqing didn't expect Shin Yuqing to think about this level, that the conversation was difficult. Now, it might be even harder, especially since Shin Yuqing is involved. Her mother-in-law probably feels even more upset. They can only take things step by step. Relationships don't improve overnight. Let's take it slow. "Can we go out tomorrow to buy some rice and flour?" "I'll go. You stay at home and rest." Shin Yuqing didn't want Qin Yuqing to go out with him and face those strange looks. Qin Yuqing nodded. She also didn't want to go in and out of the residential area often. People might think Shin family married an ungrateful daughter-in-law. The Shin family is already like this, and they keep going out. Her purpose was to visit the study, to see those foreign books. Qin Yuqing was still discussing with Shin Yuqing what to buy tomorrow. The spies had already reported. In the office, a man sitting behind the desk was smoking. "Are you saying Shin Yuqing is back? With a woman?" "Yes, apparently she's his wife." The man behind the desk snorted. He knew he was doomed, busy with his own plans. Li Wenbin whispered. "He went shopping right after he returned. I had people follow him but didn't see anything unusual." "But you said he's good at hiding things. Could he be moving something?" Zhang Weilong snuffed out his cigarette harshly. "Let me think." He turned to look at Li Wenbin and asked, "You've been watching for so long, but there's no news or clues." "No, the old guy mostly just buys food. He only comes out once every 3 days." Zhang Weilong asked, "Who burned down his old house? Have they found out?" "Not yet. We think it was someone nearby, but no one admits it. However, that female spy cried pretty hard. It's upsetting whenever someone's house is burned down. Even he felt sad for them." Zhang Weilong frowned and said, "Tell me, where did Shin Yuqing go after he came back?" "He went to the coal store on East Street, bought some coal, borrowed his family's car, and then returned it. But when they came back, they were carrying vegetables probably bought at the market. He could think so carefully after coming back. Could he really eat dinner? Maybe it was planned in advance. Wait for my update. I'll report to you."
Li Wenbin nudda pulitelli.
"Captain, I will definitely watch out for him." Zhang Weilong waved his hand. "Stop talking. Go back quickly." The higher-up said Shin family should finish celebrating the new year, but now Shin Yuqing is back, they might search the house early. The next morning, there was no rice at home, so the family could only eat noodles again. After finishing, Shin Yuqing stood up and said, "I'm going to the market to buy some rice." Without waiting for his parents to hear, he left. Qin Yuqing tidied up the dishes. This time, neither of them moved to help. They got up to tidy the living room instead. They could tell that helping was more of a hindrance. Qin Yuqing was there, and He Yunjiao didn't go back to her room. Sitting in the living room, Qin Yuqing saw her and went over. "Mom, you should go rest in your room. There's nothing urgent at home." He Yunjiao's eyes looked dark and tired, clearly not rested well. Qin Yuqing didn't put much effort into cooking yesterday. Although both looked worn out, their health was fine. They just worried about big changes, which wouldn't look good to outsiders. With the current situation at Shun's house, if they looked healthy, people might say something. He Yunjiao thought for a moment and couldn't really argue. She didn't know what to do. The house wasn't big, and while they couldn't cook well, they could manage household chores. Shin Bingwen knew his wife hadn't slept all night, tossing and turning. Go rest for a while. He Yunjiao hesitated, then nodded. I'll go rest in my room. Ching, if you need anything, just tell your dad. Qin Yuqing actually had something to ask. She politely said, Mom, can I use the study room later? Inside Qin Yuqing's house, there is a desk. Usually, she would suspect Qin Yuqing of having other motives. At this moment, He Yunjiao doesn't want to think about anything else. She nods and says, It's upstairs. The door isn't locked. Qin Yuqing nods and thanks her mother. Shin Bingwen isn't worried either. Recently, he cleaned the house and burned many letters, which contained mostly ordinary things. Qin Yuqing doesn't go upstairs immediately. She first tidies up the living room a little. After cleaning, Shin Yuqing comes back from outside, bringing some vegetables, meat, and grains. Qin Yuqing checks and confirms that these are what she asked for. Let's eat steamed buns for lunch. Qin Yuqing takes the dough to the kitchen. While kneading, she adds some cornmeal and mixed grains. These ingredients are from her previous life research, ensuring good taste and a more ordinary appearance compared to plain white buns. Right now, the Shin family is being watched over their food and drink. If they eat too well, others might find reasons to accuse them of being wealthy or powerful. It's best to take advantage of the chaos to step on the Shin family's reputation. The real enemies are those who would kick them when they're down. Go talk with your father. Shin Yuqing nods, knowing he needs to ask about recent events. If you need anything, call me. Qin Yuqing smiles and says, Go ahead, but be a little more polite. The Shin family wouldn't have fermented dough. Qin Yuqing sends the person away and takes out her prepared fermentation powder from her space. She isn't sure if Shin Yuqing understands the difference between fermented dough and dead dough. Even if he notices and asks, she can easily explain that the fermentation powder she brought is just a little, hidden among her luggage. After preparing the dough, she heads out and sees the father and son sitting apart in the living room, talking. Each has a glass of water in front of them. Their neat posture looks more like a report to a leader than a family chat. When Qin Yuqing comes out, both their eyes fall on her. She smiles and says, I'm going to the study for a while. She quickly walks upstairs. There are 2 rooms upstairs. She forgets which one is which, but notices one door is open. She pushes it open casually. Looking inside, she thinks it might be the study. There are 2 large bookshelves and several boxes, with a desk facing the window. She walks quickly to the bookshelf to check. At that moment, the Shun family's front door is also being knocked on. Qin Yuqing glances at the bookshelf, wanting to open it, but finds she needs a key. She leans against the glass and looks inside. The middle row is filled with English books. I heard noises downstairs and peeked out. I heard Qin Yuqing's voice. What are you all doing? Qin Yuqing took a few more steps down, just enough to see the scene clearly. She saw her mother-in-law come out of the bedroom and Shin Bingwen standing beside her. They had already searched the house when they entered, and now they were here again. Qin Yuqing's heart sank. Could it be? Qin Shuyao had said it was after the new year, but maybe they came early. She didn't think much and slowly backed away, quickly returning inside to plan her next move. Li Wenbin looked at the people inside and asked, Is there one more? Shun Yuqing, with a cold face, said, My wife is upstairs. If you have something to say, just tell me. Li Wenbin tilted his head arrogantly and took out a piece of paper from his pocket. When Shin Bingwen saw the stamp on it, he felt very uncomfortable, and He Yunjiao looked like she might faint. Qin Yuqing opened a drawer, but couldn't find the key. She thought about smashing the window, but knew it wasn't practical. She heard the noisy sounds downstairs. She clenched her teeth and moved both bookshelves into the space. Just as she was about to replace them, she noticed something strange on the floor under one shelf. Qin Yuqing didn't hesitate and quickly used a knife to pry open the floorboard, finding a small box inside. Without looking, she threw it into the space. Whatever could be hidden was definitely a secret. At this moment, Qin Yuqing didn't care about anything else. There might be other hidden items inside, even decorations, and she couldn't be careless. Hearing the increasingly close footsteps, she took out her old, worn-out bookshelf from her hometown to replace the current one. The chaos below was intense, and Qin Yuqing was the same. When the door was pushed open, Qin Yuqing was sitting at the table, looking overly frightened, still holding a pen. Li Wenbin stood at the door, looking at Qin Yuqing with a satisfied expression, as if he had finally caught her. Qin Yuqing was a step slower. They couldn't move freely because they were being watched. Qin Yuqing stared at Li Wenbin. As he approached, she picked up the paper on the table and froze. It was a copy of speeches by leaders, with Red Party history books beside it. "What's this?" Li Wenbin couldn't believe what he was seeing. Qin Yuqing looked confused. "I was practicing calligraphy." "Then why did you hide earlier?" "I wasn't hiding. I was scared when you suddenly barged in. Your force was so strong, I thought something had happened." Qin Yuqing had already come upstairs and paused when he saw the room's layout. He remembered that the study was not like this. Had his mother changed the furniture while he was away? Qin Yuqing, afraid of revealing something, quickly hugged Qin Yuqing. "That was so scary just now. It gave me a real fright." Qin Yuqing steadied himself.
Don't worry.
"I'm here. They're just doing their official duties. Let's go outside first." He looked at Li Wenbin. "I'll take my wife downstairs. You can search freely." Qin Yuqing's heart was pounding. She was terrified and thought she couldn't hide things from Qin Yuqing anymore. She hoped they wouldn't say anything inappropriate in front of her parents. Shun Bingwen watched Qin Yuqing help his frightened daughter-in-law downstairs, feeling very sad. He thought, "I should have just made a phone call and sent a message to prevent them from coming back." Qin Yuqing tightly held Qin Yuqing's arm, worried about what he might think. She was afraid Qin Yuqing would see her as strange, especially since she couldn't explain everything clearly. Qin Yuqing sensed her tension. Although he was suspicious, he knew staying silent was the best choice right now. "It's okay. Don't worry." Qin Yuqing thought to herself. How could she not worry? She didn't expect them to come so early. If she had known, she wouldn't have stayed up last night. She would have changed the books, avoiding such a risky situation. "Captain, the floor under the cabinet is not right." The voice upstairs was loud, and those downstairs could hear it clearly. Shin Bingwen looked at his wife, with a puzzled expression. "There's something under the floor." Qin Yuqing cursed inwardly. These people's sharp eyes were truly impressive, expert at finding things. He Yunjiao's lips trembled, unable to speak. Seeing this, the father and son knew it was over. Qin Yuqing was worried they might be taken away and say something they shouldn't, so she cleared her throat softly. "It's nothing." She pointed to her chest, as if indicating that the item was on her. He Yunjiao was shocked, surprised, and overwhelmed with joy and indescribable emotions. They heard Li Wenbin questioning upstairs. "Nothing? How is that possible?" "Nothing." The father and son immediately understood. Neither spoke. Qin Yuqing held Qin Yuqing even tighter. Qin Yuqing glanced at the people entering the kitchen and gently patted Qin Yuqing's arm. Softly, she said, "I want to say a few words to Mom." Shin Bingwen caught his son's gaze and moved aside. Qin Yuqing then hugged He Yunjiao and leaned close to her ear. "Mom, I hid the things for you. No matter what others ask, just say you don't know. Everything is safe." Tears rolled down He Yunjiao's face. Qin Yuqing hugged her to comfort her and whispered a few words. To outsiders, it looked like she couldn't handle the shock and thought there would be no good days ahead, feeling sad and hurt. Qin Yuqing saw someone going upstairs, so she quickly returned to Shin Yuqing's side, leaning in his arms. She whispered, "I've hidden the things very securely. Don't worry, they won't find it." Shin Yuqing didn't know where his wife had hidden the items, but he trusted her. Li Wenbin was angry. He searched around but found nothing valuable. The bookshelf only had some red books and quotes. The only suspicious thing was a few books about local places. There was nothing else. The room was empty. If there were no ghosts, Li Wenbin wouldn't believe it, but after searching thoroughly, he found nothing. In another room, there were a few broken stools and a small unused desk, but nothing valuable. The man going upstairs approached Li Wenbin and said, "Captain, we've searched downstairs too. There's nothing. Should we still arrest someone?" Li Wenbin's plan was that even if they found anything suspicious at home, they could take the person for questioning. But now, things were complicated. He felt he couldn't leave empty-handed. They didn't find anything, but they could still act. "Okay, you go down with 2 old guys and say it's for a routine check. As for the young couple, separate them for questioning. Maybe they'll give us some clues." Li Wenbin pulled the man aside and whispered, "The key is the woman from the countryside. She's timid. We can scare her a bit." Captain understood. Shun Bingwen and Shun Yuqing, hearing about the investigation, were already angry inside. But the situation was worse than expected. They had to hold back their anger. If they caused trouble, they would be the ones in trouble. Li Wenbin pointed at Qin Yuqing and said, "You get in the car." Qin Yuqing didn't expect to receive special treatment. Li Wenbin pushed her into the car. She looked back at Shin Yuqing, who gave her a reassuring look. She prayed that Shin Yuqing wouldn't act impulsively. She believed she wouldn't suffer any loss if she stayed calm. She stuck her head out of the car window and said, "Yuqing, I will be fine. Trust me." The more she spoke now, the worse it was for Qin Yuqing. The better they treated Qin Yuqing, the more they targeted her. Only when they didn't care would they stop pointing fingers at her. Besides Qin Yuqing, the Shun family trio was taken away on foot. At the end of the year, there were many people, and everyone was pointing and whispering as they walked. Shun Yuqing kept his lips pressed together and silently watched everything, glancing at his mother, who looked like she might collapse. He knew this was someone's deliberate plan, but what could he do? There was nothing he could change. Claudio had never suffered such humiliation. The happiest day of her life was when she married Shin Bingwen. She always cared about her reputation. Even her work later was praised by others, but now she was being blamed by everyone. If Shun Bingwen hadn't supported her, she would have wanted to die. While on the road, Qin Yuqing took out some powder from her space and carefully applied it to her face when no one was watching. Her fair skin turned pale and waxy. The driver saw her constantly rubbing her face and thought she was scared and crying, so he didn't pay much attention. After getting out of the car, she was taken into a room with only a table and a chair facing each other. Qin Yuqing was pushed to sit down. The man across from her was in his 30s, and there was a brown file bag on the table. "What's your name? How are you related to the Shin family?" Qin Yuqing answered one by one, pretending to be very scared when talking, knowing that everyone understood she was from the lower class and inexperienced. "Did Shin Yuqing say anything to you? Mention any secrets?" Qin Yuqing roughly understood what they meant. He said a lot. Zhang Weilong suddenly became interested. "Then tell me what he told you." "He apologized to me and said I had to suffer because of him. The Shin family might be in trouble." Zhang Weilong impatiently interrupted her. Who had time to listen to such trivial gossip? It was clear she was from the countryside, narrow-minded. Qin Yuqing was interrupted and lowered her head silently, looking like she was frightened. No one paid attention to her. Did he mention anything about property or hidden things? Zhang Weilong always thought the Shun family still had wealth. The old man named he wouldn't leave everything behind. Qin Yuqing sneered inwardly. They were trying to get information from her. She looked up and shook her head. "No, he gave me all his salary." Zhang Weilong looked unhappy. He couldn't get any information from the woman. That's understandable. Shin Yuqing is a cautious person and wouldn't casually share such things with someone like her. Maybe marrying this woman was just a temporary solution. He looked at Qin Yuqing, his eyes turning, and his tone changed when he asked again. "Comrade Qin, right? Why did you marry Shin Yuqing? Did he deceive you?" Qin Yuqing became cautious immediately. She knew she couldn't get any real answers, so she started to manipulate and falsely accuse Shin Yuqing. She lifted her face and smiled, saying, "No, I like him. He's the man my father risked his life for me to have. He's good-looking and treats me well." Zhang Weilong was speechless and suddenly felt that Shin Yuqing was quite unfortunate too. He has no control over his marriage. No wonder he agreed to marry Qin Yuqing. He was forced into it. But this woman's background is not simple. She's the child of a martyr, which makes things easier. At least in critical moments, She might help Shin Yuching. His eyes darkened with a hint of cruelty. He looked up again, his tone softening a bit. Comrade Qin, you probably don't know, this matter with the Shin family is very serious. You'll be implicated. Qin Yuching looked shocked. How? How serious is it? It involves being sent to the countryside for reform. Most people would be terrified at the thought of going to the countryside. Qin Yuching quickly changed her expression from fear to relief. Can I still be with my man then? She was clearly a romantic at heart. Her main concern wasn't the countryside, but whether she could stay with Shin Yuching. Shin Yuching was lucky to have a woman who loved him. Zhang Weilong stared at Qin Yuching for a long time, his eyes suddenly darkening, a cruel smile on his face. Take her away and lock her up. I'll go see the Shin family. After Qin Yuching was taken away, his subordinate asked, should we scare her a bit?
Not yet.
Keep her locked up for a day first. Captain Zhang, do you think she's pretending?
Zhang Weilong lit a cigarette.
Whether she's pretending or not, she's here now, and she has no choice. Remember, no matter how she screams, don't pay attention to her. Qin Yuching was pushed into a small, dark room. The door slammed shut with a sharp, loud click. Inside was pitch black and empty. Nothing there. Qin Yuching groped around. Even the light switch was outside. I touched the wire, took out a pair of gloves from the space, and slowly pulled the wire inside. At the small window, I cut it off and then carefully sent it out. Qin Yuching deliberately leaned against the door and knocked loudly. When will you let me out? I'm thirsty. She tapped twice, then pressed her ear to the door to listen for a while. When she was sure there was no sound, she relaxed, worried about Shin Yuching over there. Qin Yuching wouldn't suffer unfair treatment. She was kept in a small dark room, unseen from outside. She took a cushion from the space and sat on it, closing her eyes to rest. She was thinking that the person questioning her clearly knew about the Shin family's wealth, whether they were trying to scheme or deceive her. If they found something, they must be capable. If they didn't, it was just slander. If nothing was found, even if the Shin family was punished, it would be much better, and it would be easier to overturn the case. The interrogation of Shin Yuching was very harsh. The person questioning him was around 50, with gray hair at the temples and wrinkles around his eyes that hinted at scheming. Comrade Shin, you should know that honesty is the best policy. Resistance will only make things worse. Shin Yuching looked expressionless. I've told everything I need to. He didn't know about his grandfather's inheritance. He had searched the old house and found nothing, so he was at ease. Comrade Shin Yuching, I've reviewed your background. You are very talented. Don't be stubborn. The organization is giving you a chance. The questioning process was long, with different people taking turns, which was a torment for the person being questioned. In the end, Shin Yuching simply refused to speak, knowing their purpose and methods, so he chose to silently resist. Meanwhile, Shun Bingwen and his wife were also separated for questioning. He Yunjiao fainted during the interrogation, which scared the interrogators. Captain, something's wrong. That female spy has fainted. Zhang Weilong was leaning back on the table, smoking. What a hassle. Did she really faint or fake it? She's telling the truth, saying she's innocent and did nothing wrong. She's innocent. And then she fainted. Zhao Dihai glanced at Zhang Weilong and whispered, I think he's losing his mind. He's talking all crazy. Look at him. Intellectuals care about their reputation the most. When they brought her in, she seemed off right away. Before any official verdict, if something happened to her in their hands, it would be hard to explain. Zhang Weilong impatiently grabbed his hair. This is too much trouble. First, get the person down and let Lao Wu check on him. We can't let him die. Qin Yuching didn't know about the interrogation of the Shun family 3. She had already tested the situation and knew their method was to deliberately ignore her and scare her. Right now, even if she shouted loudly, no one would come. Her heart was filled with fear, and she felt like she was about to break down. Other people might really believe it, but Qin Yuching was mentally prepared. She was inside her space. She was studying a small box she found under the Shin family study room floor. She didn't have time to look at it then, but she was very curious. Carefully, she opened the box and looked inside. She stayed silent for a long time. Luckily, she realized she had taken it out. Inside was a land deed. She didn't know if she could use it in the future, but the land deed was real. She checked and found 3 shops and 11 residential units of various sizes. There were 3 houses in the courtyard, but she didn't know their current situation. She decided to take it step by step. After looking at the box, Qin Yuqing left her space. She didn't dare stay too long, in case someone came and couldn't find her. She was groggy, sleeping for a while, waking up, knocking on the door, shouting a few times to create a distraction outside. When she was hungry, she went into her space to eat a little, making sure not to lose anything. She didn't know how much time passed, but she heard footsteps outside. Qin Yuqing quickly put away her cushion and curled up in a corner. She heard the light turn on outside. Why is the light not working? These mice are really annoying. Maybe they chewed the wires again. The iron door was opened, and the flashlight shone on Qin Yuqing. She saw her curled up, hugging her knees and trembling. Qin Yuqing shielded her eyes with her hand and squinted at the person. "You can leave now." Qin Yuqing stood up, trembling, and asked, "Really? I can go now?" "Yes, go quickly." The 2 people opening the door sounded very impatient. Qin Yuqing stood up, deliberately leaning on the wall. She had been locked up for almost 2 days, so she couldn't walk out looking energetic. When she reached the door, she looked back and asked, "Where are my husband and parents-in-law?" Qin Yuqing glanced at the yard, but they were not there. "They can't leave for now. They have to wait until the afternoon." "Why? Why so many questions?" "If not, just lock me up and let me stay with them." Qin Yuqing took a deep breath, knowing that arguing with them now wouldn't help her get what she wanted. When she was leaving, she looked at the yard. There was a car parked there, but no one was inside. She didn't know where Qin Yuqing was being held, only guessing it was somewhere else. She glanced at the similar-looking rooms, but couldn't see inside. Qin Yuqing thought since they said it was in the afternoon, then it was about time. He should go home and wait. She didn't know the way, but she could take a taxi. After some effort, she finally managed to get one. The street was full of festive atmosphere. Children were running around outside, and the sound of firecrackers was everywhere. The smell of meat and sweet pastries filled the air. Sitting on a tricycle cart, Qin Yuqing looked around with a deep feeling of sadness. She had wanted to spend New Year with them, but now she couldn't even see a single person. She didn't know who to look for, or where to find anyone. "Miss, we've arrived." The car stopped at the gate of the military housing area. Qin Yuqing paid and got out. She took a deep breath and walked toward the gate. As she entered, she was stopped. "Comrade, I am Qin Yuqing's wife. Why won't you let me in?" Since Qin Yuqing had been taken away, everyone saw it. Now that she was back, who knew if she might cause trouble? The person opening the door said firmly, "Comrade, we only recognize passes. If you don't have one, please go back." Qin Yuqing was so angry she almost laughed. How could she get a pass? It's New Year's Eve, and everything's on holiday. Suddenly, a car horn sounded behind her. The gatekeeper immediately pushed open the door and went to open the gate. Qin Yuqing fell to the ground and didn't get up, not caring about her dignity at this moment. "Get up quickly, comrade." The driver rolled down the window and asked, "Oldly, what's going on?" Qin Yuqing turned over and sat on the ground. "I want to go home, but they won't let me in. They say I need a pass." She said this while climbing to her feet and brushing off the dust from her clothes. The person opening the gate hurried over to explain, and Qin Yuqing heard everything clearly. They mentioned Shin family and unfamiliar faces. Someone behind the car looked at Qin Yuqing and said, "Let her in. If she goes inside, could she really up the family compound?" Li Baoqiang immediately nodded. Yes, let her in right away." He turned his head to look at Qin Yuqing and said, "You can come in now." Qin Yuqing bowed to thank him and then turned to go inside. When the Shin family had trouble, even the gatekeeper was difficult. Qin Yuqing was ready to pick the lock, but when she reached the door, she found it wasn't locked, just slightly open. After she went in, she immediately closed the door. Inside and outside the house, she checked everything. No one was hiding, but everything was messy and disturbed. She didn't know if the mess was made by the intruders or if someone had come back after they left. Right now, no one was in charge, and Qin Yuqing went to the kitchen. The noodles had gone bad and couldn't be used anymore. She threw them into her space. If she left them outside, some troublemakers might say something. The stove was also turned off. Qin Yuqing took some firewood from her space and relit the fire. While the fire was burning, she boldly went to her mother-in-law's room and searched thoroughly. She didn't find any other hiding places. While no one was around, Qin Yuqing returned to the study. She left all the books in the cabinet inside her space and moved the empty bookshelf outside. After finishing all this, the water was boiling. Qin Yuqing took out a hen to stew, adding some spiritual spring water this time, feeling she needed some nourishment herself. She kneaded the dough again and steamed a batch of buns. She also made dumplings, as it was traditional to eat something special during the new year. Since no one was home, she casually took things from her space. She waited until it was dark, then heard a knock at the door. Qin Yuqing stood behind the door and asked, "Who is it?" "It's me, Qing." Qin Yuqing quickly opened the door. Shen Yuqing looked tired and worn out, with a scruffy beard. She pulled him inside. She peeked outside and asked, "Why are you alone? Where are your parents?" Shen Yuqing closed the door and pulled Qin Yuqing into the house. "My mom was taken to the hospital. My dad is with her." Before Shen Yuqing could speak, Qin Yuqing took some money from her pocket and handed it to him. "Here, take this." "What's wrong with her? Is it serious?" They weren't sure if they would be searched when they entered. Shen Yuqing originally only had a few dozen yuan, and in the past few days, he had bought coal and rice. He probably didn't have much left. Shen Yuqing took the money and shook his head gently. "I don't know. When I left, they had already been taken to the hospital." He almost didn't know what to do when he found out. Qin Yuqing hugged Shen Yuqing gently and softly comforted him. "Mom will be fine. I made some chicken soup and I'll bring some over." "Do you know which hospital it is?" Shen Yuqing whispered. "It should be the nearest one." He wasn't sure either, so he could only guess. If he didn't find out, he could either visit each hospital or ask the people who sent her. But they might not tell the truth. Qin Yuqing thought for a moment and said, "I'll go with you." Shen Yuqing refused. "No need. I'll go by myself." He didn't want to involve Qin Yuqing anymore. Going to the countryside was enough, and he didn't want her to be involved in questioning or to be worried. At this moment, he regretted registering their marriage. Qin Yuqing quickly let go of Shen Yuqing, looked at his exhausted face, and felt a twinge of sadness. "Go change your clothes and clean up. If you go to the hospital like this, Mom and Dad will feel worse." Shen Yuqing's clothes were wrinkled, and his eye sockets looked sunken. It was clear he hadn't rested these past 2 days. Shen Yuqing responded softly, and Qin Yuqing hurriedly took out hot water. She was taken to the hospital, so it's just a little wait. While Shen Yuqing tidied himself up, Qin Yuqing didn't sit idle. She started dividing the food into portions. With her mother-in-law fallen ill, and her father-in-law still holding on, they had to eat. Qin Yuqing brought out a plate of dumplings. "Eat some first to fill your stomach." She specially poured a glass of spiritual spring water. Shen Yuqing couldn't afford to fall now. Shen Yuqing sat down at the table with the water dumplings. Before entering the house, he was in a panic, but seeing his wife made him feel at ease. Seeing Shen Yuqing willing to eat, Qin Yuqing immediately turned and went to the kitchen. She brought out a bowl of chicken soup and 2 dishes. "Eat slowly, no rush." During these 2 days, Shen Yuqing hadn't eaten much, not even a sip of water. Seeing this, Qin Yuqing quickly went to the kitchen and took out freshly made water dumplings from the freezer. "There's more here." After finishing a plate of dumplings, Shen Yuqing's hunger finally eased. He had time to ask Qin Yuqing, "How did you come back?" "I took a taxi. I wanted to see you, but they wouldn't let me, so I had to come back on my own." Shen Yuqing looked up. "You did the right thing. Confronting them directly isn't good." Qin Yuqing didn't hide anything and pretended to go back to her room. When she came out, she took out a small box from the study. "This is the box from the study." Shen Yuqing put down his chopsticks, opened it, and his face changed. Fortunately, his wife had hidden it earlier. If it had been searched, their family wouldn't have had a chance to escape. Qin Yuqing kept watching Shen Yuqing's expression. How do you plan to deal with these things? The land deed couldn't be hidden. She had mentioned it before, and even if she didn't now, Shen Yuqing would definitely ask. It was better to tell him early. Shen Yuqing wanted to burn everything, but he was afraid it would make his mother too angry. After hesitating for a long time, he said, "Let's find a place to hide it first." Shen Yuqing quickly took it from him. "I'll do it. I don't trust you to hide things." If he knew Shen Yuqing's true thoughts, he might even risk coming out of the ground to scold him for being wasteful. He had taken many risks and used many methods to hide that bit of property. He would have burned it all in one fire. But Shen Yuqing had no right to criticize Shen Yuqing. Shen Yuqing only thought about it. She really did set fire to it. He thought that his wife could avoid the searches, so it should be fine. He hesitated, wanting to ask but not daring to. Shen Yuqing understood what Shen Yuqing was struggling with. She hadn't decided what to do either, so it was better not to say anything. Eat quickly, then go to the hospital. Shen Yuqing lowered his head, lost in thought. The person questioning him kept saying there was hidden property.
That was probably it.
The money had been converted into property, but he didn't know how much he could recover later. He didn't have the energy to think much now. His parents were still in the hospital, and he hadn't seen them yet. Shen Yuqing brought out the prepared food and placed it on the table. "Take your time on the way." Shen Yuqing ate until he felt much better. "Be careful at home. I'll try to come back early." Shen Yuqing nodded, closed the door, and started tidying up the house. Right now, there was no time for politeness. She also entered her in-laws' room but hadn't yet searched the wardrobe and other places. This time, she even moved the bed and examined carefully. "I'm sorry, but it's necessary due to the situation." While searching, Shen Yuqing discovered something. The wardrobe space seemed unusual. There was a hidden compartment. Shen Yuqing slowly opened the box and saw what was inside. She was unsure whether she should take it or not. If she took it, what would her in-laws say when they returned? Especially her mother-in-law, who would find it hard to explain. If she didn't take it, what if those people came back to search the house? Shen Yuqing closed the box again. No wonder Qin Shuyao hated her mother-in-law so much in her past life. There was so much money at home that wasn't used, and in the end, the searchers got it for free. She searched the house again to make sure nothing was left. It was past 10 p.m. when she heard a knock on the door. Shen Yuqing quickly went to open it. The night was cool and clear. Shen Yuqing entered with a cold aura. "How is your mother?" Shen Yuqing entered with a serious face.
"She's fine."
"She's just very shocked." Shen Yuqing hurriedly brought a cup of hot water. "Warm up." After Shen Yuqing went inside and closed the door, he placed the cup on the table and headed straight to his in-laws' bedroom. Shen Yuqing understood that probably his mother-in-law had told him. Standing at the door, she watched Shen Yuqing open the closet shelf. He casually grabbed a piece of clothing and took out the gold bars and cash. "Where do you want to hide these?" "I don't know, but they can't stay at home." Shen Yuqing thought simply. At worst, he would burn the cash, and if the gold bars were too risky, he would throw them into the river. Shen Yuqing looked at the packed items. "If you go out now, someone will definitely be watching. Give me the things." "Is there anything else at home?" "Yes, buried in the yard." Shen Yuqing paused. "I'll dig it out later." He took the bundle. "No, you can't take this. It's too dangerous." Shen Yuqing sighed helplessly. "Is it safe to send it out now? There are so many eyes watching outside." "Let's play a game. I'll go hide it, and if you can find it inside the house, you can handle it however you want. If you can't find it, I'll hide it for you." Shen Yuqing hesitated. "Okay." Shen Yuqing turned and left. Shen Yuqing restored the wardrobe to its original state. It was her mother's dowry. If he destroyed this wardrobe, their relationship might be broken too. Shen Yuqing sat outside drinking chicken soup while watching Shen Yuqing search through each room, almost lifting the floorboards. She then went upstairs. Shen Yuqing stood in the study for a long time, looking at the bookshelf, which had been rearranged, and struggled for a long time. That day, he wasn't seeing things. How did his wife manage to change the bookshelf so quickly? How did she do it all by herself? What about the books inside? The home study has always been full of books. Whenever we moved, we had to take the books with us. His father, with his stubborn personality, would definitely side with his mother and never throw away those books without a reason. Thinking back on the times he was at home with Qin Yuqing, some things were missing. He wanted to replace them, but in just one meal, his wife had already taken something from somewhere else. The house is so small that he almost knows every corner. He didn't pay much attention before, but now he realized he hadn't looked closely. Some things are hard to explain, but when explanations don't work, only the most unlikely answer remains. Qin Yuqing went downstairs, and Qin Yuqing probably knew she couldn't hide it anymore. But she didn't want to say anything, at least not voluntarily. Qin Yuqing sat across from Qin Yuqing and suddenly asked, "I can't find it." Qin Yuqing looked up. "Don't you have anything you want to ask?" Qin Yuqing had many questions, but finally shook his head. "No. If you want to say something, you'll tell me. If you don't want to say, I won't ask. Everyone has secrets." His wife didn't want to tell him, and he didn't force her. At least she protected her family. For their family's safety, he had no complaints. Qin Yuqing didn't expect Qin Yuqing to dig for answers. She also felt relieved, since she hadn't figured out how to start the conversation. "Let's dig out the stuff later." Qin Yuqing nodded. His mother hadn't said anything, so he truly didn't know those things were still at home. He got up, took a basin, and poured out the foot-washing water. "You wash your feet and rest first. I'll handle the rest." Qin Yuqing took off her shoes and soaked her feet. Qin Yuqing went to the door, turned off all the unused lights in the yard, leaving only the dim light in the living room. That way, when he went to dig in the yard, no one would notice. "Yuqing, why did they suddenly let people go? Is there something else going on?" Qin Yuqing was prepared to spend this year inside, but they inexplicably released the people. She always felt something was wrong. Qin Yuqing sat across from her. "It's pressure from above, probably from someone like my dad's old comrade." He didn't know exactly who it was. He remembered someone holding documents and scolding Zhang Wenbin and the others. Qin Yuqing nodded. She understood that those people probably only cared about her and were waiting for them to use tricks, but unexpectedly, they were released. "By the way, I was stopped outside the main gate, but someone helped me. I remember his license plate number." Qin Yuqing frowned more deeply after hearing this. "Yuqing, do you know that person?" "No, I don't. But I know he's the chief of staff of the Northwest Military Region. He was transferred back to Beijing 3 years ago. His surname is Hua. We don't usually have much contact. Maybe helping Qin Yuqing was just a small favor." Qin Yuqing was annoyed by the attitude of the guards at the gate. Perhaps some people had given instructions. "Qing, let's go back." He didn't want Qin Yuqing to face blame or comments here. All of this could have been avoided by his wife. There's no need for her to suffer with him. "What nonsense are you talking about? How can we leave now when Mom and Dad are like this?" Qin Yuqing looked up. "It's my dad's idea. He also wants us to leave early. Better to escape trouble together if possible." Qin Yuqing sighed, knowing it was their good intention. "We need to deal with the current situation first, clean everything up, and wait until Mom comes back. We should also leave some food for Dad and Mom." Qin Yuqing had already achieved her goal of coming here. She moved the books early and gained some unexpected benefits. If the situation wasn't so urgent, she even wanted to look for a house based on the property deed. Qin Yuqing was silent for a moment before saying, "There's nothing left at home, so you can rest assured. Tomorrow, I'll check if there are train tickets." Qin Yuqing insisted on going back. His parents' lives were hard, and leaving suddenly like this wasn't something normal people could do. Others might say they were unfilial or heartless. But he was right. When trouble arises, saving one is better than nothing. His wife didn't need to get involved in this mess, but he had pulled her into it. Seeing Qin Yuqing's firm attitude, Qin Yuqing knew she couldn't persuade him. She could only change the subject first and try to talk him out of it later. "When will Mom be discharged from the hospital? Tomorrow or the day after?" "She's not seriously ill." She knew her mother cared about her pride and couldn't handle which caused her to faint. But given the current situation, if she continued to care about her pride, she might not even survive. She couldn't handle this now, and things would only get harder in the future. Qin Yuqing nodded, understanding roughly. She thought about how to keep some spiritual spring water, at least until she went to the countryside, so her health wouldn't fail. Shen Yuqing stood up. I'll go dig some things in the yard. Qin Yuqing wiped her feet. I'll go too. Just stay inside. There's not much. Only a box. I think it's my mom's jewelry. After saying that, Shen Yuqing went into the yard and started digging in the corner. While working, Shen Yuqing seemed to sense someone watching him. He paused and looked around. He saw a shadow near the window, not far away. He quickened his pace, dug out the box, then turned to go inside. I need to go out for a bit. It seems someone saw us. Maybe someone will come to search soon. He had to get rid of the box. He couldn't burn the contents quickly. Give it to me, quickly. Qin Yuqing had observed before that this was a military family. The area was full of patrols and guards, so Shen Yuqing was unlikely to go out unnoticed. Why are you just standing there? I can handle it. Seeing Shen Yuqing not move, Qin Yuqing decided to go outside. Shen Yuqing quickly left and soon returned, carrying a wooden box. Qin Yuqing said, keep digging the hole and clean up the marks on the wooden box. Change it to look like a wine jar. Qin Yuqing took a wine jar from the kitchen and handed it to Shen Yuqing. Shen Yuqing immediately understood his wife's meaning and took the jar to go outside. Qin Yuqing opened the wooden box. Inside were some necklaces, bracelets, and earrings. Not many, but all high quality. She stored them in her space. She took a jar of wine from her space, grabbed some mud from the yard, and smeared it on the jar to make it look freshly dug from the ground. After finishing, Qin Yuqing went back to the kitchen to continue working, washing 4 or 5 radishes. Shen Yuqing entered the house, looked around, but didn't find the jewelry box. Soon, there was a loud banging on the door. Shen Yuqing's expression darkened. He exchanged a glance with Qin Yuqing, then turned and opened the door. Why did it take so long to open? Are you hiding something? He looked calmly at the people carrying tools and asked, what do you want? His wife said that even if they tore down the house, they wouldn't find the items. He told himself to stay calm. Zhang Wenbin smoked and smiled. We received a report from the public. Your house is hiding illegal items. Shen Yuqing looked at the visitors and said, we just finished an investigation and proved we are innocent. If you keep bothering us, I can report it. Zhang Wenbin knew right away that the Shin family was not honest. Luckily, he was smart. He took this chance to find someone to watch them closely. Now that he had a solid reason, he was ready to see how they would argue. He sneered and said, they must be innocent. Search the yard thoroughly. Suddenly, a thin middle-aged man stepped forward and pointed at Shen Yuqing. I saw him digging something in the yard just now. See? I have a witness. Hand over what you dug up. After saying that, he pushed Shen Yuqing aside and rushed into the house. Qin Yuqing only glanced at him and kept cooking in the kitchen. She was a woman from the countryside, very timid, so staying inside was normal for her. Zhang Wenbin immediately noticed something extra inside the house. On the table, there was a muddy jar. He quickly went over, opened it, and a strong smell of alcohol wafted out. Shen Yuqing mocked, you want me to hand over a jar of wine too? Zhang Wenbin looked full of disbelief.
Impossible.
Search again. After a lot of fuss, they found nothing. The people digging in the yard were exhausted and out of breath, but they found nothing. Captain, there's nothing here, one of them whispered to Zhang Wenbin, leaning close. The corner of the wall looks like there's a mark from a wine jar. Zhang Wenbin's face turned dark with anger. He shouted, if there's nothing, why are you burying a wine jar? Shen Yuqing calmly said, I buried it a few years ago. Now my mother needs wine as medicine. I was going to dig it out. This wasn't a lie. A doctor had told him that they would need to prepare some medicine at home, and it required using wine. He hadn't had time to buy wine yet because he returned too late. Shen Yuqing asked coldly, Captain Zhang, I can report your actions. Zhang Wenbin suddenly looked worried. The higher-ups had told them not to trouble the Shin family until the matter was clear. He quickly forced a smile and said flatteringly, Comrade Shen, it was all a misunderstanding. If you want to find something, just look at him. Zhang Wenbin pushed the person who had just testified out. The man looked unhappy but didn't dare say anything. He worked under Zhang Wenbin and with a stiff face he apologized. It was my mistake. I misjudged. Please, sir, forgive my mistake this time. I am truly sorry and cannot do better. Shin Yuqing only said this casually. He knew reporting the incident now would probably be useless. You all should leave. Don't appear at my house again. Zhang Wenbin was annoyed, but had no proof. He waved his hand. Brothers, let's go. As soon as they left Shin's house, he kicked the person who had just reported the news. Causing trouble for me, and making me look bad. I'll beat you to death. How could you see with those dog eyes? The man who was hit dared not argue. He curled up, hiding his head. Who would go digging around at night? He couldn't see what was being dug up from so far away. He had only said he didn't know what was being dug out, just that someone was digging. It was Zhang Wenbin who insisted on coming. When he saw things were wrong, he took his anger out on him. Hearing the noise, Shin Yuqing turned back into the house and went into the kitchen. From behind, he hugged Shin Yuqing. Thank you. What would I do without you? He used to think he was capable of everything, but now it seemed his wife could do anything. Shin Yuqing patted Shin Yuqing's hand. We're family. No need to thank me. Let go. I need to work. No, you're not working anymore. Do you still want to go home? Shin Yuqing released her, and Shin Yuqing pushed him out. Stop bothering here. Go rest for a while. No, I'll stay with you. Shin Yuqing wouldn't let him just sit around. Then make some bread and dumplings. She felt sorry for him wanting to rest, but he insisted on helping, so she let him. Shin Yuqing happily agreed. He could do this kind of work his wife had taught him at home. Shin Yuqing thought about leaving after they finished. She also wanted to prepare some food for the two people who couldn't take care of themselves. Since it was cold, she could keep the leftovers for a couple of days. She took the opportunity to fry some radish balls, which could be stored a bit longer because they were fried. Even someone who didn't cook could eat them after soaking in hot water. The radish was grown in their space, so it had some use. She figured they could last until market day, making it easier to buy food then. The dumpling filling was ready-made. Shin Yuqing made the dumplings, but his technique was a little off, so they weren't perfect, but they were still edible. By the time they finished, it was already late at night. Shin Yuqing urged Shin Yuqing to rest early. Go to bed quickly and get some sleep. I'll clean up here. Shin Yuqing was indeed tired. She forced herself to stay alert, fried the remaining balls, didn't refuse, and then went to bed. The sound of firecrackers woke me up. I looked out the window, and it was completely dark outside. This year seems destined to be unstable. I don't think it will be peaceful either. I reached out and touched the cold blanket beside me. When Shin Yuqing got up, she saw Shin Yuqing sitting on the sofa outside. It was clear he hadn't gone back to his room. Why aren't you sleeping? Can't sleep. Shin Yuqing didn't hide anything from Shin Yuqing. She sat next to him and naturally held his hand. It's okay. Everything will pass. She leaned into Shin Yuqing's arms. We're living well, aren't we? Shin Yuqing finally understood how it felt to have many skills, but nowhere to use them. I feel like I can't do anything. He thought of many ways, but none of them worked. Just for now, you can do anything here. I still rely on you to help. Shin Yuqing smiled bitterly. His wife never complained or blamed him, no matter what. He felt even more guilty. Without him, maybe she would be better off. Shin Yuqing hugged Shin Yuqing's waist. All right, go back to sleep for a while. No need. I still have to deliver food later and check train tickets. Wait until the day after tomorrow. You can't buy tickets now. I don't feel comfortable with you going out. I don't want anything to happen to you. Shin Yuqing was coaxed by Shin Yuqing to rest in the room. He fell asleep quickly, but he hadn't slept well. He was just holding on. Shin Yuqing couldn't sleep. She was worried because the Shin family was suddenly under investigation, probably related to their return. The more she thought about it, the more restless she became. She quietly got up and took out the pickled vegetables and various sauces from the storage. She put the bottles into the cabinet. Cooking might not be easy, but these should do for now. She also took out some durable potatoes, onions, and dozens of eggs. She knew her mother-in-law was shy, so she guessed they wouldn't go out after returning home this time. Having everything prepared would help them get through a while. Shin Yuqing looked at the time. It's already past 8 a.m. She hesitated whether to wake Shin Yuqing. Shin Yuqing pushed open the door. The sound of firecrackers was everywhere. He couldn't sleep peacefully either. I'm going to make dumplings. Eat first, then you can deliver the food. Shen Yuqing turned to wash up. He still had his wife, and she was living well. He couldn't let her down. Remember to ask when you'll be discharged. I'll prepare the meals in advance. We have everything at home, so you don't need to buy anything. These days, it's hard to buy groceries because prices are high and the shopping is difficult. Shen Yuqing left with the food. On the way, it started snowing, first light snowflakes, then heavy snow like goose feathers. Shen Yuqing waited anxiously at home, worried something might happen on the road. Right now, she didn't dare to go out randomly. She was unfamiliar with the area, and if she took a wrong turn, it might cause trouble for Shen Yuqing. Shen Yuqing didn't return until noon, covered in snow with frost on his hair and eyebrows. Where did you go? To the train station. I bought a ticket, but it's a hard seat for 3 days from now. He didn't want to stay here any longer than necessary and wanted to send his wife back early. It's good that you're here. Shen Yuqing said this while helping Shen Yuqing brush off the snow. She guessed he might have gone to the train station and was surprised to find out he really did. I brewed some brown sugar tea. Drink a little to warm up. Shen Yuqing went to the kitchen, brought out a small teapot, and poured a bowl for Shen Yuqing. How's Mom? Normally, Shen Yuqing should visit the hospital, but due to special circumstances, she's not allowed to go. She can only do logistic support. She can be discharged tomorrow. Actually, she could leave today, but the doctor was worried and wanted to observe her a bit longer. Shen Yuqing thought for a moment. Are you coming back now to bring lunch? No need. Just go in the afternoon. You brought a lot in the morning, and they probably can't finish it. The hospital also has a cafeteria, so just go in the evening. Shen Yuqing looked at the still falling snow and worried it might be hard to walk at night. Then I'll start cooking. Just the two of us to eat. She turned around and saw Shen Yuqing following behind. You stay outside and rest. Don't follow me. Even if he's healthy, he can't handle this kind of fuss. Shen Yuqing thought his wife might have some secret, so he didn't follow her inside. This is his parents' home, with nothing much to pack. He simply went back to the bedroom to tidy up. Shen Yuqing kept her cooking simple. During the new year, most people eat dumplings. She didn't want to make anything special, especially since many people had been investigating recently, and it wouldn't be good if they were caught. Just enough to eat. She carried out the dumplings and 2 vegetable dishes. Yuqing, come out and eat. Shen Yuqing came out of the bedroom, and the two of them sat together to eat. At this moment, Shen Yuqing felt happy. There was hot food at home, and he could see the person he liked. Shen Yuqing noticed Shen Yuqing's gaze. Why are you always looking at me? Are you trying to distract me from eating? It's so good to see you. I will make sure you have a good life in the future. I believe you. Seeing that Shen Yuqing looked much better than before, Shen Yuqing felt more at ease. After dinner, Shen Yuqing washed the dishes and Shen Yuqing didn't stop him. Go rest for a while. You still need to pick up Dad and Mom later. Normally, the Shen family would have a special car, but now they had none, so they had to rely on themselves. It was snowing heavily and it was the new year, so it would be hard to find a car. Even Shen Yuqing, who was strong, was not made of steel. Since he returned, he hadn't slept well, and he was exhausted from constant questioning. If it weren't for Shen Yuqing's warm spring water, he would have looked terrible and wouldn't have the energy to go out again. After Shen Yuqing fell asleep, Shen Yuqing went to her in-law's room to find some thicker clothes. In the afternoon, she took them to the hospital. The snow on the road was about 20 centimeters deep, making riding a bike impossible. When Shen Yuqing woke up, the snow outside had deepened by another 2 or 3 centimeters. How will you go later? Will Mom be able to walk? Maybe we should stay for 2 more days. The hospital was warmer, and it was better than risking her health on the road, especially if she got sick again. I'll go out and check the road conditions. Shen Yuqing went out for a while, and then came back saying, I'll push the bike. She'll definitely want to come back. They could walk, but they were worried Mom wouldn't be able to walk, so they planned to have her sit in the back seat of the car and be pushed home. Anyone who knows their mother understands, if there's no one around, she might feel a little better. It's better than being pointed at and judged. Okay, I'll make some tea at home. When you come back, give this clothes to Mom and Dad to wear. As soon as Shen Yuqing left, Shen Yuqing brewed tea with spiritual spring water. Shen Yuqing was gone for over 3 hours before the doorbell rang. When Qin Yuqing opened the door, she saw 3 snowmen coming in. Shin Bin-gwen carefully helped his wife down from the back seat. Qin Yuqing quickly stepped forward to help, brushing off the snow from her clothes while supporting her. Mom and Dad, come inside quickly. Hyunjia remained silent and passive throughout, letting others do as they pleased. Qin Yuqing didn't dare to say anything. Such a mother-in-law was a bit frightening. It might be better to have a big fuss instead. Carefully, she helped her to the sofa and went to the kitchen to pour a cup of tea, handing it to her. Mom, drink some tea to warm up. Yuqing, pour a glass for Dad too. Shin Bin-gwen was still normal. Looking at the tidy and clean house, he said, Qing, you've worked hard. It's us parents who caused you trouble. Dad, what are you talking about? I'm fine. Drink some tea to warm up first, then have your meal later. Shin Bin-gwen nodded weakly. Qin Yuqing casually pulled Shin Yuqing into the kitchen. Softly, she asked, Mom, what's wrong? Since she went to the hospital, she's been like this, unwilling to talk to anyone. The doctor said she was affected by something. Qin Yuqing sighed inwardly. It was hard to face. In such a situation, it might be better to let her go home early. Being in a familiar environment might not be good for her recovery. When Qin Yuqing looked outside, Shin Bin-gwen had already helped her mother back to the room. She glanced at the bowl on the table. Only half of the tea was drunk. Better to drink some than none. Shin Yuqing didn't need Qin Yuqing to remind him. He poured himself a bowl and, after drinking it, felt warm all over. Qin Yuqing made a steamed egg dish especially for her mother-in-law and also had some water dumplings, but she was worried she might get tired of eating the same thing. Take this to Dad and Mom. Dad hasn't rested well these days. Let him finish eating early and rest. Shin Bin-gwen looked very tired, probably just holding on. Luckily, he had drunk most of the tea earlier, and a good rest tonight should help. Shin Yuqing carried the food into their room. After staying inside for less than half an hour, he came out with the leftover rice and dishes. Qin Yuqing glanced at him. So much left. He said he had no appetite and wanted to sleep early. Qin Yuqing nodded. Then let's just eat something quickly in the kitchen. It's too noisy outside. They finished eating hurriedly and went back to the bedroom, both feeling exhausted. Qin Yuqing was still awakened by the sound of firecrackers. She touched the warm spot beside her in the bed, indicating she had just woken up. She rubbed her eyes and got up. When she went out, she saw Shin Yuqing sitting outside, lost in thought. Qin Yuqing thought it might be better to go back soon. At least after returning, Shin Yuqing could go for a walk in the mountains. Much better than being stuck here. She walked over and sat beside Shin Yuqing. Are you thinking about something again? No worries. Just hold on for 2 more days. When we go back, you can go play in the mountains freely. Shin Yuqing doesn't dare to go out freely here. Whenever he goes up the mountain, someone follows him to dig the mountain. The 2 days pass quickly. During this time, her mother-in-law ate and drank only in her room. Qin Yuqing went in once to bring food and felt the situation was not good. How to say it? She didn't respond when spoken to, but her expression and eyes seemed to say she knew. She ate the food, but not much, just enough to stay alive. The day was about to end. The night before Qin Yuqing left, she left a small bottle of wine mixed with spiritual spring water. Dad, this is medicinal wine. Drink a sip when you're not feeling well. Come with me to the kitchen. I'll tell you about the leftover food. Shin Bin-gwen looked at the jars of pickles, eyes moist. Qin Yuqing explained the expiration dates, what to eat first, and what could be saved for later. Dad, our conditions are limited. We can't keep other dishes. Tomorrow, Yuqing and I will leave. Please take care of yourselves. If anything happens, just call us. We're not afraid of trouble. It's all my fault. You shouldn't have married into the Shin family. Qin Yuqing said seriously, Dad, I'm fine. After finally persuading him, she left some time for him to talk with Shin Yuqing. In the study, Shin Bin-gwen hesitated for a long time and said, Chung, when you go back, consider getting a divorce. This is all of our savings, all of it given to Qing. Don't burden her anymore. Shin Yuqing suddenly looked up at his father. You mean? Shin Bin-gwen nodded. Qin Yuqing is good, very good. Their family's burden makes them feel guilty. His old friend had already told him. No evidence was found at home, but those letters had a big impact. They might soon receive news of being sent for reform. Before the news spreads, Qin Yuqing still has a chance to escape. Shan Yuqing silently struggled with his thoughts. Shin Bingwen felt sad too. I know this isn't fair to you. Do you want Qingqing to suffer with you? Your mother has always felt guilty. If she hadn't given birth to you, you wouldn't be suffering like this. Qingqing is understanding. If the Shin family has a chance to revive, it will always be her backing. Shan Yuqing looked at Shin Bingwen and said, I'll think about it. Please decide quickly. The documents will be issued soon. Shin Yuqing stood up and left. He had wanted to say more but decided not to. Qin Yuqing watched Shin Yuqing leave and asked, so fast? Yes, it's nothing. Qin Yuqing was kneading dough. Tomorrow morning, she planned to steam another batch of buns and bread. She didn't care much about traditional New Year arrangements during these special times. She was just doing what was necessary. Shin Yuqing hugged Qin Yuqing from behind. Wife, we don't need to do all that. They won't go hungry. Qin Yuqing's hands were full of dough. She couldn't hit Shin Yuqing, so she gently kicked him with her foot. How can you talk about your parents like that? Shin Yuqing said nothing, feeling upset but also thinking his father was right. Stop joking, let go. I'm kneading dough. It's cold in winter. Kneading dough at night and finishing in the morning was just right. Shin Yuqing stayed silent behind her. Qin Yuqing sensed his mood was off. Did Dad say something to you? Yes. He's never liked me since we were kids. Qin Yuqing chuckled softly. Let go. I'll ask Dad why he's being mean to my man. Why are you talking to that old man? He's not worth it. Spend more time with me. Shin Yuqing was worried that the old man might say something harsh. He was feeling anxious, wanting his wife to have a good life but also feeling he couldn't be without her. Qin Yuqing, overwhelmed by Shin Yuqing's clinginess, had to wipe her hands and gently pry his hands away. She turned to look at Shin Yuqing. Are you upset? Did Dad say something heavy? Seeing Shin Yuqing's slightly sad face, Qin Yuqing softened her voice and said, Dad is probably worried. Things have been busy lately. Don't take it to heart. We're leaving tomorrow anyway, and he won't be able to bother us. All my wife's words. That's right. Listen to me, and you'll be successful in the future. Yes, I will be successful in the future, thanks to my wife. We'll go home tomorrow, cook you something delicious, and take you out to play. Okay, I'll listen to you. Shin Yuqing had made up his mind. Why should he file for divorce? Why not just leave? His marriage wasn't happy, and he refused to let it be broken apart. His wife was so good. If they divorced now, she might be taken away by someone else. Even if he became successful later, he'd have no wife. He didn't want that. Comrade Shin is truly enlightened. No wonder I chose him. Shin Yuqing nodded and rolled up his sleeves to start kneading the dough. Qin Yuqing stopped him. Have you washed your hands? Just finished washing them. He didn't add much sand to the mixture, showing restraint, so there was no need to ask for more. With some help, Qin Yuqing had more time to prepare the filling. The two of them left the kitchen one after the other. Qin Yuqing was a bit slower, and she stored the prepared filling in the space. Back in the room, Qin Yuqing felt that Shin Yuqing was especially clingy today. She guessed he had been scolded, so she let him hold her. Behind her, a big stove was burning, and she quickly fell asleep. The next morning, Qin Yuqing woke up early. Shin Yuqing was still holding her tightly, impossible to pull away. Shin Yuqing, stop pretending to sleep. Let me go. Shin Yuqing rarely acted stubborn. Wife, just a little longer. Not sleeping? We need to cook. Go home and get some good rest. Hearing the last words, Shin Yuqing immediately let go, quickly dressed, and was eager to leave. Qin Yuqing let out a sigh of relief, finally free from him. She dressed quickly and went to the kitchen. She checked the stove and saw the dough had risen just right. While Shin Yuqing hadn't come in yet, she took out the prepared filling, a chopped chicken, and 7 or 8 stuffed sausages, things she had made earlier. She had wanted to make more, but got delayed by other matters. Shin Yuqing had been running up the mountain all day, and with no one to help her, she didn't add it to her plans. She turned on the stove to boil water and started kneading the dough. Shin Yuqing glanced at his wife, then turned to knock on his parents' door. Out of respect for his wife, he decided to have a quick chat with them. Once the water boiled, Qin Yuqing began stewing the chicken. This pot of chicken would last her parents for 2 days. With the sausages, it should be enough for 5 or 6 days. When Shen Yuqing came out and saw the chicken stewing in the pot, he fell silent. There was no chicken in the kitchen, and he hadn't bought any. Where did it come from? He also didn't see the sausages yesterday. He wondered if his wife trusted him too much or still saw him as a fool. Qin Yuqing knew Shen Yuqing was suspicious, but she wasn't afraid. After all, he hadn't seen anything himself. She cut a piece of the steamed sausage and used chopsticks to hold it near Shen Yuqing's mouth. Try the taste. Shen Yuqing immediately pushed aside his doubts and slowly ate. It's delicious. Wife, you haven't cooked for me at home. Qin Yuqing smiled and said, this is just the first taste for you. The rest is yours to enjoy. It's just some sausage, and since it's cold these days, it's a good time to prepare. She wanted to find something for Shen Yuqing to do, so he wouldn't have time to overthink. When Shen Yuqing heard it was just the first taste, he felt satisfied. He glanced at the chicken cooking in the pot, and Qin Yuqing understood, quickly grabbing a chicken wing. Eat my chicken wings and prepare to spread your wings and fly high. Shen Yuqing felt happier, helping with chores, while Qin Yuqing occasionally fed him, and they ate until they were about 60% full. The buns are ready. Let's each have 2 and leave soon. They had tickets for the morning, and the snow outside was covering everything. They weren't sure if they could get a taxi. Walking to the train station would take 3 or 4 hours, and they couldn't waste time. Shen Yuqing knew time was tight and didn't dare delay. While cooking, they tore bread and ate together, each having 1 bun and feeling full. Call Dad out. I want to tell him where we're storing things in the kitchen. Shen Yuqing wanted to say they were adults and wouldn't go hungry, but seeing his wife's look, he nodded and went to call him. Shen Bingwen felt embarrassed to see Qin Yuqing and thought she was a good girl being troubled by them. When his son called him out and saw the food in the kitchen, he couldn't hold back his tears. Shen Yuqing clicked his tongue, thinking to himself how embarrassing. He knew how wrong they had been. Dad, what's wrong? If you're worried we won't leave, just say so. Shen Bingwen wiped his tears and said, let's go. Hurry up and leave. Qin Yuqing didn't think much and just sighed, thinking that in the past, someone from the Shen family would always come. This year was eerily quiet. Even the children setting off firecrackers didn't come this way. She briefly explained the prepared food. Dad, we're leaving. If you forget, look at this paper. It has some simple recipes and how we usually eat. When they arrived, they carried quite a few things, but now they only had a small bag. Qin Yuqing waved her hand and said, Dad, we won't bother Mom and Dad. Tell Mom and Dad later. Okay, stay safe on the way, Shen Bingwen said, glancing at his son. Take care of Qingqing on the way. He thought for a moment, and you at home too. After walking a few dozen meters and turning back, I saw Shen Bingwen standing at the gate. Qin Yuqing waved her hand to let people in. Because they were unsure about the situation on the road, neither of them dared to delay. They reached the gate without waiting for the guard's question. Qin Yuqing placed her bundle on the table in front of them and said, check it. Inside, there were only 2 pieces of clothing, 2 corn cakes wrapped in oil paper and nothing else. Where are you headed? Back home. Do you want someone to follow us? If necessary, you can also send us back, and you can search my house too. Shen Yuqing's lips curled slightly. His wife was so lively. The guard looked at Qin Yuqing and said, let's go. Qin Yuqing packed her bundle and walked forward without looking back. Shen Yuqing quickly caught up and said, give it to me. I'll carry it. They walked a long way before finding a car. The driver, hearing they were going to the train station, asked for 5 yuan. This price was definitely too high. Normally it would be only 1 yuan, but the roads were bad now, and there were few cars. Qin Yuqing didn't care about the price. She wasn't short of money. Okay, take us to the train station. If you drop us off halfway, I won't pay. Don't worry. I just came from that way. I promise to get you there. With tire tracks left in the mud, it was much safer. Shen Yuqing listened to his wife outside and didn't complain about the 5 yuan fee. They sat in the back of the car. Shen Yuqing held her in his arms and said, sorry for making you follow me and suffer. Nonsense. I'm happy to. Being with you, even suffering, feels sweet. Qin Yuqing reached her hand under Shin Yuqing's coat and warmed it inside her sweater. Shin Yuqing held her hand again. For a moment, he hesitated and thought divorce was the right choice. His wife trusted him so much. He couldn't let her down. Just like the weather, although it had snowed heavily, it had stopped now. Soon, the snow would melt away. His world was also snowing now, but it would stop soon. They arrived at the train station more than 2 hours early. The waiting hall had some people, but far fewer than before. Let me ask if there's hot water. No need. You can sit with me for a while. Qin Yuqing didn't want Shin Yuqing to wander around. She had hot water in her space. They didn't say much. They just told me to take good care of you. Mom, how are you? Are you feeling better? I'm fine, just not ready to face everything. Qin Yuqing couldn't do anything about it. It's a mental worry, the hardest to heal. Is there a result coming soon from above? Shin Yuqing softly nodded and asked, Qing, do you regret it? Qin Yuqing pinched Shin Yuqing hard through her clothes. Comrade Shin, when did you become so indecisive? If I regretted it, I would have kicked you out long ago. Shin Yuqing smiled. Even though she pinched him painfully, he was happy. You're really kind. Of course, I've always been very good. Yes, the best in the world. Qin Yuqing kept talking about family matters, still nagging, but Shin Yuqing listened very carefully. They squeezed onto the train. After Shin Yuqing made sure Qin Yuqing was seated comfortably, he said, I'll see if I can change to a different sleeper. They wouldn't be sitting for too long, and maybe with a single sleeper, 2 people could share it and rest a bit. Shin Yuqing took over an hour before returning. Qin Yuqing asked, Nothing available? If not, forget it. There is one. I'll take you there. Qin Yuqing immediately stood up. Just as she did, someone else took her spot. The train car was crowded, making walking difficult. She followed Shin Yuqing, stumbling along, finally reaching the compartment. This time there were 2 bunks side by side. Shin Yuqing said, You go inside and sleep. Wait a moment. Qin Yuqing pulled out a blanket from her bag. Shin Yuqing shielded her with his body. Now, his wife really didn't treat him like a stranger. The other 2 beds were occupied, one by someone sleeping and the other by a middle-aged woman sitting cross-legged on the bed. When they saw her, they looked down and shifted their bodies inside. Qin Yuqing could tell they didn't want to talk, which suited her just fine. After making the bed, Qin Yuqing crawled in, and Shin Yuqing followed. Rest a bit. I'll keep watch. Qin Yuqing woke early and had been busy for a long time. She was a little tired, but didn't refuse. She also knew Shin Yuqing shouldn't go hungry.
There's food in the bag.
If you're hungry, eat some. Shin Yuqing thought it was just a corn cake and didn't mind. Later, feeling really hungry, he opened the bag and was surprised for a moment. This is a strange bundle. The corn cakes inside are long gone, replaced by eggs and flatbread with vegetables. There's also a water bottle inside. When shaken, it contains about half a bottle of water. She looked at her sleeping wife with mixed feelings. Well, following her wife, she definitely wouldn't go hungry. When Qin Yuqing woke up, it was already dark. Shin Yuqing covered her with a blanket. I slept well.
You can rest now, he said.
Shin Yuqing nodded. Traveling by train isn't very safe, but sleeping in a sleeper car is much better. There are fewer people, but they still need to be careful. Qin Yuqing took a few sips of water to soothe her throat, then took out a piece of fried bread from the bundle and ate it slowly. Shin Yuqing woke up after more than 3 hours. Qin Yuqing wasn't tired anymore. She leaned against his chest, and they each gnawed on a piece of dried meat. When Shin Yuqing drank water, he weighed the water bottle. It wasn't light but heavy. It was a magical water gourd. They both understood each other, but didn't break the last bit of silence. Finally, they arrived at their stop. Qin Yuqing threw the bundle to Shin Yuqing. The weather was dry on the way, and there was no sign of snow. Qin Yuqing asked, Is there no snow here? Maybe it's small, or it melted in the past couple of days. Shin Yuqing pointed to some small snow piles in the distance, still visible. Let's get a taxi first. We're going home, he said. Even in a sleeper car, traveling was uncomfortable. Qin Yuqing just wanted a good bath and a good sleep. Shin Yuqing quickly found a car. They didn't have much luggage, so it was easy. Near home, they got off early. Qin Yuqing said she was going to the market. Shen Yuqing said, I'll go with you. You wait here, it'll be quick, Qin Yuqing replied, just wanting to find a quiet place to take out some things. People in the alley loved gossip. She didn't want Shen Yuqing to hear anything upsetting. Shen Yuqing waited for more than 10 minutes. Qin Yuqing appeared carrying big and small bags. He paused for a moment, then quickly stepped forward to take her things.
I'll carry them, he said.
Qin Yuqing handed him the bags, understanding her purpose when Shen Yuqing saw her in the alley. Mrs. Li had just come back from visiting and kept staring at what Shen Yuqing was holding. Is Qingqing back? Yes, Aunt Li, Happy New Year. Qingqing, bringing so many things. Auntie, my mother-in-law cares about me. Shen Yuqing watched his wife greet people easily on the street, thinking about all the situations. But he didn't realize that these thoughts made him a failing husband. Qin Yuqing, through her greetings, roughly understood that there was nothing urgent lately, at least no one knew about Shen Yuqing's family matters. When she opened the door, the yard was empty, and after more than 10 days away, it felt a bit neglected. Shen Yuqing placed the things on the table inside, silently went to the kitchen to start a fire and boil water. His wife had said she wanted to take a bath on the way home. He couldn't do everything, but these chores he could handle. Qin Yuqing tidied up her things and took out what she needed from the storage. Then she turned to the kitchen. They had been hungry all day, so they made simple noodles with some meat sauce to eat. The stove is on, no need to watch it. You can rest for a while. Shen Yuqing had mostly been busy on the road, and he felt more tired than her. I'm not tired. It was much easier than going on missions. Taking care of my wife is just what I should do. Are you unhappy? Shen Yuqing was silent for a moment and said, I didn't expect those things. Sorry. Qin Yuqing smiled and said, It's not your fault. You men usually don't know much about these things. I just want to reduce trouble. I'll handle these matters. She didn't want to talk about trivial daily stuff with Shen Yuqing right now. The household problems already gave him enough headaches. I thought I could handle it well, but I don't even understand these things. Shen Yuqing felt self-deprecating but also relieved. Luckily, only his wife was involved, no messy relatives. If there were relatives, where would his wife's face go? He used to think Zhang Qi was a bit talkative, but reality told him he knew nothing about life. You don't need to understand everything. Just do your part, and I'll handle the household matters. Qin Yuqing patted her hands and pulled Shen Yuqing closer. Don't be unhappy. You'll learn these small things easily. I'll tell you more in the future. Shen Yuqing responded softly. Qin Yuqing took his hand and said, Help me roll the dough. For good-tasting noodles, the dough needs to be a bit firm, but rolling it is quite tiring. Qin Yuqing has free labor, which she definitely makes good use of. With spiritual spring water, Shen Yuqing's arm healed quickly. Qin Yuqing can confidently use it. If she didn't want to talk too much now, she would even let Shen Yuqing knead more dough to store for later. The noodles were rolled out, and the water in the pot was boiling. I'll go take a shower first. If you're hungry, you can eat the noodles. I'm not hungry. I'll help you pour water. Shen Yuqing glanced at the stove and felt a bit regretful. He wished he had moved into the house earlier to store some heat. His wife wouldn't have been cold while taking a shower. Qin Yuqing carried 2 water jugs to a vacant room for a quick shower. Shen Yuqing looked at the large wooden tub and fell into thought. They probably didn't have this at home before, right? He thought about it, but kept working. After filling the tub with water, he went to the door. I'll keep boiling water. If it runs out, call me. After Qin Yuqing and the others left and closed the door, she took a basin into the space. It was too cold outside. She wouldn't suffer through that. Inside, the temperature was just right, so she comfortably took a bath. She looked at 7 or 8 ripe tomatoes, expecting a big harvest in a few days. She planned to find time to tidy up the space and pick some vegetables. Qin Yuqing didn't stay in the bath for long. She was worried Shen Yuqing would be hungry. Little did she know, Shen Yuqing wanted to bring water and stood at the door for a while. There was no sound of water inside. He understood, but the silence was unusual and lasted too long. Finally, rationality won over curiosity. He carried the water jug back to the room. After washing up, Qin Yuqing felt refreshed. When she opened the door, she saw Shin Yuqing still sitting in the kitchen, lost in thought. "I've finished washing. You can pour out the water and wash up too." Shin Yuqing responded with a hum. After entering the room, he looked at the wooden tub and its surroundings. It was very clean, not a drop of water left. Well, at least his wife was still here. What more did he need? He initially wanted to add some hot water to continue washing, but Shin Yuqing firmly opposed. She thought the trip on the train had made her a bit dirty. Shin Yuqing was forced to change to fresh water. Shin Yuqing found a clean set of clothes and handed them to him. "Change into these later. I'll go cook." Shin Yuqing took some small green vegetables from the space and, feeling Shin Yuqing had been through a lot, added another meat dish. She hesitated over the tomatoes for a long time, but decided to make a simple tomato scrambled eggs dish, since it was better to be straightforward. Shin Yuqing finished a shower quickly, changed into clean clothes, and came out. Shin Yuqing's noodles were still not ready. I glanced at the table and learned to stay silent. Silently, I tidied up the house, putting dirty clothes together. He just finished cleaning up, and his wife's noodles were ready. Yuqing dinner. Shin Yuqing went to the kitchen to get bowls and chopsticks, and without being told, he scooped the noodles himself. Shin Yuqing looked at the big bowl and quickly stopped him. "I can't finish this." "It's okay, if you can't finish, I'll eat it." Shin Yuqing smiled as she took the bowl. It seemed Shin Yuqing had already eaten some of the leftovers before. She usually didn't pay attention to these details. "Try the dishes I made." Shin Yuqing thought his wife's cooking was still amazingly good. Every dish was hard to choose between. Tomato and egg stir-fry was rarely seen at this time and was eaten very little. Its slightly sour taste was quite appetizing. Before she knew it, she had eaten a big bowl of noodles, and Shin Yuqing scooped another bowl. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "In the future, be careful when you carry things." Shin Yuqing paused her eating, reminding her. "Only you know." Shin Yuqing felt a tightness in his heart. His wife trusted him too much, and he understood that she had to act to hide things in the study to help his mother. Others might not know, but Shin Yuqing was aware of their tricks. He had reasons to suspect. Their family owed their wife a lot. What right did he have to meet such a wife? He couldn't say sweet words easily, but he vowed to always treat Shin Yuqing well. For the first time, Shin Yuqing ate tomato and egg stir-fry and even drank the soup from the plate. After dinner, he took the initiative to wash the dishes. Shin Yuqing yawned and went back to her room, feeling a bit sleepy after eating so much pasta. Not long after lying down, Shin Yuqing came into the room. "Wife, here." Shin Yuqing looked at the small cloth bag in Shin Yuqing's hand, confused. "What is it?" "Just look and you'll see." Shin Yuqing opened it and immediately sat up in panic. "Shin Yuqing, did you steal this?" "They don't need it." "How don't they need it?" "Mom's health isn't good, and if she has to go to the hospital, it will cost money. She also needs to buy groceries and cook. Hurry up and buy a train ticket to send me back." Shin Yuqing sat on the bed. "They still have money. My dad gave you some. It's not about having money or not. Dad's money shouldn't be taken." Shin Yuqing was feeling overwhelmed and kept her mouth shut. She asked several times if he had told her anything. Shin Yuqing sat on the bed, head lowered, giving off a gloomy vibe. Shin Yuqing was so angry she wanted to punch the bed. Shin Yuqing seemed to be upset too. "They asked me to divorce you. This is compensation for you." Shin Yuqing. She probably understood her father-in-law's meaning. He didn't want to burden her. But did he think about how a divorced woman would live in this time? After a long moment, Shin Yuqing finally reacted. "Did you agree?" She breathed a sigh of relief. Good, her mind was still clear. "No, if you didn't agree, how did you bring this money back?" Or was Shin Yuqing thinking about divorce? His tone was a bit stubborn. "I'm in a bad mood. Their words made me unhappy. If I have money, I start to overthink." Hearing this, Shin Yuqing's face darkened. "Shin Yuqing, are you a child? Throwing a tantrum now? At this time, parents can't be without money. I have some 300 yuan. Before leaving, Shin Yuqing checked and saw his father's money with his own eyes. He wouldn't let his family starve. He admitted that hearing about divorce made him upset, and taking the money was partly out of spite. Qin Yuqing couldn't find words. Was Shen Yuqing's rebellious phase delayed until now? Tomorrow, send some more money to your parents. No need. They don't need it. Qin Yuqing was now completely awake, furious. He had said he would listen to her before, but now his ideas were bigger than anyone else's. Yuqing, mom's health isn't good. Having some money is more reassuring. Or tomorrow, buy a train ticket and go back to explain everything to your parents. I'm not going to divorce you. I'll explain everything to my parents. Shen Yuqing looked at his wife. Hearing her say she wouldn't divorce him made him feel very wronged inside. Qin Yuqing immediately understood that he had been wronged on his father's side. She pulled back the blanket and moved closer to Shen Yuqing. Lately, she had been busy with her parents' matters and forgot to pay attention to his feelings. He must have been under a lot of pressure these days. Why didn't you tell me at home? If you had, I could have talked to Dad. Shen Yuqing lowered his eyes, feeling unsure at the time. He was afraid that if his wife heard this, she might waver. Qin Yuqing immediately guessed, Comrade Shen, do you not trust me? Shen Yuqing remained silent. He couldn't say anything because he knew his wife would be angry. Qin Yuqing pinched his arm hard. You think I can't tell when you don't say anything? Shen Yuqing spoke softly. I'm afraid you don't want me. Qin Yuqing chuckled softly. Even Comrade Shen has moments of doubt. If I didn't want you, I would have left long ago. Who else would go through the trouble of getting married? Keep your heart in your stomach. I only have eyes for you in this life. If my parents oppose, I won't listen. I can just ignore them. A faint light appeared in Shen Yuqing's eyes. Without his wife's firm support, he would have nothing. From now on, he decided to learn from her. Qin Yuqing saw that she had almost convinced him and still needed to bring up the money issue. I can hold on to this passbook for now, but the money must be sent back to Dad and Mom. Shen Yuqing hesitated and said, It's not needed. The documents have already been issued. When was that? Where are they going? When will they leave? It was actually decided before the new year. Someone is escorting them, probably wanting them to finish the holiday first. It's likely in the northwest region, and it should take about a month. That's why I said 300 yuan is enough for flowers. Qin Yuqing lowered her head and thought. This was much faster than last time. She guessed they hadn't found anything. But this was good. Leaving early might improve her mother-in-law's mood. If they left so quickly, 300 yuan would indeed be enough. Qin Yuqing thought of other questions. Will we stay with my parents? She hadn't seen the specific details of the documents, only heard about them. Can you try to get us to the same place? I think my parents are not in good health, and being together would help take care of each other. Qin Yuqing thought for a moment, and then got up to take her father's military certificate from the cabinet. Is this useful? Can we use it to get a better living environment? Shen Yuqing pursed his lips and thought for a while. Not sure, but I can guarantee you enough. Qin Yuqing was not trying to protect herself. She just wanted the family to do less work. The environment in the Northwest is harsh and life is difficult. I am asking about her family. It probably can't be done. My mom's side is different. Qin Yuqing knew about this matter. Her main concern was her mother-in-law, then try to be assigned to the same place. See if you can find out anything. Qin Yuqing didn't expect it to happen so quickly. She still had many things to prepare. She couldn't stay idle these days, but she was still a bit angry. For such a big matter, Shen Yuqing only now decided to speak. If he hadn't shown her the bank book and money, she wouldn't have asked. He might have kept it hidden for a couple more days.
Go out.
I don't want to see you right now. Today, Shen Yuqing finally saw how quickly his wife could change her attitude. I miss you. I don't miss you. Her courage was growing, and she was getting more angry. He didn't tell her about the divorce, nor about taking the bank book and money. The documents were already finalized, but he still didn't say anything. Sweetheart, don't be mad at me. It was that old man who stirred trouble between us. Look at me. Qin Yuqing laughed angrily. People really can't live together for too long. They start making excuses and blaming each other once emotions are involved. I see you have a strong opinion. I won't hide things from you anymore. Just this once. Move aside. I want to sleep. Shen Yuqing quickly took off his clothes. Honey, I want to sleep with you. I'm warm. I don't want to. I want you. Although they argued, they still lay down together to sleep. They were both tired from the journey and fell asleep quickly. In the middle of the night, Shen Yuqing woke up. Seeing his wife sleeping peacefully in his arms, he felt at ease. The next morning, Shen Yuqing got up and cooked some corn porridge and a few eggs. Qin Yuqing finished eating and left without saying a word to Shen Yuqing. She wanted to set some rules for him. Otherwise, things might get worse in the future. Qing, where are you going? I'll go with you. Shen Yuqing looked at Qin Yuqing and thought she didn't seem to be going to teacher Zhao's place. No need. You go for a walk. I'm going to buy some things. Her parents-in-law's clothes probably wouldn't take up much space. She planned to buy a few more and also find out about Qin Shuyao. Shen Yuqing stood alone in the yard, wondering if his wife was still angry. When he looked up, he saw the main gate was almost closed, and he realized his wife had already left. He thought for a moment and decided to bring back his bicycle since it was inconvenient for his wife to go out. He tidied up the house and then went out as well. Qin Yuqing started shopping at the market. It was open now, and there were many people around. The period before and after the New Year is a busy shopping time. She followed the crowd to pick out clothes. Considering the situation, Qin Yuqing followed a simple rule. Most jackets were plain and not flashy, but the clothes inside were comfortable. After choosing and trying on about a dozen outfits, she bought them. Most of the clothes were a bit thicker, suitable for the season. Then Qin Yuqing went to the fabric market to ask the shopkeeper for some summer fabrics. Her sewing skills weren't perfect, but the clothes she made could still be worn. She thought it was a good idea to bring the fabrics to the village and ask for help. Considering the environment in the Northwest, she also bought some skincare products. Her mother-in-law was older but had been living in Beijing and was in good health. Her skin was delicate, so she needed proper care. She bought many small things. When Qin Yuqing carried some meat home, Shen Yuqing was not there, but he had brought his bicycle back. Qin Yuqing thought for a moment and took out the meat from the bag. She planned to make some sausages, so there would be food to take to the Northwest. Shen Yuqing went up the mountain to set traps and came home to find his wife making a big bowl of meat, with another bowl nearby soaking pig intestines. Seeing Qin Yuqing struggling to stir the meat, he quickly washed his hands and stepped forward. Let me do it. Qin Yuqing wiped her sweat with her arm, then stood aside to give him space.
Just mix it well. I'll go cook, she said.
Shen Yuqing looked at the two bowls. One clearly had chili powder, indicating two different flavors. He guessed what his wife was making. He had only mentioned it casually, but she remembered. Even though she was angry, she still remembered his words and felt a little sweet inside. After finishing chopping vegetables, Qin Yuqing felt it was enough. She took out some wine. Shen Yuqing looked puzzled. Do you need wine for this? Yeah, for sterilization. It helps prevent spoilage, she replied. Shen Yuqing watched his serious wife and softly asked, Are you still angry with me? She had been angry all morning, but her mood had mostly eased. Seeing Shen Yuqing act so carefully, she felt she wasn't that angry anymore. This time was an accident. I wasn't thinking carefully then, but I won't do it again. Qing, don't be angry. But you also can't hide things from me. I didn't mean to hide it, I just hadn't thought it through at the time. Shen Yuqing couldn't clearly explain how he felt then, only that his mind was very confused, and his father kept urging her to get a divorce. Alright, you just mix it a little more and wait for dinner. Qin Yuqing made fish today. It's a tradition to eat fish during the New Year. Shen Yuqing saw that his wife was less angry, and he felt a little better inside. In the evening, Qin Yuqing went out again. Shen Yuqing followed behind. I'll go with you, wife. No need. I want to see you, Fei. I'll be back soon. If Shen Yuqing was obedient, he wouldn't be Shen Yuqing. As soon as she left, he secretly followed her along a shortcut. Qin Yuqing arrived and knocked on the door. A cautious voice came from inside. Who is it? Yu Fei, it's me. Zhang Yu Fei heard the voice, put down the stick she was holding, and opened the door. Qin Yuqing guessed right. Something was wrong. She put down what she was carrying. What's going on? It's nothing. Before the New Year, my brother, who has a habit of drinking, took his wife to the department store. He saw me. Qin Yuqing immediately understood what was happening. Is anyone hurt? No, they harassed me. I reported it to the police. A few days ago, my mom came to ask me for help, and I told her off. Zhang Yufei was angry. She had once hesitated to push her out to make money. Now she saw her living well and shamelessly asked her to give up her job for her sister-in-law. This job was bought with money. She had only been working for less than a month. Why should she give it up? She also said her sister-in-law was a descendant of the old Zhang family. What does that have to do with her?
She's not even related.
Do they often come to bother you? Things have been better these past 2 days. It was worse a few days ago. Fortunately, Qin Yuqing helped when she got the job, and some police officers brought her in. When something happened, the manager of the department store called Zhou Wang immediately, and Zhou Wang explained the situation. Otherwise, she would have been fired long ago. Seeing the situation clearly, Zhang Yufei reported everything to the police right away. Many passers-by knew about it and condemned their shamelessness. At that moment, Zhang Yufei fully realized that only those who stand on their own feet are not afraid of being bullied. It's good that everything is okay. Zhang Yufei said she was fine, but her face still looked tired. I originally wanted to ask Zhang Yufei about Qin Shuyao, but I decided not to say anything now. Instead, Zhang Yufei spoke up first. Qin Shuyao is really mean. What do you mean? After you left, Gao Xianghua kept bringing his mother to cause trouble every now and then. Qin Shuyao was really upset. She said she would agree to marry him only if he paid 600 yuan in bride price and fulfilled certain traditional customs, or she wouldn't marry him and would send their whole family to jail. Somehow, Qin Shuyao heard that Gao Xianghua's mother was trying to frame her with evidence. Recently, Gao's family hasn't come to cause trouble, but Gao Xianghua still secretly visits Qin Shuyao every day. Not exactly secretly, since people around can still see Gao Xianghua's figure, just no longer shouting. Their family has given the neighbors plenty to talk about. Did you know? On New Year's Eve, they wanted to take Qin Shuyao to their home for the holiday, but she chased them with a knife. That old woman was shouting about how the bride price was too high and wanted Qin Shuyao to lower it. Zhang Yufei recalled the scene with excitement. You didn't see it, but it was so exciting. That old lady even lost a shoe. Qin Shuyao looked scarier than a fierce mother-in-law. She could stand up to her family because she was influenced a bit by Qin Shuyao. If one person can handle things alone, why can't she? Qin Yuqing thought that Qin Shuyao was a bit extreme and would go crazy when pushed too far. Did the police come? They did, but since they keep causing trouble every day, the police don't want to get involved anymore. They said it's a family matter and should be resolved by themselves. Qin Yuqing knew Qin Shuyao and her family weren't doing well, but he was still relieved that they kept fighting with the Gao family. From what he knew about the Gao family, they wouldn't give up easily. Gao Xianghua is a cunning person. Even though Qin Shuyao currently has the upper hand, if Gao Xianghua gains power, Qin Shuyao will definitely suffer. Right now, Gao Xianghua won't let go of Qin Shuyao. He will hold on even tighter. Qin Yuqing also mentioned some other things, knowing he shouldn't come for nothing. Zhang Yufei took notes one by one. Don't worry, I will make sure everything is handled well. Recently, it's been quite unstable and nights are not safe. Qin Yuqing heard many rumors outside, mostly about Gao Xianghua and her family's strange actions. He is rarely free now, and taking care of his wife is his top priority. Qin Yuqing knew she couldn't argue with Qin Yuqing, so they walked back together. But she didn't let him take her home. I'm planning to prepare some things in the next few days. I don't know much about the Northwest area. If you know, tell me what I should bring. Qin Yuqing hesitated for a long time. That place has water shortages. Maybe you shouldn't go. I checked, and you can stay here. Qin Yuqing has proof of being a martyr's family, so she can easily clear her connection. Comrade Qin, are you planning to abandon me and find someone else outside? Qin Yuqing quickly explained, you know I didn't mean that. My heart is only with you. If it were someone else, his father might have agreed to a divorce immediately, but he hesitated about Qin Yuqing, feeling reluctant. Then don't think about such things. The conditions there are very tough. They wouldn't be sent to enjoy comfort. The places they go are definitely the hardest. That's even more reason for me to go. I've learned some medical skills, so if something happens, I can help. Qin Yuqing knew he couldn't persuade her, so he only shared some information about the Northwest. He had been there before and was somewhat familiar. He only knew about the military situation, not much about village life. He only knew that people often went hungry, crops were poor all year, and they relied on luck for food. Qin Yuqing listened carefully, probably figuring out what to buy. He softly asked, "Do you want me to go with you?" "No, you stay busy." "I won't buy much anyway." Qin Yuqing didn't fully believe his wife, but since she didn't want him to go, he didn't dare argue. He didn't want to upset her further, especially since she was still angry. Qin Yuqing continued cooking as usual, but after eating, she disappeared and started shopping. After returning home, she was very busy. She mended the cuffs and collar of her new clothes and even had some vests made. The temperature difference between day and night had been large these months, so she prepared extra clothing. Mostly because her mother-in-law's health was not good, and she remembered that in her past life, her mother-in-law had died in the countryside. Qin Yuqing felt especially scared. Qin Yuqing didn't say it aloud, but he must have felt upset inside. After all, she was his biological mother. He went to the hospital again and brought back a lot of medicine. "Miss, what are you going to do with all these medicines?" "That's too much." Medicines also have expiration dates, and the hospital didn't want to prescribe too many. Qin Yuqing had to make an excuse. "I'm going to the northwest to visit relatives. They have fewer medicines there, so I want to bring some back." The doctor understood. These were common medicines for colds, stomach aches, and minor pains. Qin Yuqing had spring water, but she needed a good reason to give it to her mother-in-law. No family just drinks water to cure illnesses. It was okay for Qin Yuqing to know, but she couldn't tell her in-laws. She trusted Qin Yuqing because she believed in him, and she was confident that if he betrayed her, she had a way to handle it. But she couldn't let too many people know. Qin Yuqing was busy for over a week. She was finally looking forward to studying at Teacher Zhao's house. When she pushed open the door to go home, she saw Zhou Ong in the yard, working with Qin Yuqing. "Girl, you're back?" Qin Yuqing didn't expect Zhou Ong to return so soon. She thought he would be gone for a few more days. They were dismantling a wild boar. Qin Yuqing didn't ask much, guessing it was hard to sell now, so they brought it back. "Today, we'll have a whole pig feast. Since you say so, I'll stay and join you," Zhou said, bravely staying. He was cutting the pig's hind leg and wiping the blood off his face. Qin Yuqing rolled up her sleeves. "I promise you'll be satisfied. Yuqing will cut this piece of meat for me." Qin Yuqing cut a piece of meat as her husband asked. Qin Yuqing carried the meat to the kitchen. Worried that eating only pork might get boring, she also cooked a fish and prepared a cold vegetable salad. Qin Yuqing couldn't drink alcohol, but Zhou could, so he took out a bottle of wine. Zhou helped them a lot, and Qin Yuqing was generous in hosting him, knowing they might not meet again for a while. Looking at the table full of dishes, Zhou felt jealous. Qin Yuqing had really gotten a good deal. He also wanted that. "Girl, your cooking skills are great. It smells so good. Then eat more," Qin Yuqing said. At the dinner table, Zhou finally shared the news Qin Yuqing wanted to hear. "Your dad chose Shaanxi, not Xinjiang." They hadn't found any other issues, and considering their contributions and Qin Yuqing's situation, they hesitated but ultimately decided on these two locations. Let Qin Bingwen decide for himself. Qin's father chose Shaanxi, without hesitation. Qin Yuqing understands because that place is closer to their hometown. Since his parents are gone, and they still keep their old habits, adjusting isn't too hard. At least his father found it easier to adapt, which will make caring for his mother simpler later. Qin Yuqing listened, but didn't speak. She actually preferred to go to Xinjiang, but considering her past life, where she chose Xinjiang and Qin Yuqing's parents both died there, she hesitated. She didn't understand fully now. Maybe Xinjiang was different from what she knew in her later life. Changing places might change the ending, but Qin Yuqing didn't dare take it lightly. She looked up and asked, "Brother Zhou, do you know when we will leave?" "Almost there. After the notice is issued, it will be announced. I guess in about 20 days. Qin Yuqing nodded. 20 days is enough. She wants to learn well from Teacher Xiao. After Zhou finished speaking, he glanced at Qin Yuqing. Seeing he didn't react much, he felt relieved. "It's okay. Maybe you'll come back soon. It's hard to say." His father also said there are many uncertainties with the Shin family. For now, they can only wait. Qin Yuqing nodded. I believe so. The three of them then chatted a bit more, mostly Qin Yuqing and Zhou talking. Zhou felt more confident because Shun Yuqing didn't oppose. When leaving, Qin Yuqing gave Zhou some of her homemade sausage. Our family doesn't have much to show off. Take this to eat, or keep it in the cafeteria. It's convenient either way. Zhou wasn't polite. They often had busy days and couldn't sit down for meals. The spicy sauces Qin Yuqing gave last time helped a lot. Thanks, girl. I won't be polite. After they left, Qin Yuqing asked Shin Yuqing, will Zhou stay here long? No. Definitely be transferred back within 3 years. If Zhou wasn't having conflicts with his family, he wouldn't be here at all. His father only has this one son, so he must care. Qin Yuqing was still thinking when Shin Yuqing silently tidied up the dining table. How long until you get news? Qin Yuqing didn't know how the higher-ups would notify Shin Yuqing. From Zhou words, it must be related, but she didn't know where the documents would be sent. When Shin Yuqing received the message, it was almost time for him to leave. Qin Yuqing nodded. I'll prepare in advance. She needed to pack her belongings. Hearing that the destination was Shaanxi, Shin Yuqing felt a sense of relief, as if everything was finally settled. There was no need to worry anymore. Knowing where they were headed, he could just wait patiently. The remaining days were especially precious for both of them. During the day, Qin Yuqing went to see Old Xiao, while Shin Yuqing went up the mountain. The hunted animals, Qin Yuqing asked Shin Yuqing to leave a few rabbits. The rabbit skins would be made into vests. One day, just after Shin Yuqing came down from the mountain, he was stopped by someone. Shin Yuqing glanced at the person and asked, "What's the matter?" It was a scout who had been watching Shin Yuqing. "The political officer wants to see you." Shin Yuqing counted the days. The documents were almost ready. He nodded. "Okay, I'll go after I finish my things." He hadn't told his wife yet. With all the running around, it wouldn't be early, and he was worried she might get anxious if she couldn't find him. The scout stopped him. "You need to come back with me now. The political officer specifically asked for you." Shin Yuqing frowned, still holding the rabbits, but he didn't leave. He had to compromise for now. He went to a farmer's house where the car was parked and handed the rabbits to the man opening the door. "Uncle, you keep these and eat them." The uncle smiled warmly and took the rabbits. Thanks to the young man parking his car at his house, they had a better life after the new year. Qin Yuqing waited at home for a long time, but Shin Yuqing didn't return. She started to feel anxious. Could he have encountered some danger on the mountain? They were about to leave for Shaanxi. What if something happened? She waited patiently for a while longer. As it got darker, Qin Yuqing couldn't hold back anymore. She pushed her bicycle and was about to go out. Usually, Shin Yuqing never came back so late. Just as she reached the alley entrance, she saw Shin Yuqing riding his bike back. He was panting and stopped in front of Qin Yuqing. "Qing, where are you going?" "Of course I was looking for you." "Why are you so late?" "It's nothing. Let's go home first." Qin Yuqing nodded and turned her bike around, heading back. She listened to Shin Yuqing's heavy breathing as he hurried back. "Where have you been?" "I went to the military camp." Qin Yuqing didn't say anything. When they got home, she closed the door and poured him a glass of water. "How did it go upstairs?" "This situation is not good, and most likely the order has already been issued." Shin Yuqing chuckled at himself, thinking that when he was on the road, he also believed it was about the order, but once he arrived, he realized it wasn't. The order was indeed issued, but their first priority in calling him back was not to inform him, but to assign him a task. Not to mention whether he would arrive before the deadline, he was more worried about Qin Yuqing facing everything alone. He decided to be straightforward and revealed that he already knew about his reassignment. Some leaders saw they couldn't hide it anymore and tried to distract him with achievements, hoping to get him to take on the task. He refused. He had been subjected to political lessons all afternoon. If he hadn't told his wife he was going out, she might have gone up the mountain to find him, which could have caused trouble. Commander Song also helped by speaking up for him, allowing him to stay. He guessed right. If he had returned a little later, his wife would have gone up the mountain. To avoid adding worries for his wife, he simply said, "It's nothing." just about the reassignment. When are we leaving? When are your parents leaving? Qin Yuqing's main concern was this. Based on what he heard today, Shen Yuqing replied simply, my parents will probably leave in about 3 days. And us? Will we be in the same place? Seems like it, but not living together. When will we leave? Shen Yuqing shook his head. He didn't know the exact time. He refused the task today, which caused some trouble, so it's hard to say if there will be more problems. I'm not sure, but it should be soon. Qin Yuqing hesitated and said, in that case, I'll go to Teacher Yu tomorrow and ask him to come over early. Is that okay? Sure, I'll go with you. No need. You just pack up. We'll leave someone at home these days. Qin Yuqing thought about it. She also needed to talk to Teacher Xiao tomorrow and give him a heads up. This time, it really was happening. She also needed to inform Yufei. Suddenly, she felt there wasn't enough time. The next morning, Qin Yuqing hesitated for a long time before quietly riding her bike to the military camp. Comrade, could you please pass on a message? Just say Qin Yuqing wants to see Commissar Hu. She had visited a few times before. Usually, women didn't come to the military camp, so her visits left a deep impression. Please wait. Qin Yuqing was unsure if she would see him. She waited a long time before a soldier who had gone inside earlier came out. Comrade, you can go in now. Qin Yuqing placed her bicycle at the door. If anything could be lost in the military area, the people opening the door would have wasted their effort. She carried a bottle of medicinal wine and a box of tea, feeling nervous. When she knocked and entered, Song Jianghua looked unhappy. Commissar Song, I came to see you. Song Jianghua was annoyed with Shen Yuqing. Now, he also looked at Qin Yuqing unfavorably. Shen Yuqing used to be hardworking and patient, but since he got married, he changed. You don't need her. This is a military camp. In the future, you should come less. Qin Yuqing's smile faded at his blunt words. She felt upset inside, and her face stiffened. She knew she shouldn't have come, but she just wanted Shen Yuqing to leave with dignity. Since last night, Shen Yuqing's mental state hadn't been good. Commissar Song, I promise this will be the last time. Qin Yuqing felt ashamed and embarrassed. If she could, she would turn around and leave, but she couldn't. Asking for help meant listening to whatever others said, whether nice or harsh. Song Jianghua frowned. If you have something to say it quickly. I have a meeting soon. Since Shen Yuqing refused to take on the task, they had to find someone else. Shen Yuqing was originally the best choice, but he had given up on himself. Qin Yuqing didn't dare to be polite and explained her purpose. Commissar Song, when will we leave? Can you give us a definite answer? Maybe we can go ahead of time. Those sent for rural reform would be notified by designated personnel. Qin Yuqing wanted to skip that step. They planned to leave quietly and cooperate willingly, making things easier for everyone. It's not clear. When the time comes, someone will inform you. You can go now. Qin Yuqing knew she wouldn't get much information, but she still stepped forward to put down her things. She cared about her dignity. Even if she had a thick skin, she wouldn't stay if told to leave. Commissar Song, I don't know when I will be back. Thank you for your previous care. This medicinal wine is homemade. You can check it to see my progress. It's for relieving fatigue. The tea isn't expensive. It's just for a little comfort. Thank you for your understanding of Yuqing. I really appreciate it. Qin Yuqing put down her things and was about to leave. Just as she reached the door, Song Jianghua called out, Wait. Qin Yuqing stopped and turned around. Comrade Song, do you still need something? Song Jianghua silently opened a drawer and took out a note. He had originally wanted to cause some trouble for Shen Yuqing because he was too reckless and showed no respect for rules. But seeing Qin Yuqing's expression, he felt a bit sympathetic. Here, take this and go quickly. Don't stay here and cause a scene. Qin Yuqing looked at the note. It was the reporting time. She didn't bother to read it carefully and quickly bowed to thank him. Thank you, Comrade Song. Go on, don't delay my meeting, okay? I'm leaving now. Qin Yuqing carefully put the note in her pocket and hurried out. She didn't even stop her bicycle at the door. Halfway there, she looked back at the military camp behind her and finally stopped. She looked at it carefully again. In 6 days, she could ask Zhou for help. That way, no one would know when she left. Qin Yuqing rode her bike to the Public Security Bureau to find Zhou and explain the situation. Girl, you've got this? You even managed to get it early. Qin Yuqing didn't expect to succeed. She was just brave enough to ask for it. Leave the rest to me. Zhou understood what Qin Yuqing meant. He had some influence, and just by treating people to a couple of meals, he could handle it. Thanks, Zhou. I'll go back and prepare my luggage. Getting ready to leave wasn't just packing. She was also busy saying goodbye. Zhou waved his hand. Go ahead and do your thing. Give me 2 days. Qin Yuqing nodded. She could repay favors later. She already owed enough. Seeing it was mealtime, Qin Yuqing first looked for Zhang Yufei. She heard she was about to leave. Zhang Yufei was surprised. So soon? Yes, it's better to leave quickly to avoid trouble. In a couple of days, I won't be here anymore. Qin Yuqing was also worried about involving Zhang Yufei, so before leaving, she gave her 200 yuan. I can't take this. I have money.
Keep it.
When you get there, you'll find many places to spend money. Qin Yuqing pushed the money into Zhang Yufei's hand.
Keep it.
If Teacher Yu's health isn't good, you'll need to spend money.
Keep it as a backup.
If you don't need it, save it and pay me back later. If anything happens, you can handle it. Qin Yuqing knew that Zhang Yufei didn't have much money. She just started working, earning only about 30 yuan a month. If something happened, she wouldn't have enough money. Write me a letter if anything comes up. Here's the address. Qin Yuqing copied the address from the note. I don't know if this address is correct, but I'll write to you first. Remember, after reading my letter, you must burn it. If someone used her letter to falsely accuse Zhang Yufei, it wouldn't be surprising. Okay, I understand. You've already told me before.
I've noted it.
Just relax. Zhang Yufei ate her meal uncomfortably, for the first time feeling that even meat buns didn't taste good. Qin Yuqing hurried to find Teacher Xiao. The plan was set for a maximum of 3 more days. When Xiaorenji learned about it, he was silent for a while. He was reluctant because he hadn't finished teaching her everything yet. Teacher, trust me. We'll be back in about a year. Both you and Grandma must promise. I won't be able to send you letters during this time. Take care of yourself and live well. Xiaorenji asked Qin Yuqing about the timing, thinking about bringing her some self-defense items. He had heard that people from the countryside sometimes bullied those who were sent away. This girl was pretty, and even if a man followed her, he couldn't always be watching her closely. Something might happen. Qin Yuqing studied all afternoon before going to find Yu Tianhai. Yu Tianhai looked at her briefly and asked, "The date is set." "Yes, in 5 days. Teacher Yu, pack your things and come back with me. Tomorrow." "All right, I'll come with Yuqing to pick you up then." Qin Yuqing went home to pack. They had already cleared out one room, but Teacher Yu said last time not to stay in her parents' room, which was Qin Yuqing's parents' room. So she chose the smaller room. They argued for a long time, but Teacher Yu was stubborn, so Qin Yuqing could only listen. Shun Yuqing saw his wife come back and immediately started busying himself. "Let me do it." "Why are you in such a rush?" Qin Yuqing looked up at Shun Yuqing. "We still have 5 days. That day had already passed, so she didn't count it." "How do you know?" "I asked Commissar Song for a note, and I've given it to Zhou. He told me he would reply in about 2 days. Shun Yuqing frowned. "Did anyone give you a hard time this time?" "Not really." Commissar Song was busy with meetings and seemed a bit short-tempered. The matter was settled, and Qin Yuqing felt satisfied with the result. There was no need to tell Shun Yuqing more. Being scolded a little didn't really matter. After hesitating, Shun Yuqing told her about being called away the day before. Qin Yuqing understood why Song Jiangwo had acted that way toward her, but she pretended nothing had happened. "It's good you didn't agree. When I went there today, everything seemed normal. I should have told you about it. Letting you go alone must have been hard for you." Shun Yuqing had grown up in the army, so he knew what kind of people they were and how they behaved. "I wasn't upset. I had planned to visit Commissar Song anyway. He's helped me a lot before, and I should have gone before the new year. This was a good chance." Qin Yuqing smiled at him. "After all, I'm the child of a martyr. He wouldn't treat me badly." She didn't want Qin Yuqing to keep blaming himself. The process had been complicated, but the result was good. Trust me, your wife is pretty capable. Shin Yuqing wasn't so sure. He felt things couldn't have gone that smoothly, but his wife stayed optimistic. He didn't dare dampen her spirits, so he quietly kept the matter in mind. He couldn't do much now, but one day he would make things right for her and repay her properly. Time passed quickly. Teacher Yu had already settled into Qin Yuqing's home for 2 days, and during that time, Qin Yuqing cooked different dishes for her every day. She even added a little spring water to the food to help Teacher Yu stay healthy. After dinner, Shin Yuqing asked, "Teacher Yu, would you like a dog?" Having a dog at home could make an elderly person feel safer. Yu Tianhai looked at him. "Can you get one?" He had thought about letting Qingqing keep a dog before, but things had been too uncertain then, and it would have been inconvenient. "Let's get one. It'll be good company for an old man like me." Yu Tianhai had enough money, so keeping a dog wouldn't be a problem. By noon the next day, Shin Yuqing came back holding a small puppy, only 2 or 3 months old, completely black. Even Qin Yuqing liked it at first sight. "Where did you find it? It's so cute." The puppy was well fed and looked quite silly, with a goofy expression. That evening, Qin Yuqing gave the dog an extra meal. Qin Yuqing was playing with the puppy, and Shin Yuqing could see that his wife liked it very much. "Do you like it?" "Yes, I've wanted to have one for a long time. Things have been busy, and with the recent unrest in the alley, she didn't have time to look for one." Shin Yuqing softly said, "Once things settle down, I will find you another one." The puppy was still small and adorable. Even Yu Tianhai was very fond of it, often playing with it in his free time. Qin Yuqing stood up. Since the dog recognized its owner, it was meant for Teacher Yu, and she couldn't let the puppy always stay with her. She pulled him inside and whispered, "Is this the only one in this litter?" "No, there are 5. Qin Yuqing became interested. She couldn't keep all of them openly, but she could raise them in her space. The chickens and ducks in her space were growing, and they needed someone to take care of them. She wasn't short of food. Even if she had 10 dogs, she could take care of them all. "Did you give the rest away?" "Probably not. When I left, there were still 2 or 3. Qin Yuqing understood. Raising a dog wasn't easy at this time. She herself was barely getting enough to eat, so she didn't think about getting a dog. "Can you go back and check if the dogs have been given away? If not, bring one back or buy one." Shin Yuqing didn't fully understand, but he listened to his wife. "All right, I'll go now." They were about to leave, but who knew if there would be more things to do later? It was better to do what they could now. Qin Yuqing thought for a moment. "I'll go with you." Shin Yuqing nodded. He didn't fully understand, but it was always good to listen. "Teacher Yu, I'm going out with Shin Yuqing to say goodbye to Yu Fei." At this moment, Yu Tianhai was busy playing with the dog and was quite absorbed. He waved his hand. "Go ahead." Qin Yuqing sat in the back, holding Shin Yuqing's waist. After about 40 minutes of riding, they arrived outside a farmstead in the countryside. They could hear the sound of dogs barking and some arguing. "Just go with your own dogs, then. People are barely eating enough, and you're taking care of your dog's dad." Shin Yuqing stood outside and whispered, "This is the place." Originally, this person was training police dogs, but later, due to budget cuts, he was dismissed. When he left, he also took the dogs that were no longer useful. "The last time I caught a Hua, it was because I borrowed his dog." Qin Yuqing thought for a moment and took out 20 yuan. "Here, consider it a purchase. You should talk to him nicely. We will take good care of the dog." From Shin Yuqing's tone, it seemed there was more than one dog at home. No wonder the owner was scolding. The dogs ate quite a lot. If adult dogs eat even more, this money can be seen as compensation. She also mentioned how good the breed of the dog was, probably partly thanks to some police dog blood. Shin Yuqing nodded and knocked on the door ahead. As soon as they knocked, the yelling inside stopped immediately. The door opened, revealing a woman in her 40s, wearing old, faded clothes. "Why are you back again?" She looked them over, making sure Shin Yuqing wasn't holding a dog, then relaxed. "I told you, once we give away a dog, we don't take it back." Qin Yuqing smiled and stepped forward. "Auntie, I want to buy a dog, not return one. Cough, whether you buy or not, if you can take care of one, I'd be grateful." Hearing that she might get rid of a small dog, the woman looked happy. Their house was full of dogs. These animals could breed with at least 3 in a litter, sometimes 7 or 8. Hurry and come in, the woman shouted toward the yard. Old Han is here to see the dogs. Qin Yuqing hadn't planned to go inside, but seeing the woman like that, she followed in. As soon as they entered the yard, they heard several dogs barking. The woman shouted, "Everyone shut up. All day long, just barking and barking. They don't even let me sleep. All they do is eat and bark. What else can they do?" After scolding, she turned around and smiled, realizing there were others behind her. "Girl, don't be afraid. They only bark, they don't bite. They're used to barking at home, so don't mind it." Qin Yuqing smiled and said, "Annie, it's okay. I'm not afraid." Suddenly, a figure appeared, and Qin Yuqing finally saw the person clearly. A man in his 40s with messy hair, holding a small puppy in his arms. One dog was tugging at his pant leg.
Han Gang looked up.
"Comrade Shin is here? Are the dogs not suitable?" "No, my wife wants to pick another dog." "All right, when do you want it?" Han Gang still had some dogs, but not many left. They had already been reserved by his wife. As long as the dog gets pregnant, his wife starts loudly announcing it everywhere, giving away the puppies. He feels reluctant, but they can't keep all of them at home. Because of this, his wife also complains about having too many dogs at home, and she has already given away to neighbors all the dogs in the area. Qin Yuqing glanced at Han Gang's small dog, which was whining and yipping. The little black dog under his pants was following around. "How many are left in that litter?" Han Gang looked at Qin Yuqing and asked, "Are you sure you want them now? Do you want to wait longer?" Qin Yuqing frowned slightly and asked, "Are they all gone?" Han Gang shook his head. "Not exactly. There are only 2 left. The others have already been reserved." This was thanks to his wife. Although the new owners hadn't come to pick them up yet, the puppies were already reserved. "I'm worried you can't take care of the remaining 2. Han Gang loves dogs. If he had enough ability, he would keep all of them himself. He wouldn't want to give any away. Every one of them is his treasure." Qin Yuqing didn't ask further. Shun Yuqing inquired, "What about the 2 that are left?" They didn't have time to wait. His wife wanted 1, so Qin Yuqing had to ask. There was nothing more he could do. Han Gang looked a bit embarrassed. "There are only these 2. He pointed to the dogs in his arms. One was born sick, and the other is okay, but smaller in size. If Qin Yuqing hadn't seen them herself, she wouldn't believe they came from the same litter. These 2 are noticeably smaller than the other 2 dogs they brought home. People would think they were from different litters." Shun Yuqing looked at his wife. This wasn't something he could decide. Qin Yuqing bent down to look at the small black dog. It was fierce and barking loudly. Han Gang's wife saw this and immediately shouted, "Shut up. Don't bark. Do you want to live a good life or not?" The little dog was so scared by her loud voice that it just whimpered. They couldn't delay the plan to send the dogs away. Even though these 2 are small, they eat more than her. The one in her arms was even more annoying, weak and fragile, struggling to stay alive, whining and sighing every day. Old Han still wanted to take it to the vet, but people looked down on taking dogs to the vet, so she was annoyed. She thought, what kind of bad luck is this? In this life, she was destined to serve a bunch of dogs' fathers. Qin Yuqing stood up and looked at the dogs in Han Gang's arms again. "Please give me these 2. I can treat the one you have and keep it alive." Han Gang's wife's eyes lit up. She said happily. Old Han quickly agreed. "Anyway, you can't take care of them. That's nonsense." "I'm taking good care of them." "That's nonsense. You kept nagging yesterday, acting like this dog won't survive." Han Gang had tried every possible way. This dog has been sick since birth. The mother dog abandoned it that night, and he was the one who found it and fed it with porridge. Han Gang hesitated and asked, "Are you really able to cure it?" Qin Yuqing stood up and said, "Yes, I can. I know some medical skills." Han Gang became interested. "Then can you treat her? If you succeed, I'll give her to you." They had raised the dog for a long time, and they had feelings for it. Han Gang was worried she might not be able to cure it and might just throw it away. If it died in his hands, at least it would die peacefully. Qin Yuqing really couldn't do it now. There was no time. She only needed to warm it with spiritual spring water, which takes some time. "We are about to leave soon. Treating the dog will take a long time. Trust me, Let me take it away. Han Gang's wife pinched Han Gang hard. Girl, I believe you. You seem kind. Being able to send away 2 dogs at once saved a lot of trouble. The other dog might have hidden several things in its belly. Qin Yuqing smiled. It was the first time someone said she looked kind, but it was because of the dogs. Shin Yuqing spoke up. My wife says she can treat it, so we won't mistreat the dog. Han Gang hesitated for a moment and gritted his teeth. Comrade Shin, I'll trust you this once. Qin Yuqing said, once it's healed, I'll take them back to see you. Han Gang carefully handed the dog into Qin Yuqing's arms. His wife immediately helped hold the little black dog's paws. They put it in a mesh bag. The little black dog whined and struggled. Seeing this, Han Gang's eyes warmed, and he felt a bit reluctant to let it go. Han Gang's wife wouldn't let him do anything bad. Every time they sent a dog away, it was like this. And she didn't care about losing face. Shin Yuqing took out 20 yuan from his pocket. We're taking this dog. Keep this money for feeding your dogs and giving them extra nutrition. Not only Han Gang wouldn't accept it, but even his wife refused. Girl, if you can take the dog away and solve this big problem, I really can't accept this money. Qin Yuqing saw that she was being stubborn but kind-hearted. Auntie, you take good care of the dogs. You must spend a lot of effort. This money isn't much to me. I like dogs too. Just consider it my support. Keep it. After much persuasion, she handed the money over. Qin Yuqing carried the little yellow dog out, and Shin Yuqing held the little black dog in his hand. Placed on the handlebar, after walking a short distance, Qin Yuqing patted Shin Yuqing and said, wait here for me for a moment. This dog can't be taken back. It would be hard to explain if Teacher Yu saw it. Shin Yuqing looked at the uneven road ahead and decided to stop as his wife asked. The living person suddenly disappeared, and she didn't want to perform in front of Shin Yuqing. Carrying the dog to a nearby corner, she entered a space and put the 2 dogs together, then fed the small, thin yellow dog some spring water. Shan Yuqing waited nearby until he saw his wife return, then he felt relieved. He didn't ask where the dog had gone. Recently, he had gotten used to things disappearing. Let's go home. The next day at noon, Zhouang came, but only Shin Yuqing was at home. Where's your sister? She went to say goodbye. He wanted to go with her to deliver some things to Teacher Xiao, but Qin Yuqing didn't allow it.
Take this.
She'll leave early the day after tomorrow. I'll wait for you at the alley entrance. Zhouang handed Shin Yuqing some documents, explaining that they were just papers for the handover process once they arrived. Your family affairs will probably be investigated again sooner or later. Just bear with it for now. Shin Yuqing looked at Zhouang and said, don't interfere. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Even if I wanted to get involved now, I can't. He also looked at where Zhouang had been assigned. They talked for a while longer until it was time, as Zhouang had to go to work in the afternoon. Don't forget the time. If you have any trouble, write me a letter or call. Zhouang's eyes lit up. With your thanks, I feel like it's all worth it. It's not easy to make Shin Yuqing bow his head. He believed that following his sister would definitely be interesting. When Qin Yuqing got home, Shin Yuqing immediately told her about this. Okay, I'll talk to Teacher Yu tonight. We'll leave early that day. They left quietly and no one knew exactly where they were going. Time flew by quickly. It felt like just a blink of an eye. In the early morning, Qin Yuqing started packing because she couldn't sleep. Take a rest. I called you. It won't be late. Seeing his wife busy, Shin Yuqing couldn't help but think she could stay here. A soft knock sounded, and Teacher Yu's voice came from outside the door. Are you still awake? No, take this. Don't think it's little. It's a small token of appreciation. When you get there, act low-key. Qin Yuqing saw it was money, quite thick. She guessed it was Teacher Yu's savings, but Qin Yuqing didn't dare to accept it. She wasn't short of money either. She had so much in her space that she didn't know how to spend it. Teacher Yu really doesn't need it. Keep the money. I can't take care of you either. In the end, Qin Yuqing couldn't argue and took 50 yuan. It was still dark outside in the morning. Qin Yuqing looked at the time. Let's go. Yu Tianhai also came out of the house. Be careful on the road. Stay alert. He looked at Shin Yuqing. Qingqing is kind and easy to be fooled. Be more careful. Teacher Yu, I will. The 3 didn't talk much. Since they would be apart soon, it was better to leave quietly than to be questioned in the alley. Yu Tianhai stood at the door, watching the slowly disappearing figures, and sighed deeply. The little black dog at his feet seemed to sense his mood, whimpering and circling around him. Xiaohei, from now on it's just us. Let's go home. As Qin Yuqing stepped out of the alley, she saw a parked jeep. She didn't expect Zhou Ong to arrive so early. Brother Zhou, you worked hard. Don't say that, little sister. I was just passing by. They arrived at the destination just as dawn was breaking, and the door was still closed. Shen Yuqing looked at her. You can go now. We'll wait a little longer. Not in a hurry. I have the day off today, and will stay with you. Qin Yuqing took a paper-wrapped package from her luggage. Brother Zhou, this is fresh made in the morning. Don't dislike it. Eat some while it's hot. Zhou saw it was 3 meat-filled buns, still steaming. His first thought was that they were snacks for the road. Don't you keep them for the trip. Qin Yuqing smiled. They're specifically for you. We still have more on the way. Hearing that, Zhou quickly took them. Sister, you're my savior. I worked a night shift and am starving. He glanced at Shen Yuqing, who was eating very well. He felt jealous. Shen Yuqing didn't bother to respond. He knew whether his wife could cook or not. Zhou kept accompanying them until everyone was there. Thanks to Zhou Eng's presence, they weren't treated badly, but were politely received. Qin Yuqing glanced at the people brought over, 7 in total, including the 2 of them, making 9 people altogether. Under normal circumstances, they could just take the train by themselves. Being involved in this situation is a different matter. In the first part of the journey, they had to travel with these people because they were being escorted. During the bumpy ride, Qin Yuqing leaned against Shen Yuqing, watching the scenery change constantly. Close your eyes and rest. Shen Yuqing knew his wife hadn't rested well, so Qin Yuqing felt relieved. Without him telling her, she planned to rest. Just as she closed her eyes, someone quietly started crying. Qin Yuqing opened her eyes and realized she couldn't sleep anymore. The person crying was a middle-aged woman, dressed nicely and looking a bit plump. It was clear she hadn't had a hard life. Next to her, 2 other people also looked worried, but their clothes suggested they were a family. Shen Yuqing hugged Qin Yuqing, but she didn't want to get involved in others' problems. They were already in this situation, so they didn't have the energy to care about others. If she couldn't sleep, she would just rest with her eyes closed. Nothing wrong with that. Mom, stop crying. Save your strength. The speaker was a young man. From their quiet conversation, Qin Yuqing roughly understood their situation. The man had committed a mistake, and they were caught up in it. The family had been separated into 3 places. At noon, they stopped to rest. They didn't dare to be too showy, eating corn cakes and coarse grain bread. After another day of travel, 3 people had been taken away, and they guessed they were close to their destination. They walked and stopped repeatedly. Qin Yuqing felt her usually good health was making her dizzy, as if the spiritual spring water no longer worked. Without needing Shen Yuqing to tell her, Qin Yuqing almost fell asleep during the second half of the journey. Seeing the increasingly desolate scenery, Qin Yuqing felt they were almost there. You all can get off now. The rest of the way you go by yourselves. Go to the station and buy a ticket. When you arrive, someone from the local team will pick you up. Zhou helped the 2 blend into a youth team. Over the past 2 years, not many young people have gone to the countryside. But every year, a few still go, though the number is small. Shen Yuqing expressed thanks, picked up his luggage on his shoulder, but quickly noticed it was heavier than expected. He guessed his wife had done something. Qin Yuqing stood on the ground, breathing fresh air. Her feet touched the ground, but she still felt a strange dizziness. On the way, they deliberately didn't tidy up. Their clothes were wrinkled, and their faces were dusty. Qin Yuqing was okay, but she still felt a bit dizzy. Shen Yuqing's beard has grown in a circle, making him look much older and rougher than his actual age. He really looks like a rugged man now. Qin Yuqing has never seen Shen Yuqing look like this before, so she keeps staring at him. Does it look bad? Shen Yuqing knows that after a few days, his appearance has become very rough. It doesn't look bad, just new and different. You're a tough guy, and I'm a simple girl. We're a perfect match. Shen Yuqing smiles. His wife's words are always so sweet. A perfect match. The two sit at the bus stop waiting for the bus. Shen Yuqing explains, there's only one bus a day here. It will come in about an hour. Qin Yuqing looks around. Not many people are waiting. She quietly takes out 2 big buns. Eat quickly. They've had very poor food these days. She saw someone take out cookies, only to be snatched away and scolded by the guards. Qin Yuqing has been eating coarse grain bread every meal, eating whatever is available. Shen Yuqing laughs and takes the food from his wife. He can endure tough conditions, but if there's good food, he won't refuse. After eating 3 big buns, his hunger finally eases. They've been eating coarse bread for 5 or 6 days, and all the oil and water are gone. Qin Yuqing takes out a water bottle and takes a few sips, then hands it to Shen Yuqing. It's spring water, meant to restore energy. Life in the countryside isn't easy, so Shen Yuqing needs to stay strong. The bus is coming. Let's get on. Feeling full, Shen Yuqing is stronger. He pushes Qin Yuqing onto the bus with one hand and carries his luggage with the other, squeezing in. The bus is full, with no seats left, so they have to stand. Luckily, it's only about 2 hours. When the bus stops, Qin Yuqing can't wait to get off. I almost got squeezed into a pancake. She wishes they had ridden bikes instead. Shen Yuqing laughs at his wife's description. It's true, people are close, but not like pancakes. Let's go to the meeting point first. When they arrive, 3 people are already there. 2 men and 1 woman. Qin Yuqing pulls Shen Yuqing aside to a quieter spot.
Take a break.
You still need to stay alert later. Shen Yuqing doesn't object. When they arrive, 1 man and 1 woman look at them with dislike. Their rough appearance has made them unpopular. When outside, they are considerate of each other. Neither wants trouble. Shen Yuqing takes a nap, while Qin Yuqing observes the people arriving one after another. They wait until evening for someone to pick them up. The person coming is dressed in patched clothes, and they arrive in a cart. Unlike the hurried young workers who rush to get on, Qin Yuqing doesn't rush to board. Finally, she gets on the cart, which is quite noisy and smells strong. After a short while, the people in front start complaining. What is that smell? Why does it smell so bad? I don't want to sit here. I want to change seats. This is disgusting. Qin Yuqing listens quietly. Shen Yuqing blocks her, so no one dares bother her. Shen Yuqing looks a bit scary with a beard and tall stature, making him seem tough and not someone to mess with. Qin Yuqing secretly smiles. This is good. She didn't expect a rough face to have such a useful effect. The driver can't stand the complaints and says a few words. The people behind settle down. By the time they arrive, it's completely dark. Since Qin Yuqing and Shen Yuqing are married, they naturally stay together. Uncle, are there any other houses? The young workers are crowded together, making it hard for Qin Yuqing to get her things. Zhouang's skills can't reach here either. There's an abandoned earthen house in the village. If you tidy it up, it can be lived in. Wang Futia knows they're a married couple. Since living at the young workers' site isn't convenient, he's quite reasonable. Okay, we'll stay there. Qin Yuqing thinks for a moment. We will pay the village. If they don't pay, what if others clean up and then ask them to leave? All right, 1 yuan a month. Qin Yuqing immediately takes out a large note from her pocket and pulls out a big note. Uncle, let's rent it for 10 months first. They can discuss the rest later. After learning more, they find out he is the team leader. Yes, this is the place. You can tidy it up.
If you need anything, come ask.
If not, exchange with the villagers. Thank you, Uncle Wang. Shen Yuqing feels relieved. Their living arrangements are settled, and his wife's secret will be safer. The first problem with cleaning is water. Shen Yuqing walks outside. I'll go ask. Qin Yuqing nods. She stands in the half-meter-high yard, looking outside, then turns to examine the house behind her. It's no exaggeration. It's a real earthen house, with a door made from temporary branches. When I entered the house, I saw spider webs everywhere, and the windows were half-hanging. There were too many repairs needed. Qin Yuqing put on her hat and mask and started cleaning. By the time Shen Yuqing returned, the sleeping area was already cleaned. Shen Yuqing carried back 2 buckets of murky water. When he saw the bed inside, his lips moved slightly, but he chose to stay silent. The water is back. Yes, it's a bit cloudy now. We need to wait a little. Qin Yuqing looked outside and asked, "Did you buy this bucket or did you borrow it?" "The water bucket is by the wall. You can pour the water into the bucket." Qin Yuqing looked at the familiar iron bucket, was silent for a moment, then turned to fetch a water bucket from the yard. They worked all night tidying up, but it still didn't quite look like a home. They only cleaned inside. They didn't touch the outside. "Honey, tell me honestly, how do you manage to carry things with you all the time?" Qin Yuqing didn't want to ask at first, but he was afraid that if his wife was discovered later, he wouldn't know how to hide it. Qin Yuqing smiled and said, "Finally couldn't hold it in." Qin Yuqing nodded. "I'm afraid." He used to not believe in ghosts or spirits, but now he's truly afraid that his wife might be a fairy who could disappear mysteriously one day, and he wouldn't be able to find her. "Are you worried I might be a monster? As my wife, even monsters aren't afraid." Qin Yuqing only cares about who treats him well, whether they are human or ghost. Qin Yuqing sighed.
Just think of it as a lucky chance.
"I have a small space like a storage room where I can carry many things with me. Will you disappear? Will it hurt you?" Qin Yuqing didn't care much about the space or what he could carry. What mattered to him was his wife. Qin Yuqing chuckled. "Are you afraid of that? I'm afraid I won't be able to find you." Qin Yuqing thought seriously for a moment. "That won't happen. It's just a storage space. I can't run away." Qin Yuqing relaxed as long as she didn't disappear. Qin Yuqing briefly explained the nature of her space and demonstrated how to take things out. Qin Yuqing saw his wife conjure objects out of thin air. He was prepared for it, but seeing it in person still felt magical. "From now on, listen to me. I promise you'll enjoy good food and comfort." Qin Yuqing smiled. "I'll listen to my wife." I thought for a moment and said, "Be careful with this matter. Don't tell others and avoid using it outside." Qin Yuqing joked, "I thought you were going to hand me over to the government for research." He replied, "No, my wife can only be mine." Qin Yuqing wanted to be a little selfish, but Qin Yuqing briefly explained the situation of the area. Qin Yuqing wasn't curious and decided to go see for himself. After listening, he simply said quietly, "Let me know in advance next time so I can cover for you." They worked late into the night. Qin Yuqing took out some food and said, "Let's cook a little extra. We'll be busy tomorrow." Qin Yuqing didn't speak much. Mostly just worked. He could do all of it alone. "Try to find out where your parents are. I'm worried about your mom's health." "Understood," Qin Yuqing replied. "Go to bed early." They stayed up late. Qin Yuqing's biological clock woke him up as usual, and he quietly got out of bed. He looked at the scene in the yard and wanted to cook, but there was no stove or pots. Only some stones and yellow mud set up in the corner. The burn marks showed that was where they cooked. He didn't expect much from the meal. Qin Yuqing started quietly tidying the yard. Looking at the wall over 1/2 meter high, he felt it wasn't very safe. Qin Yuqing was awakened by the sunlight. She stretched lazily in bed and still preferred sleeping there. "Yuqing, come in and eat something." Qin Yuqing saw the rice soup and steamed buns with vegetables that his wife had prepared early. No wonder she had been busy in the kitchen all that time. Even though he knew, he still found it amazing. After eating, they went to the meeting point. They didn't get much rest. They arrived neither early nor late. This time, they saw more educated youths than when they first came. A few looked experienced at a glance. Qin Yuqing pulled his wife aside, finally understanding why she had been applying something to her face before going out. Even with that, they still attracted attention. He had heard that some educated youths would do anything to return to the city. Those who couldn't go back didn't want to stay in the countryside and looked down on local women, so they targeted the visiting young women. He didn't expect to meet them so soon. He heard that seeing them in person was a different story. Qin Yuqing cooperated and stood beside Qin Yuqing. Wang Futian held a notebook and said, "You newcomers follow me. We'll go get tools and check out your land." With Qin Yuqing there, Qin Yuqing felt much more relaxed and didn't need to carry anything. Seeing the land, Qin Yuqing fell silent. The soil is really poor. After a year, she doesn't know if there will be a harvest. All the seedlings on the land have died, and she can't tell if they died from drought or cold. Planting on this land is more difficult. It requires removing the dead seedlings and replanting. Let's not keep track of it today. Starting tomorrow, you all work like everyone else. Qin Yuqing looked into the distance and saw many people carrying water buckets, watering little by little. Yuqing, where is the nearest water source? About 3 kilometers away, there's a small river. The village only has one well, and everyone depends on that well for water. Before coming here, Qin Yuqing prepared herself. She realized that life here is even harder than she imagined. Let's go back first and tidy up the house. As she turned around, she saw a few new young workers gathered around Wang Futian. Shen Yuqing also stepped forward to ask about the situation. She still didn't know where her parents were. Qin Yuqing went to check the seedlings in the field. It looked like a big job. The team leader said that in a few days, they would distribute seedlings for planting sweet potatoes. They need to finish plowing the land before planting. This land is only suitable for sweet potatoes. Other crops won't grow well here. Ching, let's go back. Qin Yuqing immediately stood up, carrying A, and walked back with Shen Yuqing. Did you find out anything? More or less. Shen Yuqing used the water source inquiry to learn about the surroundings. I'll go check the situation this afternoon. Be careful on your own. No worries. Before coming here, the teacher gave me some sleeping pills. I can handle it. Anyone who dares to bother her will get a dose of sleeping pills. After Shen Yuqing left, Qin Yuqing tidied up at home and took a walk around the village to settle in. Living here would be easier if she integrated quickly. She deliberately bought some local villagers' products. It's not a secret in the village. It's normal and proper. Qin Yuqing bought some pickled vegetables and asked about the nearby market and how to get there. While carrying her things back, a loud voice suddenly startled her. She turned around and saw an older woman wearing a headscarf. She looked familiar. It's me. From the train, Qin Yuqing's face twitched. Even though she had put on so much makeup, this aunt could still recognize her. She has sharp eyes. It's even better if you know someone. Qin Yuqing smiles and asks, "What should I call you, Auntie?" "My name is Wu Mylin." Seeing her savior right in front of her, Wu Mylin looks familiar. She followed her all the way, but didn't dare to call her until now. "Just call me Auntie Lan." "It sounds nice." Wu Mylin laughs happily. "I think so too. Having education makes a difference. Others call me Annie Wu, but there are several Auntie Wus in this village, and when we meet, we don't know who is being called." The girl still forgot to ask your name. "My name is Qin Yuqing." "Auntie Lan, you can call me Ching. Good name. Come to my house and sit for a while." Qin Yuqing agrees. "Then I'll sit for a bit." Ching, thank you last time on the train. If it weren't for you, I might not have made it back. After getting off the train, her son took her to the hospital. Only then did she realize how serious it was. The doctor said, luckily, emergency measures were taken in time. Otherwise, even a miracle wouldn't have helped. At Auntie Lan's house, Auntie Lan sits down. "My husband hasn't come back yet. The 2 boys at home, one is in the army and the other is running around with his uncle." Qin Yuqing listens quietly and asks questions from time to time to learn more. Ching, you need to be careful of Zhang Jianhai at the youth training site. He's not a good person. Seeing Qin Yuqing pretend to be unwell, Wu Mylin feels relieved. This girl is clever. To avoid future misunderstandings, Qin Yuqing says, "Auntie Lan, I am married. I brought my husband here." Qin Yuqing did not speak, probably feeling upset inside. She couldn't go back, and her sense of time felt distorted. "Thank you, Aunt Lan. I will be careful." She had sensed malicious looks before and stayed alert. Now that she knew who the person was, she could avoid them better. "Aunt Lan, I just arrived and don't understand many things. Can you tell me more? Which places are safe to go, and which are not?" "That's easy." When Qin Yuqing was about to leave, Aunt Lan handed her many things, including eggs and malt extract. "Aunt Lan, keep these for your health. If you really want to help me, could you give me some pickled vegetables?" "Wait a moment, I'll get them for you." "We have plenty at home." "Aunt Lan, I'll come back to see you when I have time." "Definitely come again." Qin Yuqing carried the pickled vegetables back home. Shen Yuqing was tidying up the yard, apparently planning to rebuild the stove. "Where did you go?" Shin Yuqing wiped his hands and took the things Qin Yuqing was holding. I went to chat at a neighbor's house. Qin Yuqing looked up. Do you know where my parents are? Mostly, I think. I'll go see them tonight. Is it over by the Western River? How do you know? Qin Yuqing poured the pickled vegetables into her own bowl, then turned to return them. My parents probably aren't there. You should check the hill at the east end of the village. I heard a middle-aged couple came a few days ago. There used to be 2 intellectuals living there. Shin Yuqing looked at his wife. She had gone out once and gained more than he did. His eyes were full of admiration. Qin Yuqing smiled. In the countryside, women love to gossip. Just chatting. Besides wasting a little time talking, they could learn almost everything about the surroundings. I understand. The 2 of them started building the stove together. The yard wall was not high, so they didn't dare keep anything valuable outside. I checked. This earthen house was built by former educated youth. They could be considered the next generation enjoying the shade. Otherwise, the village chief wouldn't have been so willing to let them stay. Shin Yuqing carefully stacked stones. Later, I'll raise the wall a bit and build a shed for cooking. Take your time. If not, we can also put a stove inside the house. Qin Yuqing had bought a stove as a backup before coming. The stove outside was just for show. After dark, they waited a little longer. Shin Yuqing said, I'll go now. Qin Yuqing nodded. Be careful. Knowing this matter was not difficult for Shin Yuqing, but she still couldn't help but remind him a little more. Qin Yuqing started tidying up the house. Shin Yuqing knew about the space, so she found it easier to handle. Shin Yuqing was gone for about 3 or 4 hours. Qin Yuqing closed her eyes for a moment, waiting. Shin Yuqing still hadn't come back. Qin Yuqing didn't think much about it. She guessed they were meeting and chatting, so they lost track of time. Late at night, Shin Yuqing quietly returned. Qin Yuqing had been careful not to sleep too deeply, worried that others might be nearby. She was about to turn over and look for something. Ching, it's me. Hearing the familiar voice, Qin Yuqing relaxed. Did you see your parents? How are they? No, I didn't see them. Qin Yuqing sat up suddenly. You didn't go look for them? Is the place wrong? No, there are patrols there. I didn't dare go over. Shin Yuqing couldn't tell who was watching them. The 2 of them had been circling nearby, observing their movements. From what they saw, it didn't seem like villagers. It looked more like professionals. Are they watching? Or protecting? Or do they have another purpose? Is it that strict? Qin Yuqing didn't expect this. Even in the countryside, they had to be watched? Shin Yuqing was unsure too. He didn't dare go closer. He crouched for 2 or 3 hours, but no one left. He was worried Qin Yuqing was waiting at home anxiously, so he hurried back. They planned to check things out during the day and figure out what was going on. Since people had arrived, meeting was only a matter of time. Qin Yuqing knew things couldn't be rushed. Let's rest first. We have work tomorrow. Shin Yuqing took off his clothes and got into bed. Qin Yuqing didn't wake up early. She had agreed with Shin Yuqing to eat the food from the space for now. The house was built in a remote area, with few visitors. No one cared whether they cooked or not. With Shin Yuqing around, Qin Yuqing went anywhere empty-handed. All the farming tools and water bottles were carried by Shin Yuqing. Yuqing, these dead seedlings need to be dug out and the whole field needs to be turned over again. Okay, you go rest at the edge of the field. I'll do it. Qin Yuqing shook her head. No, that's not good. With so many people watching, I just want to make a show. Shin Yuqing smiled. All right, just pretend to help. At first, Qin Yuqing really wanted to do more. But after a while, she decided to listen to Shin Yuqing. This land is nothing like the one in the space. It's too hard. After digging for a little while, my arms start to ache. If I don't dig the ground, I can do other work, like picking out dead seedlings or small stones from the soil. This land is important for our future food supply. If the crops grow poorly, people will criticize us. Shin Yuqing works very hard, more than others all morning, especially the new young workers. They used to look down on Shin Yuqing's rough appearance, but now they are jealous. Not only the newcomers, even the older workers envy Qin Yuqing. They took several breaks during the morning. Their hands are blistered and calloused, but Qin Yuqing sits resting by the water bottle. Even when the village chief comes to check, He can't say anything. Resting doesn't stop them from working. Shun Yuqing works twice as hard, carefully and diligently. When the work bell rings, Qin Yuqing immediately jumps up. Yuqing, let's go home. Not a second longer is allowed. Shun Yuqing cooperates, stops working immediately, and carries his tools home. On the way, they meet Aunt Lon and some women from the village. Qin Yuqing greets them with a smile and chats a little. Wu Milan glances at Shun Yuqing a few times, noticing he's strong. Shun Yuqing senses her gaze, but doesn't say anything. Andy, we're going home now. Let's talk another time. At the fork in the road, Qin Yuqing separates from them. Shun Yuqing wants to ask something, but hears someone shout loudly. The village chief is in trouble. Something happened on the hillside. Those two newcomers were hurt. Hurry, help. Hearing this, Shun Yuqing becomes very nervous. He carries his and rushes to see what happened. Qin Yuqing quickly pulls Shun Yuqing back as he rushes out. Wait, I'll go first, she says hurriedly. Qin Yuqing quickly explains, I know some medical skills. It makes sense for me to go. You're in such a rush to go. It could be a trap, Shun Yuqing warns. It's too coincidental. They just arrived, and now something has happened. Qin Yuqing has to think carefully. Shun Yuqing calms down. Qin Yuqing notices everyone's attention is on the village chief. She moves closer to Shun Yuqing, turns slightly, and takes out a small medical kit from the space. Later, you carry this over. I'll go find the village chief first, she says. Qin Yuqing runs a few steps ahead and reaches the village chief. Village chief, I can do some medical work. Let me go see what's wrong, she pleads. When Wang Futian heard about the medical situation, he wiped the sweat from his forehead. No matter who they were, if someone from their village got into trouble, he would be investigated. Hey, hurry and come with me, he said, forgetting to ask Qin Yuqing's name, pointing at her. Village chief, you lead the way quickly, Qin Yuqing said as she ran behind him. Wang Futian was almost out of breath, so Qin Yuqing looked back and said, Village chief, slow down. I'll follow this young brother first. Time was precious when someone was injured, so Qin Yuqing couldn't stay behind. Wang Futian waved his hand. Go ahead first. I'll catch up later. Comrade, this way, Qin Yuqing said as she moved ahead. Wang Futian looked at her strong figure and sighed that youth was a good thing. From afar, they saw a small, dilapidated house surrounded by 2 or 3 people. Step aside, I'm a doctor, Qin Yuqing called out. She didn't care who was at the door and went inside. She was stunned to see a pool of blood on the ground. An elderly man was holding his head, still conscious, while an elderly woman was lying on the ground, motionless. Everyone step back. You're blocking the light, Qin Yuqing ordered. She turned the woman over to check her breathing, then looked at the two of them and made a quick decision. The young helpers immediately helped clear the area. Move aside, go to the side. Qin Yuqing took out silver needles and hemostatic powder from her space. She first stopped the elderly man's bleeding, saving him if she could. The elderly woman looked badly hurt but could hold on a little longer. Without stopping the bleeding, a serious problem could happen soon. Shun Bingwen's eyes fluttered open, his head buzzing as if he heard a familiar voice. Weakly, he called out, Help! Help! Qin Yuqing leaned close to Shun Bingwen's ear and whispered, Dad, Mom is fine. Don't talk. Outside, Shun Yuqing's voice sounded. I came to bring the medicine box for my wife. Go inside, Qin Yuqing said. Her silver needles had just been finished when Qin Yuqing entered and saw the situation. Without hesitation, he started helping. Dad, the situation is okay. I'll check on Mom. Don't move her yet, Qin Yuqing said. The people weren't dead yet, so with proper care, they could recover. Qin Yuqing checked her pulse and found that Shin Bingwen was mostly suffering from breathlessness and shock. His condition was fragile, with 2 footprints on his body, but no broken bones. She took some spiritual spring water from her space, adding a drop of concentrated spiritual spring water from the table. Carefully, she opened his mouth and fed him. Yuqing, help me carry her to the bed, Qin Yuqing instructed. Shun Yuqing looked around the environment, tidied up the bed slightly, and picked up the person on the ground. Qin Yuqing just started giving the injection, then wiped the sweat from her forehead. She was mostly worried because she was inexperienced. Teacher Xiao had repeatedly warned her not to mess around, and she was still learning practical skills. She was pushed to do this because of urgent circumstances. Who would have thought that something would go wrong right away? It was just a rushed attempt, and now her hands were trembling. Qin Yuqing thought about many possibilities, like being bullied in the village or being mistreated while working, but she never expected to be involved in saving someone's life. She hadn't planned to reveal her medical skills, but since her in-laws were injured, she had to. Qin Yuqing waited for a moment, then turned and met Shin Bingwen's gaze, which startled her. Shin Yuqing was standing nearby, watching Shin Bingwen. Shin Bingwen moved his mouth and asked, "Comrade, is my wife all right?" Shin Yuqing replied, "She's probably not dead." Qin Yuqing pinched Shin Yuqing quickly. When could he just speak normally? Just as she was about to call out Dad, Shin Yuqing quickly covered her mouth and said, "Pretend you don't know him. Someone outside might be listening." Qin Yuqing immediately realized that since they were now sent to the countryside as educated youth, they didn't have any relation to her in-laws. "Uncle, Auntie will rest for a while and recover." Qin Yuqing saw the person wake up and went over to put away the needle. "Yuqing, help Uncle to sit for a while. I'll go outside and talk to the village chief about the situation." Shin Yuqing nodded. When he helped Shin Bingwen up, he whispered in his ear, "What happened? Was it an attack in broad daylight?" Shin Bingwen also whispered a few words. Qin Yuqing deliberately said as she left, "Don't get too close for now. Wait until I finish the injection before you go in." She wanted to give Shin Yuqing some time to ask questions and also talk to the village chief about the situation. Wang Futian didn't care about this. "Qin, how is the person?" Now he finally remembered her surname. Qin Yuqing looked serious. "Yes, we managed to save him, but the situation isn't very good." She wanted to buy her in-laws a little more rest time. "Village chief, my skills are limited. I can only handle emergencies. Maybe you should send him to the county hospital for a checkup." Wang Futian hesitated. Their status was special, and sending him to the hospital didn't seem appropriate. Not sending him might cause problems. Qin Yuqing had already expected this situation. She deliberately raised her voice a bit. "If we don't go to the hospital, maybe a few more days of rest will help him recover." "Village chief, I have done everything I can. It's up to you to decide." Wang Futian thought for a moment and decided to ask for opinions later. Qin Yuqing estimated that enough time had passed, so she went inside to remove the stitches. Inside, the father and son sat and stood, making the small room feel even tighter. "Comrade, why hasn't he woken up yet?" "Uncle, Auntie is too tired. Let her sleep well." Shin Bingwen stopped speaking after hearing this. "It's good that she can sleep." "Uncle, we're leaving now. I'll come back tonight to check on Auntie." Qin Yuqing and Shin Yuqing left one after the other. They couldn't stay too long. The remaining tasks could only be done slowly, and they couldn't help much. Shin Yuqing looked around and casually glanced at the person who came to report. He lowered his head and took Qin Yuqing's medicine box. After walking quite a distance, Qin Yuqing made sure no one was around and asked, "Do you know what happened?" "They said they went back and saw someone breaking into a house to steal things. They got hurt during the fight." Such a coincidence. Then, how did the person who reported the news know so quickly? "Was it someone you mentioned last night?" Shin Yuqing thought for a moment. "Not sure. I'll find out later." When they first arrived, they couldn't figure out who these people were. The village was full of outsiders, and it was hard to tell who was who. Qin Yuqing thought for a moment. She could use the excuse of visiting for medical help to get closer to the village chief. When they returned home, Qin Yuqing took out some food. "Eat first. We still have work this afternoon." They couldn't delay farm work. Worrying too much about the broken fence might raise suspicion. Fortunately, Qin Yuqing told the village chief she would check on it tonight. Before finishing work, village chief Wang Futian found Qin Yuqing. "Qin Yuqing, I want to discuss something with you." Qin Yuqing brushed off the dirt on her clothes. "Village chief, go ahead." "Well, I asked around, and they said they won't go to the hospital. After that, I need you to go there every day." This was what Qin Yuqing wanted, but she couldn't show it. She lowered her voice. Village chief, I'll be honest with you. My medical skills are not very good. I'm just an amateur. If this person develops a serious illness, the responsibility. Wang Futian understood and also lowered his voice. Qin Jiqing, they were sent away because they made a mistake. Going to the hospital is inconvenient. As long as they don't die, it's fine. Qin Yuqing's eyes darkened, but her face showed panic. That doesn't really affect us, right? It won't affect us. It's agreed that the young comrade calling people today is here just to watch over things. Qin Yuqing continued to ask, Then if I go over, will they check? Did you tell them? Normal people would worry about getting into trouble, so she asked like this. Qin Yuqing was just trying to gather more information. I told them. I think they'll leave soon. They had been here for several days. They couldn't stay in the village all the time. Before similar situations happened, they usually stayed no more than half a month before leaving. Qin Yuqing looked worried. If the village chief and others are on guard and something goes wrong, is it safe for me to go? Won't I get involved in something strange? No, I told you it was an accident. From what those two said, it was because a couple dressed too well caught the attention of some local troublemakers. The couple also said their money was stolen. Qin Yuqing also looked at them. Although her in-laws' clothes were old, they had no patches, and the style was from the city. It's hard to tell if what they said was true. They were very strict at night, but was it just a coincidence during the day? Was no one watching? Wang Futian lowered his voice.
Just keep this to yourself.
Don't tell others. Qin Yuqing nodded. The village chief is strict about secrets. With your words, I feel more at ease. Then I'll trouble Qin Jiqing. No trouble at all. As long as I can help the village. Wang Futian sighed in relief. Others probably wouldn't take this job. They're afraid of causing trouble. It was the enthusiastic young worker who just arrived. As long as no one gets hurt, everything else can be managed. Qin Yuqing and the others left and went to Qin Yuqing. Did you hear everything clearly? Some parts weren't clear. To act naturally, Qin Yuqing kept some distance while working. Did they steal your parents' money? They took the money that was left out in the open, less than 20 yuan. Qin Yuqing quietly told Qin Yuqing what she had just discussed. Be careful when you go over. After work, neither of them showed any signs of suspicion. Qin Yuqing didn't go immediately. On their way back, Qin Yuqing asked Qin Yuqing to light a small fire in the stove to pretend they were cooking, just in case someone came by. I'm going to fetch water. Qin Yuqing's area has water, but they can't go without fetching water for long, or someone might suspect. So Qin Yuqing needs to show himself occasionally. Why did it take so long this time? Last time, fetching water didn't take this long. Everyone's in line. The whole village depends on a single well for drinking water. Work hours are also concentrated, so last time, they didn't have to wait long. Qin Yuqing forgot about this. Waiting in line is troublesome but beneficial for them, and everyone notices. Let's eat. Later, I'll go to my parents' place. After eating, it's getting dark. The two go together, but Qin Yuqing doesn't go inside. It's normal for him not to trust his wife to go alone. When they see the house, Qin Yuqing stays back, just observing the situation. Qin Yuqing carries a medical box. Before she gets close, a young man who had called out earlier steps forward again. Comrade, can I see your medical box? Sure, feel free. Qin Yuqing opens the box, which contains simple medical supplies. She prepared it in advance. If she had brought too many, someone might become suspicious. After checking and finding nothing unusual, she says, You can go inside. Qin Yuqing takes a few steps and then deliberately turns back. Comrade, are you sure this won't affect me? It's you who told me to go in. Go ahead. Qin Yuqing walks into the house with the medical box. Shin Bin-gwen is leaning on a chair, with only a bowl of water in front of him, no food prepared. Hearing the noise, Shin Bin-gwen looks up and hears Qin Yuqing say, Uncle, I came to check on Annie. She opens the medical box and takes out 2 steamed buns, lowering her voice. Dad, eat first. Shin Bin-gwen hesitates, shifts his body, and turns his back to the door, starting to eat heartily. Since arriving here, he hasn't had a proper meal. Unless he's so hungry he's weak, he wouldn't suffer such a big loss. He wouldn't be knocked down by 2 or 3 petty thieves. In front of Shin Bin-gwen, Qin Yuqing also takes 6 eggs from her pocket. She whispers, "Cooked. Later, you and Mom can eat quietly. I'll hide them under the pillow first, and you find a place to hide them later." After saying that, Qin Yuqing walks to the bed and places the eggs under the pillow. Shin Bingwen's nose twitches, feeling a mix of emotions inside. Qin Yuqing checks again. Her mother-in-law is still not awake. When Jixia turns around and raises her voice slightly, "Uncle, has Auntie been unconscious all afternoon?" She felt a little guilty, worried she might have hurt him badly. He woke up once, said he was tired, then went back to sleep. Qin Yuqing felt relieved, thinking the spiritual spring water was working. "Uncle, did the village head tell you to rest for a few days?" While pouring water, she added some spiritual spring water into the cup and handed it to her father-in-law. He said, "Not exactly, but I think about 5 or 6 days should be fine." Qin Yuqing nodded, glanced at the living environment inside the house, and before leaving, she took out a few coarse grain cakes and black cornbread from her space. They were rough and hard to eat but could fill the stomach, suitable for the environment. "Dad, I can only come in the afternoon. Take these for emergencies." Everyone around was watching, and eating too well would be suspicious. If someone came to search, fancy food might cause trouble. When she entered, she saw a simple cooking area built with stones along the wall. She planned to send better things over once the situation settled. "Dad, I have to go now." Qin Yuqing couldn't stay inside too long, and Shin Bingwen didn't see her off. Pretending not to be familiar was the best way to protect them. "Comrade, what's the situation inside?" Seeing that the person hadn't left, Qin Yuqing knew he would ask. "That uncle is awake, but he's very weak from blood loss. The woman is in worse shape, unconscious, possibly injure her brain. Even if she wakes up, her condition might not be good." She quickly added, "But I can guarantee they are alive and won't die." She looked at the thoughtful young man and said, "That's all I can do. All right, you can go. As long as they are alive, that's enough." She was supposed to return today, but after this incident, she decided to wait a couple more days. Not long after Qin Yuqing left, Shin Bingwen slowly went out, lit a fire, and sat nearby pretending to be busy. Shin Yuqing and the others weren't idle during this time. He collected some dry branches and dead grass from around. "Next time, don't pick so much. Leave some for our parents." Shin Yuqing smiled. "Firewood is valuable." "Okay, no more. We'll leave some for the old folks." Qin Yuqing and Shin Yuqing walked far away, making sure no one was around before whispering, "It seems like they came from the county." Shin Yuqing nodded. He couldn't quite understand what was going on upstairs. Normally, when someone is sent down, they would leave afterward. Why did they stay? Maybe they are there to protect, since something could happen during the day. Or perhaps they are not protecting and would seek help immediately if something happens. His father also couldn't be sure what was happening. Usually, there are 2 possibilities. Either suspicion, thinking something might happen after going to the countryside, or suspicion of contact with others. Or they're just there temporarily, taking things step by step. After returning home, it was completely dark. The 2 of them didn't turn on any lights, just groped in the dark to tidy up and then went to bed. Qin Yuqing shifted her body slightly. "Today I saw that there seemed to be 2 other families not far from my parents' place. Yes, one appears to be a professor, and the other has some family issues. They probably get along fine." Shin Yuqing, knowing most of the people are educated, thought they wouldn't be interested in fighting. They talked, and then fell asleep together. It was a bit cold in the morning. Qin Yuqing put on a thick coat. She looked up at Shin Yuqing, who was still wearing the same clothes as when they arrived. "Aren't you cold? Do you want to put on another piece of clothing?" Qin Yuqing's lips twitched. His determination was really strong. No wonder he only has those 2 outfits all year round, saving money. To look normal, Shin Yuqing went outside in the morning to boil a pot of water. Qin Yuqing used it to wash up. After they finished eating, they followed the main group to work. On the way, they met some young workers. A woman approached Qin Yuqing and said, "Comrade, what's your name?" Qin Yuqing. "What's your name?" "I'm Yang Li." Qin Yuqing recognized the new young worker. She wasn't new. She was probably an old worker from before. "Hello, Comrade Yang. Yang Li, step closer. Do you know medical skills?" "A little." Someone in my family knows some. I learned a bit. Qin Yuqing wasn't sure about her purpose and left plenty of room in her words. Seeing a female comrade talking, Shen Yuqing naturally kept some distance. You got married quite early. Not bad. If I find someone suitable, I'll marry. Qin Yuqing looked at Yongli. Are you still single? Yes, I plan to go back to the city and look for someone. I see you're quite capable at work. What did you do before? After that, Qin Yuqing became more cautious. It's okay. I just liked that he could work. Where are you from, Qin Yuqing? Qin Yuqing felt tired after walking with Yongli. This woman was too good at asking questions. For the first time, she wondered why the road to the field seemed so long. As soon as they arrived, she stuck her into the ground and rested her chin on her hands. Shen Yuqing watched his wife standing in the field, lost in thought. What's wrong? Did she upset you with her questions? Not really upset, just too nosy. I feel like she has other motives. Don't think about it. If anyone gets upset, it's her. Don't worry about such things. Qin Yuqing turned her head. Comrade Shen, sometimes being wise is like being simple. Well said, wife. They whispered quietly, mostly Shen Yuqing talking, while Qin Yuqing occasionally bent down to pick something up or wipe his sweat. The nearby young workers looked at Qin Yuqing lazily, feeling both jealous and envious. No wonder she brought a man to the countryside, finding free labor. The most she did was hand her husband a water bottle. Every time she did, he would smile, so easy to please. If Qin Yuqing knew what they were thinking, she definitely wouldn't agree. The water was from a spiritual spring, and she also provided emotional support. Her laziness was just a form of compensation. Qin Yuqing controlled the work pace. Yuqing, take a break. Shen Yuqing looked around at the progress, then immediately put down his and sat with his wife on the ground to rest. Their sweet, side-by-side posture made others feel envious. On the way back from work, some young workers greeted them. Probably because Yongli wasn't rejected. Qin Yuqing, having experienced the morning, simply said, talk later. I need to go home and cook. Shen Yuqing remained cool, as usual. Whoever greeted him, he just nodded in response, without initiating conversation. Back home, Qin Yuqing asked Shen Yuqing, eat now or later? Shen Yuqing wasn't hungry. He had been well fed by his wife these days. He was afraid he'd go hungry while working, so every meal had meat. Life was still good. Come back to eat. I'll go fetch water. Fetching water was secondary. Mainly, he wanted to listen to gossip. Casual chatting often revealed a lot, and he could also recognize people. If he wanted to build a higher yard, he needed to find out where the locals got soil. When Shen Yuqing left, Qin Yuqing entered her space. The little yellow dog had been drinking spiritual spring water for a few days and was noticeably more lively. The little black dog was so lively that it was running after the chickens. Qin Yuqing went up and grabbed the dog by the back of its neck. I told you to watch it, not to chase just for fun. If you chase again, you'll be grounded. The small dog knew quite a lot for its size. It didn't chase the geese, couldn't fight, and started bullying the weaker animals. Last time I entered the space, I saw the geese pecking at the black dog. Since then, I haven't seen it provoke the geese again. Qin Yuqing looked at the whimpering little dog in her hand. When it gets bigger and more stable, she'll find a good reason to take the dog out of the space. She put the dog on the ground and hurried to feed the chickens, ducks, geese, and rabbits inside the space. Seeing the rapidly growing vegetables and crops, Qin Yuqing felt worried. She couldn't handle everything alone. If it really got too much, she planned to bring Shen Yuqing in later. She couldn't take the leftover vegetables outside to give to others because it would be too obvious. Selling them in such a place wasn't practical either. Not planting the land felt wasteful, but the work was endless, and there were too many vegetables to eat. In a short time, she picked 2 baskets of cucumbers. They couldn't all be eaten, so she planned to make some pickles later. She estimated it was about time to leave the space and started tidying up the yard. Shen Yuqing came back shortly carrying 2 buckets of water, which he took inside. Qin Yuqing took out a small first aid kit. Let's go. This time, she didn't see anyone questioning them. She left quietly, hiding in the shadows, but she didn't let her guard down. She went to the mud house and called out at the door. This time, it was her mother-in-law who responded. Qin Yuqing hurried inside. Mom, are you feeling better? Hyunju nodded, unsure how to answer. The small space was so tiny that Qin Yuqing could see clearly. Her father-in-law was nowhere to be seen. She didn't see anyone on the way here either. At such a time, her father-in-law wouldn't leave his wife alone outside. He must have had something to do. Auntie, where did Uncle go? Let me check on you first. Not sure if anyone was listening nearby, Qin Yuqing was cautious. Qin Yuqing still took out a few eggs from her pocket. Mom, where should I put the eggs for you? Hyunjiao knew these things were precious, and she understood the situation here. Just as she was about to suggest she keep the eggs for herself, she heard some movement outside the door. Qin Yuqing quickly put the eggs into her pocket, and Hyunjiao instinctively hid the pancake she was holding behind her back. Qin Yuqing hurried outside and saw her father-in-law. She spoke loudly. Uncle, why are you wandering around? Hyunjiao felt relieved. It was not an outsider. Worried that someone might be watching from the shadows, Qin Yuqing didn't dare to reach out to help. She was just holding a small cloth bag with not many things inside. It's time to get the meal. Qin Yuqing moved aside to let Shin Bingwen go into the house first. She quickly took out a steamed bun from her bag, saying, Dad, eat quickly. Seeing that his wife had something to eat, Shin Bingwen ate heartily. Now was not the time for modesty. Both husband and wife understood that remembering their daughter-in-law's kindness was enough. There was no point in talking about other things. They couldn't do anything or give anything right now. Qin Yuqing stood by the only small window to get some fresh air. Eating now felt as cautious as guarding against thieves. When they finished eating, she decided to leave. Mom and Dad, rest up. I'll come back tomorrow. She carried her medical box and left, pretending to casually glance at the only shelter near the hillside. She saw nothing unusual. Shin Yuqing was very obedient. This time, he didn't pick up firewood randomly. Instead, he found a stone and sat on it. When he saw Qin Yuqing's figure, he immediately stood up, took the medical box, and left in front of her. Qin Yuqing suddenly remembered something she had been ignoring before. Yuqing, I can understand us being separated from Dad and Mom, but do you think Zhou Ji's actions, making us into educated youth, will affect him? Will it interfere with your investigation? No, I've looked the files. It doesn't affect you much. I have military merits, and you're a family member of a martyr. Being labeled as an educated youth might be a bit unusual, but it's understandable. Zhouang was able to handle it, which meant the higher-ups approved. Being sent down was just work. It's the same now, just different levels of importance. It wouldn't change the official records. Qin Yuqing felt relieved. If they were implicated and someone else was investigated again, it would be better to give up the educated youth status now. As they talked and walked, they greeted acquaintances along the way. For those they didn't know, they simply nodded and kept walking. Today, when I went to fetch water, I asked the villagers if they had time tomorrow to help raise the wall around the yard. Shin Yuqing was worried. Anyone can peek into their yard now. His wife is special, and if something unusual appears in their family and gets noticed, it could cause trouble. Hearing this, Qin Yuqing smiled and said, Comrade Shin, thank you for your hard work. Every day, Qin Yuqing feels annoyed by the half-meter-high wall. There's no privacy at all. Anyone can easily step into her yard. Her space has extra food, but she can't keep cooking all the time. Even cooking a meal outside in the yard can be seen clearly. There aren't many vegetables here. The most common are radishes and cabbage, but eating them every day gets boring. She has a lot of space, so she can't just look at the food without eating. As long as my wife is happy, I don't mind working hard. When they reached the door, they saw someone standing outside, looking inside. Their first thought was that the wall needed to be made higher. Shin Yuqing saw it was a woman, the one I talked to this morning. Qin Yuqing also saw Yang Li and didn't understand what she was doing here. They weren't close enough to visit each other casually. Shin Yuqing paused and said, I'll go get some soil later. Can you handle things alone? Their home isn't big. The two of them fit just right. Shin Yuqing didn't go inside. He just stood in the yard. With nothing to do, he decided to go outside. Qin Yuqing wanted to see why Yang Li was so anxious. Yang Li hesitated about whether to go inside and see, then saw Qin Yuqing returning. She first glanced at Xin Yuqing, then looked away and greeted Qin Yuqing. Qin Jiqing, you're finally back. Is there something you need? Yang Li brushed her hair back and asked, do you have any cold medicine? Qin Yuqing slightly frowned and was about to give her something. She didn't look sick at all. When she said she didn't have any, holding her medicine box, no one would believe her. I brought a few pills. Inside her medicine box, she had a few pills kept outside for backup, stored in her space for convenience.
She needed to keep a clear path.
Yang Li looked happy. That's great. Qin Jiqing, can you give me a few? No, I don't have many. And you're not sick. Qin Yuqing was tired of pretending. If she were actually sick, she might even give her a couple of pills. Currently, Yang Li's condition is as good as it can be. The cold medicine she is taking was prescribed by the hospital, and it took some effort to get the medication initially. Money is secondary. If something were to happen to the patient, she couldn't afford to take responsibility. Qin Yuqing could only think of the worst-case scenario. Qin Jiqing, please help. There's no doctor in the village, and someone at the youth station has a cold. Just lend me some medicine, and I'll return it after I buy more from the county later. Qin Yuqing definitely couldn't lend medicine to others. Comrade Yang, you can't just take medicine randomly. If you have problems, are you willing to take responsibility? If you have time, go to the hospital or hire a doctor. Yang Li kindly said, cold medicine is all the same. If I could get a doctor, I wouldn't come to you. Qin Ziqing. Everyone is having a hard time, let's help each other. No, I won't lend it. Go back, Qin Yuqing said coldly, feeling that this person was really inconsiderate. Before Yang Li came to borrow medicine, she was confident it would succeed. But she didn't expect Qin Yuqing to be so tactless. She couldn't help but speak her mind. You'd rather give medicine to the re-education personnel than to the youth, what do you mean? Qin Yuqing was not a person without temper. She had been tolerating everything because she was new here and her status was special. But when someone pushed her too far, she couldn't keep silent anymore. She accepted this responsibility, but if she continued to be bullied, she wouldn't have peace in the village. If it's an external injury, I can treat wounds. If you get cut or beaten, I can give you some ointment, but I won't give cold medicine. I can't take responsibility. Or, do you want to be a good person? You want to help, but you can't reach me. If there's nothing else, Yang Ziqing, you can go back. Xin Yuqing originally planned to leave, having packed his things, but after hearing the noise, he changed his mind. Yang Ziqing, you should leave. You've upset my wife. Yang Li angrily turned and walked away. After walking quite a distance, she spat back. Qin Yuqing thought for a moment. Yuqing, let's eat first. Xin Yuqing saw that his wife was unaffected and put down his tools to eat. After dinner, Qin Yuqing took out some pickled vegetables from her space, cucumbers, lettuce, which are uncommon here, and also common radish. Yuqing, I'm going to the village. She knocked on the door twice and asked, Aunt Lan, are you home? Qing, right? Come in. Aunt Lan opened the door, and Qin Yuqing smiled, saying, Aunt Lan, I brought some bowls. Sorry to trouble you these days. We have plenty at home. If you need some in the next few days, I can bring you a few. We already have some. My husband went to buy more a couple of days ago. Qin Yuqing looked up and saw a middle-aged man inside the house. Is this uncle? Hello? Please come in and sit. Her mother-in-law said that if it weren't for this girl, her life might have been lost on the road. Thank you, uncle. Qin Yuqing glanced at Aunt Lan's husband, a simple, honest farmer. The wrinkles on his face showed he had been exposed to the sun and wind for many years. He poured her a cup of tea, and then quietly went to the yard to smoke dried tobacco. Wu Milan saw the things in the basket and suddenly exclaimed, Qing, this isn't right. Go ahead and take it back. It was clear she had carried it from far away. These days, it's not easy for any family to have extra things, especially since they just arrived. Aunt Lan, please accept it. I carried it here, but it won't last long. My husband and I can't finish it, and it will spoil if kept too long. Please help us out. Wu Milan immediately guessed that Qin Yuqing was making an excuse, but the excuse sounded reasonable. If you say so, Annie, I'll be happy to take it. Auntie, you've really helped me a lot. Are you getting used to life here? She had observed over the past 2 days that Qin Yuqing's life didn't seem too hard. Her husband was capable. Yes, I am used to it. Annie, I also want to ask you something. It was late and Qin Yuqing didn't want to waste time, so she got straight to the point. Just tell me whatever you know. Aunt Lon, do you know Yang Li from the youth education point? Wu Mylan clapped her thigh. Last time, I was so busy talking about men, I forgot about her. Did she come to borrow something from you? How do you know Aunt Lon? She's very bold. There's no one in the village she hasn't borrowed from. Thank you, Aunt Lon. I understand now. Qin Yuqing stood up quickly, eager to leave. It's getting late, Aunt Lon. I'll go back now and come to chat another day. Take care on the way. It's fine. I brought a flashlight. That's why she carried the basket. Her flashlight was inside. Qin Yuqing was halfway there when she saw Qin Yuqing waiting for her. Are you here to pick me up? Qin Yuqing quickened her steps. Qin Yuqing smiled. No matter how hard life was, these small moments filled her heart. Asked around, there's nothing serious.
Don't worry about it.
Yang Li was a habitual troublemaker, always like this and never changing her ways. Reaching this point, Qin Yuqing sometimes felt quite impressed. After Qin Yuqing finished speaking, Qin Yuqing also said a few words. Some new young workers at the farm have caught colds. It might be because of the big temperature difference between morning and evening, and they're not used to it. He knew his wife was afraid of the cold, but he never thought that female colleagues' health could be so fragile. No wonder his wife asked if she should wear more clothes in the morning. Hearing this, Qin Yuqing continued, she wants to go back to the city. There's a quota this year, but too many people want to go, and the spots are limited. They need a vote from the whole team, probably to make others think well of her. Qin Yuqing also guessed Yang Li's intentions. The couple pieced together the information they heard and quickly understood the whole situation. Qin Yuqing thought for a moment. We should be careful, just in case there's any aggressive behavior. Usually it might be fine, but if it concerns going back to the city, these young workers might do anything. He had heard of many incidents before returning to the city. I understand. You should be more careful too. There were also a few difficult young workers on the other side. Qin Yuqing thought about being cautious and didn't expect things to escalate so quickly. The next day at work, she clearly felt that the people at the farm looked at her differently, almost ready to scold her. Qin Yuqing was very sensitive. He kept frowning and, even with his eyes closed, he knew Yang Li was behind it. Qin Yuqing looked for Yang Li's figure, knowing where she was working. Their eyes met. Yang Li held her head high arrogantly and turned to talk to someone else. Qin Yuqing scanned everyone and focused on the one showing the most obvious hatred. Just earlier on the road, she had cursed at her twice. Turning back, she said to Qin Yuqing, no matter what happens, you shouldn't get involved. She threw down her and strode toward that person. Yao Hui saw Qin Yuqing, full of anger, and felt a little scared, but thinking about what she had done, she immediately puffed out her chest. Why are you glaring at me? Did I do something wrong to you? Qin Yuqing spoke directly. I have never greeted you, yet you glare at me. I want to understand what's going on. Are there rumors being spread? Seeing Yao Hui's expression, Qin Yuqing knew she was one of the people feeling unwell. Yang Li wanted to gain favor and was definitely trying to slander her. Rumors start small but become uncontrollable if not stopped early. Qin Yuqing also said that their issues are minor and that her going to the countryside was to support the country's development. What is she afraid of? She had doubts before, but now she has none. At most, she can mention her father's heroic status to defend herself. Yao Hui didn't know what to say. She's under 20, shy, and has never faced such a situation before. She was suddenly asked questions and couldn't speak. The nearby educated youth, afraid of causing trouble, had already stepped back. Qin Yuqing's voice turned cold. Why can't you say anything? It's not true. Yao Hui weakly argued. She no longer looked as annoyed as before. Then tell me. If you can't explain, I'll go to the village chief and clarify. If you're spreading rumors and slandering me, you'll face warnings or punishment. You're a reactionary. Qin Yuqing looked back at Yang Li. Yang Li shyly avoided eye contact, feeling nervous. She had spoken a few more words out of anger earlier. In the past, similar situations happened, and most people didn't dare to make a fuss. It usually ended quietly. She didn't expect Qin Yuqing to be so firm.
Who said that?
How can you prove it? Just your words are enough to be considered slander. Qin Yuqing grabbed Yao Hui's wrist. Come on, let's go see the village chief and clear this up. Yao Hui was scared. She couldn't go see the village chief and kept backing away. Qin Yuqing's strength was frightening. The commotion attracted many people who stopped working to watch. Now, not only Yao Hui was scared, but Yang Li was also frightened. I didn't say that. Don't pull me. I don't care who said it. You cursed at me, so go talk to the village chief. Yao Hui was about to cry from fear, feeling helpless and saying anything to get away. She didn't want to see the village chief. Yang Li said it. She said you'd rather be with reformers than stand with us. Isn't that enough? You'd rather treat their illnesses than give me medicine. You're just go find her, not me. Qin Yuqing refused to let go. Yao Hui, overwhelmed, squatted on the ground and started to throw a tantrum. Someone shouted, "The village chief is coming." Qin Yuqing looked up at the ridge and then said to Yao Hui, "It's okay if you don't go. The village chief is coming. This time, I can explain everything properly and tell the village chief that I am a rebel." Yao Hui knew it wasn't Qin Yuqing's fault, but she was still angry. She felt very sick from her cold. She had medicine but wouldn't take it. She thought it was too stingy. She had completely forgotten that she had never spoken a word to Qin Yuqing. They were strangers. Why should she give her medicine? Shen Yuqing saw that his wife wasn't at a disadvantage and kept working. The more he worked, the easier his wife's life would be. He set a goal for himself, to build a wall around the yard within 10 days. Wang Futian ran over, panting. Their fields weren't nearby. Usually, mornings were busy, and today they had also delivered 2 county officials, making it even busier. What happened? Qin Yuqing released Yao Hui and loudly said, "Village chief," she said, "I am a rebel. Shouldn't I be angry? I suspect someone is spreading rumors. They've been talking about me behind my back today." Tears came to Qin Yuqing's eyes as she said with a grievance, "Village chief, you have to stand up for me. Otherwise, I won't be able to live properly." Wang Futian knew that these young workers often had conflicts, but this time it seemed serious. Calling someone a rebel was a big deal, and once confirmed, it wouldn't be easy to remove the label. He had a deep impression of Yao Hui, because she had asked for leave right after arriving and made many requests. Only after he scolded her did she become more obedient. He asked with a serious face, "Yao Zhigong, what's going on? Explain clearly. If it's true, I won't tolerate it. I'll go straight to the county police." When he heard things might get serious, Yao Hui didn't care about keeping secrets. She blurted out, "It wasn't me. It was Yang Li who said it. Many people heard her. Why don't you go find her? Why come to me?" Qin Yuqing's face turned cold as she looked around. "You all think the same way." A few people looked away unconsciously. Qin Yuqing immediately said with grievance, "Village chief, I want to go to the county to report Yang Li for spreading rumors and slander." Yang Li had been hiding behind the crowd at first, but now she couldn't hide anymore. If this matter reached the county police station, she definitely wouldn't be in the right. She would be scolded and might even be detained. "Village chief, don't listen to Yao Hui. She is the one who said it herself. I didn't say anything." The words about the reactionary elements didn't really come from her mouth. She just guided the conversation, and who knew Yao Hui was so clever that she immediately spoke out. Yao Hui got anxious and loudly said, "It was clearly you who said it. She went to see the reformers, but you didn't give her medicine. Even if you did, it would be a waste." Yang Li took advantage of Yao Hui's stammering and said, "I didn't say she was a reactionary. It was you who said that. Someone can prove that the village chief didn't say anything about this." Yang Li's words made Yao Hui pause, as if it were true. Yao Hui was overwhelmed with emotion and started crying loudly, tears streaming down her face. "It's not like that. It was you. You made me misunderstand. She looked around desperately for words. "Wenwan, you were there yesterday. Please help prove that she was the one who said those misunderstandings." The girl educated in the countryside, called Wenwan, avoided eye contact and quietly stepped back. Yao Hui grabbed the nearest girl and said, "Shuemei, say something." No one was willing to help Yao Hui. She broke down and cried loudly. Qin Yuqing's target wasn't Yao Hui. She knew Yao Hui was being used. The real troublemaker was Yang Li. Qin Yuqing asked, Yang Li, when did I say that giving medicine was a waste? I treated someone with the village chief's approval, and there are witnesses. Why did you deliberately say misleading things at the youth station? What do you mean? Yang Li was about to breathe a sigh of relief, but suddenly the focus shifted to Yao Hui. Why did Qin Yuqing bring it back? Wang Futian finally realized the main point. Yang Li, the educated youth, was a headache for him. Since she arrived in the village, someone had reported her several times. Especially when new educated youths came, she caused trouble even more.
I
was just telling the truth. You have cold medicine. Why didn't you give it to us? Don't you know how hard a cold can be? You're not united at all. Qin Yuqing looked at Yang Li. As expected of an experienced person, she avoided the main issue and diverted the conflict to her advantage. First, the cold medicine I have is bought by myself. Who I give it to and who I don't is my right. Second, everyone's physical condition is different. If someone gets worse because of it, who will be responsible? I already said at the time, go see a doctor. I'm only good at treating injuries. I said, if you get a scratch, I will give you some medicine powder. I can't give cold medicine randomly because I am not sure if it's appropriate. Third, you just asked me for cold medicine without checking your health first. Since you're feeling fine, why should I give it to you? Fourth, after you go back, you spread rumors at the youth station, causing misunderstandings among the people there and affecting me greatly. How do you plan to settle this account? Also, I want to emphasize that I reported to the village head when treating people, and officials from the county checked and approved before I treated anyone. I can stand the test of the organization. You say I am causing division, but I think you are the one stirring trouble, misleading new comrades, and spreading false accusations about me. Qin Yuqing's points are reasonable and well supported. Not everyone at the youth station is foolish. Soon, some people realized what was really happening. Sometimes, their belongings are borrowed, and sometimes they refuse. Whether to lend or not is their choice. If everyone were like Yang Li, borrowing things would only lead to resentment. Yang Li didn't expect Qin Yuqing to be so eloquent. She wanted to argue, but every attempt was blocked by Qin Yuqing. Wang Futian looked at Yang Li with a stern expression. I agree with the treatment. Qin, the youth, also declined at first. But Yang, you are spreading rumors privately. Don't you think you should apologize? Wang Futian didn't want to escalate the matter. If it got worse, he would also be involved because he didn't manage things well. Under pressure, Yang Li could only lower her head. Yes, I'm sorry. I just said it casually and didn't expect them to spread it around. It wasn't really an apology. It was more like defiance. Qin Yuqing snorted. If you like to speak casually, then next time I will too. How about I say something about you, village head? I won't accept an apology. I want Comrade Yang Li to publicly apologize at the village meeting to clear the bad impression she caused. Do these people understand what this means? Making her apologize in front of the whole village shows sincerity. It also shows everyone that she is not someone to be messed with. Next time, she will think twice before acting. Yang Li felt very embarrassed. If she apologized at the village meeting, she probably wouldn't get the chance to return to the city this time. Now she regrets provoking Qin Yuqing. Qin Yuqing smiled.
No apology?
Fine, then we'll do it differently. Different how? Yang Li always felt that Qin Yuqing's smile was not simple. Then go report to the police. I remember there are police officers from the county here. Village head, call them over, and I will file a report. Yang Li was very anxious after hearing the report. I apologize. I said I don't want to apologize. Qin Yuqing looked at the village chief. Village chief, I can go report it myself. Wang Futian felt a bit relieved, knowing those two had already gone back to the county town. Yang Li looked at Qin Yuqing's actions and shouted loudly, publicly apologize. I agree to apologize publicly. It's better to embarrass oneself in the village than to be detained by the police. Everyone in the village knows each other, so at this moment, it doesn't matter whether they can go back to the city. Qin Yuqing turned to Wang Futian. Village chief, when will the village meeting be held? Hearing that they wouldn't go to the police station, Wang Futian kept it in his mind. In 3 days. All right, then 3 days. If I don't see any action by then, I will report it again. Yongli felt both ashamed and angry, her face burning with embarrassment. This was the first time since going to the countryside that she had suffered such a big loss. In the past, it was mostly verbal warnings, just a few words. That was enough. Qin Yuqing looked at Yao Hui, who was standing still. Her issue is settled. Now it's your turn. Yao Hui felt like she had escaped death. She wiped her tears with her sleeve. I apologize. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that to you. I shouldn't have believed what others said. I'm sorry, I really know I was wrong. I won't do it again. Qin Yuqing glanced at Yao Hui. Think more in the future. Don't be led around by others. They had come to the countryside to be educated youths and were treated like treasures, cherished by others. I'm sorry. Yao Hui could only apologize now, afraid to say anything else. Qin Yuqing didn't bother with her. She had learned her lesson and was growing. She turned to Wang Futian. That's all for today. Thank you, village chief. Actually, Wang Futian didn't say much, but his position helped Qin Yuqing a lot just by standing there. Everyone disperse. Get back to work. Yongli clenched her fists and glared at Qin Yuqing with hatred. Qin Yuqing was too lazy to bother with her. As a defeated person, she followed Wang Futian to the field. Village chief, after I change the medicine today, I won't come back tomorrow. That won't do. Wang Futian looked at the two people, especially the woman who was in poor condition. If she died, it would be troublesome. They had sent people here before and someone had died, but after all, it was a life. A few years ago, he didn't have many feelings about it. Over the years, he has gotten along with the reform workers, and not all of them are bad. Some were even taken back later. Usually, those people don't cause trouble, and as they get older, they can't bear to see others die. Village chief, you misunderstood me. After tomorrow, I will change the medicine every other day, so I won't have to run there every day. Qin Yuqing, worried about Yang Li's situation, thought it was better to be cautious. How you treat her is your decision. As long as nothing happens. When Qin Yuqing was about to report the case, she saw Wang Futian frown. She quickly changed her mind. Yang Li could deal with things secretly later, and she couldn't offend the village chief. Now, she had to clarify. Village chief, I was just scaring her when I said I would report the case. I won't actually report it. Today's trouble, the two comrades from the county probably don't know about it, right? Wang Futian didn't think much. No, they left early this morning. Left? Qin Yuqing didn't want Wang Futian to see too much emotion. She sighed. I thought they would stay in the village longer. That would be safer. How could that be? Before, someone was sent down and had an accident, so every time they send guards for a few days. Some people couldn't handle the disappointment and committed suicide upon arrival. Others couldn't stand the bullying, got hurt, or had accidents. In the past few years, incidents happened from time to time. That's good to hear. I'm relieved I didn't cause any trouble for the village. Wang Futian felt a little uneasy. If everyone was this sensible, it would be perfect. Village chief, I'll go work now. Whether what he said was true or not, once he left, she could take some food over. It would also be easier for Qin Yuqing to visit later. Qin Yuqing watched his wife walk back happily, feeling cheerful himself. Your wife is really impressive. Of course. You're pretty good too. Watching the show didn't stop you from working. Qin Yuqing smiled. It wasn't that his wife was too capable, he just didn't have a chance to show his skills. Qin Yuqing moved closer to Qin Yuqing. The village chief said those two people left. Later, you should go check. If there really were thieves without guards, the chances of something happening would be higher. Qin Yuqing also became somewhat famous overnight. In just one afternoon, she faced two extremes. In the morning, people looked at her with crooked noses and sideways glances, whispering behind her back. By noon, no one dared to look at her directly and kept their distance, worried that Qin Yuqing might get upset and lash out, since she had previously spoken badly about her. On the way, she saw Aunt Lan waiting specifically for her. How is Qingqing? Did she get hurt? No, at the village meeting, she will publicly apologize to me. That's good. Wu Milan felt genuinely happy inside. That Yongli should have been disciplined long ago, but the village chief is kind-hearted and always forgives easily. Aunt Lan, you should go home and eat. Although it's still noon, no one is at Aunt Lan's house. They all go home to cook, so there's not much time. You should go back too, Qin Yuqing responded, knowing they have ready-made food and can cook more on their day off. Now that the space is with Shen Yuqing, she doesn't have to hide all the time. While Shen Yuqing ate quickly, Qin Yuqing glanced at him. Are you in a hurry? He usually eats fast, and this time even faster. Yes, I need to go outside and get some soil. He can only do the work of raising the wall during his free time. Once he starts, he has no time left. Then don't eat so fast. I'll go with you, no need, you rest at home. Qin Yuqing cleared her throat. I think you're faster than me, and I have enough time. I can do it in one trip. Shen Yuqing suddenly remembered about her space and compared himself. He felt like a useless person. This time I'll go take a look. When there's a chance, you can go too, she nodded. There's no rush to eat. It's not good for your stomach. Shen Yuqing slowed down to his usual eating pace. After placing the dishes and chopsticks down, Qin Yuqing understood. You go ahead. I'll clean up the rest. No need, I'll do it when I come back. Hurry up and leave. Qin Yuqing thought to herself, it's just washing a bowl. The two of them don't have much to do. After finishing her meal, Qin Yuqing started working. She was busy with her space. The vegetables couldn't stay hanging, so she picked and pulled what needed to be done. She decided to store the vegetables in her space first, since they could be kept there. If things go well in a couple of years, she can sell them. If not, she can find a side job later. She looked at the chickens in her space and thought it was necessary to bring Shen Yuqing in as a strong worker. The small chickens she raised before are now grown, and she feels a bit frustrated. Looking at the situation, it won't be long before eggs are laid. There's so much work to do. Qin Yuqing checked the time and left the space. When she went out, Shen Yuqing had just carried 2 baskets of soil. She didn't know where he borrowed the car from. Take a break now, go back in the afternoon. What time is it? Qin Yuqing looked at her watch. 1:55. Usually she would start working around 1:30. Shen Yuqing hesitated but didn't go. Even if he had gone, he wouldn't have brought back much. Where did you borrow the car from? It's in the space. She was worried Shen Yuqing might make a mess earlier, so she didn't take it out. Shen Yuqing is capable himself and borrowed a car. From a local friend. He doesn't need it these days. Okay, let me know when you return the car and I'll send some things over. Her friend's things shouldn't be used for free. Qin Yuqing has many things in her space, so she can casually take some over. It will be easier to ask for help next time. Since they are outsiders, even with the title of young pioneer, building good relationships is more practical. Shen Yuqing agreed, noticing that his wife is much better at managing relationships than he is. After leaving the army and dealing with their family issues, he realized how much there is to learn about neighborly interactions, as if opening a door to a new world. Shen Yuqing rested at home for a while, then they went to the fields together. The afternoon was calm. When their time was up, they left quickly. They work fast, while some others stayed behind to catch up. After dinner and tidying up, they went to the barren area. As they approached, Qin Yuqing said, check later if they've left? Okay, you go ahead first. Before Qin Yuqing reached the door, she heard voices inside. She called out, Uncle Shen, I'm here to change your dressing. Come in, Qin. Qin Yuqing entered and saw a thin, elderly man sitting nearby. She nodded in greeting. Old Shen, I'm heading back now. Talk next time. All right, see you next time. Shen's father stood up to see her off. Qin Yuqing glanced at her mother-in-law's condition. She looked much better than yesterday. She whispered, Who is that person? He lives in the house in front, next to the tree. He used to be a professor. Is he alone? No, he has an older wife with him. Qin Yuqing originally wanted to bring some food to her mother-in-law, but since she was chatting nearby outside, she didn't dare to take a risk. Seeing her father-in-law happily chatting, she didn't want to disturb him. Since the incident, they had been holding back and hardly spoke. Now, having someone to talk to was quite nice. Qin Yuqing could only take out 4 eggs and hand them to her mother-in-law. I saved some medicine for Dad. He can just apply it himself later. Hyunjo nodded. Mom, I won't come tomorrow. I'll come the day after tomorrow. It's okay. Don't come the day after tomorrow either. We're fine now. Hyunja was worried about getting involved. Seeing her son and daughter-in-law not living with them in the village made her feel a little less guilty. Mom, it's okay. I came here and the village head knows about it. Chin Yuching was grateful to have met this village head. She had heard that many people sent down from the city were often harassed by the village head and locals. Although the conditions here were simple, the environment was good. It wasn't like a pigsty or pig pen. The village head didn't usually cause trouble. This also helped Chin Yuching handle Yang Li's matter without making a big fuss, giving the village head some face. But still, it's better not to come too often, Hyunja said. She didn't want any more trouble. Their old bones couldn't see the future, and they still thought about their son and daughter-in-law. They were young and couldn't stay in the village forever. Okay, listen to Mom. You should rest well, Chin Yuching said, noticing her mother-in-law was anxious and quickly changing her tone. Now, her mother-in-law was most afraid of getting angry. Since she couldn't deliver the meal, she had to leave helplessly. She glanced at her father-in-law, who was happily chatting, and didn't say goodbye. Shin Yuching saw someone this time and walked a short distance toward Chin Yuching. People have left. Shin Yuching went over to look. The marks inside weren't new, but he had noticed them. Could they have found some clues about the attack on his parents? He wasn't sure yet, so he didn't tell his wife. Chin Yuching was happy to hear that. That's perfect. Tonight, you can come over and bring some things for Dad and Mom. Someone was inside earlier, so we didn't dare take food out. Chin Yuching pulled Shin Yuching to walk quickly back home. She wanted to choose what to give as a gift. Shin Yuching's expression softened as he let his wife hold his hand. These days were pretty good, peaceful and steady. When they got back, Shin Yuching went out to bring soil home. Chin Yuching didn't go the first time because she was preparing clothes to give to her in-laws. By the way, I also placed a chicken in the space to stew. This time the person was walking, so it was a good chance to nourish the body. Shin Yuching carried soil back to the yard, and Chin Yuching followed on the second trip. It was far outside the village, where a large pit had already been dug. It seemed that most of the soil used by the villagers was taken from here. Shin Yuching raised his and started digging the soil. Chin Yuching put on a mask, ran to the side, and, taking advantage of the dim light and no one around, slowly transferred the soil using the space's power. She looked at the disappearing soil and stopped just in time, estimating that enough had been moved. Shin Yuching turned around and saw a fresh behind his wife. He remembered it wasn't there just a moment ago. Silently, he put the soil into the cart, lining the bottom and sides with woven bags to prevent the soil from leaking through the gaps. Ching, let's go home. The yard wasn't big. Shin Yuching made 3 trips, and the soil he brought took up a large part of the yard. Chin Yuching guessed, let's leave it like this for now. 1 wall should be enough. Shin Yuching was good at working, but estimating the amount needed was his first time, so he wasn't quite sure. I'll ask someone about it tomorrow. Alright, that works too. Shin Yuching tidied up the yard again, while Chin Yuching went inside to wash and tidy up. The water for washing her face turned muddy. She was okay because she wore a headscarf and mask, but Shin Yuching, who had no protective gear, got dirtier. He knew his limits, so he took off his coat outside, shook it out, and wiped the dust off his pants with a towel. He waited outside for a while until the dust settled before going inside. Chin Yuching had already prepared the water. Go ahead and wash. Since the last time Chin Yuching said she liked a rough man, Shin Yuching didn't bother to tidy himself up much. Anyway, his wife was comfortable with him looking rough, and as a man, he wanted her to feel at ease. Chin Yuching also didn't mind. Shin Yuching's face, when not cleaned up, would make many people interested, so she wasn't confident about that. When they got home, they tried to keep everything clean. They closed the door and did whatever they wanted. Going out was a different style. The couple enjoyed acting silly and making faces. Every morning, Shin Yuching deliberately made his clothes wrinkled. Chin Yuching's first thing every morning was to wash her face and then apply a yellowish wax, making herself look malnourished. After washing and drying her face, she turned around and saw the bundle Chin Yuching had prepared. What did you bring? Clothes. Last time the village chief said that my parents' clothes were too new. I've patched some of them. Shen Yuqing knew about this. Before he came, his wife almost every night was sewing and mending clothes. I understand. By the way, there are too many clothes at my parents' place to store easily. You can bring some back. I'll ask about it later. Last time, Shen Yuqing hurriedly told his father a few words when he was delivering a medicine box to his wife, but he didn't have time to ask more details. It's still early, and the two of them chatted for a while. Seeing the sky getting darker, Shen Yuqing urged Qin Yuqing, "Go lie down on the bed. I'll wait a little longer before I go." Qin Yuqing guessed that the chicken in the space was almost done cooking. "No rush. Wait for me a moment." Qin Yuqing lifted the cloth curtain and went to the bedroom. The place they were staying didn't have a door, just a cloth curtain as a makeshift door. She didn't want to scare Shen Yuqing by disappearing suddenly. Shen Yuqing didn't ask much. Whatever his wife said, he agreed. He sat outside waiting for a long time, but didn't hear any noise. Just as he was hesitating whether to go in and check, he saw his wife come out of the house carrying a pot. Coming out from the bedroom with a pot was also quite surprising. Soon, the rich smell of chicken soup wafted over. Shen Yuqing quickly stepped forward to take it. Qin Yuqing took the opportunity to turn around. She still had other things in the bedroom that she hadn't brought out. While Shen Yuqing was placing the pot down, he saw his wife take out a lunchbox and a rice container from inside the house. The rice container was bought at the department store. It was supposed to keep food warm. It was different from modern ones, but it worked fine. Qin Yuqing had already washed and prepared all these things in advance. She also knew Shen Yuqing well. She pre-filled a bowl and broke off a chicken leg. "This is for you. Finish eating before you leave. There are 2 chickens stewed. Plenty to go around." Qin Yuqing started to tear the chicken apart. She brought some over so her in-laws wouldn't eat in a hurry. It wasn't as tasty as eating the meat directly from the bone, but it was more convenient. The chicken was cooked until soft and easy to digest, which was good for her mother-in-law to eat. Shen Yuqing felt a little uncomfortable. "They have hands. Eating at my parents' place isn't very convenient, and handling bones isn't easy." Qin Yuqing understood his little concern and said calmly, "Eating meat without gnawing on bones isn't as tasty. If you want, I can help you tear the meat." "Then never mind, I have good teeth." He was subtly implying that his parents' teeth weren't in good shape. Qin Yuqing smiled and sometimes felt that Shen Yuqing was a bit childish, but she didn't dislike it. Shen Yuqing drank a bowl of chicken soup and felt warm all over. Qin Yuqing had just packed all the food. "Go ahead. Be careful on the way. If it's not a big deal, leave the lunchbox there." Qin Yuqing had already expected this situation. She bought 3 in total, to take turns exchanging as backups. Shen Yuqing carried the bag and found that the food was heavier than his clothes, but he didn't say anything. After Shen Yuqing left, Qin Yuqing turned off the lights in the house. She sat in the dark for a while, holding a pot, and returned to her space. Living conditions are poor, and things like eating chicken are only done during festivals. The chicken soup was too strong in flavor, and at night, it might attract trouble. Since Shen Yuqing didn't come back, Qin Yuqing didn't dare to sleep, and just spent time in her space. Meanwhile, Shen Yuqing saw a figure on the road, and avoided it early. The road behind was smoother. When he reached the entrance of the desolate, he knocked 3 times, paused, then knocked twice more. This was the agreed meeting point from last time. Shen Bingwen got out of bed and opened the door. It was a bit cold at night, and their house was old and broken. Once things stabilized, the roof needed repairs. If it rained, it would definitely leak. Shen Bingwen opened the door quietly and asked, "Why are you here?" "Bringing you some things." Inside, there was only a low table. Shen Yuqing placed a thermal container on it. "This is for your clothes. From now on, wear this." Qingqing has already patched it up, so it won't be too obvious. Shen Bingwen felt warm inside. His daughter was thoughtful.
"Mom, eat first."
Qingqing brought you chicken soup. In the end, Shen Yuqing was the first to speak. His wife said that his mother had a stubborn personality. If he didn't take the initiative, they might remain awkward for life. He Yunjiao almost cried when she heard her son call her. She hesitated and got out of bed. Shun Bingwen heard it was chicken soup and immediately took a bowl, instructing his son, "Watch at the door," he whispered to his wife. "Yunjiao, come quickly and nourish yourself." Shen Yuqing smiled helplessly. His father was reliable, but treated him like a tool from start to finish. Did he ask if his wife was tired from cooking chicken soup? Yunjiao quietly said, "You just arrived in the village. Wouldn't it be too showy? In the future, don't do these things. It might cause trouble. Don't worry, drink quickly. The watchers have left. Take your time eating. I'll leave after you're done." Shen Yuqing still felt a bit uneasy. His parents' house was a bit far from the other two, and since the area was open, he wasn't too worried about the smell. There was one box of food left. They kept a metal lunchbox, and the thermos and another box were taken back by Shen Yuqing. When Shen Yuqing returned, it was already past midnight. The house was dark, and he thought his wife was already asleep. He tiptoed to open the door, reached the bed, and his heart skipped a beat. His wife was gone. When he touched the quilt, it was cold. Shen Yuqing forced himself to stay calm. He lit the kerosene lamp and looked around for any signs of intrusion. Thinking about his wife's space, he remembered similar situations before. He put the kerosene lamp outside and sat there himself. Whether someone entered from outside or there was movement inside, he would know immediately. Qin Yuqing was busy working with her head down. When she remembered the time, she hurriedly washed her hands and went out. As soon as she stepped out of the space, she saw the dim yellow light outside, knowing Shen Yuqing had returned. She lifted the curtain and peeked in with a smile. "Yuqing, come in quickly. Why are you sitting outside?" His heart sank, almost thinking he had lost his wife. The worry from earlier completely overwhelmed him when he saw her. He wasn't afraid of not finding her, but of someone coming in. At that moment, Qin Yuqing saw Shen Yuqing's deep emotions through the faint light and immediately realized she had scared him. She stepped forward and pulled him inside. "It's my fault. I didn't tell you in advance. Were you worried?" A muffled voice came from behind. "A little." Shen Yuqing let Qin Yuqing pull him, and she placed the kerosene lamp on the cabinet inside. She turned to look at Shen Yuqing. "Tomorrow, I'll take you into the space to see." Shen Yuqing's expression changed slightly. Did his wife believe in him? He had always been afraid to say anything, worried that if he did, she might suspect he had other intentions. Everyone has secrets, especially since his wife already told him she was worried about overdemanding her and bothering her. "Can't we do it today?" Qin Yuqing smiled. "Okay, but I'm afraid you'll be too excited to sleep. It was already late at night." Once they entered the space, they wouldn't come out for at least an hour. "Can I sleep now?" Instead of worrying blindly, he found it hard to sleep. Why could his wife disappear for so long? Qin Yuqing pulled Shen Yuqing into the space. Shen Yuqing only saw a blur before him. Before he could react, the feeling under his feet changed. Looking around, the scenery was full of life. This place was like a paradise, with fresh air, bright light, and comfortable temperature. It was completely different from the outside world. Qin Yuqing sat on the ground. She was a bit tired from working, so she asked Shen Yuqing to open his eyes. Only then did Shen Yuqing see the results of his wife's work. No wonder she stayed so long each time. One area was filled with vegetables and crops, with 2 dogs running around and chickens and ducks nearby. Even though Shen Yuqing was mentally prepared, he was still shocked by what he saw. No wonder his wife said she was so excited she couldn't sleep. He wasn't excited, just stunned and unable to sleep.
His throat was dry.
"Can I go over and take a look?" he asked. Qin Yuqing waved her hand. "Feel free to look around. Anyway, it wouldn't be long before all the work here belonged to him. The sooner he got familiar with the place, the sooner he could start working." Qin Yuqing lay down on the grass. There were no bugs in the space, so she relaxed on the grass. Even the manure from the chickens, ducks, and geese was quickly absorbed, leaving no lingering smell. Shen Yuqing first walked around the vegetable garden. He saw that the work was huge. Many vegetables were already ripe, but he hadn't picked them yet. There were cucumbers, tomatoes, green beans, and also lettuce and chives in the field. Next to him was a half basket of vegetables, clearly not finished yet, and he was eager to go out. Not far from the edge of the field, there were about a dozen baskets filled with vegetables. He counted the different types. There were quite a few, including corn, wheat, and sweet potatoes, not to mention other crops. No wonder his wife said she could raise 10 of him if needed. Nearby, there was a small pond with more than 10 live fish. Shin Yuching looked around. He quickly noticed that the duck and chicken coops needed to be expanded. 2 dogs followed Shin Yuching, circling at his feet. He glanced at the little yellow dog running on the ground. It looked healthy now, no longer sickly. Suddenly, he felt a bit envious of them, having seen the space early. Shin Yuching also looked at the pile of daily necessities nearby, including rice, flour, and cooking oil. He didn't go close, just took a quick glance. After the new year, his wife spent all day shopping, probably staying here most of the time. He looked around for his wife and saw her lying on the ground, so he quickly took a few steps over. Let's go outside. Although he wanted to look at her a little longer, she was tired. Shin Yuching raised her hand, and Shin Yuching gently helped her up. Shin Yuching and Shin Yuching left the space. Shin Yuching looked at the spot. They entered and exited from the same place, so there was a clear point of reference. It seemed they entered from one place and left from the same, like having coordinates. Shin Yuching quickly spread out the blanket and said, "Wife, go to sleep." Shin Yuching was a bit sleepy. She took off her clothes while yawning. "You should sleep too. It's a bit cold." Shin Yuching immediately understood that his wife wanted him to warm up the bed first. He quickly took off his clothes, got into bed, and hugged his wife. Shin Yuching found a comfortable position and closed her eyes to sleep. Shin Yuching couldn't fall asleep at once. His wife was right. After coming out of the space, he couldn't sleep. Before, Shin Yuching told him it was like a storage room. He thought it was just for storing things, but he didn't realize it was another world where they could also grow plants. No wonder his wife was always so busy. She trusted him a lot to share such a big secret. When morning came, Shin Yuching quietly got up. He was used to a high-intensity routine. He only dozed off briefly last night, but his biological clock still woke him up on time. Shin Yuching lingered in bed for a while before slowly getting up. Shin Yuching had already boiled water. It was still a bit cold in the morning, like early spring cold. Shin Yuching put on a vest and went outside. She also made one for Shin Yuching, but he was very energetic and didn't really need it. As soon as they stepped out of the house, their view suddenly opened up because the yard was only about half a meter high. Looking at the soil in the yard, Shin Yuching thought it wouldn't last long. She asked Aunt Lon about the door. It needed to be custom-made by the village carpenter, but she hadn't had time to go there yet. The yard wall was raised, and they made a simple fence gate, but it didn't look very good. On the way to work, Shin Yuching overheard someone saying they smelled chicken soup yesterday. She thought the villagers had a very keen sense of smell. The closest house was dozens of meters away, yet they could still smell it. She decided to be more careful when cooking in the future. On the way, she met Aunt Lon and asked about the village's work schedule and when she might have free time. Wu Mylin carried her and said, "Once the land is plowed, it will probably take a few days. Your sweet potato seedlings haven't arrived yet. We're planting wheat, but the seeds haven't sprouted yet." Shin Yuching nodded and asked, "Aunt Lon, where does the carpenter live?" "At the west end of the village. There's a red cloth hanging on his door, so you'll see it when you go. Mr. Zhang is very active. Only his wife is at home, the one with the bright red headscarf. Her surname is Wang. His son, Dongqing, works with his father as a carpenter and can also build houses." Shin Yuching yawned and nodded. Wu Mylin looked her up and down. Then she glanced at Shin Yuching, who stood straight and looked full of energy. She also looked at Shin Yuching, who seemed tired, especially noticing her dark circles. She whispered, "Qing, you need to rest more at night. If you're too tired, what will happen? You shouldn't spoil yourself too much either." Shin Yuching blushed. Luckily, she had disguised her face, so it wasn't obvious. It was so unfair. She had gone to bed late yesterday, but she hadn't done anything wrong. Aunt Lon, I understand. It was easier to end the conversation quickly than to argue or explain to outsiders. She knew Aunt Lon was kind, but Shin Yuching still felt uncomfortable. She wasn't thick-skinned. Finally reaching the fork in the road, Qin Yuqing hurriedly said, "Aunt Lan, I have to go now. We'll talk later." She quickened her steps and caught up with Shen Yuqing. Shen Yuqing looked at her and asked, "What's wrong?" "It's nothing. I just checked where the carpenter lives. There's a red cloth hanging on his door at the west end of the village." Shen Yuqing knew about the door replacement. He also thought it was necessary. Right now, it was just some wooden planks nailed together, and anyone could peek inside. "Okay, I'll ask about it later. It doesn't need to be perfect." Shen Yuqing wasn't sure, but Qin Yuqing knew they wouldn't stay here much longer. Once this busy period was over, she would start studying again. Next year, she could take the college entrance exam again. She wanted to seize the chance to go to university, and also check if the land deeds she had were still valid. Could she get back the property her grandfather left? If she could, that would be great. If not, she planned to buy a few more houses. She had too much money, and she felt better when she spent it quickly. "I understand." Shen Yuqing only felt that his wife didn't want to draw too much attention. Since they just arrived with so many things, people might notice them. While working, Qin Yuqing felt exhausted and weak. She was really tired because she had been working in the space all night. She took a few sips of space water to refresh herself, watching Shen Yuqing work with great energy. She felt envious. As humans, why is there such a big difference? She looked at the others. Most of the young workers looked tired and worn out. Over the past few days, their hands had developed blisters, and it was painful. Seeing how they worked, Qin Yuqing thought she was doing better than them. She bent down to pick out small stones from the field.
Qing, you rest. There's not much left.
"I can handle it alone." Since entering the space, Shen Yuqing realized that his wife had to do so much work. He had always thought he was doing a good job, but reality proved him wrong again. He was still far from enough. Qin Yuqing looked at the remaining work, which was not much. "Then I'll rest for a while." She sat on the ground and took a piece of milk candy from her pocket, unwrapping it and putting it in her mouth. At noon, Shen Yuqing told Qin Yuqing, "You rest at home. This afternoon, I'll go to the field alone." When Qin Yuqing looked at him with doubt, Shen Yuqing explained, "I asked the village chief. As long as the work is done, you don't have to go." Qin Yuqing suddenly remembered that during the work in the afternoon, Shen Yuqing had indeed left for a while. She thought he was asking about how to build the wall, but it turned out he was just asking about that. Qin Yuqing was really a bit tired. Having a capable partner saved her a lot of effort. Shen Yuqing hesitated for a moment, but then said, "You don't need to go work either. Rest well. I'll handle it later." Today, he noticed Qin Yuqing kept yawning. She had gone to bed too late last night. Qin Yuqing smiled and said, "All right, I'll sleep well." That was exactly what she wanted. She really thought he was just visiting out of curiosity. After Shen Yuqing left, Qin Yuqing entered the space for a walk and stood in front of the pile of treasures. "How should I say this?" She told Shen Yuqing that these were left by her grandfather. No, he would definitely ask where she found them. If she didn't say anything, he might notice that the origins of these items were hard to explain. Honestly, Qin Yuqing hadn't looked closely at the contents inside. She only opened a few boxes. Qin Yuqing sat on the ground, resting her chin on her hand, looking at the pile of wealth, lost in thought. After thinking for a long time, her mind was torn between different ideas, and finally, she laughed out loud. Why worry about these things now? She decided to wait and see. Anyway, it was hers now, and she could decide what to do. Once she understood, Qin Yuqing left her space and happily went to sleep. When she woke up, she realized it was not yet time to go to work. She got up to cook, wanting to change her taste. To save trouble later, Qin Yuqing cooked a large amount of food, confident that she had enough space to store it. She wasn't worried. She cooked enthusiastically. Through the window, she suddenly saw Shen Yuqing come back, bringing 2 people with him. She quickly put the dishes inside her space. As for the smoked meat she was frying now, Qin Yuqing wasn't worried. Every home has some supplies. Although this stuff was valuable after the new year, they had just come from another place, so having some stock was normal. "Smells so good." The man following Shen Yuqing into the yard said, as soon as he entered. Shen Yuqing slightly frowned and looked up at the window. Their eyes met just as Qin Yuqing looked out. He had come to check on the supplies, not expecting his wife to be cooking. Qin Yuqing didn't mind. She asked through the window, "You're back. Are these fellow villagers here to help with the work?" Her words made the three people in the yard pause for a moment. Qin Yuqing only wanted someone to check the quantities and teach some tips. The young man behind him was cheerful. "Sister-in-law, do you need help with the cooking?" Qin Yuqing smiled and said, "Yes, of course. I need help." Zhang Wu looked at Dong Qing and said, "What are you waiting for? Get to work." Qin Yuqing smiled. His wife was really good at finding opportunities. Now it seemed he would have to do less work. Dong Qing mainly came to measure the door, but Zhang Wu, being a glutton, also joined in. It was hard not to help. They decided to help on a whim, and everyone worked well together, chatting happily. Qin Yuqing kept an eye on the dishes. Since they just arrived and hadn't gone to the county, fresh meat couldn't be taken out. She could make beautiful dishes with radishes and cabbage, but pure white flour food was too luxurious to serve. However, Qin Yuqing had brought back plenty of rations a few days ago, so she could add some. Qin Yuqing had prepared some ingredients earlier, so she could finish quickly. But to let the three of them work more, she deliberately delayed a little. After all, the more they worked, the less Qin Yuqing would have to do. Her own meal wasn't so easy to get. Wherever they go, they should develop good habits. Just a simple meal and a quick chat, and then it's time to eat. If this gets out, people might think they are easy targets. Qin Yuqing restarted the stove to cook. She ate a lot of the cured meat she had prepared herself. Now she secretly served out quite a bit, enough for an ordinary family meal. As it was getting dark, Qin Yuqing finally called everyone to eat. "There isn't much at home, and I didn't prepare enough. Please make do with this." Zhang Wu was already starving. Their family rarely had water, and their meals mostly consisted of pickled vegetables. Being able to stir-fry some cabbage and carrots was considered good. Now, seeing the cured meat on the table, his eyes lit up, and there was also a plate of pickled vegetables he hadn't seen before. "Sister-in-law, you've prepared such a rich meal." Qin Yuqing smiled. "That's just a compliment. Hurry and sit down to eat." Zhang Wu grinned and said, "Sister-in-law, I won't hold back then. It's just simple home cooking. Eat while it's hot." Qin Yuqing glanced at the dishes on the table. Besides the cured meat, there was nothing unusual. Braised cabbage with vermicelli, a shredded potato dish, and a collection of pickled vegetables. There were 3 hot dishes, enough for everyone, especially the braised cabbage with vermicelli, which was served in a big basin. The main food on the table was also mixed grain pancakes and cornbread. Qin Yuqing looked at Qin Yuqing and asked, "Aren't you going to eat?" Dongqing looked at Qin Yuqing. This man really cares about his wife. He didn't eat. He first asked about his wife. Their family usually eats only men's food, so there's no need to ask the women. Qin Yuqing softly said, "I'm not hungry. You eat first. I'll eat later if I get hungry."
Just joking.
The food she wanted was in her space. They suddenly arrived and decided to come at the last minute. Qin Yuqing probably understood what his wife meant. He was just worried she might go hungry. Seeing Qin Yuqing go to the yard to tidy up, he didn't say more. He invited everyone to eat, and after they finished, they could leave. Only then could his wife eat peacefully. Dongqing's family was better off. They often ate these dishes, except for the cured meat, which was rare for them. The other 2 dishes were quite normal. But when he tasted Qin Yuqing's cooking, it was a completely different flavor, much better than what they usually had. Could it be that food from others tastes better? All 3, being strong workers, had worked hard all afternoon. The more they ate, the hungrier they felt. The table was cleared quickly. Dongqing felt a little embarrassed. He didn't expect himself to eat so much and suddenly lost control. Zhang Wu rubbed his round belly and finally felt full. Before leaving, she couldn't help but praise, "Sister-in-law, your cooking skills are really good." Qin Yuqing smiled as she saw the person off. Although Zhang Wu ate a lot, he worked hard. Since they earned their living through labor, Qin Yuqing thought it was fair. Qin Yuqing walked a short distance with someone before turning back and urging Qin Yuqing, "Hurry up and go eat something. He picked up his tools again, planning to work a little longer, but he didn't expect that working with mud and clay was both physically demanding and technical.
Take a break.
You just finished eating, don't do heavy work now. Qin Yuqing didn't mind the time or schedule. Shan Yuqing thought about the table inside the house, which hadn't been tidied up yet, so he decided to finish that first. When Qin Yuqing saw the 3 people working with mud, she knew they needed more help. Waiting for Qin Yuqing to do everything alone was too tiring. At first, she thought it was just a wall around the yard, so it shouldn't be too difficult. Now she finally understood why the wall was only half a meter high. Building it cost a lot of effort and resources. Qin Yuqing could manage alone, and the quality of work was flexible. What mattered most was not to delay. Saving effort for work inside the space was better than wasting time here. Oh, Dongqing said the door costs about 10 yuan, but he has some old doors. Fixing one up could be cheaper. Qin Yuqing immediately understood what the gate at the entrance meant. No money. Shan Yuqing hesitated for a moment, then said, "Actually, I can make a door myself, but it might not be perfect." Qin Yuqing cut him off directly. "No need for you to do it. You have other things to do." The door looked simple, but making it from wood and other materials was quite complicated. If there was no urgent need, Qin Yuqing was happy to let Shan Yuqing pass the time this way, especially now. Saving time was her top priority. By the way, if the villagers are willing to help, just let them. It's only a few yuan for a meal. Shan Yuqing smiled and replied, "Okay, I'll go see the door tomorrow." Finding someone to do it was much easier. He understood his wife's intention, to get familiar with the villagers, which would make future interactions easier. This house was originally rented. If they made it too fancy, it wouldn't be worth the money. It could attract unwanted attention, and these rules applied everywhere. Qin Yuqing relaxed a bit and felt hungry. "You decide. If the old door is suitable, just fix it up. We shouldn't be too showy." Both of them shared the same idea without discussing it. Shan Yuqing was at home, and with him watching over, nothing would go wrong. Qin Yuqing was not short of money, but she didn't want to be taken advantage of. At night, Shan Yuqing went to the hill again to deliver food to his parents. Shen Bingwen said he didn't need the food, but he enjoyed eating it. If it weren't for his wife, Shan Yuqing would have said something to stop him. "Are you feeling better?" "Much better. In a couple of days, I can go back to work in the fields." Shan Yuqing nodded, happy that his parents were okay. He was relieved that his wife came with him. They had once asked him to divorce, but after that, they wouldn't have survived. "Have any other people come by recently?" Shin Bingwen thought for a moment. "Yes, but I haven't figured out who they are. I asked Lao Lu, and he said some villagers and young workers from the countryside often come to steal things. Rebels or troublemakers, whether they live or die, no one cares. If they come to steal, some people might even cheer for them." Shan Yuqing nodded again, thinking he should warn them. "Be careful of those people. I suspect it was them last time." Hyo Youngjio looked at her son, and then at her husband. Shin Bingwen assured her, "Don't worry. Last time was just an accident. It won't happen again." Recently, they had been eating well and felt stronger. He remembered his days on the battlefield. He wouldn't let these petty troublemakers scare him. He had been thinking a lot these days. The 2 people watching them from the county wouldn't attack them. Most likely, it was the local kids who saw them arrive and decided to cause trouble on purpose. Seeing his father like that, Shan Yuqing took out 2 packs of medicine from his pocket and placed them on the table. "These are sleeping pills. Each of you take one. If you're in danger, just throw it." Shen Bingwen looked up. "Where did you get these?" Shan Yuqing chuckled.
"What?
"Wanna lecture me?" He was trying to help them stay safe and was asking questions.
I didn't mean that.
"I'm just curious. Weren't you against these kinds of things before?" In the past, his son despised these crooked tricks and wouldn't even look at them. Shen Yuqing explained, mainly to avoid his father's nagging. He wasn't that old-fashioned. He just knew how to adapt. He was pretending in front of him. He didn't mention that his wife had given him the medicine. "Qingqing's teacher gave it to me." She knew it wasn't safe for her to go to the countryside alone, so she told her to carry it for self-defense. Shen Bingwen nodded, feeling pleased. "That's right, the teacher is good. Does she still have some?" When Shin Bingwen heard that Qin Yuqing still had some, he decided to stay. He didn't need it himself, his wife would use it. The last incident still made them feel scared. It's hard to say they weren't afraid. Half a lifetime has passed, and they almost lost everything in this small village. Shun Yuqing packed his things and headed back home, worried about returning late and his wife having to do more chores. This time, it was fine. Qin Yuqing lit another candle beside the kerosene lamp to read. Light another candle. It's better for your eyes. That's exaggerated. It's already bright enough. Most families wouldn't be so extravagant. A kerosene lamp was enough. The village still didn't have full electricity. Not to mention the temporary mud brick houses built by the educated youth Qin Yuqing wouldn't ask to connect to the power grid. Forget whether the village would agree. Even if they did, it would be a big hassle. It wouldn't happen in less than 2 or 3 months. She was waiting for Shun Yuqing. The lighting in the space was fine. You're back. Are your parents feeling better? Much better. Qin Yuqing knew Shun Yuqing had been tired these days. Although the spiritual spring water helped him stay alert, he still needed rest. Wash up quickly and rest early, Qin Yuqing said as she closed her book and blew out the candle. Shun Yuqing moved closer and whispered, "Did you go back to work again?" Last time, he saw that many vegetables inside were ripe and needed to be picked immediately. What about those vegetables? Qin Yuqing smiled. Under the dim light, her features looked beautiful with a faint glow, making Shun Yuqing stare in awe. No need to worry. Once they're ripe, they won't grow anymore or rot. The space seems to control this. They only continue to grow after being picked. Shun Yuqing was surprised. An independent space was already amazing, and it could control plant growth? And what about the ones you picked? Will those vegetables keep growing? It's not that magical. The vegetables you pick will stay fresh. For example, green beans and cucumbers, they'll grow for a few more harvests and then die completely. They grow faster than outside. Qin Yuqing spoke casually, as if it was a simple matter. Shun Yuqing's mind was stirred up. So simple? Just controlling the ripeness can save many vegetables. Normally, vegetables planted in the field, if not harvested on time, either become overripe and fall off or spoil. Qin Yuqing guessed Shun Yuqing's plan. Take a good rest today and start working again tomorrow. Since you've been here, you haven't had a proper break. Most of the work in the field is done by Shun Yuqing. Hearing Qin Yuqing's reassurance, Shun Yuqing relaxed. No wonder his wife wasn't in a hurry. Shun Yuqing didn't refuse his wife's kindness. He quickly washed up, got into bed, and held her to sleep. Time passed quickly. The village chief announced a 2-day break, and there would be a village meeting early tomorrow. The break was announced over the village loudspeaker, which repeated the message 3 times. Yongli clenched her fists, hating Qin Yuqing. The village meeting meant she would have to apologize publicly. In the past 2 days, the people at the youth station had been gossiping about her, especially in the dormitory, where the 2 new female youths avoided her. She felt like a stinky dog. Yao Hui was ungrateful. If it weren't for her helping find medicine to reduce a fever, she wouldn't be in this state. Is it really necessary for her to end up like this? Qin Yuqing's life was getting better and better. In the past 2 days, she heard she was rebuilding walls and changing doors. People in the village praised her for being polite, and some boasted about her cooking skills. It seemed she was good at everything, even when she went to the countryside. But she didn't know that in the past 2 years, the capable people rarely went to the countryside anymore, and those who stayed were not very effective. Recently, Qin Yuqing often felt Yang Li's resentful eyes. She was used to it. She wasn't afraid of such people. Honestly, she was even eager to teach Yang Li a lesson, hoping she would be careless enough to run into her hands. Qin Yuqing looked ahead as she walked, with Shun Yuqing carrying tools behind her. They stopped in front of Yang Li. "Yang Li, I'm waiting for you tomorrow."